Chapter 1199, Seeking Dao. The moment the three people arrived in the seven-colored realm, the seven-colored fog around Master Ashen Pine slowly closed in until it was completely wrapped around his origin soul. Strands of white lightning came from the statue and entered the seven-colored fog to fuse with his origin soul. Master Ashen Pine's body unexpectedly began to recondense until it was corporeal. His body gave off more flashes of lightning, and a faint lightning mark appeared between his eyebrows. He suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a gloomy glaze. He forced this old man to do this. If I don't get revenge, I'm not human. He leaped forward and turned into a bolt of lightning as he charged ahead. He pierced through the fog and flew toward the mountains. That cultivator named Lu was hurt by my seven-colored nail, so even if he didn't die, he is dying. I just don't know where he is hiding. However, it doesn't matter. If I want to know, I can easily find out. Master Ashen Pine sneered, and his right hand reached at the void. The crack to his storage space opened, and a bead flew out. Summon, Defying one. Master Ashen Pine bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood onto the bead. The bead began to absorb seven-colored light and then collapsed. At the moment it collapsed, a powerful aura appeared and a blurry shadow appeared in the world. It was impossible to see what the appearance of this person was, but his eyes were clear, as if he could see through the heavens. Nothing could escape his eyes, and if he looked at you, you would feel naked, as if all your secrets had been exposed. Master Ashen Pine asked the blurry figure, "Where is he?" The blurry figure closed his eyes, and after a long time, he opened his eyes and looked at Master Ashen Pine. Master Ashen Pine trembled, and several images appeared in his head. After he saw those images, he frowned. Sima Mo's cave. He was able to break the cave's restriction while seriously injured. There was a flash of coldness in Master Ashen Pine's eyes, and he charged ahead. In the valley Sima Mo's cave was in, Wang Lin didn't put all his energy into alchemy. He also cleared up the first cave. After laying down large number of restrictions and expanding the cave, he released the Mosquito beast. The Mosquito King was even more ferocious. After flying out, its cold eyes looked at Wang Lin with determination. Its mind was linked with Wang Lin's, so it already knew Wang Lin's plan. It let out a soft hiss. After silently pondering for a moment, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the Mosquito King was pulled into the restriction in the cave. With enough origin crystals, it will be fine. Wang Lin took out large amount of beast souls he had gathered, and also took out the mutated beast soul he had created in the cave in the origin sect. Then he put in tens of thousands of origin crystal and sealed it shut. I'll use the 5 poison sects method to refine mutated beast souls to forcibly raise the mosquito beast strength so it can transform into a stronger Mosquito King. Only then can it control the large amount of mosquito beasts in the wind celestial realm. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out into the cave. He clearly saw the purple mosquito beast rush aggressively toward each beast soul. It fought and devoured them. At the same time, the origin crystals turned into dense origin energy through the restriction and entered the mosquito beast's body. After leaving a strand of divine sense in the cave to keep an eye on it, Wang Lin pondered for a bit and then went to the pill furnace. Wang Lin sat down beside the pill furnace. He constantly manipulated the fire and refined the pill. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days went by. The fire gradually disappeared, and the fragrance of the pill filled the room. Wang Lin's expression was calm as his right hand reached out. The lid of the pill furnace flew off, and a large amount of fog rushed out. The fog gradually disappeared, and a pool of golden liquid floated in the air. Under Wang Lin's control, the liquid flew toward him and was stored in 3 small bottles. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin looked at the black light restriction around the valley and picked up a small bottle before taking a small sip of the liquid. The moment the liquid entered his body, it immediately turned into a cool feeling that spread through his body. He could vaguely feel the roar of a beast echo. Wang Lin closed his eyes and began to slowly comprehend the beast's comprehension of the heavens. Under this strange state, Wang Lin forgot time as his mind was lost in comprehending the heavens. It was as if he had turned into a fierce beast and experienced all the life and death struggles to survive. While he pursued Dao, he confirmed his own true and false domain as he experienced the beast's comprehension. Wang Lin was like a passerby as he constantly organized the various comprehensions. Wang Lin's surroundings seemed to become distorted and then changed. This change became even more rapid until his surroundings became unreal. After a long time, Wang Lin's right hand reached out and picked up the small bottle to take another sip. He continued to be immersed in Dao seeking and enlightenment. More and more Dao intent appeared around him. If he wanted, he could casually pick one of the fierce beast's comprehensions and use it to improve his cultivation. However, the consequences of this was that his Dao heart would be confused. After all, this was borrowing someone else's Dao and not your own comprehension. Wang Lin didn't want this kind of cultivation. What he wanted was to continue to confirm his own true and false domain while living the beast's life, to comprehend the heavens through true and false. What he took was the sliver of thought going through the beast's mind while it comprehended the heavens. That was the essence of the fierce beast's soul. This thought was vague, but a fierce beast needed this in order to help them break through and eventually reach human form. Time passed. Wang Lin had consumed the entire first bottle and continued to comprehend. The distortion around his body spread until it covered the entire valley. If anyone came at this moment, their Dao heart would become chaotic. There were too many Dao intents that Wang Lin had sorted out and given up. If there is no false, there is no truth. If there was no truth, where would false come from? True and false. There is no real need to completely differentiate them. Wang Lin picked up the second bottle and took a big gulp. His eyes were filled with enlightenment before he closed them and continued to confirm his own Dao. As the endless Dao intents were sorted out, they gradually spread out of the valley. This caused the entire valley to become distorted. This was something that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, but any cultivator above the soul formation stage could feel the Dao intents here. Every single one of them was formed by the law of the heavens. If you looked at it, it looked real, but you would find that it was false. It would become very difficult to distinguish, and once you fell into it, it would be very difficult to escape from this abyss. More and more chaotic Dao intents spread out and covered everything within a 10,000 feet area. This caused even the sky to become distorted. Wang Lin had already consumed the third bottle inside the valley. He had forgotten everything as he continued to search for his Dao in this endless world. In an instant, a vague voice appeared in his mind. This voice seemed to be muttering and gradually became clearer. Enlightened, prisoner of the Dao of heaven, all sentient beings must endure immeasurable calamities. It only takes a thought to leave the deep prison. All life must walk forever forward and solve the modern age. Escape the will of heaven and obtain the path to life. Seal the will of the heavens. Engrave the dark days. Await the path of cultivation. No life knows the true Dao. The bitter abyss forever distorts the true Dao. This sentence continued to echo in his mind. Gradually, even more Dao intents spread out until they covered 100,000 feet, 1,000,000 feet. Eventually, they covered a small portion of the seven-colored realm. Master Ashen Pine was 10,000 feet outside of Sima Mo's cave, and his face was extremely pale as he stared ahead, but he remained motionless. He had come here 2 days ago, but before he could move forward, he immediately felt the chaotic and endless Dao intents here. These Dao intents were like a giant vortex that could absorb all domains. Then, through a special method, they would bring them into Wang Lin's confirmation. The true and false domain was the second evolution of his Dao. What he seeked had already suppressed those at his cultivation level, and even those above his cultivation level. Master Ashen Pine's face was pale as he sat on the ground and made his mind stable. He constantly resisted the chaotic Dao intents and the suction from the invisible vortex. He didn't notice the bald lost ones slowly walking over. They moved at a casual pace, but every step was like spatial bending. Soon, they arrived, but they didn't move forward. They stood there as if they were seeking Dao. Even farther away, the enlightened ones that only floated in the fog all came out of the fog and flew toward the valley Wang Lin was in. Their muttering slowly came as well. Everything happened with the valley Wang Lin was in as the center. A Dao refinement that stirred up the entire seven-colored realm slowly occurred. As the chaotic Dao intents given up by Wang Lin increased in number, the entire seven-colored realm seemed to become twisted. The lost ones seeked Dao, and their eyes became even more confused. They stared ahead, and countless invisible Dao intents were absorbed by them. The enlightened ones arrived and floated in the air. The murmur that had lasted for countless years stopped. They all looked at the valley and closed their eyes. It was as if they were comprehending Wang Lin's Dao. Even those rank 12 fog beasts all turned into different fierce beasts and didn't let out any roars. They flew across the sky and surrounded the valley. They floated in the air like the enlightened ones and comprehended Wang Lin's Dao. Chapter 1200, Dao Scatter. Dao. What is Dao? Wang Lin's life and death cycle, karma cycle, and true and false were all Daos he had comprehended himself or were changes in his way of thinking. From a little, unknown cultivator until now, where he could stand among the strong. All of these changes were the growth Wang Lin had experienced in his life. From the life and death reincarnation cycle, he saw through life and death. This allowed him to struggle through his crisis and find life and death. This ultimately allowed his defying will to appear in his heart, and he dared to become a heaven-defying cultivator. Splitting the stars, slicing the moon, and looking down upon the heavens was the path of a heaven-defying cultivator. He had seen through life and death, so there was nothing to fear. These were all the thoughts that the life and death domain had brought Wang Lin. He had become strong because he had the intent. However, the heavens were ruthless and would force all life to obey it. It was also due to the intent of all life that countless Daos were formed for everyone to comprehend. This was the gift the heavens had given to all living beings, to give them meaning to cultivate. This was following the heavens and cultivating a smooth path. Wang Lin wouldn't enter this path. After life and death was karma. After Wang Lin's domain went through a metamorphosis, he was like a head scholar among mortals. He no longer cared about life and death, but pursued the true meaning of the world. Karma was like this. He saw through karmic cause and caught glimpse of karmic effect. Everything in this world had its own karma. After completing his pursuit of karma, Wang Lin's life entered a peak. As his mind evolved, his Dao heart was confirmed even more. As he went through cycles of karma, his Dao heart became even more deeply rooted. The world became different in his eyes. These heavens are not my heavens. In other people's eyes, the heavens and earth were boundless, and they didn't know where it ended. They searched the heavens and earth blindly. In Wang Lin's eyes, the boundary of the heavens and earth was no longer important. The heavens were karmic cause, and earth was karmic effect. The world was a cycle of karma. He wanted to walk out of this karmic furnace. He wanted to know what was outside of this world. After reaching this step, Wang Lin had reached the limit of his domain. He was also in the circle he had drawn around Li Qianmei and Lu Yunsong. However, Qing Lin's appearance and possessing the heaven-defying bead allowed Wang Lin's karma domain to go through another metamorphosis after reaching completion. His domain evolved, and he began to explore the origins of true and false. The true and false domain was a deep comprehension, and ordinary people simply weren't qualified to grasp it. This was already at the boundary of the heavenly Dao, just one step away from reaching the core. Over the countless years, it wasn't that there were no cultivators that had reached this step, it's just that there were simply too few. Domain determines one's cultivation level, and the depth of the domain brings drastic differences to one's power. What Wang Lin was seeking was the Grand Dao. Although it seemed the same as everyone else, due to his understanding of Dao, the path he saw had far surpassed the goals of others. The liquid formed by the 3 rank 11 pills was consumed by Wang Lin. His comprehension didn't end and kept going. His storage space opened before him and bottles of pills flew out. There were rank 8, 9, and 10 pills inside. He had forgotten about time. While he gained enlightenment, he picked up the pills one by one. He didn't devour them. They all collapsed when they got close to his mouth. The countless Dao intents from the beast souls merged with the vortex and were being confirmed by Wang Lin. More and more chaotic Dao intents appeared and began to spread once more. The lost ones outside the valley gradually gained a hint of clarity in their confused eyes. The enlightened ones' ethereal bodies began to turn corporeal. Those rank 12 fierce beasts no longer gave off fierce auras while seeking Dao. Master Ashen Pine struggled to protect his mind. It was as if he could be overrun by this chaotic Dao intent at any moment. Even more Dao intent appeared outside the valley. The entire 7-colored realm seemed to be filled with the Dao intents Wang Lin had abandoned and became twisted. It was as if the countless Dao intents were colliding. As it spread, even the depths of the 7-colored realm became like this. As Wang Lin continued to become enlightened, his mind gradually flew out of his body. He saw the valley. He saw himself sitting in the valley. He saw the pills floating before him collapsing one by one. His mind slowly spread out with the valley as the center. When his mind swept past the enlightened ones, their bodies all trembled. The lost ones and the fierce beasts were like this as well. As for Master Ashen Pine, his Dao heart suddenly collapsed, and his eyes became filled with confusion. None of this caught Wang Lin's interest at all. His mind continued to spread out, and he saw a burly man sitting in a cave in a mountain in the outer region. The burly man's eyes revealed panic as he stared ahead. He opened his mouth, but was unable to utter a word. Even after Wang Lin's mind left, the burly man still hadn't recovered from the shock. Wang Lin's mind circled around the entire outer region and passed through all the caves before heading to the wall-like mountain range. However, along the way, he saw the restriction where the life and death restriction had fused with the annihilation restriction. He saw the pale-faced old woman in green sitting there, cultivating with her eyes closed. Her Dao heart was a mess and unexpectedly showed signs of splitting. Her appearance rapidly changed. Sometimes she was old, sometimes she was ancient, and sometimes she was middle-aged. The old woman didn't cause Wang Lin to stop. He continued into the mountain covered in fog. The fog wasn't able to stop him at all, and inside he saw two mountains surrounded in restrictions. The time restriction also wasn't able to stop Wang Lin's mind. On the first mountain, there was nothing but a stone tablet. There was nothing on the stone tablet, but it gave off an ancient aura. However, in Wang Lin's eyes, the ancient aura gradually disappeared. The entire stone tablet was like a treasure. As Wang Lin's mind spread out, he went to the second mountain protected by the time restriction. There he saw a towering statue and a giant stone gate halfway up the mountain. There was a lightning mark on the gate. His mind went through the stone gate, and he saw orbs of 7-colored light. There were beast souls sealed within from rank 7 to rank 13. Inside this cave, he saw a young girl that looked similar to the old woman. Her face was ashen and she looked dead, but her body was trembling. Wang Lin also saw that there was a hidden space at the peak, and inside he saw the tablet again. He also saw the skeleton that was pinned against the tablet with 2 7-colored nails. At this moment, his mind was attracted by the skeleton and landed on the countless words carved on the skeleton. It was as if thunder had exploded in Wang Lin's mind. His originally calm mind suddenly became disturbed, and a drastic change occurred. His mind gathered on the skeleton, and the text was engraved in his heart. Their words were exactly the same words that echoed in his mind. Await the path of cultivation. Wang Lin's mind fluctuated for an unknown amount of time, and then left this place confused. He went deeper into this fog-covered land, and for the first time entered the depths of the 7-colored realm. There was also fog there, but it was even more dense. However, this still couldn't stop Wang Lin's mind. He saw 3 youths wearing strange clothes. The youth with the crescent moon mark, he had seen this person before. The youth with the lightning mark softly said, "This place is very mysterious. What makes it even more strange is that I can feel the aura of my Flash Thunder Clan's ancestor." The youth with the flame mark between his eyebrows behind him rubbed his temples. He had a gloomy expression as he softly said, "It is indeed very strange. After entering here, I can feel something calling me in my heart. Also, I feel like my ancestral mark is going to leave my body." The last youth with the crescent moon mark was cautiously looking around, and his eyes lit up. Just as he was about to speed up, his expression changed greatly. Wang Lin's mind swept by the 3 youths. At this moment, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck the youth with the lightning mark between his eyebrows. The lightning mark began to flash violently. The youth with the crescent moon mark also trembled as if he had thought of something, but he wasn't sure. His face was pale, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. The most shocked was the youth with the flame mark. The moment Wang Lin's mind swept by, he felt like he had lost all the strength in his body. An unspeakable fear washed over his body, and the flame mark began to burn as if it wanted to burn his body into ashes. It was fortunate that this feeling only lasted for a moment. When Wang Lin's mind passed, the pain disappeared. After a long time, the 3 looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. What a powerful mind! The youth with the lightning mark gasped. It must be an ancestor from my Fire Sparrow clan. That mind just now contained was certainly one of my clan's ancestors, or else my mark wouldn't have reacted like this. The youth with the flame mark was pale, but his eyes were filled with greed. Only the last person, the youth with the crescent moon mark, remained silent. He pondered. There was fear hidden in his eyes. The moment Wang Lin's mind passed by, he recalled that nightmarish scene he refused to remember. Could it be him? Not possible. How could he appear here? The youth's body trembled. The youth with the flame mark licked his lips and slowly said, "Although this person's mind is strong, if the 3 of us open the seal, we still stand a chance. I hope the 2 of you will help me." Chapter 1201 Guardian. Wang Lin's mind moved past the 3 youths and went into the distance. Soon, he saw a mountain peak. This towering mountain had no restrictions around it, and even the fog stayed away, as if it were afraid to get close. Wang Lin's mind arrived, but when he was about to enter, an extremely powerful divine sense rushed out. This divine sense collided with Wang Lin's mind. A silent roar echoed in Wang Lin's mind. His originally confused thoughts instantly became sober. "It has been a long time since I've seen such pure domain." A gloomy divine sense message came from the mountain, and at this moment, an even more powerful divine sense swept toward Wang Lin. At this moment, the world changed colors, and even the 7-colored light retreated. The divine sense turned into a hand and mercilessly tried to grab Wang Lin's mind. However, the moment it reached over, Wang Lin's mind quickly withdrew. The surroundings became unreal, as if the entire world was becoming blurry. A surprise sound came from the void, and at the same time, a white-haired old man walked out from the peak. He looked at the void and rushed forward. He then raised his right hand and slammed forward. There was thunderous echo, and Wang Lin's mind trembled. All the illusions collapsed and dissipated completely. You dare to use mere illusions before his old man? Since you brought this gift to my door, stay? This pure domain is 100 times stronger than the enlightened ones. As the old man spoke, he got even closer. His right hand seemed to be able to cover the sky and reach at Wang Lin. His palms seemed to contain a powerful suction force that caused Wang Lin's mind to twist and be pulled in. Wang Lin's mind quickly contracted and formed an illusory figure. He stared at the old man, but Wang Lin didn't speak. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and all the Dao intents he had abandoned in the seven-colored realm rushed toward himself. These Dao intents were endless, and as they rushed in, all the fog in the seven-colored realm was stirred up. Even the seven-colored light dimmed. The number of Dao intents that had gathered reached a frightening degree in an instant. As Wang Lin waved his right hand, the Dao intents formed a giant vortex. This caused the old man to reveal a serious expression and stop his giant hand. I was comprehending Dao, and my mind randomly scattered. I didn't intend to disturb fellow cultivators' cultivation. Wang Lin's body was surrounded by endless Dao intents, and even more chaotic Dao intents were gathering. They protected Wang Lin's image formed by his mind. The old man's pupils shrank as he stared at Wang Lin's illusionary figure. He had never seen a mind spell that could condense so many chaotic Dao intents before. After pondering a bit, the old man coldly snorted and slowly said, "Only this once. Don't repeat it." He waved his sleeves and returned into the mountain. He then withdrew his divine sense. Wang Lin retreated. With the endless Dao intents surrounding him, he crossed the realm and returned to his body inside the valley. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of coldness appeared in his eyes. If that old man was determined to keep him there, Wang Lin would have retaliated with all the Dao intents. Standing up, Wang Lin pointed at the sky, and the endless Dao intents rushed into the valley. The Dao intents rushed in from all over the seven-colored realm and condensed into a ball of black light in Wang Lin's right hand. A moment later, all the Dao intents Wang Lin had discarded had gathered inside this ball of light. All the lost ones outside the valley were confused again and scattered. The enlightened ones began to mutter and floated away. Even the rank 12 fierce beasts seemed to become sober and roared as they left. Everything outside the valley returned to normal. Master Ashenpine's face was pale, and he quickly retreated. Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and popping sounds came from the black light before it turned into a black crystal. Wang Lin held the black crystal and looked at it for a bit. This was a treasure formed from the chaotic Dao intents from all those pills, and it was a very powerful treasure. If it collapsed, the Dao intents that would rush out were enough to collapse the Dao heart of even a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. What is he guarding? Wang Lin began to ponder. He thought about the old man. It was obvious that the reason he didn't attack was because he was worried about something. That old man was at the late stage of Nirvana Shatterer, but stayed alone at the mountain. If he said he wasn't guarding something or plotting something, Wang Lin wouldn't believe it. There were also those 3 young cultivators, and I've seen one of them before. I didn't expect him to appear here, Wang Lin frowned. However, since this place is related to the sovereign, then it is understandable for him to appear. Wang Lin looked up at the sky. He was calm. His eyes gave off a profound glow, as if they contained the heavenly Dao. When my domain saw the scripture on the skeleton, it broke through. I only need to consolidate it for a bit, and then I can reach the mid-stage of Nirvana Cleanser. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and his gaze fell outside the restriction. He got up and went out. The restriction's ripples echoed as Wang Lin appeared outside the valley. He looked at where Master Ashenpine escaped to and charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Master Ashenpine has recovered and unexpectedly found me. He hates me to the bones, so I can't let him escape. Also, I need to learn what the black liquid is and the method to leave this place from him. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he chased. Master Ashenpine rushed the entire way, and his face was pale the whole time. His heart was filled with anger. He thought that his injury had recovered and could easily kill this person named Lu. At most, he would spend some effort breaking the restriction. However, when he came within 10,000 feet of Wang Lin, his Dao heart was caught, and his mind almost collapsed. In particular, when he was within the endless chaotic Daos, he was like a lonely boat in the raging sea. When Wang Lin's mind swept by, his mind trembled. He had a vague guess that Wang Lin had gained enlightenment and improved his domain, and maybe his cultivation level was about to increase. Thinking about this, Master Ashenpine's heart felt a chill. Before Wang Lin's cultivation level increased, he used everything and only managed to end with both sides seriously injured. Now that Wang Lin had a breakthrough, he would undoubtedly die if they were to fight. Master Ashen Pine felt bitter and roared at the sky. He had prepared for many years, but he had to admit that he had failed with no room to recover. If he continued, it was likely he would leave his life here as well. I'll not resign to this. Master Ashen Pine's eyes were filled with monstrous hatred. He hated Wang Lin to the point that he wanted to devour Wang Lin's raw flesh. This person ruined all my effort, and there is also that old woman named Zhao. If she didn't try to steal from me, that person named Lu wouldn't have had the chance. Forget it. Forget it. Master Ashen Pine's expression was twisted and his eyes were filled with anger. However, it was even more filled with gloom and helplessness. I don't want it anymore. If you all want it, then take it. I'm leaving this seven-colored realm, and I'll completely seal this place. I'll destroy the seven-colored crack so that all of you will be trapped here forever. Only then will the anger in my heart ease a little. That person named Lu must have searched Pang Ditsai's soul when he killed him. But even Pang Ditsai doesn't know the real way to leave. He only knew what I wanted him to know. All of you will be trapped here forever for me. Master Ashen Pine quickly rushed toward the outer region. He moved along a path they didn't travel before toward the usual path he took to leave this place. He had traveled his path twice, so he was very familiar with it. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about meeting the lost ones, he could move even faster. However, as he was rushing forward, his body trembled and he suddenly turned around. Wang Lin's figure appeared in the distance and killing intent surrounded him. This caused Master Ashen Pine's heart to feel a chill. He quickly sped up and charged forward. As Wang Lin stared at Master Ashen Pine's figure, his hands formed a seal, and the illusion of the ancient god furnace appeared before him. His eyes lit up, and he pointed at Master Ashen Pine. Change positions. The moment he spoke, light suddenly appeared around Master Ashen Pine. Master Ashen Pine disappeared and immediately switched places with Wang Lin. Master Ashen Pine only felt his vision blur, and when he regained his vision, his expression changed greatly. Wang Lin and Master Ashen Pine's positions had been switched. Taking the moment that Master Ashen Pine was confused by the spell, Wang Lin closed the distance. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pressed at the void. His left hand quickly pointed to the back of his right hand. A surge of origin energy rushed into his palm and then shot at Master Ashen Pine. All of this happened in a flash. It was fast beyond imagination. Master Ashen Pine would have never expected Wang Lin to have such a treasure. When he realized it, the powerful origin energy had already closed in. His pupils shrank as he let out a scream, and his face twisted. 7 blood nascent souls appeared and condensed in the blurry lightning mark between his eyebrows. The mark let out a dazzling glow and shot at the origin energy charging at him. An earth-shattering rumble echoed across the land. Inside the cave not far away, Chen Tianjun walked out and gasped as he watched the battle between Wang Lin and Master Ashen Pine. Chapter 1202, Planting Dao. The bolt of lightning in front of Master Ashen Pine shot out just like during their first battle. It carried with it a monstrous might and collided with the origin energy in flash. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the surroundings. The endless origin energy dissipated and the lightning pierced through toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he mercilessly threw a punch. His ancient god power activated and the illusion of a giant ancient god appeared behind Wang Lin. This shadow was unimaginably large, and it threw a punch along with Wang Lin's punch. Popping sounds echoed and the punch immediately collided with the lightning mark. The world changed colors. The lightning mark trembled and suddenly collapsed, but the power of lightning inside turned into countless bolts of lightning that descended on Wang Lin. Master Ashen Pine's eyes were filled with viciousness. The moment he attacked, he used his most powerful spell. He hated Wang Lin so much that he hoped Wang Lin would immediately die. Thunder and lightning. Wang Lin revealed a look of contempt. Lightning flashed in his right eye and a vortex appeared between his eyebrows. His ancient thunder dragon origin soul flew out and let out a roar at the countless bolts of lightning in the sky. Roar. The ancient thunder dragon had power over thunder. With this roar, the lightning flashed in Wang Lin's right eyes and spread across his body. Soon, the space within thousands of feet of him became a thunder lake. The thunder descending from the sky paused for a moment and then fused with the thunder lake around Wang Lin, forming a boundless thunder hell. Wang Lin was like a thunder celestial inside the thunder lake. He breathed in, and the endless thunder quickly condensed into his right eye. This scene caused Master Ashen Pine's face to turn pale. He was completely stunned. Not far away, Chen Tianjuan's forehead was covered in sweat. His face was pale, and shock had filled his eyes. Wang Lin didn't stop. After he absorbed the lightning, there was a faint lightning mark in his eyes. It shot out from his eyes, just like the attack from before, and flew directly at Master Ashen Pine. Master Ashen Pine quickly retreated, and his hands formed a seal. The 7 nascent souls quickly gave off an intense blood-red light, and surrounded Master Ashen Pine in an attempt to block the lightning. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Although he hadn't actually broken through to the mid-stage of Nirvana Cleanser, the breakthrough in his domain had caused the power of his spells to become more powerful. He was also different compared to the first time he battled Master Ashen Pine. The moment the lightning shot out, Wang Lin reached out, and his storage space appeared. A 7-colored light came out from the crack, and the 7-colored nail appeared. Wang Lin grabbed it, and threw it. The 7-colored light turned into a ray of 7-colored light, and whistled at Master Ashen Pine at an extreme speed. Master Ashen Pine was surrounded by a bloodlight, and the lightning arrived. The bloodlight seemed to boil as popping sounds echoed. The bloodlight continued to collapse and dissipate. As Master Ashen Pine continued to retreat, his right hand opened his storage space. However, at this moment, he felt a powerful sense of danger. A ray of 7-colored light instantly closed in on him through the collapsing bloodlight. Master Ashen Pine's face instantly turned ashen. The 7-colored light was too fast. Blood splashed out from his chest when the 7-colored light pierced through. His origin soul was going to escape, but he let out a miserable groan. A 7-colored nail had punctured the chest of his origin soul. Master Ashen Pine's origin soul revealed a hint of panic, but madness soon appeared. Wang Lin immediately appeared behind Master Ashen Pine and placed his right hand on Master Ashen Pine's head. He was taking advantage of the moment that Master Ashen Pine's origin soul was seriously injured and about to go crazy to search his soul. Wang Lin quickly obtained the memories from Master Ashen Pine's origin soul. Master Ashen Pine's origin soul trembled, and the madness intensified. After just a moment, the madness reached a peak, and he let out a roar. Blood-red lines spread out from his chest and spread across his whole body. Wang Lin withdrew his hand and ignored Master Ashen Pine. He swept through Master Ashen Pine's storage space and took everything. At this moment, Master Ashen Pine went crazy. He held his head in his hands, and his eyes revealed a beast-like gaze. Then he pointed at the sky, and his body trembled. A roar came from his mouth before his body rapidly withered. In just a moment, he dissipated and turned into a blood bead. This bead gave off a blood-red light and covered all the 7-colored light in the sky. The world dimmed, and the blood bead shot at the sky. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This was his first time using the 7-colored nail. Based on his personal experience from forcing out the 7-colored nail, the 7-colored nail would instantly absorb all your vitality at the moment of madness. Then you would die while going mad. However, he didn't expect the blood bead to form at the moment of death. Seeing the blood bead charge into the sky, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to charge toward it. He approached the bead and grabbed it. The bead immediately began to struggle as if it wanted to break free. A powerful force came from within it that shook Wang Lin's mind and pulled him into the void. Wang Lin's expression changed, but just at this moment, the heaven-defying bead, which hadn't moved for a long time, suddenly condensed in his origin soul. It rapidly rotated, and a mysterious suction force entered his right hand. The blood bead trembled and suddenly stopped struggling. It entered Wang Lin's right hand and entered the heaven-defying bead inside his origin soul. Then 7-colored light gathered in Wang Lin's right hand, and the nail reformed. This strange scene shocked Wang Lin's mind, but he didn't reveal a hint of it. He put away the 7-colored nail, and his gaze fell on Qin Tianjun. Qin Tianjun had just witnessed Wang Lin slaughter Master Ashen Pine. When Wang Lin looked over, his face turned pale. He subconsciously took a few steps back and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Brother Lu's power is heaven-shaking. I admire you. Master Ashen Pine was vicious for bringing us all here. It is fortunate that he died by fellow cultivator Lu's hand. He deserved it. Fellow cultivator Lu did good. Wang Lin closed in on Qin Tianjun and slightly clasped his hands. Qin Tianjun looked cautiously at Wang Lin and explained before Wang Lin even asked any questions. I left earlier, but after traveling back along the original path to the altar, I found that I couldn't leave this 7-colored realm. Then I encountered a fierce beast and was seriously injured. I found this place and began healing. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he slowly said, escaping a rank 12 beast must not have been easy for fellow cultivator Chun. Qin Tianjun was nervous as he quickly said, I'm special. I have a good understanding of fierce beasts, so I barely was able to escape. Wang Lin have no feud with this Qin Tianjun and didn't want to fight over any treasures. He clasped his hands and was about to leave. Fellow cultivator Lu, wait. I have one thing to ask. Qin Tianjun was still hesitating, But seeing that Wang Lin was going to leave, he clenched his teeth and made up his mind. What is it? Wang Lin looked at Qin Tianjun. When fellow cultivator Lu searched Master Ashenpine's soul, Did you find a method to leave? Qin Tianjun looked at Wang Lin with a hint of nervousness. Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit and then nodded. Qin Tianjun let out a sigh of relief and became even more respectful. He sincerely clasped his hands. Please help me, fellow cultivator Lu. As long as you can take me out of here, any condition will be fine as long as I can leave this damn place. Wang Lin's gaze swept Qin Tianjun's face, and he shook his head. I don't plan on leaving soon. Qin Tianjun hesitated and whispered, No problem. Just take me when fellow cultivator Lu leaves. There's no rush. If you need me to do anything, just ask. After he finished speaking, he saw Wang Lin's expression remain calm, as if Wang Lin didn't agree, so he quickly said, Fellow cultivator Lu, with my understanding of fierce beasts and my spells from my battle beast sect, I can help fellow cultivator Lu gather origin crystals from the countless fog beasts here. I roughly calculated that there are at least 100 fog beasts and countless origin crystals. If fellow cultivator promises to take me out of here, I'll risk it and gather all those origin crystals. After we leave, there will be a big reward as well. Wang Lin was moved. After pondering a bit, he nodded and handed a jade to Qin Tianjun. After you finished gathering the origin crystals, you can send me a message. After that, Wang Lin no longer looked at Qin Tianjun and left. As Qin Tianjun watched Wang Lin disappear over the horizon, he let out a sigh of relief. He didn't lie. He indeed wanted to leave this place. Originally, he thought he had no chance, but after seeing Master Ashenpine die, he knew that his chances of leaving this place were in Wang Lin's hands. Taking the origin crystals will be very dangerous, so I need to prepare. Qin Tianjun took a deep breath and held the jade tightly, as if it was his hope of leaving. He returned to his cave. Wang Lin returned to the cave inside the valley and took out a large amount of origin crystals. He placed large amounts of restrictions around him and began absorbing the origin energy. Origin energy rushed toward him from all sides, and he cultivated his way toward the mid-stage of Nirvana Cleanser. Although this place is dangerous, this is the best place to cultivate. From Master Ashenpine's memories, there was that stone statue that he used to reform his body. Perhaps I can absorb some power from it. There is also those 3 from the Outer Realm. They have power and information about the Outer Realm I need. There is also that old woman in green with her life and death restriction, and there is also Sima Mo's time restriction. In the boundless stars, there was a star system that was far larger than all heaven, Brilliant Void, Summon River, and the Cloud Sea. Even if all 4 star systems were combined, it wouldn't be able to compare to this vast star system. This was called the Outer Realm by the people of the Sealed Realm. The people of the Outer Realm called this place the Primal Star System. There was a mysterious palace in a forbidden area of the Primal Star System. There was no sign of life here, and there were several 7-colored lights floating in the palace. There was a piece of jade with a name engraved on it inside each light. In the depths of the 7-colored realm stood the mountain where Wang Lin's mind had passed. A white-haired old man was sitting there, and behind him there was a cave. 7-colored light came from the cave, and many mournful wails slowly came from within. The old man suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky. After a long time, he silently nodded. Chapter 1203, Dao Essence. Large amounts of origin energy filled the valley Sima Mo's cave was located in. The origin energy formed a vortex that floated above the valley. Below the vortex was Wang Lin. The history of the 7-colored realm was mysterious, and there were many strange things here that were filled with danger. However, it was also a huge opportunity for Wang Lin. After he absorbed Master Ashenpine's memories, Wang Lin learned even more about the 7-colored realm. He even found out about the use of the bottle of liquid and the method to leave this place. If he hadn't broken through from the early stage of Nirvana Cleanser to the mid-stage, he would have hesitated. After all, Wang Lin had gained a much better understanding of the dangers here after taking Master Ashenpine's memories. More importantly, he knew of the existence of that mountain in the depths of the 7-colored realm. However, Wang Lin's domain had a breakthrough, so he just needed to absorb enough origin crystal to reach the mid-stage of Nirvana Cleanser. At that time, with his ancient god body, he could kill mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivators without any difficulty. Only late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivators would be a challenge. If I can reach the peak of the Nirvana Cleanser stage, those late-stage Nirvana Shatterer old monsters won't be my match. Wang Lin took a deep breath and the large amount of origin energy rushed into his body. It was all absorbed into his body. Popping sounds echoed and his hair moved without any wind. His origin soul was also cultivating and continued to swell, as he devoured the endless origin energy. As more and more origin energy entered, Wang Lin's origin soul became as large as his body. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened. His gaze was like the bright stars, and it pierced through the heavens and earth. The moment he opened his eyes, the large amount of origin crystals around him collapsed into dust, forming a ring around him. Mid-stage Nirvana Cleanser. Wang Lin smiled and let out a mouthful of foil air. Then he waved his hand, and a jade bottle appeared. This was the thing he had taken from Master Ashen Pine. Use the lost ones to devour Dao, and the enlightened ones to nourish Dao. The nourished Dao is then absorbed by the 4 stone tablets. Then use the scripture engraved on the skeleton under the tablet to transform this Dao into an unimaginable force. This force is then used to extract this black blood from the skeleton. But it isn't blood, it's the Dao essence of that person. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. This was the important information he had obtained from Master Ashen Pine's mind. Wang Lin didn't find how Master Ashen Pine had obtained his information. After all, Master Ashen Pine was a mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, and the Soul Search spell wasn't without flaws. Wang Lin couldn't obtain everything. The key of this Dao essence is the identity of that half-skeleton. There are 2 stone tablets, and from what I've seen, each should have half a skeleton nailed below them. So it was one person. This person must have been very famous. I don't know if he was killed, or if someone dug up his skeleton, but they used this heaven-shattering method to force out his Dao essence. If I drink his Dao essence, I can obtain his Dao. The scripture on the bones was carved on there later. It is unknown what powerful cultivator turned their spell into a scripture and thought of this terrifying idea. However, this Dao essence can't be consumed immediately. Once one drinks it, they fall asleep for an unknown amount of time. Master Ashen Pine's plan was to find an absolutely safe place here, drink it, and wait for the day he would awaken. This was also the reason why he didn't just drink it when he was fighting the old woman in green. The place he had chosen was the mountain in the depths of the 7-colored realm. Only, there was no sign of that white-haired old man in Master Ashen Pine's memories. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stared at the bottle in his left hand. Interesting. Everything here seems to produce Dao for the stone tablets to absorb. Even the fierce beasts are the same. As for why there aren't any rank 13 beasts, it is like all of them were killed and had their Dao souls taken. All of this is for the Dao essence in this jade bottle. However, the importance of this Dao essence to the powerful cultivator that set this up is likely not as simple as drinking it. The old man on the mountain must be guarding something. Perhaps what he is guarding is connected to all this. Wang Lin pondered a bit and put the bottle away. Sima Mo's jade said that there are 4 tablets, but when my mind spread out, there were only 2. One of stone tablets didn't even have a skeleton or bottle beneath it. This is a bit strange. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin looked at the 9 caves on the mountain. He had only checked the first 3, but after that, he didn't open them. His body flickered, and he arrived before the 4th cave. He placed his right hand on the rock that was sealing the cave, and the origin energy in his body surged. He gently pressed on the rock, and popping sounds came out. All the restrictions on it collapsed and moved to the side. The moment the rock moved, Wang Lin's lightning gaze looked inside, and he frowned. The 4th cave was completely empty. Stepping into the cave, Wang Lin carefully looked around, but still found nothing. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin arrived next to the 5th cave. This cave also had a restriction sealing it, and it was actually the time restriction. The ripples of the restriction were extremely powerful. It would be difficult to break this restriction. Wang Lin raised his right hand and formed seals, and restrictions immediately appeared. As his hand landed on the rock, a rumble came out from inside it, and large amounts of ripples immediately appeared. The moment it turned transparent, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He was startled when he saw through the transparent rock and saw what was inside. There were people in this cave. For cultivators with tattered clothes, no hair, and dead eyes walked in confusion inside the cave. It was as if they had never stopped once over the countless years and continued walking. There was a formation on the ground of the cave. This formation released a gentle light that surrounded the 4 of them and slowly drilled into their bodies. There was also a piece of jade at the center. Lost ones. Wang Lin immediately recognized the 4 of them. He thought of the information Sima Mo had left behind and gasped. He quickly arrived before the 6th cave and used the same method to make the rock transparent to look inside. There were 3 people inside the 6th cave. These 3 people seemed to have no physical bodies and were only ghosts. They drifted in the cave and seemed to be chanting something, but with the rock blocking the way, Wang Lin couldn't hear anything. Enlightened ones. Wang Lin saw that there were even more restrictions inside. These restrictions were there to completely seal them, making it impossible for them to come out unless they awakened one day and opened the restriction on their own. There was also a jade placed in the cave. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin walked to the 7th cave and made the rock transparent too. His eyes narrowed as he saw an old man sitting inside. This old man's hair was gray, and his face was deathly pale. He sat there as if he had been there for an eternity. There were even more restrictions here than in the cave with the enlightened ones. They completely sealed this place shut. The moment Wang Lin looked at the old man's eyes opened. His eyes were filled with madness as he stared at Wang Lin outside the rock and let out a roar. He charged like a beast, and spells appeared around him, and he shot toward the rock. However, the moment the old man's spells appeared, the restrictions in the cave flashed quickly and absorbed the spells. The old man roared even more intensely, and his hands smashed down on the rock. No sound came out. Wang Lin was able to see the old man's roar, but not hear it. The mountain rock remained motionless. After a long time, the old man seemed tired. He stared at Wang Lin as he retreated and sat back down. The restrictions returned to normal. Could he be a defying one? After looking at the 3 caves, Wang Lin had already understood that these people were Sima Mo's sect members. Sima Mo had brought them back and sealed them inside the cave in an attempt to awaken them. However, looking at it now, Sima Mo didn't succeed. The jades inside the Lost Ones and Enlightened Ones caves should contain the time restriction. Sima Mo's thought was that if one of them awakened, they would only need to learn the restriction to open it. Letting out a sigh, Wang Lin walked to the 8th cave. The restriction on the 8th cave wasn't a time restriction. After a glance, Wang Lin waved his hand, and the restriction dissipated. The rock rumbled and moved aside. The moment the 8th cave opened, Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. He stared at the items inside and finally let out a breath after a long time. There was half a skeleton inside this cave. This was the lower half of a skeleton, and there were countless words carved on it. This skeleton was completely black. The restriction on the ground sealed the skeleton completely. So the lost skeleton from the stone tablet is here. Wang Lin looked at the skeleton and felt a powerful force tugging at his mind. He retreated a few steps and cut off that bit of connection without any hesitation. After focusing himself, Wang Lin pondered for a bit. He wasn't willing to leave just like this. He looked at the skeleton and saw that there was a deep fracture on its right leg. Although it wasn't disconnected, the wound was very deep. After a long time, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal. He pointed at his body several times and placed a large amount of restrictions on his mind. Then his hand reached out and took out the crystal sword he had gotten from Master Ashen Pine. He left a sliver of his thoughts inside the sword and slowly walked forward. It was only few dozen feet, but Wang Lin was extremely careful every step. He slowly arrived next to the skeleton, squatted down, and reached for the fracture on the right leg without any hesitation. His mind extended out from his right hand. He was using his soul to comprehend. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense touched the bone, he felt a bang in his mind. Chapter 1204, The Plan of the Heavenly Dao. It was as if he wasn't touching the bone, but an unimaginable vortex. His divine sense was going into the depths of the vortex. Without his control, an unimaginable suction force pulled Wang Lin's divine sense deeper and deeper. Wang Lin was like a lonely boat in the raging waves. He was being sucked into the vortex. It was as if he was traveling through time to a period where he had never been to before. Thunderous rumbles echoed in his mind even more. If someone looked from outside the cave, they would see that Wang Lin's body was trembling, his face was pale, and that his face had even become twisted. His right hand trembled even more intensely, but it was glued to the skeleton. That skeleton suddenly gave off a golden glow. However, the moment the golden light appeared, the text on the skeleton gave off a black glow, trying to suppress the golden light. The two began a battle. This was a world filled with chaos. It was impossible to separate heaven and earth. The world seemed to exist, but also seemed not to exist. In the distant void, a person slowly walked over. This person wore white and looked like an old man. However, his figure was vague, making it difficult to see him clearly. He raised his head and looked up at the sky as if he was pondering. However, at this moment, 7-colored light suddenly arrived. This wave of 7-colored light tore the world apart, causing the chaos to collapse. The sky was no longer the sky and the earth was no longer the earth. It was now space. However, this space wasn't black, but 7-colored. This world had become a 7-colored world. The old man in white fiercely raised his head and waved his right hand. The word battle appeared. The world surrounded his body and gave off an endless, golden glow that forced the 7-colored light back. Just at this instant, a mighty voice echoed across the world. The world began at the origin. The sky is the beginning. The earth is the end. What this old man cultivates is the origin of the world. Law of origin, 7-colored guide, seal. With one word, all the 7-colored light in this world moved as if there was a force controlling them. All the boundless 7-colored light gathered toward the old man like crazy. It looked as if the world had reversed, and all the 7-colored light was gathering to form a seal. The 7-colored light continued to condense until it completely sealed the old man. The endless 7-colored light flashed as if the world was going to collapse. Bursts of roars came from inside the 7-colored world, but it grew weaker until it dissipated. Zhan Xingye, if it wasn't for this old man gifting you the battle scroll, how could you have reached the spirit void stage? If I take your Zhan family soul, I can use it as a guide to find where that old ghost Zhan hid his old bones for his void tribulate. Then I'll take his skeleton and force out the Dao Essence from both of you. I'll destroy his nirvana and complete the heavenly plan. The ancient voice sounded exhausted and gradually disappeared. At the same time, even the world Wang Lin was in began to shatter. It seemed like his origin soul was going to collapse and disintegrate with it. At this moment in Sima Mo's cave, the golden light from the skeleton was being suppressed by the black light and was forced into a corner. The black light headed for Wang Lin's hand and was about to enter his body. Just at this instant, the crystal sword Wang Lin had left in the cave suddenly shined and charged toward him. It moved between Wang Lin's fingertip and the skeleton, causing them to separate. Wang Lin's body trembled as he became sober and retreated without hesitation. He stared at the skeleton, and his mind was in turmoil. Zhan family ancestor, Zhan Xingye. Wang Lin's expression became gloomy. He knew that the Zhan family ancestor from all heaven had disappeared among the stars, and no one knew where he had gone. Zhan Xingye was extremely talented, and at some point he accidentally found the battle scroll. He studied it to comprehend the battle domain, and then disappeared in pursuit of a higher realm. No matter how much his future offspring searched for him, they couldn't find any clue of where Zhan Xingye was. I didn't think he would be Zhan Xingye. The person who killed Zhan Xingye using the law of origin could be the sovereign. Wang Lin's expression became even more gloomy. Thinking back about what happened, his heart felt cold. That 7-colored light was a spell similar to Sundered Night, but far more powerful. Just one spell was enough to kill Zhan Xingye, without him being able to resist at all. Wang Lin's mouth became dry. While pondering, he frowned and his eyes lit up. Something is wrong. If Zhan Xingye was killed like this, how could such a clear will remain? If he died, his will should have dissipated. Even though the will still exists, it shouldn't be this clear. Also, the voice of the sovereign at the end clearly seemed exhausted. Ideas raced through Wang Lin's mind, but he couldn't find any clues. Spirit void, void tribulate. Could these be two realms in the third step? When I comprehended the battle scrolls, I saw an old man. The battle scrolls were created by that person. He once said that his cultivation level had reached the void and that he was going to have a breakthrough. Could it be? Could it be that he was the old ghost Zhan the sovereign mentioned? From the way he spoke, this sovereign seems to dread this old ghost Zhan. In order to find where this old ghost Zhan hid his bones, the sovereign gave the battle scroll to Zhan Xingye. He let Zhan Xingye cultivate the battle domain before killing him for his soul. All of this was for the sake of the heavenly plan. What exactly is this heavenly plan? Wang Lin's mind became even more clear. Although there were some things he didn't understand, his thoughts were clear. The 4 stone tablets and 2 intact skeletons. This first skeleton is Zhan Xingye. Could the second skeleton be his ancestor, old ghost Zhan? Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. The battle scroll is the Dao left behind by old ghost Zhan. Wang Lin looked at the skeleton with a complicated expression. When he saw the faint, golden light, he began to ponder. He had a total of 3 battle scrolls inside his storage space. He had opened the first 2, but he hadn't opened the third one since obtaining them from the Zhan family. After pondering for a bit, he looked at the skeleton and his right hand reached at the void. 3 balls of light flew out. Inside the 3 balls of light were the 3 battle scrolls. The moment the battle scrolls appeared, the golden light that was forced into a corner by the black light flew out from the skeleton. It went straight into the 3 battle scrolls, and as the golden light shined, the scrolls fused together. This strange scene was not outside of Wang Lin's expectations. His gaze was serious as he stared at the 3 battle scrolls fusing. After a moment, the fusion ended and the cave was covered in a golden light. An illusionary word, battle, appeared before Wang Lin. The word battle released a golden glow and a terrifying aura. It headed straight for Wang Lin and was put into his storage space. You obtained the battle scroll and inadvertently became old ghost Zhan's cross-generation inheritor. Because of you, Sovereign found out where old ghost Zhan had buried his bones. Countless years later, I obtained the battle scrolls from your descendant. Today I saw your remains. Wang Lin revealed a complicated look before letting out a heavy sigh. He then left the cave and sealed it. Wang Lin didn't open the 9th cave as he wasn't able to break the restriction on it. He saw that it was filled with 7-colored gas, but he couldn't see what was inside. Inside the valley, Wang Lin looked at Sima Mo's remains and pondered for a long time. Then he left. Before Wang Lin left, he went to the first cave where the mosquito beast was and left a lot of origin crystals. Walking out of the valley, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He needed to see the tablet that he saw with his mind before. He needed to see the other half of Zhang Xingye's remains. After searching the memories of Pang Datsai and Master Ashen Pine, Wang Lin was no longer unfamiliar with this 7-colored realm. All the routes were deeply imprinted in his mind. He moved like a ray of light, but didn't fly, instead moving along the ground. He moved through the various valleys before he arrived at where Restriction, the old woman in green, was trapped in. The restriction had been opened, and the old woman had disappeared. After taking a glance, Wang Lin didn't stop. He passed by the mountain into the fog. Wang Lin was very familiar with this area. The murmuring of the enlightened ones entered his ears, and some even drifted by him. The more Wang Lin learned, the more he understood the enlightened ones. They were all former cultivators, but they had become things to help someone else nourish Dao. Wang Lin could even imagine that these enlightened ones were once amazing talents who had high understanding of Dao. That's why they were trapped by the Dao scripture and became enlightened ones to nourish Dao. He let out a sigh in his heart, but he didn't stop and charged ahead. He gradually saw a giant statue in the fog. Wang Lin stopped before the statue. His eyes shined as he jumped up and arrived next to the head of the statue. In Master Ashen Pine's memories, his cultivation method was called the 100 Blood. Origin forms the nascent soul. The 7th spirit of the sealed realm he summoned was comprehended from this statue. This cultivation method allowed him to cultivate a total of 9 nascent soul-like things, but they were far more powerful than nascent souls. More importantly, they would allow Master Ashen Pine to increase the speed at which he cultivated a spell by 9-fold. What was even more shocking was that each nascent soul could form a spell. Often, there were many spells that couldn't be cultivated together. No matter how good they were, you had to make a choice. The old woman's Yin-Yang ancestral spell was like this. However, this was not an issue for Master Ashen Pine. His 9 blood nascent souls could cultivate separately. However, before the battle with Wang Lin, one of the nascent souls was taken by the old woman, and then in the battle with Wang Lin, both of them were seriously injured, so he wasn't able to use the spells inside them. Chapter 1205, Pride. Wang Lin sat down on the head of the statue. He knew that the reason why Master Ashen Pine was able to restore his body and gain that lightning mark had a great connection to this stone statue. One of Master Ashen Pine's blood nascent souls cultivated the cultivation method left in this statue. Due to his 9-fold comprehension power, he barely obtained part of the inheritance left in this stone statue. Now Wang Lin had absorbed a majority of that inheritance during their battle with his command over thunder, and it was gathered in his right eye. At this moment, he took a deep breath and his divine sense surrounded the statue. The lightning came out from his right eye and surrounded him. Then the lightning mark on the statue flashed intensely and popping sounds echoed. A faint roar echoed. Wang Lin's eyes were closed as his divine sense surrounded the stone statue, and lightning surrounded him. He had an ancient thunder dragon origin soul, and had control over the heavenly thunder. All thunder had to listen to his command. However, the lightning from the statue gave off an ancient aura and was filled with pride. It moved around the statue and continued to collide with the thunder Wang Lin controlled. From a distance, one could only see ball of thunder surrounding the statue as lightning arched everywhere. The thunderous rumbles of thunder continued to echo. This was a battle between lightning and thunder. It was battle for control. Wang Lin didn't comprehend it like Master Ashen Pine. He didn't conform to the lightning mark of the stone statue to comprehend lightning. He didn't yield to the lightning mark like a servant and borrowed it to increase his comprehension. Master Ashen Pine was like a beggar that had waited for an unknown amount of time to obtain the little remaining power of lightning to turn it into his own spell. It even allowed Master Ashen Pine to summon the 7th spirit of the sealed realm that could injure Wang Lin's ancient god body. Master Ashen Pine had chosen a path of submission. He saw this statue as a god and had one of his nascent souls comprehend and worship it. There was no danger in this path. As long as you were worthy, you could obtain it. But how could Wang Lin choose this path? He even dared to defy the heavens. He did as he pleased as he traveled the world and dared to fight the heavens. He had defied the heavens to form his Dao and dared to compete with the heavens. He would never worship this mere statue like Master Ashenpine did. Even if the lightning inside the statue was heaven-shaking and could summon the seventh spirit of the sealed realm. What he wanted was for the lightning in the statue to yield under him. He didn't want to comprehend the lightning in the statue. He wanted to absorb it all, make it worship him. This was his pride, the pride of a heaven-defying cultivator and the dignity of an ancient god. Out of the countless clans in the ancient world, could any match up to the ancient god clan? Like the moon-devouring clan, Wang Lin had learned from Ling Er that they were but servants of the ancient gods. If the moon-devouring clan was like this, then this lightning mark clan, which seemed to also be a clan of the outer realm, also had to yield to him. Wang Lin opened his eyes and revealed an extremely tyrannical gaze. He let out a cold snort, and his right hand smashed down on the head of the stone statue. A thunderous rumble echoed, but the statue didn't collapse. Instead, an earth-shattering bolt of lighting shot up to the sky and then turned into a lightning dragon that charged at Wang Lin. When it rushed over, all the surrounding lightning was absorbed by it. It closed in on Wang Lin with a fierce and mad aura. This lighting dragon was fierce, but Wang Lin was even more fierce. This lighting dragon was crazy, but Wang Lin was 10 times, 100 times more crazy. The moment it closed in, thunder flashed in Wang Lin's right eye and shot out. A vortex appeared between his eyebrows, and the ancient thunder dragon descended into the seven-colored realm. With one roar, Wang Lin's ancient thunder dragon origin soul collided with the lightning dragon and began to devour it like crazy. In this constant devour, the stars of an ancient god vaguely appeared behind the vortex, and the power of an ancient god filled his body. His right hand mercilessly reached forward, and the image of an ancient god appeared. Wang Lin grabbed the lightning dragon and mercilessly squeezed. While the lightning dragon was fighting with Wang Lin's origin soul, its body trembled, and it let out a roar as it attempted to struggle free. However, the ancient god hand held it firmly, and as it squeezed, large amounts of lightning shot out. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul shot out and devoured this lightning dragon before returning to his body. The thunder in his right eye became several-fold stronger. This made Wang Lin's entire body become blurry, but his right eye gave off an intense glow. Any thunder in the world must obey my command. Wang Lin's voice was calm, but an invisible aura spread out. All the scattered lightning immediately gathered inside Wang Lin's eye to form a lightning mark. The moment the lightning mark appeared in Wang Lin's right eye, a large amount of cracks appeared on the stone statue. It started at the feet and quickly spread like crazy. They were like dragons charging at Wang Lin, who was on the head of the statue. The cracking sounds were earth-shaking, and there were bright flashes coming from within the cracks. The statue seemed like it was going to fragment, but it remained motionless. There was lightning moving within the cracks, and it instantly closed in on Wang Lin. A thunderous rumble echoed as the lightning moved like countless sliver snakes around Wang Lin's body. It formed a giant ball of lightning that was more than 1,000 feet wide. Wang Lin was inside the ball of lightning. The lightning struggled and refused to be controlled by Wang Lin. Then it began to contract like crazy toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a cold snort, and lightning surrounded his body. Although his cultivation level couldn't match the stone statue, his origin soul was an ancient thunder dragon. He was the master of thunder in this world. As long as it was thunder, it wasn't worthy enough to defy him. This had nothing to do with cultivation. It was a battle of thunder. The ancient thunder dragons were given the right to control thunder by the heavenly Dao. Wang Lin didn't believe in the heavens and would use his own Dao to steal the right to command thunder from the heavens. The stone statue was the ancestor of the Scatter Thunder clan. Although he was dead, he had spent his life with thunder as his companion and had almost become thunder. The lightning mark between his eyebrows refused to yield. It was rumored that the original ancestor of the Scatter Thunder clan was a bolt of thunder, a heaven-defying bolt of thunder that wouldn't yield even to the heavens. If others worshipped him, then that person would gain the right to control thunder. However, if that person resisted, they would be destroyed by thunder. However, Wang Lin was going to resist. Thunder flashed in his right eye, and the ancient thunder dragon origin soul flew out. As the ball of lightning closed in, it let out a roar. The roar contained the majesty to control all thunder in the world. The ball of lightning continued to contract, but it stopped 10 feet away from Wang Lin. There was a thunderous rumble, but it wasn't able to shrink even 1 more inch. Wang Lin had already stood up. He looked like a thunder celestial. The aura of an ancient god emerged from his body. If an ancient god and thunder could fuse, then he was a thunder ancient god. Wang Lin sent out a divine sense message. Yield or be destroyed. He knew that the lightning around him wasn't ordinary. This lightning contained its own will. If had will, it was a spirit. This lightning was a thunder spirit formed by the will of the person that died. Rumbling sounds echoed. The ball of lightning around Wang Lin seemed to tremble under the might of thunder coming from Wang Lin. Also, under the impact of Wang Lin's ancient god aura, it yielded. The ball of lightning turned into rays of lightning and charged toward the ancient thunder dragon origin soul. It let out a heaven-shaking roar and suddenly grew larger. The stone statue trembled as if it was going to collapse. Wang Lin took a step forward and stepped into the void. He turned around and stared at the lightning mark between the eyebrows of the statue that still hadn't dissipated. From now on, your clan won't be able to fight with me for the right over thunder. Wang Lin's right eye lit up, and the ancient thunder dragon origin soul let out a roar as it coiled around him. It fused with the thunder from his eye and charged at the lightning mark on the statue. The dragon on the lightning mark between the statue's eyebrows and the statue trembled even more violently. Just at the moment the dragon landed, the eyes of the stone statue lit up, and Wang Lin saw a star system within. There was a giant formation that was so large, it covered many starfields. There were cultivators outside it wearing strange clothes. It was obvious they weren't cultivators. They had looks of indifference, sarcasm, and disdain as they stared inside the formation. The inside of the formation was filled with celestial spiritual energy and origin energy ripples. Countless ancient Qi cultivators and celestials were attacking the formation like crazy in an attempt to break out from the formation. However, this formation was extremely strange and was difficult to break. No matter how much these cultivators and celestials attacked, the formation didn't move at all. Some of the celestials even gave up their lives and exploded, but they didn't dent the formation one bit. A sense of sorrow and despair shrouded the inside of the formation. There were 9 rays of light flashing inside the formation. One of them was an axe. As it flew through the air, anyone that dared to break through died. Wang Lin even saw many Qi cultivators decide to self-destruct in sorrow to stop this heaven-splitting axe, but they failed. There was another ray of light among the 9. It was a bolt of thunder. Everywhere it went, whether it was cultivators or celestials, everyone died. The indifference and disdain in the gazes of the people outside became even stronger. It was as if they nobles were looking at ant-like mortals. I refuse to let this be. I refuse to let this be. There will be a day when a future generation of cultivators will break this formation and cause all you outsiders to become extinct. Rivers of blood will flow in your outer realm. A celestial that was hit by the thunder let out a roar before his death. Chapter 1206. Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight. The scene from the eyes of the statue dissipated. The moment the scene dissipated, thunder flew out from the formation. It seemed to break through the void, the heavens, and time. It charged directly into Wang Lin's right eye. Thunderous rumbles echoed inside his mind, and he stumbled back several dozen feet. Then he stared at the stone statue with a ferocious expression. The stone statue suddenly collapsed into a pile of rubble and kicked up a lot of dust. Outer realm. For some reason, when Wang Lin saw that scene from the statue, his blood started boiling. When he saw the battle between All Heaven and the Alliance, countless cultivators died, but he didn't have this feeling. He witnessed a large calamity that arose due to a treasure, causing the deaths of countless cultivators, but he didn't have this feeling. He had seen the large factions inside the Alliance fight amongst each other, but he didn't have this feeling. However, at this moment, he didn't even know why, but when he saw that scene, especially when all those celestial ancestors died, he felt blood rushing to his head. The cries of the celestial before death seemed to echo in his ears. I refuse to let this be. I refuse to let this be. There will be a day when a future generation of cultivators will break this formation and cause all you outsiders to become extinct. Rivers of blood will flow in your outer realm. Staring at the collapsed statue, the lightning mark in Wang Lin's right eye continued to flash. After a long time, he turned around and flew toward the mountains surrounded by the time restriction. When Wang Lin absorbed the lightning mark, the youth with the lightning mark from the outer realm turned extremely pale, and his body faintly started trembling. He clearly felt that there had been a battle of thunder before him. One side seemed to be thunder from his bloodline, and the other side was also thunder, but that thunder shook his mind. He had almost lost control over the thunder inside his body. The 2 people beside him obviously didn't have such a strong reaction, but the youth with the crescent moon mark was still gloomy. He seemed to be thinking of something. As for the person with the fire mark, his eyes shined, and he didn't hide the greed in his eyes. What he was after was the power of fire he had noticed when Wang Lin's mind swept by. After a long time, the 3 of them appeared at the place where the stone statue collapsed. Looking at the stone statue, the youth with the lighting mark became even more pale, but there was also anger in his expression. He could feel that this statue was his ancestor. Although he didn't know why it was here, the thunder spirit the ancestor had left behind was forcibly taken by someone not long ago. However, after the anger faded, he was even more terrified. What do we do? The youth with the lightning mark looked at his two companions. The person with the fire mark slowly said, "If the three of us all release our seals to reach our peak power, it will be possible to kill this person." The person with the lightning mark hesitated for a bit, and then softly said, "How about we leave and report this spatial crack to the elders, and let them deal with it? I have a bad feeling. Wealth can only be obtained through danger." The youth with the crescent moon mark seemed to have made up his mind and clenched his teeth. The youth with the lightning mark silently pondered. A moment later, he revealed a fierce gaze and no longer hesitated. He searched for traces of thunder and rushed out. The other two followed, and they disappeared into the fog. Wang Lin moved like lightning through the fog and quickly arrived at where he fought Master Ashenpine for the bottle. He looked at the time restriction before him, and his eyes lit up. If this restriction hadn't been broken or had been broken a long time ago, it would have been very difficult for Wang Lin to open it unless he was willing to sacrifice treasures. However, this restriction had been broken just a few months ago, and although Wang Lin was in a dazed state when his mind passed over it, he still remembered an invisible crack on the restriction. This crack was the opening Master Ashenpine and the old woman in green had made. I only need to open that crack again. It shouldn't be hard. Wang Lin's hand formed seals, and countless annihilation restrictions flew out. They landed on the time restriction, and the light screen began to ripple. Wang Lin didn't even blink, and his divine sense spread out, carefully observing. Shortly after, his eyes narrowed as he found the opening from before. Although this crack had healed, the time restriction here was only several months old. Unless countless years passed, this flaw would remain. This was one of the drawbacks of a time restriction. After finding the crack, Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and the crystal sword appeared. The moment the sword appeared, the aura of a pseudo-nirvana void treasure appeared. There was a flash of light, and the sword shot at the crack. A thunderous rumble immediately echoed, and ripples violently appeared on the time restriction. A fine crack appeared as the sword approached. At this moment, the crystal sword closed in, and under Wang Lin's control, endless sword energy spread out, causing an even louder rumble. Just at this moment, Wang Lin jumped up and his right hand reached at the air. The trident suddenly appeared, giving off an endless, black glow. Wang Lin crashed down at the crack like a meteor. He was very fast, and instantly closed in. The trident immediately stabbed into the crack, and a powerful force rushed into Wang Lin's body. However, Wang Lin let out a cold snort, and his ancient god power filled his body. His right hand mercilessly pushed, and as popping sounds echoed, the trident pierced through the restriction. Then he left the trident and created a hole dozens of feet wide using the crack that had just healed several months ago. Wang Lin's left hand reached out and put away the crystal sword. He then rushed into the crack and charged at the mountain peak. As for the stone gate with the lightning mark, Wang Lin only looked at it before withdrawing his gaze. He soon arrived at the top of the mountain and swept his trident. A thunderous rumble echoed, and a spatial crack quickly appeared before him. He knew the exact location because of Master Ashenpine's memories, and because his mind had swept past this location when he was comprehending Dao. The crack appeared, and Wang Lin directly walked inside. Shortly after he entered, the three Outer Realm youths appeared outside the restriction. They looked at each other before clenching their teeth and entering the crack Wang Lin had opened. They headed for the mountain. When Wang Lin entered the mysterious space, he immediately saw the giant stone tablet. His eyes narrowed as he walked forward, and his gaze was pointed at the bottom of the tablet. He saw half a skeleton that was nailed to the stone tablet with 2 7-colored nails. His eyes lit up, and he didn't hesitate to open his storage space. The golden word battle flew out from his storage space. The moment it appeared, the golden light from the skeleton began to fly out. The black and golden light from the skeleton constantly changed. In the end, the golden light flashed and flew out from the skeleton and went into the word battle. At this moment, a bright, golden light filled the void. At this moment, the golden word battle flew directly to Wang Lin and landed between his eyebrows. Wang Lin's mind trembled. This old man is Zhang Xingye. I know the sovereign will try to force me to yield in the future. However, as a cultivator of the all-heaven star system, I'd rather die than work for with people of the outer realm. One who inherits my Dao. Comprehend this battle intent and slaughter your way to the outer realm in the future. Offer their blood to my spirit. Wang Lin's heart was filled with a monstrous battle intent, and countless scenes of Zhang Xingye battling the world appeared in his mind. The countless images contained a powerful comprehension toward battle, and as his comprehension deepened, his domain began to fuse with this battle intent, causing a startling change. Just as Wang Lin was comprehending, a distortion appeared in the space he was in, and the three youths stepped inside. The youth with the fire mark stared greedily at Wang Lin. At this close distance, he could feel the fierce fire origin energy inside Wang Lin. If I devour him, I can evolve. The youth with the lightning mark was startled as he looked at Wang Lin. He could feel the powerful thunder from Wang Lin, but he also saw that Wang Lin was in a mysterious state. A heavenly opportunity. Only the youth with the crescent moon mark suppressed the shock in his mind when he saw Wang Lin's back. His pupils shrank, and a distant memory resurfaced in his heart. It indeed was him. The three of them charged at Wang Lin at the same time, with powerful killing intent. The three of them all formed seals, and mercilessly hit their foreheads with their palms. There were 3 popping sounds, and their bodies all went through shocking changes. The youth with the lightning mark expanded to hundreds of feet large, and was covered in lightning. The youth with the fire mark suddenly grew a pair of fire wings, and a single horn appeared on his head. His expression revealed pain, but it was ferocious. The youth with the crescent moon mark was the most strange. His body didn't change much, but his skin turned into the color of the moon. This crystal color became a stark contrast against the golden light. However, just as they charged in and closed in, Wang Lin suddenly turned around. His eyes became clear and revealed a hint of mockery. It was the same mockery the Outer Realm Cultivators had toward the Sealed Realm Cultivators. I'm a hero both in life and death. Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight. The last words of Zhang Xingye, when facing the sovereign, appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Chapter 1207, Thunder? Fire? Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with battle intent. The 3 people were all from the Outer Realm, and the scene from the stone statue had caused his blood to boil. At this moment, there was no karma, only killing intent. The more he learned about the past, the stronger this killing intent became. The youth with the lightning mark was the fastest, and he closed in. He was originally only a peak Nirvana Cleanser cultivator, but after the strange transformation, his cultivation level increased, and he unexpectedly reached the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer. Then it broke past the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer to reach the mid-stage. Wang Lin had never seen this kind of ability before in his life. This wasn't them hiding their cultivation levels. They had borrowed power from the heavens. To be more exact, this wasn't the first time Wang Lin had fought with the people of the Outer Realm. In the void with the Moongazer Serpent, he had already fought with them, but back then Wang Lin was too weak to attract their attention, and he had no control over his own fate. However, now Wang Lin was qualified to look at the 3 fiercely charging at him with disdain and mockery. The youth with the lightning mark was covered in lightning, and as he moved forward, popping sounds echoed. He seemed to become lightning as he quickly closed in. His hands formed a seal, and the lighting around him formed a giant figure. This figure was more than 1,000 feet tall, and was covered in blue lightning. It had a large lightning mark between its eyebrows, and its gaze could shake the mind of anyone who met it. Thunder collapse. The youth with the lightning mark roared as he closed in on Wang Lin. Thunder. The mockery in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. Thunder flashed in his right eye, and the lightning mark also appeared in his right eye. He took a step forward. At this moment, the world seemed to slow down in Wang Lin's eyes. Everything seemed to be underwater and almost stopped. The 3 people before him, even the youth with lightning, were so slow that they were insignificant. With one step, before a thunderous rumble could echo as he broke the sound barrier, he already arrived before the person with the lightning mark. He raised his right hand and smashed it into the youth's chest. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 4 strikes. In a short moment, Wang Lin's 2 fingers formed a sword and struck 4 times. Rumble, 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 rumble. The youth with the lightning mark turned pale, then shock filled his eyes, and he coughed out blood. His chest was a bloody mess, and large amount of lightning was flashing on his chest. The lightning quickly spread like a net and surrounded his body. This happened in a flash. It was also fast. No one had time to react. To the remaining 2 people from the Outer Realm, Wang Lin had just turned around and hadn't moved at all with that look of mockery in his eyes. However, in that instant, one of their companions coughed out blood and was thrown back. It was also at this moment that the thunderous rumble arrived. Thunder Ancestor, lend me the power to devour this sealed realm cultivator. Popping sounds came from the youth with the lightning mark, and more than half of the bones in his body were broken. He was thrown back few hundred feet, and the lightning around him collapsed. There was also a lightning net around him that seemed to seal him. covered in blood. His head jerked up and he let out an earth-shattering roar. It was filled with madness. However, in Wang Lin's eyes, this madness was filled with fear and despair. The moment the person with the lightning mark roared, the illusion around him began to turn corporeal. Endless lightning appeared out of nowhere and gathered toward that illusion. As the lightning gathered, the illusionary figure, which was 1,000 feet tall, became like the incarnation of heavenly thunder. Wang Lin's expression remained indifferent, and he took one more step forward. With this step, his true and false domain spread out. This step seemed to land on the heartbeat of the youth with the lightning mark. A thunderous rumble echoed and more blood gushed out from his chest. His right hand gripped his chest. His heart had collapsed due to Wang Lin's domain. Wang Lin didn't even look at this person. With one step, he seemed to raise to the heavens, and he arrived next to the large figure and casually hit it with his right palm. At the same time, thunder flashed inside his right eye. The lightning mark flew out from his eye and landed between the eyebrows of the illusion. From now on, your clan is deprived of the right to fight with me over the control of thunder. His voice was gloomy but also filled with a sense of majesty. It was like law and was filled with the determination to seal a clan. It was as if he was taking back the control that had been given to the Scatter Thunder clan. The illusionary figure trembled and collapsed into endless lightning. It unexpected turned into lightning and descended on the youth. Popping sounds echoed as the youth's body instantly collapsed and turned to ashes. His origin soul was tied up by the lightning. When Wang Lin turned around, all the lightning and thunder was absorbed by him. The youth's origin soul was pulled into Wang Lin's right eye as well. The lightning mark in Wang Lin's right eye became even more clear. All of this happened in an instant. The pupils of the person with the fire mark shrank, and his eyes became filled with unimaginable fear. He couldn't help but pause, and was about to retreat. Wang Lin turned around, and his gaze fell on the youth with the fire mark. Fire. The disdain in his eyes became even stronger. A monstrous flame appeared in his right eye, and a sea of flames covering thousands of feet around him appeared. The youth with the fire mark became pale. He wanted to retreat, but he was surrounded by the sea of fire. He struggled and let out a roar. The wings made of fire behind him waved, and a large amount of fire appeared to form a firestorm. After forming the firestorm, he charged at Wang Lin. As he moved forward, his hands formed a seal, and strange chants came from his mouth. Even more fire came out from his body, forming a wall of fire that smashed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the sea of flames seemed to boil. The entire sea of flames closed in on the youth with the fire mark. This was a duel between fire and fire. The two fires from the same origin, but controlled by two different people, collided in the blink of an eye. A series of heaven-shaking rumbles echoed, and with a bang, the youth with the fire mark charged out. The fire wings, which were similar to the wings of a vermilion bird, gave off a purple fire as he closed in on Wang Lin. Not a human or a vermilion bird, just a deformed resident of the outer realm. The fire from Wang Lin's left eye covered his whole body, and the vermilion bird armor appeared around him. At this moment, he was like an ancient fire god. The moment the youth with the fire mark saw this, he became crazy and his eyes filled with disbelief. He exclaimed, "Holy armor! Burn!" Wang Lin's eyes revealed indifference and killing intent. He lifted his left hand and pointed at the youth with the fire mark. With this, the youth's body trembled violently, and the terror in his eyes was indescribable. He let out a miserable scream as the fire burst from inside his body, and he burned himself. As a member of the Fire Sparrow clan, he had been accompanied by fire his whole life. He could have never imagined that one day he would be betrayed by this fire. The fire he had always freely controlled had completely betrayed him, as if it had met its true master. His miserable screams echoed as his body was burned to ashes. However, after his body turned to ashes and his origin soul was burning, he let out a chant. "I summon the ancestral spirit as a member of the Fire Sparrow clan." The moment his voice echoed, his origin soul collapsed. The specks of light turned into fire and turned into an illusionary vermilion bird. This vermilion bird was black and was covered in an aura of hostility. It didn't even seem like a vermilion bird. It was more like a firebird that was enlarged several-fold. It was filled with hostility as it let out a roar and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a cold short, and his left eye shined. The cry of a real vermilion bird echoed from inside his body. At the same time, a white vermilion bird appeared around him. This was the true vermilion bird. The moment it appeared, it stared at the giant, black firebird and revealed a look of contempt. Without the need for Wang Lin's order, it charged out with a cry. At this moment, half of the world was covered in flames, and it attempted to devour the large firebird. The giant, black firebird became even more hostile, but it showed obvious intent to retreat. From now on, your clan is deprived of the right to fight with me over the control of fire. As Wang Lin's words echoed, the Vermillion bird and the black firebird collided. A thunderous rumble echoed and the black firebird immediately collapsed, unable to resist at all. It was as if it had met its ancestor, or when the fake meets the real. The fire the black firebird released after it collapsed was immediately devoured by the Vermillion bird, and even its spirit was devoured. At this moment, all the fire in this world belonged to Wang Lin. The Vermillion bird let out a cry. It was in high spirits. It unexpectedly showed sign of a third awakening. The flames around its body burned even higher and stronger. This scene caused the expression of the youth with the crescent moon mark to change drastically, and he finally turned pale. He was covered in cold sweat. He couldn't even get a clear look at Wang Lin's figure before everything just ended in an instant. He thought about how this person had seriously injured his teacher in the void, even though his teacher said later that this person wasn't even strong enough to withstand one blow. Without any hesitation, the youth with the crescent moon mark immediately retreated like crazy to escape from this terrifying existence. It was as if the closer he was to this person, the more nervous he became and the closer his mind came to collapsing. Wang Lin coldly stared at the youth and uttered words that made the youth lose his wits. A mere slave clan dares to call themselves the heavenly Dao before me? Chapter 12:08 Resolve the Ancient Covenant. The youth with the crescent moon mark turned and roared at Wang Lin. I'm not from a slave clan. Wang Lin looked at the youth with an indifferent gaze, and the fire around became more intense. The first time he met the youth was inside the void in the battle against the Moongazer serpent. He had come from the outer realm and formed a vortex in an attempt to take the Moongazer serpent. This person was extremely arrogant, and proudly said that he was the heavenly Dao before the people of the sealed realm like Wang Lin. Wang Lin was shocked at the time, but the more he learned about the past, the colder his gaze toward the youth became. The slave clan of the ancient gods. The one who was sheltered by the ancient gods in primordial times, the moon-devouring clan. As Wang Lin let out a cold snort, his right hand formed a fist, and he threw a punch. The power of an ancient god rushed through the void, and a thunderous rumble echoed as if it could destroy the world. It quickly closed in on the youth. The youth's face was pale. He knew that he could not escape. If he wanted to live, he had to fight. However, his heart felt bitter. Even if he fought, what were the chances of him surviving? He didn't know. If he was outside and he was fighting with one of his own clan members, he could at least surrender. However, this person was a sealed realm cultivator and also an ancient god, a royal ancient god. From the records from his family, his clan had betrayed the ancient gods. Even if he surrendered, he couldn't escape the fate of death and having his soul searched. What exactly is this damn place? Why would sealed realm cultivators appear here? The youth's expression became even more ferocious and he let out a roar. His hands formed a seal and his body became even more crystal-like, as if he was covered in moonlight. As Wang Lin's fist closed in, he began to rotate and formed a vortex. Within the vortex, a giant, crescent moon appeared. The moment Wang Lin's fist landed, there was a thunderous rumble. The crescent moon trembled violently, but didn't collapse. However, blood came out from the corner of the youth's mouth. He clenched his teeth and surged all the power in his body. He then pushed forward and shouted, "Rebound moon force." In an instant, the light from the crescent moon became blinding and the image of an ancient god punch shot out at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was unchanged as he sneered and lifted his right hand for another punch. At the same time, he took a step and closed in at an unimaginable speed. The punch landed with the punch formed by the crescent moon and a roar echoed. How can the spell of a slave clan fight against an ancient god? Wang Lin rushed forward and his right fist continued to throw punches at the vortex. The rumbling continued, and the youth inside the vortex continued to retreat. Every step he took back caused his body to tremble violently. At this moment, Wang Lin was like a battle celestial. He was filled with endless battle intent as he closed in step by step. One of them pushed forward and one retreated, and each punch created a rebound moon force. At this instant, all sounds were suppressed by these rumbles. "Break for me." Wang Lin's voice was calm, but it contained an invisible pressure. At this moment, his body rotated and his right foot kicked the vortex. As the popping sounds echoed, the vortex collapsed. The crescent moon inside fragmented and exploded. A bloody shadow was pushed out. It was the youth covered in blood. He was thrown into the distance in an arc. Wang Lin walked toward the youth. The youth's eyes were blurry, but he struggled to chant a very complex spell. At the same time, his hands formed a seal and he pointed to between his eyebrows. Forbidden Moon Spell, God's Wrath. This youth knew that his moon-devouring clan had an ancient forbidden spell. He was not supposed to use this spell until it was the last resort, because it was humiliating for his moon-devouring clan to use it. As he roared, he knelt down on the ground. Wang Lin closed in. The youth's hand formed a strange seal, and he began worshipping. Lend the power of the god's souls to the members of my moon-devouring clan. The moment his voice echoed, a powerful ancient god power appeared around the youth. The space behind him twisted, and the shadow of an ancient god several thousand feet tall appeared. The ancient god was a blur, and his eyes were closed. Only his 7 ancient god stars gave off a dazzling glow. The youth's heart felt humiliation, but at this moment of crisis, he couldn't care for too much as his hoarse voice echoed across the void. I request the ancient god soul to give this slave the power of the moon to destroy all my enemies. The ancient god shadow that appeared behind him suddenly opened his eyes and revealed an ancient and tyrannical gaze. He slowly lifted his right hand, then it descended toward Wang Lin. The youth's eyes were vicious as he thought in his heart, since you're both ancient gods, then I'll let you ancient gods kill each other. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sorrow as he looked at the shadow of the ancient god and the punch that was closing in. He let out a sigh, and the ancient god stars between his eyebrows appeared. They began to rotate, and ancient god aura filled his body. The ancient god language came from Wang Lin's mouth and spread out like ripples. The clan you protect has betrayed my ancient god clan. As a royal ancient god, I order you all to scatter. The shadow of the ancient god paused. His eyes became filled with confusion and then liberation as he gradually disappeared. It had been a long time since a royal ancient god had appeared among the ancient gods. The ancient god soul that protected the moon-devouring clan was just a sliver of will. Back then, it was a royal ancient god that decided to protect the slave moon-devouring clan, and the entire ancient god clan carried it out without hesitation for a long time. Even as time passed and they died, the will that existed in the world continued to shelter them. This would go on until another royal ancient god appeared to give the order to stop. That was the only way for this ancient covenant to be resolved. Today, at this moment, Wang Lin's words were the will of the royal ancient gods. The youth was completely startled. With his experience, how could he know this big secret? He didn't know, and that's why he was stupid enough to borrow the power of the ancient gods before a royal ancient god like Wang Lin. From now on, the ancient gods will no longer shelter the moon-devouring clan. They will destroy the moon-devouring clan. These were the last words the youth heard. Wang Lin walked forward, and a kick swept forward. A rumble echoed through the youth's body as all his bones collapsed, but his flesh didn't disintegrate. Instead, he was swept toward the skeleton under the stone tablet by Wang Lin's kick. With a bang, his body overlapped with the skeleton, and his shoulder was pierced by the 2 7-colored nails. A burst of earth-shattering cries came from the youth as his body was affixed by the 2 7-colored nails. The pain of having your Dao sucked away and your soul constantly crushed was not something an ordinary person could endure. Wang Lin didn't immediately kill him, but made him suffer the pain Zhan Xingye had gone through. To wait for death after endless torture. The youth's body trembled under the stone tablet. He struggled to leave, but couldn't. Not even his origin soul could escape, as it was sealed inside his body. Wang Lin slowly came closer and pressed his right hand on the youth's head. His divine sense rushed in and searched his soul by force. After obtaining the memories, the youth was about to pass out. However, the pain was so intense that he was unable to pass out. He couldn't kill himself and could only endure the endless torture until he slowly died. Wang Lin withdrew his right hand and let out a sigh. At this moment, the fire on the Vermillion bird reached a new height. As the fire burned, it continued to climb to the 3rd awakening. Outside the majestic formation that sealed this area, the endless star system was known as the Ancient Star System, or the Outer Realm. In the vast Ancient Star System, there was a place filled with lightning. This was where the famous Scatter Thunder clan was located. There was a thunder lake that had existed for eternity in the Scatter Thunder clan. This thunder came from the void and continued to rumble endlessly. The Scatter Thunder clan had built a temple around it and offered sacrifices to the thunder. However, the moment the person with the lighting mark died and Wang Lin said that he withdrew their right to control thunder, this thunder lake that had existed for eternity let out a heaven-shaking thunder hymn. This shocked the entire Scatter Thunder clan and caused all their hearts to skip a beat. Everyone's expressions changed, and they rushed over. The moment they spread out their divine senses, the eternal thunder lake suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if it was taken away. After 10 breaths of time, it returned, and although it returned, This scene caused endless panic and fear among the Scatter Thunder clan. In the ancient star system, there was an area where the Fire Sparrow clan was located. This place was very similar to the Vermillion Bird Divine Sect, where the entire region was burning. Similarly, there were countless Vermillion bird statues erected on temples. However, these Vermillion birds were black, as if they were firebirds instead. However, the moment the member of the Fire Sparrow clan died and Wang Lin said that he was taking back the control over fire, all the firebird statues trembled and cries of hostility filled the stars. Cracking sounds rumbled across the stars, and about 30% of the firebird statues collapsed. The entire Fire Sparrow clan was shocked. At the moment the firebird statues collapsed, an old man looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. The ancient legend said that when they return, all the pseudo-Vermillion birds will collapse. At the same time, among the 7 powerful clans, a shocking matter occurred at the Moon-Devouring clan. It was a change that terrified all the Moon-Devouring clan members. Chapter 1209, would you? As one of 7 great clans of the ancient star system, the Moon-Devouring clan controlled a vast star field. Their ancestor had once obtained great merits, so the status of the Moon-Devouring clan was very high. There were also 3 of them that became elders of the Sovereign Union, which allowed them to have countless years of glory. In the southern part of the Moon-Devouring clan, there was a forbidden land that no one was allowed to enter. There was also heavy protection around this area, and only certain people in the clan could enter this place to cultivate. There were 9 giant statues in this forbidden location. These were statues of 9 ancient gods. Each statue had an old man sitting on top. They were holding strange seals and seemed to be forcibly absorbing the power of the ancient gods from the statues. Since ancient times, after they betrayed the ancient gods, the moon god had always tried to find a way to take the power of the ancient gods. They hoped to one day wash away the humiliation of the past and make the ancient gods slaves of the Moon-Devouring clan. In order to achieve this, the entire Moon-Devouring clan spent all their efforts and researched for countless years before they finally found a method to devour ancient gods. However, this method contained great flaws and dangers. Even to this day, no one had succeeded. The 9 elders on the 9 ancient god statues were all the most talented members of the Moon-Devouring clan, and they had shocking power. This was the only reason they were allowed to attempt to cultivate here. Everything went on calmly. This place was completely calm and was almost like the realm of the dead. However, at this moment, the youth from the Moon-Devouring clan summoned the ancient god Shadow in the 7-colored realm, and Wang Lin gave the command as a royal ancient god to annul the ancient covenant. Thunderous rumbles came from the 9 ancient god statues and cracks covered the statues. This sudden change caused the 9 people who were cultivating to awaken from their cultivation. They were shocked, terrified, and filled with confusion. They had no idea what was happening. However, the change didn't end. The moment the 9 of them flew up, one of the ancient god statues suddenly collapsed, and the ancient god power inside dissipated into the world. At the same time, the second ancient god statue trembled and more cracks appeared on it. In the blink of an eye, it turned to dust and disappeared under the dumbfounded gazes of the 9 cultivators. Seeing that the remaining 7 statues were collapsing as well, their expressions changed greatly. Do whatever it takes to stop these slave statues from collapsing. A heaven-shaking voice swept by with an unimaginable divine sense. An old man who gave off an ancient aura and was wearing a moon robe arrived from the distance. He waved his hand, and the sky became covered in moonlight. The Moon-Devouring clan was extremely arrogant to even dare to call the ancient gods slaves. Although the ancient gods weren't really their slaves, it was easy to see the desire of the clan. Several powerful auras rushed over from the distance. What exactly happened? This was the terrifying question that appeared in the heart of every Moon-Devouring clan member that arrived. The old man wearing the moon robe looked up at the void and said as he gnashed his teeth, "A royal ancient god has annulled the ancient covenant." However, hidden deep in his eyes was fear and panic that became stronger and stronger. Wang Lin don't know what had happened in the ancient star system outside the sealed realm. The wailing gradually weakened until it eventually disappeared. The body of the youth of the Moon-Devouring clan turned into blood that dripped down to the ground from Zhan Xingye's skeleton. This youth's bones had completely shattered and scattered everywhere. Only 2 pieces of bone remained. They were pinned down by the 7-colored nails. Wang Lin didn't pay attention to any of this. His gaze fell on the Vermillion bird, and he felt the fire become even more intense. In the end, the Vermillion bird let out an earth-shattering cry before it rushed down and entered Wang Lin's left eye. At this instant, a sea of fire appeared around Wang Lin and filled this entire space. He immediately moved and left this place. After leaving through the spatial crack, he arrived at the top of the mountain under the time restriction and immediately sat down. The seven-colored light fell from the sky, but it immediately began to distort as if it was burning. It was unexpectedly being forced back by the temperature of the fire inside Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's left eye gave off a shocking fire. This fire was red at first, but it soon turned white. This caused Wang Lin's left eye to turn almost completely white. The Vermillion bird was about to awaken for the third time. After absorbing the feather in Peng Lai and devouring the firebird ancestral spirit the Fire Sparrow clan member had summoned, the third Vermillion bird awakening had arrived. At this moment, the seven-colored light continued to be pushed back and a heat wave spread out with Wang Lin as the center. The time restriction had already recovered, but due to the seal, it made the temperature here become even higher. The crimson-red armor around Wang Lin absorbed the heat coming from his body. Monstrous flames filled the surroundings. These burning flames seemed to be competing with the heavens. The Vermillion bird was the being that controlled all the fire in the world. No one knew where it came from, but legend had it that when the world was born, it contained 5 elements. The Vermillion bird was born from the fire element. Today, whether the legend was true or not no longer mattered. The important thing was that the Vermillion bird clan had existed since ancient times. They were born from fire and never extinguished. This clan cultivated the power of fire and had the mark of the Vermillion bird on their bodies. Every awakening of the mark meant the metamorphosis of the Vermillion bird, and it represented the heaven-shaking power of fire. In ancient times, the first Vermillion bird awakening wasn't uncommon, but as time passed, due to the diluting bloodline, fewer and fewer people awakened. There is no need to even talk about people who awakened a second time. It was rare even in the ancient times, and now even more so. Anyone who had awakened twice would be able to shock any Vermillion bird clan member. However, compared to the third awakening, it was like comparing the firefly to the moon. The third awakening seemed to have disappeared. Only in ancient primal times did there seem to be a few with shocking talent that reached this realm. However, no one knew if it was true or not. Those who awakened 3 times were like the fire spirits of the world, and they controlled all fire. At this moment, Wang Lin was going through his third awakening. The temperature of the fire inside the restriction became higher and higher. The space inside began to fragment, as if it couldn't withstand the flames. The Vermillion bird armor seemed to melt. It was as if this armor couldn't withstand the heat coming from Wang Lin's body. The armor melted into liquid, but it didn't fall. Instead, it was absorbed by Wang Lin's body. The sea of flames that came out from Wang Lin's body increased until it filled the entire area within the restriction. At first the fire was red, but as it burned, all the fire inside the restriction turned white. This white fire contained the power to destroy the world. The moment it appeared, it caused large amounts of black gas to appear from the mountain beneath him, as if it was being refined. Before the black gas could spread, it dissipated due to the impact of the fire. One could only see the mountain shrink and begin to collapse. Cracks even appeared on the stone gate on the mountain. The young woman in green trembled and was turned into gas. She disappeared without a trace. What was even more shocking was what happened to the beast's soul sealed by the 7 light. Some of the light collapsed and the beast's soul inside was burned to death. However, the beast's Dao intent didn't dissipate, and it fused with the fire. As a result, this caused the fire to seem like it contained will. It wasn't just one will, but countless wills, but in the end they would all be something under Wang Lin's control. In just a moment, the mountain completely collapsed. Even the rubble was burnt to nothing. Only the rank 12 and 13 beast souls were lucky enough to survive due to the 7-colored light around them. The moment the mountain collapsed, the temperature of the fire reached a new peak. Under the powerful impact of the fire, the weakest point of the time restriction, which was the crack, wasn't able to withstand it anymore and was torn open. The fire seemed to find a place to vent, and it immediately rushed out of the crack. In an instant, it began burning the restriction. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the time restriction turned into a burning ball of fire and immediately collapsed. The moment it collapsed, the world was shocked. Large amounts of fire rushed out and spread across the 7-colored realm. In the mountain in the depths of the realm, the white-haired old man suddenly opened his eyes and became filled with shock. He quickly got up and looked toward where Wang Lin was. In the ancient star system, in the palace that was floating among the boundless stars, it was no longer bright. Only the floating jades gave off a gentle light that seemed to light up the temple. The temple was completely quiet to a terrifying degree. However, at this moment, one of the candlesticks suddenly lit up. The fire flickered, causing the temple to alternate between bright and dark. making the temple even more gloomy. The more prosperous the fire, the more delicious the soul will be. A mumbling voice echoed as an old, withered finger appeared next to the fire and pointed at it. This made the fire burn even more brightly. However, the location of the owner of the finger was somewhere not even the candlestick could light up. Are you not afraid that this prosperous fire will burn your finger? A second voice echoed in the temple. These words were very cold. Would it? The finger extended into the fire, allowing the candle to burn it. At the same time, deep within the seven-colored realm, the old man's pupils shrank. He seemed to have been given an order, and he charged toward Wang Lin's location. Chapter 12:10, Blue Vermillion Bird. The mountain where Wang Lin was at had disappeared, and only a few orbs of seven-colored light surrounding the beast's souls remained. The fire burned endlessly, causing the seven-colored lights to flicker. They seemed like they could break at any moment. The restriction around the area shattered into countless burning fragments and pushed outwards. Even the endless fog inside the mountain range was torn apart by the fire and completely dissipated. For the first time in countless years, the fog disappeared from this mountain range. The enlightened ones inside the fog floated in the air, resisting the fire. The valleys outside the mountain range were covered in fire and turned into a fiery hell. Waves of burning and popping sounds shook the earth. The mountains around the valleys collapsed one by one into burning gravel. At this moment, inside a valley, the old woman in green was pale and terrified. Her hands kept forming seals and placing down restrictions to resist the fire. Outside the valley was the outer region of the seven-colored realm where the fierce beasts were. During this time, Chun Tianjun was going from beast to beast, taking great risks to carefully search for origin crystals. Although he possessed the spells of the Battle Beast Sect, obtaining the origin crystals from these rank 12 beasts was no different than taking a tooth from the mouth of a tiger. It was very dangerous, and he had almost died several times. He was currently flying away from a fog beast. His heart was pounding as he quickly flew off into the distance. A roar came out from the fog behind him, and a gust of wind charged after him. Just at this instant, the horizon turned white, and the seven-colored light dissipated. Then an unimaginable heat wave came from the horizon. From a distance, it looked like a heaven-shaking scene. The fog beast chasing Chun Tianjun was startled for a moment. Then it immediately gave up chasing Chun Tianjun and returned to the fog. Just at this instant, the white sea of flames surrounded the area, and the entire outer realm was devoured by the white flames. The sea of flames only avoided Chun Tianjun, and he was not affected by the heat wave. He stood there dumbfounded and soaked in sweat. He trembled as he could clearly feel that he wouldn't be able to last long in this heat. He also felt Wang Lin's aura inside the sea of flames. The flames continued to spread until they completely surrounded the outer area of the seven-colored realm. Some of the beasts charged out and roared. They didn't seem to be afraid of the flames. There were fire python-like fire beasts that moved in the flames without any discomfort. They even seemed to hold a bit of contempt toward the flames. When the flames spread across the entire seven-colored realm, the Vermillion bird's third awakening began. As Wang Lin sat there, his ancient god flesh became dry, as if all the water in his body had evaporated. The dry skin looked like it was aging. It was a shocking scene. The fire around his body was the strongest. Endless heat came out from his body, forming a vortex that slowly rotated above him. A painful cry came from his body. The white Vermillion bird struggled to fly up. It seemed the third awakening was a test and a crisis for it. Wang Lin's mind was blank. He seemed to have become a Vermillion bird. The fire seed inside its body continued to release endless heat, but the more it released, the more heat it had. In the end, it seemed like it was going to burn itself. He had a feeling he would be burned to ashes if he was just a bit slow in releasing the heat. This was an endless cycle. The more heat he released, the more heat there was. This cycle continued, and the Vermillion bird let out an earth-shattering cry, like the fierce roar before death. Wang Lin hadn't experienced this feeling during the two awakenings from before. The third time was extremely difficult. He felt like the heat from his body was even burning his origin soul, which surprised Wang Lin. He didn't think the Vermillion bird's third awakening would be so different. The heat increased to the point where his body couldn't release it fast enough. The burning feeling became more clearer, and the skin on his body became even more chapped. The cracks connected together, making it seem like his skin was going to collapse. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and let out a roar as if he wanted to release all the heat inside his body. A powerful heat wave came out from his mouth during his painful roar. The heat wave circled around him, and every hair on his body struggled against the heat wave. Vermillion bird, awakening. Vermillion bird. Wang Lin's consciousness became a bit blurry. He was now releasing heat by instinct. However, This method could only hold it off for a moment. It would not deal with the root of the problem. If this continued, Wang Lin would without a doubt die. His eyes were bloodshot and revealed a crazed look. I'll either burn to death or be reborn in the fire. Wang Lin believed in perseverance and hard work with a powerful defying will. The more intense the flames were, the more powerful his defying will became. Since I can't continue to vent, then I won't vent it. I'll let it stay inside my body. I want to see what this fire can do. Wang Lin let out a painful laugh, and his expression became even more crazy. He locked all the pores on his body, closing it off from the outside. He let the heat inside his body to increase like crazy and didn't let a sliver of it out. This crazed courage seemed simple, but how many people in the world could actually do this? When Wang Lin sealed himself, the fire inside his body increased to a terrifying degree. The temperature was so high after he sealed his body that he was going to collapse, but he endured it all. Time slowly passed. The heat inside his body became even more intense. His entire body was red and white, causing the world around him to collapse. At this moment, the fire inside Wang Lin's body reached a peak and suddenly exploded in his body. An indescribable heat rushed out, burning his body. He was covered in flames, making it impossible to see his body. These flames started out white and gradually turned blue. The moment the blue flames appeared, they immediately spread out. The blue flames were much hotter than the white flames, and they replaced everything in the world. As they spread in all directions, they caused the entire world to turn blue. The blue flames swept across the realm, and the entire seven-colored realm turned into a blue flame hell in an instant. The place filled with fierce beasts was originally filled with white flames, but in an instant, the white flames disappeared and were replaced with a demonic blue light. The blue light flashed by, and all the white flames turned blue. The fierce beasts that didn't mind the flames and those that showed their might were all terrified. They quickly turned into fog to resist it. They seemed to be extremely afraid of these blue flames. Those fire pythons that revealed disdain immediately began to roar. They quickly turned into fog to resist. One of the fire pythons was a bit slow and was suddenly surrounded by blue light. The python let out a painful cry as it was burned to death. Its soul was absorbed by the flames and became a part of its will. There were very few flames that could burn a fire beast equal to a peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. As the blue flames spread even more, the caves and the valleys collapsed. The restrictions were so fragile before the flames. At this moment, the entire seven-colored realm was burning. The blue flames seemed to be roaring at the world. In the depths of the seven-colored realm, the white-haired old man started rushing toward Wang Lin. He was fast, but when he got close to Wang Lin, his expression changed greatly. He saw a heaven-shaking blue light before him as the blue flames rushed at him like an angry wave. The old man's expression turned pale. Then his hands quickly formed a seal, and he took out a magic treasure. Thanks to these actions, he was lucky enough to survive the blue flames. However, sweat covered his forehead and the aghast in his eyes revealed how terrified he was. What is this fire? He had seen many things during his life as a cultivator, but he had never seen blue flames like these. These flames could destroy the body of a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator and burn their origin soul. These flames shocked the white-haired old man greatly. At the source of the blue flames, where Wang Lin was sitting, the blue light was heaven-shaking, making it impossible for any other color to appear. Within these indescribably beautiful blue flames, the cry of a vermilion bird echoed. The moment the vermilion bird cry echoed, a blue vermilion bird appeared within the flames, as if it was just reborn. The moment it appeared, all the blue flames in the seven-colored realm went crazy, as if they were cheering. Under the blue vermilion bird, a slender figure walked out one step at a time. The vermilion bird's third awakening was like being reborn in fire. At this moment, far away from the Cloud Sea in the forbidden area of the Alliance where the four divine sect was located, all the vermilion bird divine sect members felt the fire inside their bodies burn like crazy. For the first time, they lost control of the flames, and they rushed about their bodies and surrounded them. Chapter 1211, Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. There were 4 elders sitting outside the Azure Dragon Temple where the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor was. The 4 of them were all elders of the Azure Dragon Divine Sect, and they were all anxious. Roars continued to come out from the temple and echo across the world. These roars were filled with endless pain, and they caused the mind of anyone who heard them to tremble. The Divine Sovereign has been in closed-door cultivation for more than a month. One of the elders listening to the roars said with a worried look. The person beside him was about to speak when the roars from inside the temple became even louder. There was a thunderous rumble that sounded like someone was bashing the wall with their head. The temple trembled, and a large amount of restrictions appeared, preventing it from collapsing. The four people outside the temple looked at each other, and all saw the anxiety and panic in each other's eyes. Inside the Azure Dragon Temple sat an old man. This old man was skinny and his face was distorted, as if he was enduring unimaginable pain. Beads of sweat soaked his clothes and endless roars echoed through the halls. On his shoulders, legs, hips, and chest were 8 black chains locking him in place. They were linked to the chamber. There were also 4 treasures floating around him. Anyone in the 4 divine sect would recognize them as the 4 holy treasures. These 4 holy treasures gave off a glow that covered the old man, as if they were restricting him. This old man was the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. His face was filled with pain, and then, on his right arm, a 7-inch-long tumor suddenly appeared under his skin. It rapidly moved to his chest, and eventually cycled through his whole body. The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's roar echoed, and his body struggled, causing the chains to shake. He also rushed out, and smashed his head into the wall of the chamber. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, cracks appeared on the wall, but it soon returned to normal. The light from the 4 holy treasures became even stronger, and the illusions of a vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger appeared. They seemed to be holding the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor down. A weakened Azure Dragon vaguely appeared above the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. This Azure Dragon was very old and gave off an ancient aura. For some unknown reason, countless blood-colored tumors appeared on its body. It was a shocking sight. After an unknown amount of time, the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's roar gradually calmed down. The 7-inch tumor gradually shrank until it disappeared. The chain no longer made noise, and the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor calmed down. He sat down, breathing hard, and after a long time, he revealed a bitter expression. "I won again." He regained his breath and was about to start cultivating when his head suddenly jerked up. He looked into the instance with a hint of joy in his eyes. After pondering a bit, he let out a joyous laugh and 2 streams of tears fell from his eyes. Good, good. Indeed, a worthy divine emperor chosen by the old Vermillion bird. He was able to be reborn through fire and completed the Vermillion bird's 3rd awakening. I think he is the first clan member to complete the 3rd awakening since ancient times. Good. For you to obtain such a fortune, it was not in vain for me to suffer this unspeakable ordeal. As the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor laughed, footsteps echoed in the temple. The 4 elders walked in, and their voices came from outside the chamber. "We welcome the Divine Sovereign out of closed-door cultivation." As they spoke, the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor formed a seal and pointed around. The chains around him disappeared, and the 4 holy treasures turned into rays of light before entering his body. He waved his sleeves, and then walked out from the chamber. He looked at the 4 people before him with an indifferent gaze and slowly asked, "Is there any change on planet Suzaku?" The ancient god inside the spatial crack linked to planet Suzaku is about to awaken. However, we have listened to the Divine Sovereign's command and placed the great primal formation using the blood of the 4 clans. When the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor heard these words, he silently nodded. He looked at the distance with a complex gaze, and after a long time, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. His voice was filled with killing intent as he said, "The brilliant Void Realm has been chaotic for too long, and all heaven has taken this opportunity to invade. Call all members of the 4 divine sect together. I'm going to regain control of the brilliant Void Realm. All cultivators must either yield or die." The 4 elders before him were startled, but they looked up with excitement in their eyes. They quickly rushed out and sent the heaven-shaking order to the entire 4 divine sect. The entire 4 divine sect began to move. "The people of the outer realm will soon arrive. Is there still time?" The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor muttered to himself. In the 7-colored realm, as the blue vermilion bird flew into the air, Wang Lin's figure slowly walked out from the blue flames. He looked at the blue world before him with very bright eyes. "If my fire, thunder, and battle intent can merge with my true and false domain, my cultivation level will increase once more. No one under the heavens' blight cultivation level will be my match." Wang Lin looked at the distance, at the depths of the 7-colored realm. He could see a towering mountain in the distance. He could see the cave in that mountain, and he could see the strange scene inside. To plant doubt and nurture. When the fruit becomes ripe, who will come to pick it? Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he raised his right hand and pointed forward. With this point, the blue vermilion bird let out a cry and suddenly moved. It took the blue flames around it and charged forward. A thunderous rumble echoed as the overwhelming blue flames rushed out straight toward the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man had 9 pieces of beast bone fragments surrounding him. They had driven away the surrounding flames, allowing him to close in. However, as he closed in, he suddenly stopped and looked ahead. Blue flames like an ocean that covered the world charged at him, and intense heat filled the world. Popping sounds came from the 9 pieces of beast bone around the old man. They seemed like they couldn't withstand the heat wave and were about to collapse. Such a shocking fire. It is extremely rare to see something like this. This child's cultivation level isn't high, but with just this fire, he could battle Nirvana Shatterer cultivators and not fall behind. Unfortunately, the old man's hands formed a seal and his origin energy began to move. His late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivation spread out and a giant ball appeared between his hands. This ball contained a large amount of origin energy. As it rotated, a destructive aura spread out like crazy. Sovereign wants this person's soul. I think that aside from the fact that his soul is pure, the sovereign must also want this fire comprehension. When the old man thought he had the answer, his eyes lit up. He was going to kill Wang Lin and take Wang Lin's soul, and no one could stop him. He pushed his hands forward, and a whistling came from the ball as if it was calling something. At the same time, the old man's voice echoed through the world. Summon Defying Ones. The moment his voice echoed, 7-colored light pierced through the blue flames and seemed to fight the blue flames. An illusionary figure appeared in the 7-colored light, and then a giant compass filled the sky. This didn't end here. Rays of 7-colored light formed a large, 7-colored sword. It swung around as if it was going to cut the blue flames in half. These spells formed by the 7-colored light were all spells of the Defying Ones. In the hands of the old man, their power was far stronger than when Master Ashenpine summoned them. The moment the 7-colored sword appeared, it rushed out. It turned into 7-colored sword energy as it charged at the blue vermilion bird inside the blue flames. The blue vermilion bird let out a cry, and all the blue flames in the world rushed out and collided with the sword energy, causing a heaven-shaking rumble. At the same time, the figure in the sky stepped forward and waved his hand. Strands of slaughter energy unexpectedly appeared. These strands of slaughter energy filled the sky and fell down like rain at the blue vermilion bird. However, when the blue vermilion bird let out a cry, the strands of slaughter energy collapsed one by one. It seemed all spells in this world had to collapse before the blue vermilion bird. Wang Lin looked at everything and rushed forward. He turned into a ray of blue light and charged ahead. A blue flame flashed in his left eye, and then a sea of flames surrounded him as he charged at the giant compass. The compass turned and let out a roar, but before any spell could appear, Wang Lin closed in and the compass was surrounded by a sea of flames. Collapse! Wang Lin roared. Then the compass began to burn and suddenly collapsed. Floating in the air, Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal and pointed down. The blue vermilion bird let out a cry as it took all the flames around it and charged at the white-haired old man. All of this happened in an instant. At almost the moment the white-haired old man used those spells, Wang Lin's counterattack destroyed them all. At the same time, his killing intent was locked onto the white-haired old man. The old man looked at Wang Lin with a serious expression. His right hand pointed at the sky and he shouted, "As the guardian of the 7-colored realm, I command all Defying Ones to appear." As the old man roared, the 7-colored light seemed to go crazy and pierced through the sea of flames. Dozens of illusionary figures appeared from all around. There were young and old, men and women among these illusionary figures, but they all gave off terrifying auras. They all looked at Wang Lin, and shortly after, endless spells appeared around these dozens of people. Each one of these spells was comparable to the heavenly finger, and all of them shot toward Wang Lin. No matter how strong your flame is, you're only a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator, so you can't resist the spells of the Defying Ones. Your power of fire is indeed very strong, but this old man has the treasures gifted by the sovereign. Your fire can't break through these treasures, the old man said with a calm voice. Chapter 12:12, Sealing Extermination Clan. Wang Lin wasn't confident in battling a late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. On a normal day, he would have chosen to retreat, but after the Vermillion bird's third awakening, he had a chance. Also, after absorbing the thunder from the Scatter Thunder clan member, his thunder had also improved by leaps and bounds. More importantly, he had absorbed Zhang Xingye's battle domain. Although he hadn't fused with it and had only comprehended it a little, it gave him the determination to battle this late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. The phrase from Zhang Xingye echoed in Wang Lin's mind. Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight. Wang Lin floated in the air and blue flames rushed out from his left eye and went toward his eyebrows. I gave up my life and death domain. At this moment, the flames will replace my mind and my Dao. At this moment, I am the flames. I'm the vermilion bird that has awakened 3 times. The blue flames gathered like crazy toward between Wang Lin's eyebrows, and a blue flame tattoo suddenly appeared. The moment the tattoo appeared, Wang Lin was no longer a cultivator. He was a fire celestial, the ruler of all fire. The current him was very similar to a Fire Sparrow clan member. The only difference was that the tattoo between Wang Lin's eyebrows was blue, while the tattoo of the Fire Sparrow clan was red. The blue fire tattoo burned between his eyebrows. Wang Lin let out a roar, and the blue vermilion bird also let out a cry, filled with joy. The blue vermilion bird flew up into the sky and entered the tattoo between Wang Lin's eyebrows. It looked like the vermilion bird had become Wang Lin's origin soul. At this moment, his origin soul returned to this body. Then a new suit of armor appeared around Wang Lin. It was a vermilion bird-shaped armor that was completely blue. Wearing the armor, Wang Lin was like a noble vermilion bird. I order the fire of the world to gather. Wang Lin roared, and all the blue flames that filled the severn-colored realm began to gather, as if they were welcoming their lord. After he spoke, the world suddenly rumbled as blue flames began to gather from all directions toward Wang Lin. If one looked from above, they would clearly see that the sea of fire was quickly gathering toward Wang Lin. It was very fast and arrived in almost an instant. This scene caused the white-haired old man to suck in a breath of cold air. His hand formed a seal, and all the Defying One spells shot out. The countless spells covered the sky and shot at Wang Lin. However, the moment the spells arrived, the sea of flames had finished gathering. Wang Lin was like a fire vortex, absorbing all the blue flames in the world. Rumbling sound echoed as all those spells collided with the fire. A thunderous rumble echoed across the world. It was very difficult to describe how spectacular this scene was. It was as if the entire seven-colored realm was burning, and Wang Lin was the center point. As the spells continued to collapse, all the fire was absorbed into Wang Lin's armor and rushed to the spot between his eyebrows. At this moment, the blue light given off by the tattoo between Wang Lin's eyebrows was demonic. Fire of the heavens and earth, listen to my command and incinerate everything. Wang Lin's voice was calm, but this calm voice seemed to contain a heat that could burn the soul. The moment he spoke, the blue light between his eyebrows flashed intensely and fire rushed out. A sea of blue fire spread out with Wang Lin as the center. All the Defying One spells collapsed before the fire. Even the white-haired old man's expression changed greatly, and he retreated. His hands formed a seal to resist, but at this moment, popping sounds came from the 9 beast bones around him. They were unable to withstand the force of the fire and collapsed. The moment the beast bones dissipated, the blue fire rushed toward the white-haired old man as if it was going to devour him. The old man revealed a ferocious gaze and raised his right hand to his eyebrows. Suddenly, a slit opened between his eyebrows. This slit gave off a black light like a third eye. As a descendant of the sealing Extermination clan, I summoned my clan's ancestral spell to seal his fire tattoo. When the flames closed in, the old man exposed his identity, and the black light from between his eyebrows flashed. The black light formed in complex rune that seemed to absorb the older man's life. The old man suddenly became a lot older. The black light rune moved at an unimaginable speed toward Wang Lin. It pierced through the sea of blue fire and landed between Wang Lin's eyebrows. At this instant, Wang Lin retreated a few dozen feet. The blue fire tattoo flashed like crazy, trying to break through the black rune. The rune flickered like crazy as it resisted, and at this moment, they were dead even. In ancient times, there was a clan that had the power to seal the heavens. They were very strong and became one of the most powerful clans in ancient times. However, there were too few people in this clan, and they were almost extinct nowadays. However, rumor had it that any member of this clan had the power to seal all life. This old man wasn't a real descendant of the sealing Extermination clan. He had used a special method to obtain some of their bloodline. He could use their spells, but it would cost him large amount of vitality every time, and this vitality could never be restored. If you were just a cultivator, it wouldn't have mattered, but you tried to imitate my high ancient clan. This old man will seal your fire tattoo, and see what you can do without it. The old man was extremely afraid of Wang Lin's fire, or else he wouldn't have sacrificed his vitality to use the sealing spell. He rushed out toward Wang Lin. It was obvious to him that after sealing Wang Lin's fire tattoo, Wang Lin wouldn't even last one blow, although he couldn't seal it forever, as Wang Lin's fire tattoo was too strong. However, he was confident in sealing it for a short period of time. Wang Lin retreated, and the fire tattoo between his eyebrows couldn't break free right away. The seal contained a shocking aura that could seal all life. The moment the fire tattoo was sealed, the blue fire suddenly disappeared without a trace, and everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Only the wreckage on the ground, and those who witnessed what had happened could attest to the power of the blue fire. Fire isn't only my spell. So what if you seal it for a moment? Lightning flashed in Wang Lin's right eye. The seven-colored realm that had calmed down due to the departure of the fire was suddenly filled with a thunderous rumble. Endless bolts of lightning and thunder suddenly appeared. At the same time, the lightning tattoo in Wang Lin's right eye moved and appeared between his eyebrows. This lightning tattoo was a shocking sight, and it gave off a heaven-shaking thunder might. I'll wait for you to seal my lightning tattoo. Thunder of the heavens and earth, listen to my command. Wang Lin's right hand pointed at the sky, and a thunderous rumble echoed. Even more thunder appeared in the seven-colored realm and gathered toward Wang Lin. It turned his surroundings into a thunder hell. Fire Sparrow Clan, Scatter Thunder Clan. Impossible. The white-haired old man was dumbfounded and disbelief filled his eyes. Wang Lin pointed at the sky, and at this moment, he turned into a member of the Scatter Thunder Clan. In fact, he understood thunder even better than them, and had better control over the heavenly thunder. As his right hand fell, the endless thunder that filled the seven-colored realm charged at the old man. The thunder lakes on the ground shot into the air and rushed at the old man as well. This was like divine retribution, and Wang Lin was the person controlling the divine retribution. Even the power of his thunder is enough to battle a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. I must kill this person. No wonder the sovereign wants to kill this person. If he doesn't die, he will be a calamity for my high ancient clan. The white-haired old man let out a roar and shot up. He lifted his right hand, and a strange light filled his eyes. The origin energy of the world unexpectedly rushed into his right hand. The moment the old man flew up, the thunder closed in and popping sounds echoed. The entire world was filled with thunder. I'll let you die to a spell you cultivators consider powerful. The old man let out a roar, and his right hand mercilessly pushed forward. A giant palm print appeared, and the moment it appeared, a large amount of origin energy was sucked into it. War Spirit Print. Wang Lin's pupils suddenly shrank. This old man once entered the God Sect and learned this spell. Today, I'll kill you with it, and it will be considered completing a cycle. The old man was not surprised that Wang Lin knew this spell. After all, this spell had an illustrious reputation in the Cloud Sea. The War Spirit Print created by the old man suddenly created a majestic pressure as it rushed forward. It collided with the thunder and caused a heaven-shaking rumble. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with battle intent as he stared at the palm print and also lifted his right hand. The palm print appeared in his mind, and he mercilessly pushed forward. Suddenly, a portion of the origin energy absorbed by the old man's palm print separated and gathered toward Wang Lin. In the blink of an eye, another heaven-piercing palm print appeared in the seven-colored realm. This scene shocked the white-haired old man again. He was stunned for a moment, but soon an even more powerful killing intent replaced it. It was very difficult to see someone use the War Spirit Print, but even more rare was a battle between two War Spirit Prints. This was something that wasn't likely to happen even once every 10,000 years. However, right now in the seven-colored realm, two War Spirit Prints appeared and began a life and death battle. No one knew who was stronger or weaker, but the moment the two War Spirit Prints appeared, it seemed like the seven-colored realm was about to collapse. The earth cracked and a huge fissure appeared, dividing the realm in half. The fissure was right where Wang Lin and the old man's War Spirit Prints collided. The two palm prints closed in at extreme speeds. Chapter 12-13, Dao Spell. The white-haired old man hadn't learned the essence of the War Spirit Print. He hid his identity and went into the God Sect, and didn't get many chances to comprehend the core spells of the God Sect. However, his talent was astonishing. After he researched the spell and saw it a few times, he was able to learn part of it. Although it couldn't be compared to the true War Spirit Print, it had its shape and contained 30% of the original's power. Also, he had used his late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivation to forcibly power this spell, making it almost impossible to distinguish it from the real one. Wang Lin's War Spirit Print came from the Rain Celestial Realm. After comprehending it many times, he was finally able to use it. He had also only learned the surface, but the power of the person that left the print at the Rain Celestial Realm was heaven-shaking. Otherwise, that print wouldn't be giving off an aura countless years later or left such fine cracks on the ground. As a result, although Wang Lin's cultivation was lacking, his War Spirit Print contained his power of thunder and his ancient god power. This made his war spirit print almost indistinguishable from the real thing. At this moment, the two heaven-piercing palms rumbled, making it seem like the seven-colored realm was going to collapse. As the wind swept by, the two palm prints collided. Rumble, 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 rumble. The earth shook and the sky was torn open. The collision of the two palms created an impact that could destroy the world. The seven-colored realm began to collapse, and the large crack was torn in half. The entire seven-colored realm was split in half. In the distance, Shen Tianjun had been paying attention to this battle since the start. His heart was in complete shock, and he was unable to speak. His throat was dry, and his mind was trembling. He had decided that if he could leave this place alive, he would never again go to any place with buried treasure and never take any more risks. There was also that old woman in green. She also flew out with her tired body and sensed the battle in the distance. Her face was pale, but at this moment, all her vicious thoughts toward Wang Lin scattered. She felt awe toward Wang Lin. What the hell is his cultivation level? Compared to him, I'm no match at all. The old woman gasped and the respect in her eyes became even stronger. Also, at this moment, due to the fire and thunder, the fog inside the Valley Master Cloud Soul had contracted. The fierce beasts inside trembled and hid themselves, allowing him to finally escape. Just as he escaped, he immediately felt the powerful vibrations of the seven-colored realm. He clearly felt the origin energy and thunder, and what made his heart drop was that he clearly felt Wang Lin's aura. The collision of the two war spirit prints caused the seven-colored realm to collapse and split in half. At this moment, Wang Lin felt the impact and was pushed back. He coughed out blood, and his face immediately turned pale. The lightning tattoo between his eyebrows weakened. That palm contained a large amount of his thunder. The white-haired old man wasn't any better. He retreated, and every step he took created a deep footprint. His face was pale and blood was coming out of the corner of his mouth, but he had an extremely ferocious expression. He mercilessly kicked off with his right foot and shot toward the dust straight toward Wang Lin. Scatter Thunder Clan tattoo. I'll seal you again. I don't believe you will have a third tattoo after I seal your fire and lightning tattoos. The old man's body was like a bolt of lightning as he broke through the dust. His right hand mercilessly hit the spot between his eyebrows, and the crack appeared once more. A second rune giving of a powerful, black glow flew out. After using two seals, the old man had lost most of his vitality. He looked like he had just climbed out of the grave and gave off the scent of decay. The black rune flew out like a ray of lightning and landed between Wang Lin's eyebrows. It formed a second seal and locked down the lightning tattoo. The old man's expression was ferocious as he closed in. He lifted his right hand and formed an origin energy spear as he closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin indeed didn't have a third tattoo, but aside from fire and lightning, he still had battle intent. The battle domain, Zhan Xingye's inheritance. Wang Lin hadn't fused with this domain yet. The moment the old man closed in, Wang Lin's eyes gave off a crazed battle intent. An extremely bright, golden light came from between his eyebrows. This golden light shot into the sky, and at the same time, the word battle appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Then battle intent filled the world, and Wang Lin got up. At this moment, it was as if he wasn't Wang Lin, but an incarnation of Zhan Xingye. His upright body and straight backbone could support the world. No one could cut him down. The battle has just began. Wang Lin's body was surrounded in a golden glow. He waved his right hand. The image of the word battle appeared before him and shot at the white-haired old man. Impossible. The shock the white-haired old man felt was far greater than before. The shocks Wang Lin had given him during this fight were each greater than the last. They were far beyond his imagination. The incredibly powerful blue fire already shocked him. After he sealed the blue fire with his heaven-sealing spell, the lightning tattoo unexpectedly appeared. He originally thought the war spirit print would be enough to kill Wang Lin, but he didn't think Wang Lin would also have the war spirit print. Then he thought that if he used the heaven-sealing spell again to seal the lightning tattoo, Wang Lin would have no power to fight back. However, he had miscalculated again, and a battle tattoo he had never seen before appeared on Wang Lin. He had a feeling that even if he were willing to sacrifice more vitality to seal the battle tattoo, another force would appear. This feeling was extremely strong, and Wang Lin had already closed in while he was in that short trance. Wang Lin didn't even use any spells. Instead, he used his ancient god body to begin a bombardment. Wang Lin's body gave off a crazed level of battle intent. This battle intent surrounded Wang Lin and made him look like a battle celestial. The white-haired old man retreated. His body was inferior, but his cultivation level was higher, so he immediately used spells. The two of them began close-quarters combat. The old man took out a large amount of treasures, but those treasures didn't stop Wang Lin at all. As the rumbles echoed, Wang Lin's fist landed, and he turned with a sweep from his right foot that forced the old man to retreat. This white-haired old man rarely encountered such attacks, as battles often relied on spells and magic treasures. However, every punch and kick this person threw contained earth-shattering power. If they connected with his body would almost collapse. The more the old man fought, the more frightened he became. If this person doesn't die, he will definitely be a great enemy for my high ancient clans. That calmness he carries is terrifying. The tattoo between Wang Lin's eyebrows flashed as images flashed through his mind. Zhang Xingye's entire life was worthy of his name. Throughout his life, over the countless battles, whether they were big or small, he had never retreated. He had accumulated a lot of experience, and these experiences turned into his domain. It was only one word: battle. The battle with the body was experience, and the comprehension with the mind was the origin of the word battle. What was battle? In Zhang Xingye's view, it was a kind of spirit, a will that wouldn't yield even to the heavens. I can die, but even after I die, I will be a battle ghost. I can die, but even after I die, my Wilkin will still shake the heavens. I'm a hero both in life and death. Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight. What Wang Lin inherited was this will and a large amount of combat experience. At this moment, he moved like the wind, and endless rumbles echoed. The white-haired old man was even more shocked. The white-haired old man's hand formed a seal, and a large amount of origin energy gathered. He didn't care about wasting it, and he created a collapse before him. He borrowed this impact to separate from Wang Lin. His face was pale, and there was trace of fear in it. When Wang Lin closed in again, he lifted his hands to form a seal and closed his eyes. An invisible ripple seemed to spread out from the old man's body across the seven-colored realm, summoning the lost Dao, the enlightened Dao, and all lost Dao souls. I melt your Dao soul. The moment the old man said this, the lost ones and enlightened ones that had disappeared due to the fire and lightning all appeared in every corner of the seven-colored realm. The moment they appeared, they immediately collapsed. All of the lost ones displayed a moment of clarity in their eyes, but during the moment of clarity, they turned to dust and dissipated. As they dissipated, Dao souls flew out from where they dissipated. They flew into the sky and headed toward the white-haired old man. Those enlightened ones also dissipated, and a large amount of Dao intent spread. They turned into Dao souls and flew toward the old man. The fierce beasts in the outer realm that were struggling in the flames all collapsed one by one. Their souls flew out and were pulled toward the old man. High Ancient, lend me your power to scatter his Dao. The countless Dao souls in the seven-colored realm gathered before the white-haired old man. The Dao souls all fused into one, and then a yellow light filled the world, enveloping Wang Lin. Dao Scatter. The old man's ferocious voice echoed, and he used all his power. Aside from the Heaven Seal, this was the spell that terrified people the most. It allowed the Seal Extermination clan to run the high ancient clans, and it was only second to the ancient demons, devils, and gods. This wasn't a spell or an ability, but the rare Dao spell. Anyone who was surrounded by the yellow light would have all the Dao they had accumulated scatter. The white-haired old man couldn't fully use this spell on his own, and he could only make it last for 3 seconds. Just these 3 seconds would consume more than 90% of this old man's lifespan. However, in order to complete the sovereign's order, he didn't hesitate. The victor would be decided here. Chapter 12:14, Taiju. The yellow light seemed to be a call back to the origin. Everyone who was shrouded by it would feel the sense of reincarnation as the past flashed before their eyes, making it impossible to distinguish from the present. Spells controlled the power of the world and appeared in a special way. This was a Dao spell, and its power was related to one's cultivation level. Abilities were a method to explosively increase the power of spells, a method of gathering and manipulating origin energy. However, Dao was different. It was very rare for someone to know a Dao spell. Rumor had it that only people who entered the Dao realm could obtain one. Dao spells were similar to battles between domains, but the root was very different. A battle of domains was a competition of one's domain and a battle of the mind. However, a Dao spell was a sublime power that specialized in killing the soul. Everyone gains different comprehension in the Dao realm. When the white-haired old man became a member of the Seal Extermination clan, he had the privilege to enter the Dao realm for a short period of time. There he understood a truth about a person's origin. What was the origin of a person? In his view, it was the memories of the soul. He believed that a person's entire life was actually just memories. If the memories were not extinguished, then even if that person died, that person could live indefinitely. Similarly, if the memories of all the comprehension a person had of their domain was wiped away without a trace as if it never existed, then his memories would be incomplete. These incomplete memories would make that person fall and become immortal. At this moment, the white-haired old man used the very rare Dao spell he had comprehended from the Dao realm. The Ji realm represented an extreme force, the Shi realm represented creativity, and the Dao realm represented an inextinguishable might. The yellow light filled the world. This light was soft, but it could penetrate all things in this world. When it fell on Wang Lin, it pierced through the battle domain around him and directly landed in the memories of his soul. 3 breaths of time is enough. The white-haired old man closed his eyes. All his vitality disappeared as if he had died. Wang Linli felt the world turn. In his eyes, the 7-colored sky was no longer there, and it continued to spin until it turned into a blue sky filled with white clouds. The sky was very blue and clear. The earth also rapidly trembled. He saw an illusion that the earth beneath him disappeared layer by layer. The mountains in the distance shrank until everything disappeared and turned into a luscious, green forest. A small path appeared beside him. This path was a dirt road that led into the luscious, green forest. At this moment, the wind blew and the leaves rattled. The wind carried an earthy fragrance that was intoxicating. It seems I fell asleep. Wang Lin opened his sleepy eyes and looked ahead. After a long time, he looked back and saw that at the end of the path was a calm, mountain village. There was smoke coming from the houses as well as sounds of children playing mixed with dogs barking. I seem to have had a dream. Wang Lin scratched his face, and his honest face revealed a confused expression. He picked up the book next to him and stood up. He looked at the forest in the distance and vaguely saw the misty mountains in the distance and pavilions that belonged to the sect on the mountain. In the dream, I became an immortal and experienced more than 1,000 years of cultivation. I must have become tired from studying to have such a strange dream. Wang Lin was confused and entered a daze. While in a daze, a voice entered Wang Lin's ears. Taiju, your dad is looking for you. Why haven't you gone home? It was a middle-aged man holding a hunting pitchfork. He was about to leave the village to hunt. Beside the middle-aged man stood several stout young men. One of them looked at Wang Lin and laughed. Taiju, study well and place highly in the imperial test. Allow our little village to have a moment of fame. Wang Lin scratched his head and said hello to everyone before heading off toward the village. Good-natured laughter accompanied him as he went farther and farther away. This is really strange. That dream is a bit too real. Red Butterfly, Li Muan, Lu Mei, Mu Bingmei, Lu Yanfei, Li Qianmei. There were also Yunk Zi, Zhuke Zi, Situ Nan, the All-Seer, and so on. Also, Vermillion Bird Divine Emperor, Azure Dragon Divine Emperor, Tua Senator 2C. I remember accepting 2 disciples. One was named 13 and other Xie Qing. As Wang Lin walked, his mind was still a blur. There is an ancient god on planet Suzaku. Outside planet Suzaku, there is also the Corpse Sect and the Cultivation Alliance, the 4 Divine Sect. The place I'm in is called the Alliance Star System. In my dream, I also went to the All-Heaven Star System and the Cloud Sea Star System. I also went to the Celestial Realm. Wang Lin was dazed for a long time. When he raised his head, he was already outside his house. He shook his head and let out a sigh as he muttered. That dream was very strange. It seems father and mother were dead in my dream. He no longer thought about the strange dream and pushed open the door that led into the yard. The moment he went in, he saw his father holding a pipe. He shook it on the floor before staring at Wang Lin. Seeing his father's stern gaze, Wang Lin felt his heart skip a beat. Taiju, how is your studying? Wang Lin softly said. Going well. Taiju, you have to study well. Next year is the big county exam. Whether or not you will have good prospects for the future will depend on you. Don't be stuck in a village like this forever like your dad, alas. Wang Lin's father shook his head and stood up. At this moment, his mother came out and complained to his father for a bit before she brought out food. The family sat down in the courtyard and began to eat. Wang Lin hesitated for a bit before looking at his father and softly saying, Dad, I had a dream. Before he could finish speaking, the sound of carriages and a knock came from the gate. Wang Lin was startled. He remembered from the dream that it was 4th uncle who arrived. Second brother, open the door. Wang Lin subconsciously stood up, ran toward the gate, and opened the door. He saw a burly man standing outside with a pair of fierce eyes. He rubbed Wang Lin's head and laughed. Taiju, I haven't seen you in half a year, and you've grown taller again. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. He didn't know what to do and sat back down. He was in a daze for a long time. and after a while, he heard fourth uncle's voice. Second brother, second sister-in-law, I want to tell you something. The Hung Yu sect is accepting disciples. I want Taiju to go try to get in. Once he enters the sect, he will become an immortal. It is a very rare opportunity. I'm immortal? Can this child do it? Wang Lin's father became excited, but was uncertain. The immortals are accepting disciples, and there is some kind of test. Let Taiju go take it. After hearing this, Wang Lin's body was startled, and he looked at his fourth uncle and father. His vision blurred again, and the scene of his dream seemed to be moved by a strange force. They appeared one by one in his mind. He saw himself walk out from the mountain village and fail the test. Under the taunting of his family, he left the mountain village on his own and was resting on a cliff. A tiger suddenly attacked him from behind, and when he fell down the cliff, he was sucked into a strange cave. Inside the cave, he picked up a bead. The moment his right hand touched the bead, he suddenly heard an outburst in his ear. Heaven defying. This voice was very, very familiar. It was as if he had heard this voice before. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't remember where he had heard his voice before. However, this outburst was replaced by a miserable cry. It was that familiar voice again, and it seemed to be suffering unimaginable pain. As the miserable cry echoed, Wang Lin's world seemed to have started collapsing, and seven-colored light unexpectedly started to appear. In an instant, his vision blurred as if the power controlling his own memories had gone out of control, and he jumped ahead several years. His surroundings changed drastically, and he was quickly escaping. The forest appeared in the corner of his eyes. He was very fast, and the feeling of a life and death crisis filled his mind. You can't escape from me, Tung Li. A gloomy voice came from behind as a youth with a cold gaze calmly chased him. During this life and death crisis, Wang Lin's vision suddenly became a blurry as the miserable scream echoed in his ears. The sound became more and more clear, and he had a feeling that he was about to remember who that voice belonged to. However, just at this moment, his surroundings changed again. At this moment, he was inside a large valley. A sense of grief and sorrow he had never felt before washed over him. No matter how loudly he roared, he couldn't vent the sorrow in his heart. Tung family, as long as I, Wang Lin, live, then one day I'll turn your Tung family into a river of blood and dye the country of Zhao Red. I'll wipe out your entire Tung family and leave no one alive. If I violate this oath, let me be hacked to pieces, die a terrible death, and sink forever into hell. Wang Lin seemed to have gone crazy as the endless sorrow drowned him. The pain was heart-piercing. Kneeling on the ground, tears flowed out from his eyes. His bloodshot eyes revealed a madness that didn't seem to belong to a human. His hair turned white overnight, and his surroundings became as cold as winter. An unspeakable force was born in his body. This power didn't belong to a mortal, but at this moment, Wang Lin obtained it. This was the peak of slaughter and the limit of strength. It was called Ji. The moment the Ji realm was born, that miserable scream echoed, and it was filled with unimaginable shock. Ji. It is unexpectedly Ji. What has he been through in his life? For Ji to appear, the heaven-defying bead is in his hand, and the Ji realm is in his hands. This person. Panic filled the voice, and it became even more clear as it echoed. The sky collapsed, the earth collapsed, and the seven-colored light filled the world. Chapter 12:15, Beautiful Taste and Anticipation. As the world collapsed, Wang Lin still knelt there. It was as if the collapse of the world couldn't attract his attention at all. The rumbles echoed for a long time before Wang Lin raised his head. Tears still flowed down from his face, but his eyes were filled with clarity. This is the seven-colored realm. You forced me to remember the painful past. I want you to pay the price of death. Wang Lin's voice was low, but every word contained monstrous killing intent. The moment his voice echoed, the rumbling became even more intense. The sky was torn open, and the blue sky was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by the sky of the seven-colored realm. The earth trembled and collapsed layer by layer. Finally, it became a ruined land burned by fire. It was the land of the seven-colored realm. The white-haired old man's chest was stained with blood, and there was still blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were blurry. They were filled with disbelief and shock. In truth, the moment he saw the heaven-defying bead in Wang Lin's memories, his Dao Spell collapsed, and his vitality was extinguished. The shock he felt was like millions of bolts of thunder exploding in his ears. It filled him with fear. Then, when the Dao Spell was collapsing, he saw Wang Lin's Ji realm being born. This caused him to cough out blood, and he became extremely weak. He almost lost the ability to think as he lost his wits. This became a battle of his Dao Spell against the Ji realm. the Dao Spell against the heaven-defying Bead. He had no chance of victory. Wang Lin raised his head, and the moment he uttered those words filled with killing intent, he charged out like lightning toward the old man. His fingers formed a sword and pointed directly to between the old man's eyebrows. The old man's body trembled and blood sprayed out from the back of his head as his skull shattered. Wang Lin didn't stop here and pointed 6 times in a row. The popping sounds were earth-shattering. The old man's arm collapsed, his legs collapsed, and in the blink of an eye, his body turned into a mist of blood. Inside the fog, the old man's origin soul screamed and was surrounded by a 7-colored glow as he escaped into the distance. Wang Lin was filled with killing intent as he chased after him. While he chased, he pointed at the old man, and every time he did so, the 7-colored light would tremble. The old man's origin soul let out miserable screams and became weaker and weaker. He chased closely behind the old man. It had been a long time since he wanted to kill anyone this much. Anyone who made him recall his memories had touched his bottom line and had to die. As he chased, the old man, surrounded by the 7-colored light, charged for the mountain. He was filled with panic and continued to scream in his heart. "Sovereign, save me! Sovereign, save me! Stop for me!" The madness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger, and he waved his right hand. The 7-colored light suddenly paused. At this moment, Wang Lin charged in, and his 2 fingers pierced through the 7-colored light, landing directly on the old man's origin soul. With a bang, the old man's origin soul was about to collapse. However, he was, after all, a late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. He was seriously injured, but not dead as he struggled to escape even faster. While pursuing, Wang Lin let out a roar at the sky, and the blue flame appeared in his left eye. The seal trembled, but in the end it collapsed before the blue flame. The seal dissipated, and Wang Lin was surrounded by a sea of fire. He pointed forward, and the monstrous flames charged at the 7-colored light, surrounding the old man's origin soul. Miserable screams echoed. This time the white-haired old man's origin soul was extremely weak. 4 of the 7 colors around him dissipated. The 2 of them were both moving very fast, but the distance between them was getting smaller and smaller. Just at this moment, the lightning mark appeared in his right eye. There was also a seal on it, but it only struggled for a few breaths before it collapsed. Without the seal, thunder rushed out and danced within the fire. Rumbles shook the heavens and earth as the endless thunderbolts whistled through the fire. They all charged at the old man under Wang Lin's command. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the remaining 3 colors around the old man collapsed into specks of light. Without the 7-colored light protecting him, the old man's origin soul was exposed to the blue fire and thunder. "No! Sovereign, save me!" The old man's expression was filled with the fear of death as he let out a roar. At this moment, he had already reached the mountain deep within the 7-colored realm. However, just as he got close, Wang Lin let out a roar, and the blue fire immediately shot out and surrounded his origin soul. From afar, it was impossible to see the old man's figure. The thing that could be seen was a sea of blue fire. Thunder gathered from all directions as if all the thunder in the world was congregating toward the old man's origin soul. The moment the thunder gathered, all the fire in the world also gathered toward the trapped old man. All of this happened in a flash, fast beyond imagination. All the fire in the world suddenly gathered at one point. The thunder gathered as well, forming a combined attack of fire and thunder. There were 2 circles contracting. One was the sea of blue fire, and the other was all the thunder in the world. The moment the 2 circles overlapped into one point, the world trembled. A heaven-shaking rumble replaced all sound, causing the 7-colored realm to collapse once more. A sharp and miserable scream dissipated inside this rumble. A pillar of blue fire shot directly into the sky as if it was going to pierce the heavens. Countless thunderbolts filled the inside and outside of this fire pillar, forming a pillar of thunder that overlapped with the pillar of fire and also pierced the heavens. This scene could be clearly seen from anywhere within the 7-colored realm. Inside the 7-colored realm, Chen Tianjun felt his ears go deaf from this rumble. His body trembled, his origin soul trembled, and shock mixed with fear filled his body. This feeling lingered and wouldn't dissipate. He stared dumbfoundedly at the fire and thunder pillar in the distance. His throat became dry and his face turned pale. Killing a late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. His name will become famous in the Cloud Sea. I, Chen Tianjun, am honored to be able to witness his spell right now. In the distance, the old woman in green was pale as she stared at the fire and thunder in the distance. There was fear in her eyes. She could clearly feel that if she were to face any one of the 2, she would without a doubt die. Her mind trembled, and she couldn't help but feel fear, especially when she thought about how they were enemies, which terrified her. There was no cultivator that didn't cherish their life, and this was even more so with her. I must make up with this person and make up for the conflict we had before. Otherwise, with this person as my enemy, there will be no place for me in the Cloud Sea. Fortunately, our conflict isn't deep and there isn't any direct feud. The old woman in green took a deep breath and made up her mind. Even further away, Master Cloud's soul had a face filled with bitterness. He naturally sensed the fight and felt a complicated feeling. There was an even stronger sense of panic within him. This panic was like a fire that was going to burn his mind. How could he be this strong? Even now, Master Cloud's soul couldn't believe this, and fear filled his heart. Ever since he was teleported here, he had been living in fear. He hated Wang Lin and wanted to devour Wang Lin's flesh and blood. However, after he watched the battle, he was shocked and couldn't accept this truth. After a moment, Master Cloud's soul let out a miserable smile, and his eyes became filled with crazed killing intent. This person would never let me go, and he must be seriously injured after the battle against the late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. I might still have a chance. If he recovers, then I will undoubtedly die, but if he is seriously injured, then I might still have a chance in an all-out fight against him. Once I kill him, everything in the seven-colored realm will belong to me. Master Cloud Soul's heart was moved. Before entering the seven-colored realm, he was confident in killing Wang Lin. However, now, even though he thought Wang Lin was seriously injured, he still felt nervous like a mortal attempting to kill a celestial. This change was enough to show Master Cloud Soul's subconscious fear of Wang Lin. He clenched his teeth and charged ahead. The fire and thunder pillars slowly dissipated. The old man's origin soul had disappeared from this world completely. Even after his death, the so-called sovereign he kept calling never appeared. Looking at the mountain ahead, Wang Lin silently pondered. After the thunder and fire dissipated and all sound disappeared, bursts of miserable wails came from the top of the mountain. The painful wails were like someone's unwilling roar before death, but they still weren't able to escape fate in the end. Wang Lin vaguely felt the battle tattoo in his body tremble, as if there was something on the mountain that made it excited. After a long time, Wang Lin lifted his feet and walked forward. He wasn't fast. He slowly walked up the mountain until he arrived outside the cave. Standing here was as if he was standing at the peak of the seven-colored realm. It seemed like he could see the entire realm at a glance. From this position, the wailings from the cave was even more clear. It was as if countless people were inside, enduring unbearable pain. At this moment, in the ancient star system, inside the palace, the fire on the candle burned brightly, and the withered hand slowly withdrew. The heat has reached the right temperature. However, this fire isn't the right kind yet, because it hasn't boiled the soul yet, an ancient voice slowly said from behind the candle. A pseudo-sealing Extermination clan member died. Do you have any doubts about the cause of his death? An indifferent voice said. Why should I doubt? I'll know the answer after the Dao has been planted. This will be more interesting. The unknown has the most wonderful taste. The wait is eternal anticipation. So let the fire go crazy. Chapter 12:16, Seven-Colored Flower. Looking at the cave, Wang Lin's eyes shined. He raised his foot and walked closer step by step. He got closer and closer to the cave. However, when he was within 10 feet of the cave, a giant vortex appeared in the sky of the seven-colored realm. It created a strange sound that would disturb one's mind. When people heard it, an invisible fire would arise in their hearts. Wang Lin's body trembled as he raised his head and stared at the vortex that appeared in the sky. His gaze seemed to penetrate the vortex in the sky and see a star system with an indescribable temple. His gaze stopped there, and a crazed feeling appeared inside Wang Lin's heart. This feeling arrived in an extremely strange way, but he couldn't stop it. Just at this moment, the seven-colored light in the seven-colored realm became even more dense. All the seven-colored light in the world charged at Wang Lin. It was as if Wang Lin had become the source of the seven-colored realm, and all the seven-color light was attracted to him. It surrounded him and drilled into his body. In just a few short breaths of time, the seven-colored light intensified. Even more endless seven-colored light closed in. As the large amount of light drilled into Wang Lin's body, he remained motionless. His mind was grasped by an indescribable force, making it impossible to control his body as the seven-colored light charged at his body. The seven-colored light became more and more intense until it seemed like all the seven-colored light in the realm was gathering here. The outer region of the realm was no longer filled with seven-colored light and was dark. If you looked from above, you would clearly see that the seven-colored realm was like a giant circle, and all the seven-colored light was rapidly condensing toward Wang Lin. The madness inside Wang Lin's body became even stronger when the seven-colored light entered his body. Eventually, it became like a seven-colored ocean that drowned his mind and replaced it with endless madness. A madness just like that of Qin Shui in the past. This madness caused Wang Lin's face to become twisted, the veins on his face swelled, his eyes turned blood red, and he let out a world-shattering roar. This roar was like the roar of a beast that echoed across the world. It turned into a thunderous rumble that echoed across the realm. More and more seven-colored light entered Wang Lin's body. His body trembled and he wanted to struggle, but the more he struggled, the more intense that sense of madness became. He continued to roar, and in just this short period of time, he became soaked in sweat. His hair moved without any wind, and his eyes became more and more red. Wang Lin had become mad. He lost his mind, lost his consciousness, and lost his memory. The world before him became blood red. The only thought in his mind was kill, 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 kill. Kill all living things, killing the world. A sense of violence filled his heart. At this moment, even if Li Muan appeared before him, he wouldn't have hesitated to kill. The feeling of madness completely suppressed Wang Lin's mind. He was like a beast filled with killing intent. As the killing intent increased, the feeling of madness also intensified. At this moment, 70% of the seven-colored light in the seven-colored realm had already entered Wang Lin's body. More than half of the realm was in darkness. Roar! Wang Lin let out a roar, and his expression was terrifying enough to shock anyone who knew him. As the seven-colored light continued to enter his body, he sunk forever into slaughter. His body was filled with unimaginable origin energy. He couldn't feel the intense pain in his body. The only thing that remained was slaughter. The fire from his left eye flew out and immediately surrounded his body. The thunder from his right eye shot out and surrounded the area. The mountain he was on trembled violently. The seven-colored light didn't pause and continued to arrive. The surrounding world became dark at a visible rate. Soon, the seven-colored light disappeared, and there was not a speck of light remaining. All the light had been absorbed into Wang Lin's body and became the source of his madness. The moment when no light remained in the seven-colored realm, Wang Lin let out a crazed roar. His eyes were blood red. He wanted to destroy everything, including himself. This is the most wonderful fire in the world. It is called a rage. Take your rage, use your madness to boil your soul, and grow the Dao for this old man. Add the last Dao well. This old man really wants to know if you can burn my finger. Would it? An ancient voice slowly came from the vortex in the sky. It seemed to penetrate space and time, and seemed to contain marks left by the passage of time. Wang Lin lost consciousness, and his body fell. His origin soul, his soul, and everything beside his body all turned into a ray of red light. It was as if he was burning as he charged into the cave. There was a large amount of bubbling lava giving off black gas inside. There were also countless chains, and on each chain hung a dried-up skeleton. There were also countless jades floating in the air, and there were heaps of Dao intent sealed inside each jade. The wailings were coming from inside the jades. The magma wasn't deep, so you could vaguely see under it. There were countless runes engraved under the magma, and they gave off a faint light. Every time the light flashed, bursts of Dao intent would enter the magma and be absorbed by the runes. Also, drops of black liquid would drip from the skeletons and into the magma. This would cause the magma to boil. The moment the red light Wang Lin turned into entered, all the jades suddenly collapsed, and the endless Dao intent entered the magma. At the same time, all the skeletons collapsed into large amounts of black liquid and fused with the magma. In an instant, even more bubbles appeared above the magma. The magma began to spin, and the runes under the magma melted, forming an unimaginable suction force. The moment Wang Lin entered, it began to devour Wang Lin. This magma rotated faster and faster. In just a moment, it seemed to penetrate the cave and created a passage to a connected space. This was a boundless space with countless stars inside, forming a giant formation. This formation was very large, at least the size of the Alliance star system. Every single star was a part of the formation. At the center of the formation were 7 flower-like plants. Each of the 7 was a different color, forming the 7 colors of the rainbow. They weren't very big, only thousands of feet wide. Compared to this vast formation, they were truly insignificant in size. However, this formation existed precisely because of these 7 plants. This entire space and formation existed to provide nutrients for these 7 plants. The power of the stars, the power of countless planets, the power of countless spatial cracks like the 7-colored realm absorbed endless Dao. Then this Dao was turned into nutrients to nourish these 7 plants until they grow, flower, and finally form fruits. This star system didn't exist, but someone had used a powerful spell to create this space around the ceiling formation, and it became part of the ceiling formation. This way, every time someone inside the sealed realm died, their Dao would be absorbed, becoming nutrients for the plants. This was planting Dao. This has been going on for countless years. It constantly absorbed the Dao intent of all the people that died inside the sealed realm. During the time of the ancient celestials, they didn't have Dao, so this formation absorbed the laws the celestials cultivated as nutrients. During the time of ancient cultivators, there were no laws, so the formation absorbed the origin energy the ancient cultivators had as nutrients. These were the methods used to nourish these 7 plants for the Dao fruits to form. There was a skeleton sitting on the crimson red plant. There were countless golden words carved on the skeleton. The words gave off a black light, which was then quickly absorbed by the plant. This crimson red plant had blood red delicate petals, but most of the petals had already fallen off with only a few remaining. When all the petals had fallen off, this crimson red flower would form its fruit. Just at this moment, a crack appeared next to this flower. An array of red light shot out from the crack into the flower. This red light contained Wang Lin's origin soul and soul. It was absorbed into the plant next to the skeleton. The plant seemed to be absorbing the last bit of nutrients as the last few petals fell and the center began to move strangely. A crimson red fruit slowly formed. Time slowly went by. An unknown amount of time passed, and it seemed to go on for an eternity. The crack outside the plant gradually shrank as if it was going to dissipate. Wang Lin had already dissipated inside the plant, and red liquid filled the area he was at. The skeleton beside him also dissipated. It turned into a purplish gold liquid and became part of the red liquid. Time passed. 1 year, 10 years, 20 years, 40 years. It seemed a very long time had passed. Less and less red liquid remained as it became nourishment for the fruit's growth. As the amount of liquid decreased, the fruit gradually grew. It was tender and moist, as if it was formed by fresh blood. A total of 98 years passed. You once asked me if the fire would burn my finger. Now I can answer you. It won't. An ancient voice echoed inside the star system. A fruit is about to form from one of the 7 colored flowers. The other 6 fruits are also not far away. This old man was convinced by the sovereign back, then to not face the void, turbulent realm, and chose to stop cultivating. I chose to not find out if the heaven-trampling 4th step really exists, and instead willingly became the caretaker for this red plant, all in hopes that his heavenly plan will succeed. It seems like that day is not far. Chapter 12:17, Awakening. Counting from when Wang Lin entered the 7-colored realm, time quickly swept by, and it had been 99 years. During these 99 years, an earth-shattering change occurred in the Alliance star system. The 4 divine sect moved in force and swept through the remnants of the Cultivation Alliance. They also forced the Corpse sect to work with them to force the All-Heaven army back. The Corpse sect originally didn't intend to get involved. They held of the idea of benefiting from the sidelines, especially since it seemed like if either the All-Heaven or the 4 divine sect wanted to win, they would need the Corpse sect's help. The Corpse sect didn't care about the fact that the All-Heaven cultivators were invaders. What they cared about was the large amount of business in selling and buying bodies that the war had brought. The Corpse sect even hoped that the war would continue on forever. However, all of this was ruined by someone, and this person was the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. He charged into the Corpse sect and killed numerous Corpse sect elders by himself, and even seriously injured the remaining kings. This forced the first king, and also the sect master of the Corpse sect to come out. The 2 of them began a battle that shook the entire star system. In the end, the first king of the Corpse sect was completely defeated. If not for the fact that the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor had other motives, it wouldn't have been hard for him to kill the first king. This battle shocked the entire Corpse sect and taught them of the power of the 4 divine sect. They also held extreme fear toward the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. The Corpse sect had to obey the orders of the 4 divine sect, and they began a war against All-Heaven. This was a huge battle between the 2 star systems. It was during this war that Tua's sun awakened and broke through the formation around planet Suzaku. His appearance shocked All-Heaven. Tua's sun appeared and acted based on his mood. Right after he awakened, some All-Heaven cultivators provoked him. He charged into the battlefield and killed tens of thousands of All-Heaven cultivators. After he finished killing, he left and said only one line: "You're all too weak." None of the All-Heaven cultivators dared to chase, including Master Lufu, who hid himself in terror. He escaped far from the Alliance star system and didn't dare to take even half a step inside. Fortunately, After Tuo Sun appeared, he didn't stay in the Alliance star system for too long. He first went to the Four Divine Sect. With the power of an ancient god and the power of his stars, he was able to seriously injure the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor in one blow. He collapsed the Four Divine Sect's starfield, leaving countless cracks, so no one could enter it. However, Tuo Sun didn't kill the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor, and he also said one line. "You're too weak." As for the Vermillion Bird Divine Sect, the eternal flames were extinguished by Tuo Sun with a wave of his hand. This fire is annoying to look at. None of the members of the Vermillion Bird Divine Sect dared to speak out in anger. Then Tuo Sun left and went to the Brilliant Void Realm and battled the Old Man. After sealing the Old Man in one of his stars, he used the God-slaying spear and caused the Brilliant Void Realm to collapse. The Brilliant Void Realm, which had existed for countless years, vanished. It became something that would only live on in memories. Bingmei's body collapsed. Her origin soul was seriously injured, and she went missing. Tuo Sun didn't feel the need to give chase, but instead left a mark on her and let her go. Shortly after, the Corpse Sect was attacked due to Tuo Sun's rage from not being able to find Wang Lin. Countless people died, and after that, Tuo Sun left. The last place Tuo Sun went to was the Sealed Rain Celestial Realm. Facing the seal around the Rain Celestial Realm, Tuo Sun became serious for the first time. However, this seriousness just made his arrogance and pride show even more. Just when he was about to attack, Qing Lin appeared outside the Rain Celestial Realm. The two talked about something unknown, but Tuo Sun pondered for a long time. Then he nodded and left. He disappeared from the Alliance star system with the countless ancient cultivators he controlled and went somewhere unknown. He searched for the person he had to devour. However, that person seemed to have disappeared from this world. No matter how much Tuo Sun searched, he couldn't find a trace of him. Tuo Sun's appearance caused the situation in the Alliance star system to change greatly, but also calmed it down. The All-Heaven cultivators all retreated back to their own star system due to Tuo Sun. This war that had lasted for hundreds of years ended due to Tuo Sun. Only a roar that shook the entire star system echoed before Tuo Sun left. "Wang Lin, where the hell are you?" Words with a similar meaning were also heard from Lu Yinfei's mouth on the continent of Mo Luo in the Cloud Sea star system. "Senior, where are you? There is only 1 year until the competition at the main sect. Will you return?" In the Cloud Sea star system, the Purple Dao sect had rapidly grown, nearly becoming one of the top 6 sects in the Rank 5 region. However, during these hundreds of years, the Purple Dao sect's master, Lu Yunsong, always looked into the stars as if he was recalling something. Only the old man that always followed him would occasionally hear Lu Yunsong's soft murmur. "Brother Lu, I benefited a lot from our Dao debate all those years ago. However, now that 100 years have passed, how come I haven't heard any news of you? My cultivation has improved. If we can meet again, I want to debate Dao with you again." Similarly, in the Rank 9 region, deep inside the fog where the demon sect was, the blue-haired Qianmei was calm as she slaughtered the fierce beasts inside the spatial crack. The cultivators from the various sects that came with her were all in awe at this blue-haired woman. At the same time, many cultivators had hidden affection toward her. This included many cultivators, and a lot of them were famous cultivators. Under the constant beast tides, the amount of people that would show off their abilities increased. During these 100 years, a lot of cultivators died as they resisted the beast tides. People died almost every day. As time passed, the beast tides became even more vicious, and they were filled with rank 12 beasts. Sometimes even a rank 13 beast would show up, and every rank 13 beast was a disaster for the cultivators. The people of the demon sect also appeared on the battlefield. They were the main force. Very few of the cultivators from the other sects were deemed worthy by the demon sect. In their view, these people were merely here to distract the fierce beasts. However, during these 100 years, people had obtained the recognition of the demon sect. Qianmei was one of them. Almost all the cultivators knew that Qianmei had a treasure. It was a golden pen that could draw runes that were extremely powerful. When people wanted to borrow it to examine it, Qianmei would immediately refuse, even if they were people from the demon sect. Her quiet temperament would suddenly become extremely stubborn. On one occasion, Qianmei was sieged by numerous rank 12 fierce beasts. She ended up suffering serious injuries and went into a coma. She was rescued by the people of the demon sect and woke up a moment later. She disregarded everyone's warnings and charged back into the battlefield with her hair in a scattered mess, all just to retrieve the golden pen. Since then, all the cultivators knew that this golden pen was Qianmei's most precious possession. "You, where are you now? Almost 100 years have passed. At this moment, Qianmei was sitting on a simple cultivation platform with a pale face. It seemed like she was injured. Before her, a large number of fierce beasts were charging through the fog and were being held back by countless cultivators. She seemed to have forgotten about the slaughter of the battlefield and the roars of the beasts. She raised her head and looked into the distance. There was a wild continent somewhere in the cloud sea. Bingmei had used a secret spell of the brilliant void realm to break through the spatial barrier to escape here. She was slowly reforming her flesh. After she was seriously injured and had her body destroyed by Tuasun, for some reason, she wanted to see Wang Lin one more time. Wang Lin, I wonder if you are well. In the cave of a wild continent in the cloud sea, Bingmei slowly opened her beautiful eyes and looked ahead. A sense of loneliness she had never felt before filled her heart. She felt very cold in this foreign place where she cultivated in solitude. The cold seemed to surround her body and the cave. Listening to the cold wind outside the cave, she felt even colder. The seven-colored realm had been in darkness for over 100 years since all the seven-colored light had disappeared. A mysterious force had enveloped the mountain where Wang Lin's origin soul and soul disappeared, making it impossible for outsiders to enter. Master Cloud's soul had attempted to break in but failed. All he could do was find a cave nearby and silently look at the dark world outside for 100 years. Chen Tianjun and the old woman in green also felt the passage of time inside this dark world. There was a corpse lying there motionless on top of the mountain shrouded in this mysterious force. Despite almost 100 years passing, there was no sign of decay on the ancient god body. It looked just like it did 100 years ago, only now it was covered in dust. In the special space created just for nourishing the seven-colored fruits, the fruit from the red plant had been gradually growing. It was about time for it to fully mature. On this day, a remnant of divine sense appeared inside the fruit. It seemed to be absorbing the power of the fruit, and it gradually grew until it became a bead. The moment the bead appeared, Wang Lin slowly awakened as if he had seen a dream. Due to the heaven-defying bead, no one noticed his awakening. Not even the caretaker of the flowers noticed the shocking change inside the fruit. This change was enough to make the universe tremble. Enough to change the trajectory of the heavens and earth for both the outer realm and the sealed realm. The person raising the flower once said that his finger wouldn't be burned by the fire, and he was very confident about this. Just how long would this confidence last? Would it? It would. Chapter 12:18, The Realm Sealing Formation. At a glance, the boundless star system was filled with bright nebulae. As they shined, they gave off a majestic view. They seemed to have existed for eternity, and it was impossible to tell how old they were. The stars were completely silent, as if all the sound was being submerged by the darkness. In the distance, there was an abandoned planet. No light reached this planet, and it was shrouded in death aura. It was like an elder struggling in his dying breath. The air he exhaled filled with death. There was a person sitting on this abandoned planet. If anyone cultivator saw this, they would be shocked, and their mind would go blank. They would think their vision had become blurry, and they were seeing an illusion they wouldn't even dream of. His body was the size of several planets. As he sat on the planet, he gloomily stared off into the distance. His skin was rough, covered in countless cracks that seemed to form strange marks that emitted a strange glow. This person was clearly marked by the passage of time. It was as if this person had existed for as long as the heavens and earth. He had survived for so long that even he didn't exactly remember how long it had been. His majestic body gave off an indescribable aura just by sitting on the abandoned planet, and it enveloped the entire starfield. All the creatures in the starfield were trembling in fear. This was the All-Heaven star system. All the cultivators in the All-Heaven star system were gripped by fear. That feeling of tension and fear was something they couldn't stop. There were still some wild beasts that didn't dare to move before this aura. It was as if as long as this person willed it, their bodies would collapse into piles of blood as sacrifice. This person was like a god. There were 8 stars between his eyebrows, but only 4 of them were bright, while the remaining 4 were all black, as if they were dried up. However, they hadn't dissipated. He was like the strongest existence and ruler of this starfield. After a long time, the gloominess was replaced with confusion. The Rain Celestial Realm doesn't have his aura. The Thunder Celestial Realm doesn't have his aura. The Lightning Celestial Realm doesn't have this aura. Where the hell is he? The giant lifted his head, revealing his hideous expression, and let out an earth-shattering roar at the sky. As he roared, powerful vibrations spread across the stars. The abandoned planet under him began to collapse and formed a shockwave that quickly spread. A shocking change occurred to the origin energy around him. The collapse of the abandoned planet ripped open countless spatial cracks, and the cold wind blew out of them. However, it didn't affect the giant at all, and he continued to roar. As his roar spread across all heaven, countless savage beasts exploded into blood mist, and many cultivators coughed out blood. They either ended up seriously injured or dead. An invisible sound wave spread across the star system. Whenever it hit a planet, it would cause the planet to tremble. A moment later, after the roar ended, the abandoned planet suddenly exploded. Tuasen stood up and walked into the distance. The barriers of the four celestial realms were insignificant for him. There seemed to be nothing in the world that could stop him. His pace wasn't fast, but too big. With one step, he crossed an immeasurable distance. A giant vortex filled with fog appeared before him. It was the Cloud Sea. Walking toward the vortex, Tuasen disappeared from all heaven and stepped into the Cloud Sea. The moment he entered the Cloud Sea, all the cultivators of the rank 9 sects instantly felt an aura that shook them to the core. Even the fierce beasts in the fog began to tremble, and they all retreated, not daring to get close. Even the beast tied from the crack also trembled in fear and retreated like crazy. This caused the slaughter that had lasted for almost 100 years to take an unexpected break. An unimaginable divine sense swept across the Cloud Sea like a storm. All the fog was pushed back as if it was trembling before this divine sense. At the same time, several divine senses charged out from the Cloud Sea and mercilessly collided with Tuasen's divine sense. A roar that was silent but could penetrate the mind like countless bolts of thunder exploding spread across the Cloud Sea like crazy. A normal day, Tuasen would have killed everyone. However, at this moment, his eyes narrowed. He had searched the four realms, but couldn't find any trace of Wang Lin. However, he knew Wang Lin wasn't dead, or else he would have felt the dissipating inheritance. If the four-star systems all don't have his aura then, there is only one possibility. With a stomp of his right foot, the Cloud Sea immediately trembled and ripples echoed across space, causing a large crack to appear. His body sank into the crack and disappeared. After he disappeared, divine senses arrived with shock and searched around before leaving in shock. Aside from a few old monsters, no one knew the real reason behind the shocking change in the Cloud Sea. There was a void under the four-star systems. This was where the realm ceiling formation was. You could enter the ancient star system if you broke through here. Tuasen appeared in this void and looked into the distance. His expression became even more gloomy. During this period of time, his divine sense had spread everywhere and couldn't find Wang Lin's aura. Ancient star system, Tuasen was silent. His memories weren't complete. However, in the memories he had obtained, there was some information on the ancient star system. He vaguely remembered that 2C was from there. At that time, the realm ceiling formation didn't exist. His gaze seemed to be able to see through the realm ceiling formation in the outer realm. He saw the home that he was familiar with in his memories. He searched everywhere, but couldn't find Wang Lin's aura. The only conclusion was that Wang Lin was in the ancient star system. Tuasen's eyes became cold. Wang Lin was something he had to devour because only then could he be complete. Even if you hide in the ancient star system, this god will devour you. There is nowhere in this world you can escape to. His right hand formed a fist, and his huge body rushed forward. Countless ripples appeared in the void as if they were being peeled layer by layer. Soon, a cobweb-like formation appeared under it. The moment the cobweb-like formation appeared in the void, Tuasen punched with his right fist. This was a punch of a true ancient god, a royal ancient god's fist. When the giant punch closed in and collided with the formation, Tuasen attempted to break the formation by himself. The moment his punch landed, the entire void trembled and a thunderous rumble echoed. Large amounts of ripples spread out with his body as the center. The ripples quickly spread across the void, and after the ripples dissipated, the entire void changed greatly. This place was not longer a black void, but a giant formation that covered the entire sealed realm. Even Tuasen seemed small compared to it. It was impossible to describe how big the formation was, as one could only see the vague, seven-colored light released by it. After Tuasen's punch landed and the thunderous rumble echoed, the formation didn't move at all. Instead, a shocking rebound force collided with Tuasen's fist. When the rumble echoed, even someone as strong as Tuasen had to retreat. Tuasen's expression became ferocious as he stared at the formation. As a royal ancient god, he had his pride, and this formation dared to stop him. He let out a roar and rushed out again. His fists moved like meteor, and he began a violent confrontation with the formation by himself. The entire formation revealed a rare tremble, but it didn't show any sign of collapse. No matter how much Tuasen attacked, it still remained, not allowing anyone to take half a step out. What happened in the sealed realm alerted the people watching the formation, but before they could arrive, the formation had received enough damage for the formation spirit to appear on their own. A ray of light formed within the formation. There was a flash of silver light that looked like lightning, and a spear formed. This spear was covered in endless lightning, and it shot straight at Tua's son. It was incredibly fast, and gave off a heaven-shaking, thunderous rumble. Just at this moment, Tua's son turned around, and his right hand moved like lightning. An unimaginable amount of ancient god energy surged out and collided with the spear. The spear collapsed with a bang, but it reformed after it collapsed and carried an even stronger aura. It stabbed directly into Tuasen's right arm. The moment it stabbed, large amounts of lightning rushed out and rampaged across his body with the spear as the origin. The lightning formed a net that seemed to tightly seal Tua's son. Shortly after, another light formed inside the formation. It was a blue light that condensed into a short sword. It carried with it a monstrous sword energy and coldness as it shot toward Tua's son. Chapter 12:19, Eighth Spirit Appear. Tuasen's eyes lit up and his right hand waved at the sky while the lightning entangled him. There was a thunderous boom as a giant crack appeared and the god-slaying spear appeared. He grabbed the god-slaying spear and waved it with a roar. An aura that could make the world tremble appeared, and it collided with the blue short sword. Popping sounds echoed like crazy, and the blue short sword suddenly collapsed into countless pieces. Though it didn't dissipate, but shot straight at Tua's son. At the same time, more light appeared inside the formation. This time there were 3 different lights that shined violently. One of them was gold and condensed into a giant, golden knife. This knife was more than 1,000 feet long, and immediately flew at Tua's son. The second ray of light was purple and appeared after the golden light. It turned into a 10,000-foot-long purple whip that had countless runes engraved on it. The moment it appeared, the formation became twisted. Popping sounds echoed as the whip moved like a python, swinging at Tua's son. The third ray of light was red and spread out like fresh blood. This made the entire formation look blood-red. Painful wails and cries immediately came from the red light. When the red light condensed, a 9-headed mace appeared. There was blood dripping from the 9 heads. It seemed this spirit treasure was extremely brutal and had been stained with the blood of too many people over the countless years. The moment it appeared, it charged at Tua's son. There was a total of 9 spirits in this formation, and at this moment, 5 appeared to attack Tuasen. Tuasen's expression was extremely serious as he swept with the god-slaying spear. His left hand waved at the void and moonlight began to gather before forming a half-moon blade. The half-moon blade circled him and began attacking the spirits of the formation. The thunderous rumbles made it feel like the void was going to collapse, but the formation showed no signs of breaking. Tua's son let out a roar as he began a battle against the 5 formation spirits. Just at this moment, although there was no light from coming the formation, a heat wave appeared. The moment the heat wave appeared, a giant thing several 100,000 feet large appeared within the formation. It gave off an ancient aura and was marked heavily by the passage of time. It was extremely ferocious and would shake the mind of anyone who looked at it. It was a giant catapult. There was a massive fireball in the catapult. This fire had no color and couldn't be seen, but one could clearly feel the unimaginable heat. With a bang, the catapult threw the fireball straight at Tua's senator. If it was just one fireball, it wouldn't have been an issue. However, almost immediately after the first one was thrown, another one was quickly formed by the formation, and the catapult continued to launch them. Over the countless years, as people tried to break through the ceiling formation, an unimaginable amount of people had died to it. When the 6th spirit appeared, even Tua's son was at a disadvantage. When the 6 spirits attacked, there was a heaven-shaking rumble, and Tua's son retreated for the first time. He had to retreat. His expression was serious with a hint of disbelief. However, his ferociousness became even stronger. What a powerful formation! Only when I devour Wang Lin and become a true 8-star royal ancient god will I have a chance of breaking this formation. Not only was this formation designed to seal the cultivators in here, it was obviously designed with my ancient god clan in mind as well. However, I can faintly feel Wang Lin's aura here, which means Wang Lin must be outside the ceiling formation in the ancient star system. I must break open this formation, no matter what it takes. Tuasen's eyes revealed a red glow. As he retreated, his right hand pointed to between his eyebrows. The 3rd star between his eyebrows shined like it had never shone before, and the source origin aura of a 3rd step cultivator rushed out. I'll use my full power to charge out, but that means I won't have the power to return. However, this is not a problem. Wang Lin is in the ancient star system outside the sealing formation, so it would be useless for me to stay in the sealed realm. As long as I can leave and devour him, then no matter how much I sacrifice, it will all be worth it. Tuasun made up his mind. The source origin energy from his third star became even more intense and seemed to unexpectedly shroud the entire formation. One could hear the faint sounds of death screams from the third star, but at this moment, a powerful surge of energy echoed. The third star flew out and smashed toward the sealing formation like a meteor. Tuasun stepped forward and started to shrink until he was the size of the meteor before rushing out behind it. He charged at the formation, with the star containing the source origin of a third-step cultivator making a path, and the god-slaying spear and half-moon blade around him. A powerful force gathered around Tuasun. He moved faster and faster toward the formation. The 6 spirits of the formation attacked like crazy in an attempt to stop him. The catapult launched countless fireballs, and as the heaven-shaking rumbles echoed, Tuasun moved even faster. Just at this moment, another ray of light came from the formation. It was black, as if it was the void, and as it scattered, the formation seemed to disappear. The black light condensed into a giant baton that was covered in black gas. The moment it appeared, it gave off an aura that could absorb one's mind. The moment the baton appeared, it swept toward Tuasun. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the 7 spirits seemed to fuse into one and stopped Tuasun. A rumble echoed, and for the first time, Tuasun's face turned pale and blood seemed to come out from the corner of his mouth. What kind of formation is this? What kind of madman placed this formation? Is there another hidden existence here besides me? Otherwise, there is no way for such a powerful formation to exist. His charge was blocked, and although his eyes were filled with madness, his mind was calm. In his life, aside from 2C, he feared no one. As he stared at the formation, the madness in his eyes became even stronger. Instead of retreating to find a third-step cultivator to seal to increase my power, I'll rush out now and find third-step cultivators in the ancient star system. This will be your punishment for placing such a formation here. He raised his right hand, let out a cold snort, and pointed at his second star. The second star suddenly gave off an even more powerful source origin energy and flew out as a second meteor. It flew at the formation ahead with an even more powerful force than the first meteor. Break for this god, Tuasun roared as he charged after the 2 meteors. The 2 meteors formed an impact that the formation had rarely seen in the countless years it had existed. The formation had never been broken since it was formed. Tuasun's attack contained a destructive aura that could destroy the world, and it instantly closed in. The 7 spirits continued to try to stop him, and the thunderous rumbles were the only sounds that existed in this void. However, Tuasun had borrowed the power of the second star, the Godslayer spear, and the half-moon blade to close in on the formation. At this moment, another light appeared from the formation. After seeing this light, even someone as powerful as Tuasun was startled, and he charged even faster. In an instant, the light condensed into a giant axe. An ancient god aura immediately spread out. The moment the axe appeared, he was completely startled. He had encountered many things over the countless years, but he had never been as shocked as he was right now. This is impossible. How can this become this formation's spirit? After the axe filled with a powerful ancient god aura appeared, it rose into the sky and chopped down on Tuasun. This chop felt like no life in this world could escape or resist. So what if it is the ancestral royal weapon? Nothing will stop me from breaking this formation. His eyes turned red and he pointed at the first star between his eyebrows. Then another burst of source origin energy appeared. The third star flew out like a meteor and fused with the first 2 stars into 1 star. Tuasun charged out and fused with the meteor. The explosion of the source origin of 3 third-step cultivators along with the power of 3 ancient god stars with the god-slaying spear and half-moon blade leading the charge at the formation, completely disregarding the attack of the formation spirits and the axe. At this instant, the attacks of the 7 spirits landed on the meteor and the giant axe chopped down directly on the meteor. The meteor suddenly collapsed and Tuasun coughed out blood inside, but he moved even faster. When the axe chopped down for the second time, he smashed into the formation. This collision was heaven-shaking. It shook the 4 celestial realms and stunned all the guardians of the formation rushing in from the outer realm. This formation that had never been broken before trembled violently, as if it was going to collapse. But in the end, it didn't collapse. Tuasun smashed into it like crazy and continued to smash into it, causing it to shake even more violently. Flowing ink transformation divine technique. The axe chopped down again and again, each attack causing Tua's son to cough out blood. He was still crazed and even used the flowing ink transformation divine technique that 2C wasn't able to complete. At this instant, a black mist surrounded Tua's son, and at this moment, the axe suddenly stopped as if it was hesitating. Borrowing this moment, the black mist invaded the formation. Explode, explode, explode. Tuasen's voice shook the world, and the meteors surrounding him exploded. An unimaginable destructive force hit the formation, and for the first time, a crack appeared on the formation. The moment the crack appeared, Tuasen charged out. Tuasen laughed like crazy as he coughed out blood. The 3 dim stars returned back to him, but one of them suddenly collapsed. Wang Lin, this god is coming. I want to see where you will escape to. Chapter 1220, Owner of the Heaven Defying Bead. At this moment in the space that didn't belong to the sealed realm or the outer realm, where the 7 plants were being nourished, the red fruit became even more delicate and ripe. The heaven-defying bead slowly rotated inside the fruit and emitted a blue flame. This flame permeated the inside of the fruit, making its appearance even more shocking. A long time passed. In addition to the blue flame, flashes of thunder appeared and slowly fused with the blue flame. Then a battle intent charged out. It used the liquid inside the fruit as nutrients and gradually fused with the blue flame and thunder. The fusion of thunder, fire, and battle would be impossible outside this place, but here, where immeasurable amounts of Dao intent had been gathered as nutrients, this impossible transformation was occurring. More importantly, there was also the heaven-defying bead inside the fruit. As time slowly passed, a new domain slowly appeared. This was the true and false domain. It appeared in the shape of a yin-yang symbol. Half was true and half was false. Half was karmic cause and half was karmic effect. Half was life and half was death. After this yin-yang symbol appeared, it immediately absorbed the fire, thunder, and battle domain. The yin-yang symbol seemed to form a vortex and absorbed everything inside the fruit. The heaven-defying bead was at the center of the yin-yang symbol and rotated with it. Wang Lin was completely sober and felt all of this happen. He was in a very strange state where he seemed like he was there, but not there at the same time. As the yin-yang symbol rotated, thunder, fire, and battle were all absorbed by it. Within Wang Lin's newly born consciousness, he murmured as if he was sending a divine sense message. Fire. Among the laws, the Dao that melts all life. The moment this divine sense message appeared, a large amount of the liquid inside the fruit was sucked into the yin-yang symbol. This liquid contained the Dao intent of everyone who had died and comprehended the Dao of fire when they were alive. The fruit was no longer beautiful as the liquid was being devoured by Wang Lin. Wrinkles appeared on the surface of the fruit. Under this crazed absorption, Wang Lin seemed to sink into endless reincarnations. He suddenly became an old man standing among the stars who controlled the fire of the world with a wave of his hand. Then he suddenly became a middle-aged man. With a lift of his hand, a cultivation planet turned into a sea of flames. He also became a young man who walked out from a world filled with flames. As he walked out, the flames were all absorbed. Reincarnations similar to this appeared one by one inside Wang Lin's mind. Each one represented someone's enlightenment of fire. This cycle continued, and those comprehensions of the Dao of fire fused with Wang Lin's consciousness. They were deeply engraved into his mind and became a part of him. All comprehension of fire, from the ancient times to now, from the celestial realm to the 4-star systems, they all became nutrients for Wang Lin. The comprehension from their lives had all been sucked away and became a type of Dao nutrient. However, now it was all absorbed by Wang Lin. Thunder, among the laws. It is the Dao that punishes all life. The moment he sent out the second divine sense message, the large fruit shrank rapidly. Large amounts of liquid were absorbed by Wang Lin, and the Dao intent flooded into Wang Lin's consciousness. He saw all the cultivators that cultivated thunder throughout all of history. The comprehension of thunder from all these ancient cultivators rushed into Wang Lin's consciousness. He seemed to have been reincarnated tens of millions of times, experiencing countless lives. He became the unfamiliar yet familiar ancient cultivators and obtained the power of thunder over and over again. He obtained the thunder Dao from comprehension again and again. Battle. Among the laws, the Dao that doesn't bow to the heavens or earth. All of the Dao intents that contained the battle domain rushed into Wang Lin's consciousness. They turned into an earth-shattering will that was engraved into Wang Lin's mind. The fruit shrank even more. As more liquid was absorbed by Wang Lin, even this crimson-red plant that was thousands of feet wide began to tremble. Just at this moment, a shocking voice echoed inside the star system where these 7 different colored flowers were located. The Dao fruit is about to appear, but why is it wilting? Just as the sound appeared, a powerful divine sense charged at the fruit. However, as soon as the divine sense closed in, the heaven-defying bead inside the Dao fruit released a gentle light that collided with the divine sense. The divine sense was immediately bounced back. The moment the divine sense was bounced back, a shocking change took place. The fruit withered like crazy until it was almost dry, and even its skin collapsed into specks of red crystals that were absorbed by the yin-yang symbol around the heaven-defying bead. It didn't end there. The moment the fruit was sucked dry, the red plant trembled violently and began to wither rapidly. None of the essence of the plant could escape from being sucked into the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin's consciousness immediately felt an unimaginable amount of origin energy rush into his mind. His domain began to wrap. If I miss this chance, I'll regret it in the future. I'd rather spend time to understand it than miss this opportunity. This was the first time since Wang Lin obtained the heaven-defying bead that he fought with it for power. I'm the owner of the heaven-defying bead, not its slave. I completed your 5 elements and found yin and yang energy for you. You saved me from danger, and I thank you, but the exchange is already complete. If you take all the benefits, then how am I different from a slave? So what if I steal some of the power from you? I'm the owner of the heaven-defying bead. Heaven-defying bead. The ancient voice revealed an unimaginable shock. The space in the star system distorted, and an old man wearing a black robe appeared. He looked at the heaven-defying bead in the middle of the yin-yang symbol and immediately charged over. However, just as he closed in, he was stopped 100 feet away without being able to get half a step closer. He could only watch helplessly as the red flower that had been painstakingly planted by the sovereign and then nourished for countless years be completely absorbed. The plant rapidly wilted until it disappeared from the star system. From now on, the 7 colored flowers were missing one, and only 6 colors remained. After absorbing it all, the yin-yang symbol was also absorbed by the heaven-defying bead. All that remained were the 6 other flowers and the heaven-defying bead. Just at this moment, the heaven-defying bead released a blinding light that shrouded the entire star system. At the same time, a giant illusionary door appeared in the star system. This door was large enough to support the world, and an ancient aura spread out from it. This door was shut tight without any gaps. Chapter 12:21. The Identity of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The old man in black stared at everything that happened before him with eyes filled with disbelief. However, there was also intense greed in them as his hands formed a seal, and he charged out once more. However, just as he closed in, the giant door slowly opened. The moment it opened, a powerful light shined out and enveloped the old man. A miserable scream echoed and the old man's eyes became filled with fear. He no longer charged forward, but quickly retreated. Seal? Could the Lord of the Sealed Realm have resurrected? Black smoke came from the old man's body as if he was being burnt, revealing his thin body under his robe. His body emitted a lot of smoke, as if even someone as powerful as him would melt before this light. The door opened, and an aura that shocked the world spread out. It spread out along the border of the realm sealing formation. The realm sealing formation changed drastically again shortly after Tuasin left. Even the last formation spirit that had never appeared before appeared. This last formation spirit was a jade. The moment the jade appeared, countless ripples spread across the realm sealing formation and endless rumbles echoed. At this moment, the powerful people of the ancient star system felt an aura that made their minds tremble. Some of the old monsters that had lived for far too long weren't unfamiliar with this aura. This aura not only made them tremble, it made their minds go blank and replace their thoughts with fear. Lord of the Sealed Realm. Compared to the outer realm, the people of the Sealed Realm didn't feel as much of an impact. Only the most powerful people in the 4-star systems felt it. In the God Sect, inside a chamber, sat a boy. This person looked like a boy, but his hair was gray. He sat there as if he hadn't moved for countless years. However, just at this moment, his eyelids trembled and he suddenly opened his eyes. Master's Aura. In the Rain Celestial Realm, Qing Lin was silently cultivating, trying to recover his power as much as possible. However, at his moment, his eyes shined like they had never shined before. He suddenly stood up, looked into the distance, and let out a deep breath. Teacher. The Wind Celestial Realm was filled with countless mosquito beasts. On a collapsed celestial realm fragment sat an elder. This old man looked like a statue as his body had turned to stone. However, at this moment, cracks appeared on the eyes of the statue. As cracking sounds echoed, this old man seemed to open a pair of eyes that hadn't been opened for a very long time. That old man's aura. The old man's eyes revealed a strange light as countless memories awakened from their slumber and filled his brain. After a long time, he closed his eyes and became a statue once more. In the star system under the lightning celestial realm, a woman was standing on top of a mountain on a cultivation planet. She looked at the sky with reminiscences and confusion in her eyes. I can't remember. Whose aura is this? It's very familiar, very familiar. At this moment, on a cultivation planet in the star system under the lightning celestial realm, there was a youth sleeping on a mountain. His body trembled as he looked up and started into the distance. After a long time, he scratched his head. Scared this old man to death. I thought it was those old fellows coming down from the celestial domain to catch me. But why does this aura feel somewhat familiar? This youth was the person who escaped from the crack during Wang Lin's divine retribution. The moment the door formed by the heaven-defying bead opened, a person slowly walked out. The old man that was retreating and constantly dissipating in the light from the door was frightened, but soon he frowned. It's not the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Could this person be the second Lord of the Sealed Realm? His aura isn't strong. The aura that makes me feel terror is in the door behind this person. The person who walked out from the door was Wang Lin. He didn't have his body. He was only an origin soul. The old man's eyes lit up. Then he clenched his teeth and waved his right hand. A black fog appeared around him, and he charged ahead. Kill this person and steal the heaven-defying bead. If I can do this, I don't need to worry about the sovereign. This old man was now surrounded by the black fog. He resisted the powerful light with force and closed in on Wang Lin, but his black fog was dissipating. A black claw reached out from the fog and mercilessly clawed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He felt the source origin energy of a third-step cultivator closing in on him, but he was extremely calm. He coldly looked at the claw closing in on him and took a step back into the door of the heaven-defying bead. When the old man was close, the heaven-defying bead's gate released a powerful light. At the same time, a giant arm appeared outside the gate and mercilessly reached toward the old man. The black fog around the old man exploded into a surge of source origin energy to resist the huge arm, so he could have the opportunity to kill Wang Lin. However, the collapse of the black fog didn't cause the arm to pause one bit. It instantly reached toward the old man. No matter how much the old man tried to dodge, he couldn't avoid the arm. He clenched his teeth. Then the old man bit the tip of his tongue to spit out blood, and his body multiplied into 3 of him. 2 of them charged toward the arm, and 1 of them charged toward Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the giant arm formed a fist, and its speed doubled as it swept by the 2 clones of the old man. Then it quickly withdrew and grabbed the old man charging at Wang Lin, and it mercilessly squeezed. If my original body was here, I might have had a chance to fight. But now, the old man revealed a wry smile as he let out a sigh before his body dissipated. From beginning to end, Wang Lin had an indifferent expression that didn't change at all. After the old man dissipated, the gate behind Wang Lin flashed once more and rapidly shrank. The door became a blur and disappeared back into the heaven-defying bead. It took Wang Lin's origin soul and left. Then it broke out of the star system and disappeared without a trace. The 7-colored realm had been dark for 100 years. On this day, a bright light appeared in the sky above the mountain in the deepest part of the 7-colored realm. The moment this light enveloped the 7-colored realm, a vague illusion with confusion in his eyes appeared. He let out a sigh as he looked at the body covered in dust on top of the mountain. It was like a dream that lasted for many years. The illusion murmured as it gradually merged with the body on the mountain. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes and popping sounds echoed inside his body. The dust was immediately blown away. After sleeping for 100 years, he once again stood up. The moment he stood up, the aura of a late-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator spread out from his body. This aura continued to rise until it broke through to the peak of the Nirvana cleanser stage. However, it didn't stop there. It increased like crazy once more. It was attempting to reach the Nirvana Shatterer stage. The amount of Dao intent and origin energy he had absorbed from one of the flowers was extremely large. Although the heaven-defying bead had absorbed a majority of it, because Wang Lin had taken the initiative to take from the heaven-defying bead for the first time, he still got a lot. At this moment, his hair moved without any wind, and his body gave off a strange aura. A fire tattoo formed in his left eye, and a lightning tattoo formed in his right eye. They flew out and fused into one. There was also the vague outline of the word battle in it. This was a mark that had never appeared in the world. It was a completely new law. At this moment, as the mark flashed, it landed between Wang Lin's eyebrows and became one with his true and false domain. A yin and yang like marks suddenly appeared outside his fused thunder and fire tattoo and slowly rotated. Eventually, it gave off a demonic glow before shrinking until it looked like a star. It then hid itself between his eyebrows. No matter how you looked at this star, it looked very similar to a star of an ancient god. If a 9-star ancient god had formed this star made of law, many would mistaken this ancient god to be a 10-star ancient god. The moment this law star appeared, Wang Lin's body gave off the aura of a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. This aura was earth-shatteringly powerful. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and his eyes shined. He raised his right hand, quickly formed seals, and pointed at this body. His face turned slightly red, but he didn't stop and pointed even more. After placing down countless seals, he finally stopped. The Nirvana Shatterer aura from his body gradually dissipated until it was hidden under the numerous restrictions. This aura is enough to make my cultivation reach the peak of the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer, but this is from comprehension I don't fully understand yet. If I don't fully comprehend all the Dao I absorbed, using this cultivation will make it almost impossible for me to advance. It will have way too much of an impact on my future cultivation. However, giving it up now would be a pity, so let's seal it first, and once I have thoroughly comprehended all the Dao intent I absorbed, I can release the seals one by one. At that time, there will be no harm. It will also make my cultivation even stronger. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. With my peak Nirvana Cleanser cultivation that is half a step into the Nirvana Shatterer stage, combined with my ancient god body, my spells, and magical treasures, I wonder how strong I am. Can I win against late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivators, or even peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivators? I should be able to win against late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivators, but as for peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivators, since I haven't battled one, I don't know. If there is a chance, I should fight one. The mark hidden between Wang Lin's eyebrows flashed uncontrollably, and a powerful battle intent enveloped him. Wang Lin took a deep breath and suppressed the star and frowned. He knew that this was the result of him not completely understanding the Daos he had absorbed. It is time to leave. I wonder how the mosquito beast is doing after all these years. Also, how long did I sleep inside the flower for? It should have been at least 20 to 30 years. Wang Lin's eyes were bright and filled with self-confidence as he walked forward. He left the mountain and flew straight ahead. Now that this is over, I should go to the Wind Celestial Realm. If I can gather a large amount of mosquito beasts, I can even try to break into the god Sect. I just don't know if Tuasun has awakened yet. At this moment, in the ancient star system, among the boundless stars, Tuasun stared at the stars. He clenched his teeth, feeling extremely gloomy. He was filled with anger and wanted to destroy every living thing he saw. He had put a lot of effort into breaking through that formation. In the end, at the cost of collapsing a star and sacrificing the third-step cultivators sealed in his stars, he was barely able to get through the sealing formation to devour Wang Lin. However, right now, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find Wang Lin's aura. He is not inside the sealed realm and not in the outer realm, but his aura was inside the realm sealing formation. Could he be hiding inside the sealing formation? But that is impossible with his cultivation level. He roared at the sky and his eyes became bloodshot. He became aware of some ancient cultivators in a starfield in the distance. Without anywhere to vent his rage, he shook his fist and rushed in that direction. Damned Wang Lin, this god will find you one day. I'll devour you to appease the anger in my heart. Chapter 12:22, Master Cloud Soul Yields. Wang Lin stepped outside the mountain while pondering. The crack above the mountain had disappeared along with all the light, and the seven-colored realm had entered darkness once more. Looking at the darkness before him, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out. Just as he was about to leave, he was startled and looked down at a valley below. Come out and see me. Wang Lin's voice was calm, but it contained a majesty that couldn't be refused. His cold voice echoed inside the valley like a blast of cold wind. The entire seven-colored realm trembled. It was like the word of law. Anyone who heard it would feel their mind tremble. Master Cloud Soul was sitting inside a cave in the valley. He had awakened the moment the light appeared above the mountain and Wang Lin returned. Following that, he felt panic and an inexplicable sense of fear. He vaguely guessed that the person from 100 years ago seemed to have returned. His killing intent from 100 years ago had mostly dissipated with the passage of time. Just as he was hesitating, he felt an aura that almost made him lose his wits appear. At the same time, those cold words crashed into his body from all directions and landed directly on his origin soul. His face was pale and a thunderous rumble seemed to echo inside his ears. A faint, blue flame appeared around him as if it was burning him, and thunder spread across the entire flame, causing his body to feel numb. What shocked him even more was the crazed battle intent inside his heart. If he could vent this battle intent, it would be fine, but it was locked inside his body. This battle intent burned his origin soul, so much so that the pain even caused him to let out a miserable groan even with his cultivation level. What made him feel even more terrified was that he had a powerful feeling that if he didn't go out immediately, the other party only needed but a thought to kill him. How could he be this strong? Master Cloud Soul's face was completely pale and filled with fear. He could clearly feel that the difference between the Wang Lin now and the Wang Lin from 100 years ago was like the distance between heaven and earth. Master Cloud Soul charged out of the cave without any hesitation and saw Wang Lin floating in the sky. The moment he saw Wang Lin, his mind went blank and the pounding of his heart replaced everything. The surroundings were completely silent without a single sound, but in Master Cloud C's mind, the world had become Wang Lin's palm. He was trapped inside Wang Lin's palm with no chance of escape. His life was no longer in his own control, but in the hands of the person before him. In particular, he got a strange feeling from between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Although there was nothing there, he felt like there was an eye staring at him. The eye contained a law he couldn't imagine. He felt like the blue flame, thunder, and battle intent that could collapse his origin soul had all come from that third eye. Back when Wang Lin distorted his transfer, making him appear in a valley filled with fierce beasts. Although he felt fear, it was insignificant compared to this moment. In his view, the aura Wang Lin gave off could sweep the entire seven-colored realm, and he was like an ant before Wang Lin. This feeling became stronger and stronger, causing Master Cloud Soul's face to become even more pale. Wang Lin coldly looked at Master Cloud Soul and raised his right hand. He pointed at the void, and his cold gaze collided with Master Cloud Soul. A strange mark appeared from Wang Lin's right hand and slowly flew toward Master Cloud Soul. This mark wasn't fast, and if Master Cloud Soul wanted to dodge, it would be very easy. However, before Wang Lin's stare cold, sweat came from Master Cloud Soul's forehead, and he didn't dare to move. He had a strong feeling that if he dared to move, what awaited him would be a slaughter. He believed that Wang Lin could do it, and even instantly kill him. This was a sense of prediction he had gained from countless years of cultivation. He had never felt it as clearly as today. He helplessly looked at the mark closing in and began to struggle, but in the end he gave up all resistance. He allowed the mark to embed itself deeply between his eyebrows. The moment the mark landed, the blue flame, thunder, and battle intent inside his origin soul gathered between his eyebrows. They fused with the mark, and after flashing a few times, it disappeared. Master Cloud Soul secretly let out a breath of relief. Then he became very respectful and whispered, "This old slave greets master." With his cultivation level, he could naturally see that the mark was not to kill, but to control. Although the other party hadn't explicitly said it, Wang Lin's actions revealed his intent. Either live as Wang Lin's slave or die. This was indeed Wang Lin's idea. If Master Cloud Soul didn't yield, he wouldn't mind killing him. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from Master Cloud Soul and calmly asked, "How long have I been asleep for?" Master Cloud Soul felt bitter in his heart, but there was no unwillingness in it. However, there was a trace of confusion, especially when he thought about the Wang Lin from 100 years ago. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. When he heard the question, he quickly and respectfully answered, "Master has been asleep for 99 years. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but his heart was shocked. He stared at the dark world before him and silently pondered. So, this much time has passed. Master Cloud Soul didn't dare to disturb Wang Lin's pondering. He just looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression. He could have never dreamt that the person he looked at with disdain 100 years ago would become his master. A moment later, Wang Lin's body trembled, and he flew off into the distance. Master Cloud Soul followed after and sighed in his heart. With Wang Lin's current cultivation level, he moved very fast and arrived at Simamo's Valley. Due to Wang Lin's will, this place was spared when the fire and thunder swept across the seven-colored realm. He waved his right hand. Wang Lin walked into the valley. Master Cloud Soul respectfully stood outside the valley. Without Wang Lin's command, he wouldn't dare to enter even half a step. Inside the valley, Wang Lin looked at the familiar scene. These 100 years had passed by so quickly that he was caught unprepared, which made him feel a sense of crisis. Tuasen should have already escaped. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he went straight for the first cave. His divine sense spread out, and he let out a sigh of relief. Inside the countless restrictions in the first cave, all the origin crystals had been used up and all the beast souls were gone. The mosquito beast was lying on the ground with a cocoon-like structure around it. It was extremely weak and seemed to have no strength to break free. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense entered, the weakened mosquito beast immediately opened its eyes. There was a hint of confusion in them, but soon they filled up with joy. It began to struggle, but at this time, it still lacked enough origin crystals to complete its transformation, so it couldn't break free. After Wang Lin saw this, his heart ached as he opened the cave and went inside. His right hand reached at the void and a crack to this storage space opened. All the origin crystals he had flew out. The moment these origin crystals appeared, they released dense origin energy and flew toward the cocoon. The mosquito beast started absorbing them so it could continue its metamorphosis. Go bring Qin Tianjun here. He should still be alive. Wang Lin's divine sense message penetrated out of the valley and entered Master Cloud Soul's mind. Master Cloud Soul respectfully acknowledged before he charged off into the distance. Qin Tianjun was sitting inside the same cave from 100 years ago. His mind felt very complicated during these 100 years, and his hopes of leaving seemed to have disappeared. He often stared blankly at the dark world before him and thought about his life before entering here. Teacher and my fellow brothers should be in the rank 9 region on the battlefield against the fierce beasts. That's where I should be. I shouldn't be here. He had spent the last 100 years alone in this dark world. He had become desperate, but the moment Wang Lin awakened, that bright light that appeared in the darkness made Qin Tianjun tremble. He wanted to leave this place. He wanted to leave this place very much. This kind of anxious mood was enough to burn his soul. He suddenly stood up before he rushed out and looked into the distance, and his mind trembled. He came back. Just as he waited anxiously, Qin Tianjun immediately saw the ray of light in the distance. He saw Master Cloud Soul inside the light, and immediately felt his heart skip a beat, and he retreated a few steps. He became very cautious. Master Cloud Soul floated in the air and coldly looked at Qin Tianjun. He slowly said, "Fellow Cultivator Chun, Master wants to see you. Please follow me." "Master?" Qin Tianjun was startled, and after silently pondering for a bit, he seemed to remember something. He took a deep breath and followed Master Cloud Soul without a word. Shortly after, Qin Tianjun arrived in Sima Mo's valley. He clearly felt Wang Lin's aura here, and his eyes revealed ecstasy. "Fellow Cultivator Chun, please come in," Wang Lin's voice said from inside the valley. Qin Tianjun excitedly entered the valley. He immediately saw Wang Lin's figure outside a cave. "Brother Liu." When Qin Tianjun saw Wang Lin, his voice trembled in excitement. After 100 years of waiting, the day had finally come. Even he found it difficult to control his mood. "Did you get enough origin crystals?" Wang Lin nodded slightly. "Enough, more than enough." Qin Tianjun raised his hand and opened a crack to this storage space. He took out a bag of holding and respectfully handed it to Wang Lin. After Wang Lin accepted it, he scanned it with his divine sense before leaving one sentence and walking into the cave. "Wait for me. I'll take you out of here." Qin Tianjun had waited 100 years for this. He took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He then looked up at the dark sky. At this moment, even the dark sky seemed brighter. "We can finally leave." Chapter 12:23, Shocking Change. Inside the first cave, Wang Lin opened the bag of holding. There were a lot of origin crystals inside. It seemed that Qin Tianjun had indeed been earnestly collecting them. He waved his right hand, and all the origin crystals from the bag were dumped out on the surrounding restrictions. Popping sounds echoed as all the origin crystals Wang Lin had placed before had all their origin energy drained and dissipated into dust. As they dissipated, the new origin crystals fell. Large amounts of origin energy entered the mosquito beast through the restrictions. Large amounts of vitality entered the mosquito's body, and it slowly recovered from its weakened state. The purple on its body disappeared and was replaced by a faint, golden glow. The golden light was very dim, but when it appeared, the mosquito's body released pressure. 100 years of refining with enough origin crystals to make any sect's heart ache, along with a special method, finally allowed the mosquito beast to successfully transform. As origin energy continued to enter it, the mosquito beast looked better and better, and it began to struggle and roar. Finally, when about 70% of the origin crystals in the bag were consumed, the mosquito beast let out a roar and rushed out of the cocoon. The moment it flew out, its sharp mouth stabbed into the cocoon and sucked it dry. The loud roar echoed out of the cave. The pale, golden mosquito beast was very cheerful as it circled Wang Lin. Its large mouth kept licking Wang Lin, and it seemed very excited. The size of the mosquito beast had changed. It was now only 30 feet long, but it gave off an aura that rivaled Nirvana Cleanser Cultivators. Wang Lin smiled as he waved his right hand to put the mosquito away. The mosquito beast was his ace, and before he had his own horde, he wouldn't let others see it. After walking out from the cave, Wang Lin pondered a bit, and then took away all things in the caves, including the giant pill furnace. As for the caves with the lost ones and enlightened ones, they were now all empty. All of them had died in his battle with the white-haired old man, when the white-haired old man summoned all of their Dao intents. Even the old man in the 8th cave had disappeared without a trace. There were only bones and ashes on the ground now. Although Sima Mo had found all his sect members, none of them had awakened, and they all dissipated. Wang Lin let out a sigh as he stood outside the 6th cave, and his hand pressed down on the stone gate. The time restriction rippled, but at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right fist mercilessly smashed into it. A powerful impact came from Wang Lin and landed on the rock. Also, the star formed by Wang Lin's law flashed at this moment. There was a heaven-shaking rumble as the rock under his fist cracked and collapsed. Chen Tianjun personally saw this. He gasped and looked at Wang Lin in awe. Even Master Cloud Soul outside the valley noticed it, and his mind trembled. The moment he opened the rock, Wang Lin could clearly feel that he was much stronger than before. This feeling was very good. Wang Lin entered the cave, picked up the jade inside, and scanned it with his divine sense. Just as he expected, the jade contained the method of the time restriction. Using the same method, Wang Lin opened the 7th cave and also took the jade inside. Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense, and after memorizing the time restriction, he crushed the jade. The time restriction was one of the 4 great restrictions, and even Sima Mo required 100 years to learn it. This restriction was so profound that it needed careful studying to learn. It was also powerful, and if Wang Lin's cultivation level hadn't increased greatly, or he didn't have great knowledge in restrictions, or he hadn't inherited the annihilation restriction, he could not have broken it so easily. In addition, the most important part was that Sima Mo hadn't learned the true essence of the time restriction. After all, he didn't have enough time and only just barely learned it. Wang Lin wouldn't allow others to learn it from the jade due to his negligence. Therefore, he destroyed the jade so that only he could master it. This 9th cave had the most restrictions and was also the most mysterious among all of Sima Mo's caves. Wang Lin saw a 7-colored fog inside, but couldn't see inside the fog. Moving forward, he arrived outside the 9th cave. He placed his right hand on the rock and pressed down. Ripples spread across the rock, and it slowly became transparent. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as he looked inside the cave and saw the 7-colored fog that seemed to have existed for an eternity. The 7-colored light seemed to leak out from the cave, lighting up this dark valley. Looking at the 7-colored fog inside the cave, Wang Lin vaguely saw something. At the center of the 7-colored fog was a skeleton. It was the corpse of a beast, and it looked like a small deer. However, there was a short sword stabbed into the beast's bones. The moment Wang Lin saw this, his eyes lit up. He clearly remembered that he had seen something like this before in the 7-colored realm. He didn't understand what this meant. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin's right fist fell on the rock. Popping sounds echoed, but the rock didn't collapse. Wang Lin frowned. Then his hands formed another first, and he let out a cold snort. There was a loud rumble, and the entire valley seemed to tremble. The amount of cracks increased until the rock shattered into countless fragments. The 7-colored fog didn't change at all due to the collapse of the rock. It still stayed in a blob and moved strangely. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he slowly walked into the cave. He stopped outside the fog and began to carefully observe it with his divine sense. After a long time, Wang Lin's expression changed, and he saw some clues. This fog hadn't appeared out of nowhere. It seemed to have come from skeleton of the deer. Interesting. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he raised his right hand to reach into the fog, but his expression suddenly changed, and his right hand stopped. At his moment, he could clearly feel the All-Seer's origin soul struggling to charge out from the 18 Hell Celestial sealing stamp. This was the first time a soul that was sealed and removed from the reincarnation cycle showed signs of struggle when it wasn't summoned. Wang Lin's mind immediately entered the 18 Hell Celestial sealing stamp. He swept through the 18 layers of hell to where the All-Seer's soul was infused with it, without any hesitation. Wang Lin's aura gradually changed drastically. He no longer looked like Wang Lin, but became the All-Seer. He was calm, as if everything in the world was under his control and nothing could move him. Feeling the All-Seer's soul, Wang Lin could clearly sense the soul's desire for the 7-colored fog. This desire was very strong. It was obvious from its attempt to break out from the celestial sealing stamp. Desire. I want to see what use this 7-colored fog has to you. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a 7-colored light, and his right hand reached into the fog. Just at this instant, the seven-colored fog churned and entered Wang Lin's right hand. Soon, all the seven-colored fog disappeared, but more appeared from the beast bone, and that new fog was also absorbed by Wang Lin's right hand. The fog entered Wang Lin's origin energy and went directly into the celestial sealing stamp. The All-Seer's soul began to absorb it like crazy, and as he absorbed, it was as if he had gone from being an illusion to having flesh and blood. Wang Lin felt like he was looking at the real All-Seer rather than a fusion of two souls from the All-Seer's avatars. Time slowly passed. After 15 minutes, the beast bone no longer gave off seven-colored fog. All the fog that went into Wang Lin's body was absorbed by the All-Seer's soul. The All-Seer's soul sat down as if he was cultivating to digest. The feeling that Wang Lin disliked a lot became more and more clear. Very interesting. Wang Lin observed for a while, and then withdrew his divine sense. His gaze fell on the short word inside the beast's bones. Wang Lin pulled out the sword and carefully looked at it. There was also a seal on it, and it was exactly the same as the one he got before. The moment he pulled out the sword, the beast bone turned into ashes. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin knew it was not the time to release the seal. He put away the short sword and walked out of the cave. Looking at the dark sky, Wang Lin softly said, "Let us leave." With that, he moved and took Qin Tianjun out of the valley. Master Cloud Soul followed as they charged toward the edge of the seven-colored realm. The three of them quickly moved with Wang Lin as the lead, and an aura suddenly appeared in the distance. It was the old woman in green. She seemed very hesitant and didn't dare to come in too close, instead opting to follow behind them. The four rays of light flew across the sky and arrived at the edge of the seven-colored realm. They arrived at where the altar was when they arrived, but the altar had collapsed. Standing here, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and the method to leave he had obtained from Master Ashen Pine's memories appeared in his mind. His hands moved faster and faster, and seals appeared in the void. As it gave off a gentle light, a hidden crack seemed to slowly open. However, just at this instant, Wang Lin's expression changed, his hands stopped, and his head looked up at the dark sky. At this moment, a giant vortex appeared out of nowhere. When it appeared, it seemed to cause the dark sky to collapse and made the fragments of the sky part of the vortex. Two ruthless gazes that had been marked by the passage of time appeared within the vortex and fell on Wang Lin. "You've devoured my Dao fruit, and you want to just leave like this?" Chapter 12:24, Palm. This sound was like thunder descending from the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Countless cracks appeared on the earth as if it was going to collapse. The sound of collapse was hidden in the darkness and came from all directions. The moment this sound appeared, a pressure came from all directions and slowly descended. As the pressure descended, the seven-colored realm seemed to become a void where endless power began to rush in from all directions. Qin Tianjun was the weakest person here. Just under this pressure, his origin soul trembled and blood came out from the corner of his mouth. He subconsciously took several steps back as his expression changed greatly, and he took out pills to devour to help him resist this pressure. Master Cloud Soul's face was pale as he stared at the sky. He looked at the pair of eyes and felt like he was naked under the gaze. Popping sounds came from his body and his face became even more pale. The old woman in green's pupils shrank and her face became pale. An illusion appeared around her as she quickly changed between an old woman and a beautiful, middle-aged woman. Only Wang Lin stood tall. As the pressure descended on him, the area around him began to distort. It was as if there was a law around him that didn't seem to mix with the world. He stared at the eyes in the vortex and remained silent, but his right hand gradually formed a fist. "I won't bully you. If you can survive this palm, I'll let you live." The voice from inside the vortex sounded tired as it slowly spread out. The moment this voice fell, the vortex in the sky rotated rapidly. The speed of the rotation immediately reached a peak. As it stirred up the sky, even the eyes became hidden inside the vortex. The vortex roared loudly, and the world seemed to start to collapse before Wang Lin's eyes. Just at this instant, the vortex descended with the power to destroy the world. It was as if all life was going to be torn apart and become part of the vortex. As the vortex descended, the earth trembled violently, and the sounds of endless tearing echoed in the darkness. Qin Tianjun coughed out blood. As the vortex descended, his origin soul trembled violently. Master Cloud Soul and the old woman in green all trembled, and their eyes were filled with panic. The vortex descended even faster, pressing down on the earth. Wang Lin's eyes flashed cold, and he jumped into the air like a meteor. He charged straight into the sky and threw a heaven-shaking punch at the vortex in the sky. A heaven-shaking rumble echoed across the seven-colored realm like roaring thunder. Countless bolts of thunder flashed in the sky along with the punch. Like millions of silver snakes, they lit up the world. The countless thunderbolts had appeared due to Wang Lin's punch. When the punch landed, the thunder all gathered on Wang Lin's right fist, forming an unimaginable impact that shot up at the sky. The thunderous rumble continued to echo, but the vortex didn't stop at all and mercilessly pressed down on Wang Lin. Floating in the air, Wang Lin's clothes made a lot of noise. He could clearly feel that the suction from the vortex wanted to suck out his origin soul, suck out his origin energy, and crush his body. Do you all want to wait here to die or rush out with me? Wang Lin's words echoed like a blast of cold wind that landed in the ears of the three people below. Master Cloud's soul clenched his teeth and jumped to the left of Wang Lin. He waved his sleeves, causing countless soul fragments to appear, and they let out shrill cries. Master Cloud's soul's expression became ferocious. The old woman in green was pale, but she didn't hesitate to charge out and stand to the right of Wang Lin. Her hands formed a seal, and a mist appeared around her. The mist was blood red and contained the aura of life and death. There were a large amount of restrictions flashing inside. Chen Tianjun was the last person to fly out. He stood below Wang Lin. He waved his hand, and all the pores on his body opened up. The aura of beast souls appeared until more than 10 beast souls were surrounding him. Among them there were 2 rank 12 beast souls. Although they were extremely weak and not as mighty as when they were still alive, it was still shocking. Wang Lin didn't look at the 3 around him. The star made of law flashed between his eyebrows. Then he waved his right hand, and the trident appeared. He gripped it tightly in his hand. What about the power of one palm? Wang Lin rushed out while laughing at the vortex descending from the sky. It looked like the sky was collapsing and was going to crash down to the earth. All life would be crushed. No chance for survival. As Wang Lin continued to charge, the thunder around him flashed like crazy and battle intent filled his body. An unexpected desire to contend against the world began to form. Even if the sky was going to collapse, he would find a way to charge through and kill the heavens. Under this battle intent, Master Cloud's soul let out a roar, and the soul fragments around him began to gather. He took out a black awl and spat blood on it, as if releasing a seal. The awl immediately gave off an ancient aura as he rushed out, after Wang Lin, toward the vortex. Master Cloud Soul's blood seemed to be boiling. If he could charge out, he would live. If not, he would die. The old woman in green's face was without blood, but her eyes were bright and determined. She waved her right hand, and the mist around her split into 2. One was life, and the other was death, and they coiled around her like 2 dragons. The life and death fog dragons charged out with her as she followed Wang Lin. Chen Tianjun followed as all the beast souls roared and gathered around him. They let out roars of struggle for survival as they charged out like crazy. The 4 rays of light closed in on the vortex in the sky, with Wang Lin leading the way. They got closer and closer. An instant later, they collided. Wang Lin was filled with battle intent as he waved the trident and began his attack on the vortex. His body was filled with the power of an ancient god as he moved like a meteor that could break all barriers in the world. He ripped a hole in the vortex. However, the vortex was too big. When it shrouded them, Chen Tianjun was the first that couldn't withstand it. The beast souls around him collapsed, and his body trembled before he exploded and was absorbed by the vortex. His origin soul struggled to escape, but the vortex was too strong, and he was about to be pulled in. You promised to take me out. You promised. Chen Tianjuan's origin soul released a miserable divine sense message. The moment his message echoed, Wang Lin suddenly turned around, and his right hand reached out. He grabbed Chen Tianjuan's origin soul and began fighting with the power of the vortex. With a bang, Chen Tianjuan's origin soul was split in half. One part was devoured by the vortex, and the other half was taken by Wang Lin. Wang Lin charged at the gap in the vortex. The moment Master Cloud's soul charged into the vortex, popping sounds echoed in his body, and he coughed out blood. All the soul fragments around him died, and even the magic treasure collapsed. However, the magic treasure wasn't ordinary, and by using its collapse, he rushed into the gap Wang Lin had opened. The old woman in green clenched her teeth and charged at the gap. Under the powerful suction force, all her life and death restrictions broke, and she coughed out blood. Seeing the suction force increase and the gap closing fast, she formed a seal. Then she pointed to between her eyebrows and caused her body to tremble. A figure appeared on her right and another on her left. One was an old woman and the other was a middle-aged woman. The moment these 2 figures appeared, they chose to self-destruct. She was able to find a path to survive at this moment of danger. With the power of the double self-destruction, the old woman in green was able to get through the gap in the vortex. However, this wasn't over. It had just began. The vortex went through everyone and landed on the ground. A thunderous rumble echoed as the earth trembled and began to move. 5 towering mountains suddenly appeared. Looking down from where Wang Lin was, he could clearly see everything. This is, blood continued to come out from the corner of his mouth, and there was no joy in escaping. As he stared at the earth, his eyes revealed disbelief and fear. The old woman beside him was far too injured and looked dispirited, but her eyes revealed the same level of fear. This entire earth unexpectedly became a giant palm at this moment. The 5 towering mountains were the 5 fingers of the palm. The large amount of cracks that had appeared on the ground were the palm's palm print. This palm size was beyond imagination. The palm made up of the 7-colored realm slowly gave off an aura far more powerful than the vortex. What was the power of a palm? The 7-colored realm was the palm, the mountains were fingers, and the cracks on the land were the palm prints. This was the power of a palm mentioned by the ancient voice. At this moment, Wang Lin, Master Cloud Soul, and the old woman in green were still inside the 7-colored realm, which was inside the palm. The tired, ancient words echoed inside Wang Lin's mind. The meaning of these words was still very obvious. Escape the palm, and they will live. Just at this moment, the palm formed by the 7-colored realm began to slowly close. A majestic aura spread and a thunderous rumble echoed as the fingers closed in. It was as if the palm wanted to crush the ants at its center. There was no fear in Wang Lin's eyes, and a powerful battle intent filled his body, and his blood seemed to boil. Between his eyebrows, 6 blurry ancient god stars rotated rapidly, and at the center was the star made of the law of his domain. At a glance, he looked like a 7-star ancient god. Let's fight. Wang Lin held the trident and swept it to the side of his body. He was like a battle celestial as he rushed down. Chapter 1225, Breaking Fingers. While charging, the ring Wang Lin got from Pangdut's eye shined, and rays of light surrounded him. The light rotated rapidly, forming a storm around Wang Lin. Wang Lin charged at the giant palm made of the 7-colored realm. Master Cloud Soul hesitated a bit. Then he clenched his teeth and charged after Wang Lin. As for the old woman in green, she was too injured. Without thinking, she flew up in an attempt to avoid the palm. The palm formed by the entire 7-colored realm rumbled as the 5 fingers closed in. It wanted to completely crush Wang Lin. This scene shocked the world. The 5 fingers formed by the mountains came from 5 directions and pressed down. The entire sky was occupied by the mountains. It was a shocking moment. The quickest was the pinky finger of the palm. Before it even got close, there were already bursts of wind. This wind was very powerful. It was as if the world would collapse under it, and all life would perish. In the wind, the old woman that was already seriously injured became deathly pale. However, she struggled to fly higher in an attempt to escape the palm. She knew that the target of this unimaginable palm was Wang Lin. As long as Wang Lin died, it should calm down. At this point, she no longer dared to even think about leaving this 7-colored realm. The only thought in her mind was to survive. No matter what, she had to survive. As long as I can last until that person named Lu dies, I can live. The old woman's green robe was stained with blood. She struggled in the wind to fly higher. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with battle intent as he saw the pinky closing in. The finger was incomparably large and almost covered half the sky. At this moment, it bent down toward Wang Lin. I wonder if this person is the sovereign. He wants me to escape, but why should I escape and how can I escape? I might as well fight. Wang Lin laughed as the star made of law rotated and his left hand pointed at the sky. Black wind suddenly filled the sky. This black wind was very dense, enough to completely cover the sky. There were 6 dragons roaring inside it that immediately charged at the pinky. The moment the 6 black dragons appeared, a 7th black dragon appeared inside the black wind. Originally, with Wang Lin's cultivation level, 6 was his limit, but with the star made of law, he was able to break the limit and call out the 7th dragon. The 7 black dragon carried a cold energy that could extinguish life toward the pinky finger. If pinky finger was the towering mountain, then the 7 black dragons were the celestial dragons that would smash the mountain down. They wouldn't give up until the mountain collapsed. A thunderous rumble echoed across the world as a huge impact scattered like crazy. Not only did Wang Lin not retreat from this shockwave, he closed in and pointed at the sky. As the black dragons continued to smash into the mountain and collapsed one by one, a cold energy appeared. It contained a sticky feeling, and in a flash, countless flashes of light appeared. Then drops of rain instantly formed. The moment the raindrops appeared, Endless origin energy condensed, stirred up the wind, and fused with the raindrops. An extreme aura suddenly enveloped the area. The moment Wang Lin waved his left hand, these raindrops shot out like swords and charged toward the palm below. Cracking sounds echoed as white frost appeared on the surface of the palm, and in the blink of an eye, ice appeared. In particular, the pinky finger was hit by most of the raindrops. The frost swept over it, and it was wrapped in ice. The ice didn't stop here, but immediately burst open. This wasn't due to the power of the palm, but the ability of summon the rain. Before Wang Lin's cultivation level increased, this change would not have appeared. However, after his cultivation level increased, and with the stimulation of the battle domain, this drastic change to summon the rain occurred. After the rain was ice, and after the ice was collapse. The power of the ice would cause the target to collapse, creating an attack far more powerful than just ice. Sounds of the ice collapsing echoed across the seven-colored realm. The palm with 5 fingers shook but didn't stop at all. It immediately came crashing down. Even the pinky only shook a bit, regardless of how much the black dragons or the ice collapse attacked it. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. After using ice collapse, he didn't stop. He waved his left hand and opened his mouth. The celestial sealing stamp flew out, and a large amount of battle souls appeared, but not the All-Seer's soul. The rest all followed Master Void and charged toward the pinky with mournful cries. Wang Lin was already going all out. After he used Magic Arsenal, his left hand formed a seal as he pointed at the ground and shouted, "Mountain crumbles!" The entire earth trembled as 5 majestic volcanoes formed before Wang Lin, the fire inside them raging. Although they were illusions, the mountains continued to crumble. Also, at this moment, countless strands of slaughter energy charged out of his body. This was all the slaughter energy he had absorbed from the gray-robed All-Seer. The slaughter energy condensed into a red sword and shot toward the pinky that was closing in, along with all his other spells. All of this happened in a flash. All of them appeared as the 5 fingers closed in. At this moment, black wind filled the sky, the black dragons roared, rain was everywhere, ice collapsed, battle souls roared, and even self-destructed. Mountain crumbles formed a monstrous force, and there was slaughter energy in the air. All of this became an extremely powerful spell, and it shot toward the pinky. The 6 volcanoes immediately overlapped with the pinky, and there was an earth-shattering rumble. The 7 black dragons collided with the pinky and exploded. The rain continued to form ice that continued to collapse. Endless battle souls closed in and suddenly exploded, creating powerful impacts. The sword made of slaughter energy stabbed into the finger and shattered into countless strands of slaughter energy. A large amount of slaughter energy rushed inside the finger. The earth shook enough for Master Cloud Soul to cough out blood and the origin soul of the old woman in green to almost collapse. This heaven-shaking rumble echoed across the realm. The pinky formed by the mountain suddenly collapsed. As cracking sounds echoed, countless cracks appeared as the upper part of the pinky finger exploded, creating a storm that scattered in all directions. Wang Lin's face turned pale, and he coughed out blood. The light protecting him shattered, and Pang Ditsai's ring shattered. Wang Lin's body was immediately thrown backward. Master Cloud Soul was behind Wang Lin. With Wang Lin in front, the pressure he suffered decreased a lot. However, his origin soul trembled, all the meridians in his body shattered, and his bones all broke. He became a bloody mess. The old woman in green was far away, and therefore wasn't affected by the shockwave much. She had been flying up, so she had escaped by sheer luck, but the shockwave still almost caused her body to collapse. She originally thought that she had escaped this calamity and felt lucky, but soon her expression changed greatly. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late as the index finger moved at an incredible speed and collided with her. The old woman in green's body became a blood mist. Her origin soul struggled to escape, but as Wang Lin retreated, he waved his sleeve and captured her origin soul. The palm made of the 7-colored realm had 5 fingers, and now half a finger was missing. However, the pinky that was broken in half didn't dissipate, but absorbed the origin energy of the world like crazy, and it was rapidly reforming. Once this half a finger reformed, all of Wang Lin's effort would be in vain. At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with battle intent and madness. He charged toward the index finger that had swept past the old woman. He had to be fast as the other 3 fingers were closing in as well. He can imagine that once all the fingers closed in and the palm formed a fist, he would have no chance of survival. He had encountered countless crises in his life, but the person who was causing the crisis was the strongest one he had ever faced. When the index finger closed in, Wang Lin's left hand reached at the void and Master Ashenpine's pseudo-Nirvana void treasure. The crystal sword appeared. He spat out blood onto the crystal sword to draw out its full potential, and then threw it at the index finger. The crystal sword immediately released a heaven-shaking sword hymn and a monstrous sword energy. It was shrouded in sword energy as it shot toward the index finger. Pseudo-Nirvana void treasures were extremely rare in the sealed realm. These were treasures with great power. At this moment, the sword charged out with the power to cut the heavens and instantly collided with the index finger. A thunderous rumble echoed. Before this rumble, Wang Lin's roar seemed a bit lacking, but it caused the crystal sword to release an even more powerful attack. Sword shatter. The moment Wang Lin spoke, the crystal sword suddenly collapsed, forming an unimaginable shockwave that caused the index finger to pause. He didn't have time to feel his heart ache as his left hand waved outside his storage space, and a treasure flew out. The same pseudo-Nirvana void aura spread out. There was still one more pseudo-Nirvana void treasure inside Master Ashenpine's storage space. It was a blue battle axe. This axe was refined by some unknown method and had a large amount of seals on it. Chapter 1226. Are you the sovereign? Now Wang Lin took it out and covered it in blood before it shot out as a ray of green light at the index finger. The index finger was more powerful than the pinky. The crystal sword collapsed the moment it made contact and created a powerful shockwave in the sky. However, it only caused the finger to pause for a moment and not crack. However, the moment it paused, the green light closed in and the axe swept by, landing on the finger. Under Wang Lin's control, the battle axe released a destructive aura. Popping sounds echoed as all the seals on the axe were released, and its destructive aura was unleashed. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world once more. In this battle, Wang Lin had used almost everything, all his spells, and 2 pseudo-Nirvana void treasures. The rumbles echoed even louder and an impact even more powerful than when the pinky finger collapsed scattered. Master Cloud Soul's body could no longer withstand it anymore and exploded. His origin soul flew out, looking miserable, confused, and bleak. The index finger at the center of the impact still didn't collapse, but there were countless cracks on it. The finger mercilessly pressed down on Wang Lin. At this moment, the sky seemed to be replaced by the index finger. Seeing the index finger closing in, Wang Lin let out a roar and the madness in his eyes became even stronger. There was a flash of light, and the ancient god furnace appeared. The ancient god furnace was one of 2 ancient god treasures he possessed. It was a treasure personally refined by 2C. For Wang Lin, it was something he couldn't fully control and was more profound than it looked. However, at this moment of life and death, Wang Lin was going all out. If I die, what use is a treasure? I don't believe I can't break that index finger. As Wang Lin roared, the ancient god furnace seemed to turn solid around him and collided with the index finger. There was a thunderous bang, and Wang Lin felt like he was hit by a cultivation planet. He coughed out blood, his face was pale, and he was seriously injured. The ancient god furnace trembled violently as it was pushed into the ground along with Wang Lin's body. Collapse for me. Wang Lin's body suddenly stopped, and he stopped himself from sinking more. The other 3 fingers also replaced the sky and descended like crazy. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious, revealing madness along with a heaven-defying will. He had lived a life of danger, and the more dangerous it became, the more unyielding he became. Both in life and death, he would be a hero. The moment Wang Lin said, "Collapse," the ancient god furnace released a thunderous rumble. As it rotated, a heaven-shaking aura charged out and formed a storm. The ancient god furnace collapsed inside the storm and charged at the index finger. The thunderous rumble caused Wang Lin's origin soul to tremble, and his mind took some damage. The mighty index finger suddenly collapsed. It wasn't like the pinky finger that only half collapsed, but completely collapsed into rubble. Wang Lin's mind was weak, but his battle intent became even more intense. He was pushed back by the collapse, and he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He collected Master Cloud Soul's dying origin soul in the middle of this collapse. At this moment, he was the only living person in the 7-colored realm. This spell sent in from the outer realm that turned the 7-colored realm into a palm with 5 fingers had 2 fingers broken. However, even the completely shattered finger absorbed origin energy like crazy and was recovering at a rapid rate. Wang Lin didn't have time to think. If he wanted to leave the 7-colored realm, he had to risk it all. The remaining 3 fingers continued to close in, and the thunderous rumbles echoed in his ears. The fingers bent as if they were the heavens that would destroy all life, and charged Wang Lin. Wang Lin was breathing heavily. He had used all his spells and treasures. The star formed by his Dao rotated rapidly, and his body was surrounded in battle intent as the 3 fingers closed in. The strongest thumb was a bit slower, but the middle and ring fingers arrived almost at the same time. Wang Lin couldn't face 2 fingers at the same time. He threw the trident he had been holding with a roar, and it flew at the ring finger. With the trident blocking the ring finger for a moment, Wang Lin charged at the middle finger. His figure moved like a meteor, and the star of law between his eyebrows rapidly rotated. Blue flames suddenly surrounded his body, and more blue flames appeared at the roots of his white hair. It soon swept across his hair until the tip. If someone looked from a distance, they would clearly see that the giant palm was holding a sea of fire. At the center of the fire was an upright figure. It was the unyielding Wang Lin. The moment this fire began to burn, endless thunderbolts rushed out like silver snakes. The thunder moved within the fire and also between the fingers, causing crackling sounds. More and more thunder appeared and completely surrounded the palm. It created a beautiful scene. In this scene, a giant palm was holding a blue fire while being surrounded by a net of thunder. This would be an unforgettable scene for anyone who saw it. Inside the blue flames, the star of law between Wang Lin's eyebrows flashed violently. The sea of fire around him shot out toward the middle finger. It was very fast and instantly collided with the middle finger. The moment they collided, the blue flames around Wang Lin gathered like crazy in his hand and then shot out at the middle finger. It was as if Wang Lin had launched a monstrous fire at the middle finger and began a life and death battle. Either the finger collapsed, or Wang Lin would die. There was no retreat. He had to give it his all. The blue flames charged at the middle finger like crazy. Wang Lin's face was pale and blood came out of the corner of his mouth. He was personally confronting the middle finger, and he felt the power inside it. It was enough to make his body tremble and rapidly sink. I will not resign to this. Wang Lin's angry roar echoed across the 7-colored realm. He wouldn't resign himself to this fate. He had just devoured the Dao fruit, causing his cultivation level to increase greatly, and saving himself tens of thousands of years to step into the Nirvana Shatterer stage. Just as he was about to leave the 7-colored realm, he was faced with a life and death crisis. He wouldn't resign to this. As he roared, the monstrous thunder gathered like crazy and shot at the middle finger along with the blue flames. The thunderous rumbles now were even more intense than before, and large amounts of cracks appeared in the sky. These cracks were immediately ripped open and expanded the moment they appeared. Although these rumbles were loud, they couldn't cover up Wang Lin's unyielding words. I won't resign myself to this. The star made of law between Wang Lin's eyebrows rotated even faster. As the fire and thunder bombarded the finger, the power sealed by Wang Lin exploded forth. This power wasn't extremely strong, but after fusing with fire, thunder, and the battle domain, it formed a new law. It was a law that belonged only to Wang Lin. The moment this law exploded, the space around Wang Lin twisted as if time had overlapped and couldn't mix with the world. This area of distortion became even larger until it enveloped the entire middle finger. Wang Lin let out a roar of madness. And as the distortion from this law appeared, his body stopped sinking. Not only did it not continue to sink, but as Wang Lin's veins swelled, he raised the middle finger and charged into the sky. The twisted ripples surrounded the middle finger. The power of law fused with fire and thunder along with Wang Lin's charge broke the finger. The moment it collapsed, Wang Lin was thrown out and he fell on the ground. He fell on the palm, and his own blood dyed his body. The star made of law between his eyebrows gradually dimmed and hid itself. He was seriously injured, but the moment he landed, Wang Lin kicked off again toward the ring finger. The trident was stabbed into the ring finger, giving Wang Lin a chance. But if he gave up now, all would be for naught. There was only one previous occasion where Wang Lin was this desperate. The first time was his battle against the All-Seer in the Demon Spirit Land. This was his second time in his almost 2,000 years of cultivation. A tragic aura came from Wang Lin's body. His face was without blood, and while he was seriously injured, his battle intent didn't weaken. Instead, it seemed even more fierce. Some people were born for battle, born for slaughter, born to defy the heavens. Wang Lin was this kind of person. After he fused with Zhang Xingye's battle domain, Wang Lin became even more like this. Life is precious and should be cherished, but I'm not afraid of death. However, I must die with dignity and self-worth. Wang Lin let out an earth-shattering laugh that would even frighten ghosts. Even this mysterious existence that had remained unfazed for countless years was slightly moved. If you can survive the power of the palm, I won't kill you. A weary voice echoed across the world. Are you the sovereign of the outer realm? Wang Lin flew into the air and charged at the ring finger. This old man is from the high ancient Blue Silk clan, Blue Dream Dao Master. Chapter 1227, The Blessing from 100 Years Ago. After their talk ended, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he moved even faster. The 6 ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly, and ancient god energy filled his body. His body immediately grew into an ancient god thousands of feet tall. Wang Lin let out a roar at the sky and waved his huge fist. As the ring finger closed in, he grabbed the trident and swept at the ring finger. Wang Lin's body trembled violently. Even with his ancient god body, he felt like his body was going to collapse. He borrowed this force and pulled out the trident. The ring finger trembled from Wang Lin's kick. However, it didn't stop charging at Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Wang Lin had a ferocious expression. He had already used his spells, treasures, and law, but he was still inside the palm. It seemed like no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape Blue Dream Dao Master's palm. However, this was not enough to make him yield. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with madness. As the ring finger descended, Wang Lin charged up and attacked it like crazy. Ancient god power was contained within in each one of his attacks. Even a cultivation planet would have collapsed from this bombardment, but the ring finger continued to descend. It seemed to want to crush Wang Lin to death. The thunderous rumbles echoed non-stop, and Wang Lin let out a roar. He was an ancient god, but under this finger, he felt an unprecedented setback. No matter how much he attacked, he couldn't stop the ring finger from descending. Even the most powerful finger, the thumb, was slowly descending. What made Wang Lin feel even more bitter was that the 3 broken fingers were absorbing origin energy like crazy and quickly recovering. It seemed like it wouldn't take long for the 3 fingers he had poured all his effort into breaking to reappear. Could this 7-colored realm be my grave? I refused to give in. Wang Lin's eyes were red like a ghost's as he continued to bombard the finger. He clenched his teeth and let out a roar. The blurry 6th star among the 6 rotating stars between his eyebrows gave off a crazy amount of ancient god energy. This energy was so heaven-shaking that even the ring finger trembled slightly. Star Shatter. After Wang Lin had become an ancient god, he had encountered countless dangers, but this was the first time he had chosen to shatter a star. As he roared, the 6th star between his eyebrows suddenly collapsed. The power of the shattered star turned into a storm and was absorbed by Wang Lin like crazy. The ancient god energy surged through his body, causing his body to expand. Soon, a 20,000-foot-tall giant appeared inside the palm. Borrowing the shattered star, Wang Lin's ancient god body reached the level of a 7-star royal ancient god. Wang Lin let out a roar as he rushed forward. Even the earth trembled. A crazy aura surrounded Wang Lin as he charged at the ring finger. He was already prepared to shatter 5 stars in a row. Today's battle would be the most difficult battle in his life. In this battle, his body would collapse, his origin soul would dissipate, and his Dao would completely scatter. His nearly 2,000 years of cultivator would disappear. There would be thousands of people in the cultivation world named Wang Lin, but none of them would be him. Or he would break the 5 fingers and successfully survive the power of their attack. Then he could walk out of the 7-colored realm that almost became his grave. The 7-colored realm would be the place where Wang Lin either succeeded or died. With this kind of madness and a lifetime of unwillingness, Wang Lin seemed to be burning himself. He borrowed the power of the shattered star to become a 7-star royal ancient god and charged at the finger. I can't die. I'm not willing to die. I still haven't revived Wan Air. I still haven't let Ping Air be reborn. I still haven't been filial to my dead parents. I still haven't finished my struggle against fate. There are still a lot of promises I haven't completed, so I can't die. Wang Lin closed in on the ring finger and threw a punch carrying all his unwillingness. This was a punch of a 7-star royal ancient god, a punch obtained by shattering his 6th star, and a punch filled with Wang Lin's unwillingness from almost 2,000 years of cultivation. When this punch flew out, the world changed colors and a thunderous rumble echoed. The 3 collapsed fingers that were reforming trembled, and even the palm paused for a moment. It was as if the entire world had stopped at this moment. Wang Lin's fist instantly landed on the ring finger. The power of the shattered star exchanged for this blow entered the ring finger. Wang Lin's body immediately shrank from tens of thousands of feet to only thousands of feet tall. However, while he shrank, he sent out a blow equal to an all-out attack of a 7-star royal ancient god. Collapse for me. Wang Lin's roar was louder than the collapse of the ring finger. At this instant, the ring finger trembled violently, and countless cracks appeared where Wang Lin's punch landed. The finger suddenly collapsed. Wang Lin's body was completely weak and blood was coming out of the corner of his mouth. He let out a miserable smile and was pushed back by the collapse of the finger. At this moment, the most powerful finger, the thumb, which was comparable to the previous 4 fingers combined, arrived. If a person forms a fist, the pinky and index fingers close first, followed by the middle finger and ring finger. The last one is the thumb, and the power of the thumb is extremely strong. When it presses down, it can cause whatever is inside the center of the palm to completely shatter. Wang Lin knew that even if he shattered all his remaining stars, he wouldn't be able to escape this most powerful blow. However, he refused to just sit there and be crushed. I'm a hero in both life and death. Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight. I, Wang Lin, have cultivated for nearly 2,000 years. If I was still immortal, I would have already been turned to dirt. So what if I die? What is there to be afraid of? Wang Lin let out a pitiful smile as his hearty voice echoed. He charged directly at the thumb. Father, mother, if there is another life, Taizhu will not cultivate. I'll smile with you both for a century. Situ, you and I will never be able to meet again. Senior brother Qing Shui, junior brother was unable to save you. Wan Er, I'm coming to accompany you. Mu Bingmei, our grudge is over. Wang Ping, our family can now reunite. Also Li Qianmei, you love me, but my heart is dead. However, now that I'm about to die, so what if I take you with me? Wang Lin smiled as he waved his left hand and his storage space appeared before him. The blue bracelet flew out. This bracelet gave off a bright blue light like a star and released an inexplicable aura. The moment it appeared, it automatically flew to Wang Lin's left wrist. The blue light gave off a gentle glow that surrounded Wang Lin's body. It still seemed to contain a trace of warmth from 100 years ago, a body heat and warmth that would always exist. Being surrounded by the blue light, Wang Lin instantly closed in on the thumb. However, the moment the bracelet appeared and flashed as it flew to Wang Lin's left wrist, a voice filled with incredible shock echoed across the world. This is, the ancient voice almost trembled, revealing an indescribable amount of excitement. The thumb descending quickly rose up, causing Wang Lin to rush out past it and into the horizon. This sudden scene startled Wang Lin, but he didn't hesitate. As he flew out, both his hands formed a seal. Following the memories he obtained from Master Ashen Pine, he opened a crack to return to the Cloud Sea. His body moved like lightning toward the crack. The moment before he disappeared, the palm formed by the 7-colored realm didn't chase, but slowly put itself down. Treat her well. The moment Wang Lin went through the crack, the tired, ancient voice appeared in his mind. The voice seemed even more tired and contained a hint of complicated feelings. After Wang Lin left, the palm formed by the 7-colored realm gradually collapsed, as if the spell used to form it was slowly leaving. You air, the ancient voice slowly dissipated. At this moment, deep within the ancient star system, there was a family named the Blue Silk Clan. This clan occupied a boundless star domain. In this star domain, there was an ordinary-looking planet with a mountain shrouded in blue light. The local mortals called it the Blue Mountain. There was a simple cottage at the top of the mountain that gently swayed in the mountain breeze. The door of the cottage was pushed open and a tired-looking middle-aged man walked out. He looked up at the sky, and his vision blurred as if tears were coming out. His hair was blue. He looked at the sky and was filled with melancholy. If any resident of the ancient star system saw this, they would be shocked. One of the 5 masters of the ancient star system, the Blue Dream Dao Master, could have a moment where he couldn't control his emotions. The Blue Dream Dao Master was a legend in the ancient star system. The Blue Silk Clan was a small family, but due to this person, who swept across the ancient star system, the Blue Silk Clan became a giant clan no one dared to provoke. Meng Er, our daughter has been reborn. She had your bracelet before she entered the reincarnation cycle, and it has the blessing of your Cloud Dream clan that she inherited from you. If she hadn't personally given it away, even if someone else received the bracelet, her blessing wouldn't have appeared, the man murmured to himself, filled with reminiscence. After a long time, ripples appeared and distorted. An old man in white appeared. The moment he appeared, he immediately became very respectful. Dao Master, teacher. Just as the old man began to speak, the middle-aged man didn't even look at the old man and interrupted him with one word. Scram. The old man's mind trembled, and he didn't dare to speak anymore. Although he was a disciple of the sovereign, against one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system, he wouldn't dare to be presumptuous. He immediately returned back into the ripples and disappeared without a trace. If that child had nothing to do with you, heir, it would have been fine, but how can I hurt someone who will bring our daughter happiness? So what if that child has the heaven-defying bead? I obtained my cultivation by myself, and didn't rely on foreign objects. What does the sovereign's greed have to do with me? Also, the heaven-defying bead used to belong to the Lord of the Sealed Realm. If I'm unable to open the seal, it might not necessarily be a blessing, but a catastrophe. The Lord of the Sealed Realm was a prime example. As for the seal, it is difficult. It was the Lord of the Sealed Realm that opened the 9 7-colored realms, but then they were taken over by my people. I only had the power of that one palm, and after that I had to retreat. Although the sovereign has been in closed-door cultivation for tens of thousands of years, his schemes run too deep. When he made me attack, I fear there might have been another purpose. When the sovereign entered the Sealed Realm back then, he escaped with serious injuries. The warning that spread across the entire ancient star system makes one feel awe whenever one thinks about it. The place where the 7-colored flowers are planted has been sealed by the sovereign. Aside from the caretaker, no one else can enter it with their real body. He said it was to prevent the Dao intent from being disturbed and for the growth of the flowers to remain uninterrupted. But what is the real reason? Also, that child is not simple. His power is heaven-shaking, and he possesses the body of a royal ancient god. His character is similar to mine. With his present power, he was unexpectedly able to break 4 of my fingers. Among all the juniors, even in the ancient star system, he would be considered the strongest. If he has enough time, he can definitely reach the Void Realms. He also has Yu'er's blessing and support. I wronged Yu'er in her last life, and in this life I won't let anyone hurt her. I'll support the person she supports. Not even the sovereign can stop me. The man looked up at the sky with tears streaming down his face. The exhaustion he felt in his life came from losing his wife and the regret from the death of his daughter. Chapter 1228. This old man's name is Lu Jinbiao. After a century of silence in the Cloud Sea, the great competition between all the branch sects of the rank 8 sects was about to begin. The great competition of the branch sects of the rank 8 sects that happened every 1,000 years was a festive event in the Cloud Sea. It wasn't just one rank 8 sect. All the rank 8 sects did this at once. The branch sects would arrive at the main sect and go through a new round of examinations. The winning sect would receive rewards and the attention of the main sect. The outstanding disciples would remain at the main sect and be groomed by the main sect. As for the losers, their status would be lowered again for the next 1,000 years until they were disbanded by the main sect. The remaining disciples would be scattered among the remaining branch sects. The origin sect had continued to fall over the countless years. This was the last opportunity, and if they remained the same, the origin sect would be dissolved by the main sect. The disciples, including Lu Yinfei and others, would be sent to the other branch sections. From then on, the origin sect would no longer exist. Then the main sect would pick disciples and form a new sect in order to ensure the amount of branch sects remained the same. The origin sect couldn't accept this, but they didn't dare to refuse. If they did, they would be wiped out. After all, the origin sect was merely a branch sect. This brutal method was used to ensure that the rank 8 sects would continue to rise in strength, until one day, all their branch sects would grow to be very powerful, and they were granted the status of a rank 9 sect by the God sect. Rumor had it that the Heaven-Breaking sect and Ghost sect both grew like this. There was a total of 5 sects in the rank 8 region. They were the Everlasting sect, the Shadow Wind sect, the Rainbow Road sect, the Answer the Heavens sect, and the Silent Soul sect. The Origin sect and the Purple Dao sect belonged to the rank 8 Everlasting sect. This holy festival was not a chaotic, all-out battle. All the sects were divided into their regions, and the strongest sects of the rank 4 to 7 regions were selected. Of course, they could also challenge sects above them in rank, like 1,000 years ago when the Purple Dao sect challenged a rank 6 sect. Although they failed, there was glory in their defeat, as it caught the attention of the rank 8 Everlasting sect. Every single rank 8 sect's grand competition would have a member of a rank 9 sect attending. If there were any disciples they liked, they would directly recruit them. Although the rank 8 sects felt helpless, they couldn't refuse. What was fortunate and sad was that very few people caught the eye of the rank 9 sections. In the past 100,000 years, only 3 people had caught their attention. After each rank 8 sects competition was over, they would choose 3 of the strongest disciple and began a real battle with the other rank 8 sections. This battle was very important. Although the rank 8 sects themselves couldn't personally join and the rank 9 sect oversaw it, this fight could show a portion of the rank 8 sect's true strength. A portion of this strength was a display to the rank 9 sect. If the final victor among the rank 8 sects could keep winning for 10,000 years, they would gain a portion of the qualifications needed to enter the rank 9 region. Every single rank 8 sect began preparing for such an important competition very early. The 3 people chosen for this important battle had already been set. Although they weren't brought back to the main sect, they were given the same treatment as the core disciples, and people of the main sect personally went out to teach them. After the heaven-breaking sect left the rank 8 region, a total of 17 competitions had been carried out, with victories and defeats spread across the sections. However, 10,000 years ago, with the rise of the Silent Soul sect, they had won 9 times in a row. This was now the 18th competition since the heaven-breaking sect left. If the Silent Soul sect won again, it would only be a matter of time before they become a rank 9 sect. The Cloud Sea Holy competition that occurred every 1,000 years was lively and would last several months. Large amounts of cities and trading grounds would be set up in the rank 8 region. There would often be con artists that would take this opportunity to profit. Not every con artist could move as if they were fish in water during this competition, but there was one person who had succeeded many times. Each time came, he gained great benefits. He appeared every 1,000 years and cheated countless people. Each time he appeared, he would have a different name. The sects that were cheated would care about face and would never say it out loud. Even if they secretly investigated, they would find nothing. Also, this person would carefully select the sects he would cheat. He chose sects that were like the Origin sect, ones that were about to disbanded and had no hope of winning. These kinds of sects would all be disbanded. So how could they cause any trouble for the con artist? Even if they told someone and someone believed them, in the end they would just get laughed at, so might as well not say it. The Big Dipper sect was a weak rank 5 region, and their main sect was the rank 8 Answer the Heavens sect. Their state was similar to that of the Origin sect, always ending up in last place. If they failed again, it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of being disbanded. The competition will happen in 1 month, and we will be transported to the rank 8 region. Aside from my Big Dipper sect, the main sect has 3 more branches here. My Big Dipper sect places last every time. This time, alas, there were 3 elders sitting in the hall of the Big Dipper sect. At this moment, they were frowning and their faces revealed helplessness and confusion along with a trace of unwillingness. Once their sect was disbanded, although they would be moved to another branch sect, their status would plummet. They would even be ridiculed for their whole lives without any attention put on them. Shame would accompany them for the rest of their lives. One of the old men bitterly said, "The remaining 3 sects are all far more powerful than our Big Dipper sect. We have no hope at all, unless a miracle occurs. Otherwise, it will be difficult." Another old man let out a sigh and looked around nostalgically. He knew that once he left, he would likely never return. It would be difficult for the Big Dipper sect to escape the fate of being disbanded. The 3 of them were silently pondering when an oppressive aura filled the room. At this moment, a sharp howl appeared between the heavens and earth. This roar immediately caused the 3 of them to raise their heads. A piece of jade broke through the protective barrier of the continent and through the roof of the building. It descended from above and arrived right in the middle of the 3 of them. An extremely powerful aura suddenly spread out from the jade and filled the hall. It spread across the entire Big Dipper sect, making the entire sect show signs of trembling. Before this aura, the 3 old men's expressions changed greatly. They stood up one by one as they stared at the jade, their minds trembling. Fear arose in their hearts as this powerful aura made them feel the power of a Nirvana Shatterer spell. At the same time, an arrogant voice came from the jade and echoed inside the hall. Zhu Yunming, born on the Heavenly Sea continent. You began to cultivate at the age of 7 when you entered the Big Dipper sect. 200 years to reach the core formation stage, and more than 600 years to reach the nascent soul stage. Now you have cultivated for thousands of years to reach the early stage of Nirvana Scryer, and are the sect master of the Big Dipper sect. Luo Tsonggang, born on the Heavenly Sea continent. Your father is Luo Haitao. You used a large amount of pills to increase your cultivation level by force, and stopped at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. Zhou Chun, you were not born on the Heavenly Sea continent, but on the continent of Zhou Wu. You joined the Big Dipper sect midway. Now you have been stuck at the corporeal yang stage for 735 years. Did this old man speak a single lie? Everything Senior said was correct. Senior is. The 3 were extremely shocked. Everything this voice had said was detailed, and some of the matters were even things they had forgotten about, but the person knew very clearly. Also, the Nirvana Shatterer aura shocked them and almost made them lose their wits. This old man's name is Lu Jinbiao. Dao name, Master Golden Tiger. Their expressions became serious. Although they had never heard this name, just a jade from him contained the aura of a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. This person also knew everything about them, which made them respect him even more. Zhu Yunming took a deep breath as he suppressed the shock in his mind and asked, Senior came here. A great disaster is upon you, and you don't even know it. 3 days ago, someone came to me with the intention to pay 60,000 origin crystals for me to take the lives of you three. After this, their expressions changed greatly. However, I have no quarrel with your Big Dipper sect. Although I need the origin crystals for alchemy, I feel reluctant to do such a thing. However, if there is no choice, then I can only take your lives. The voice gradually became gloomy and fused with the Nirvana Shatterer aura from the jade. This caused the three of them to immediately turn pale. Senior, of course, this is not my will. If the three of you can take out 60,000 origin crystals or something equivalent, then not only will I not kill the three of you, I'll also help you eliminate the danger of your Big Dipper sect being dissolved. 60,000 origin crystals. The three of them were shaking and filled with panic. Although they had their doubts, the Nirvana Shatterer aura and the details about their personal lives made that doubt insignificant. We don't have that many origin crystals. This old man's time is limited. I will only give you 15 minutes to consider. If you refuse, then this old man will have to kill. If you don't have the origin crystals, you can give me something of equal value. As Jinbiao was showing off his spells, there was a wild continent deep within the rank 5 region. There was a loud bang within it, as if a powerful impact had come from underground. Countless cracks appeared, and a white-haired figure charged out from the bottom. Wang Lin fell. His face was pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, his divine sense immediately spread out and locked onto the crack under the wild continent that led to the 7-colored realm. This crack was no longer 7-colored. As Wang Lin's divine sense observed the crack, it quickly collapsed and disappeared. Seeing this, Wang Lin was filled with uncertainty before his gaze fell on the jade bracelet. The bracelet no longer gave off a blue glow. It was now emerald green again. After a long time, Wang Lin raised his head as he looked at the Cloud Sea-Star system and muttered, "I'm back." Chapter 1229, Target, Wind Celestial Realm. Wang Lin's return didn't cause any commotion. The great competition was occurring in the rank 8 region, so no one knew of his existence. After all, he was almost unknown in the Cloud Sea. Even without the festival in the rank 8 region, no one would have known Wang Lin had returned. No one knew that his fame in the Cloud Sea was about to begin. After withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin sat down. This wild continent was really out of the way, so very few people would come here. Wang Lin guessed that due to the competition at the main sect starting, even fewer people would be coming. While pondering, Wang Lin recalled everything that had happened in the 7-colored realm and felt regretful. 7 people went, and only I returned. When I went, I was only at the early stage of Nirvana Cleanser, and now, although Wang Lin looked exhausted, his eyes shined, and he muttered, "I'm half a step into the Nirvana Shatterer stage." Everything Wang Lin had experienced in the 7-colored realm appeared one by one in his mind. Zhan Xingye's skeleton, Sima Mo's cave, the Vermillion bird's third awakening, absorbing the lighting from the outer realm, the lost ones, the enlightened ones, the Dao scripture that he didn't know if it was real or fake. He almost found the all-seer's secret. He saw the imitation heaven-defying beads, and he learned of the existence of the defying ones. He had battled Master Ashenpine and was hit by the 7-colored nail. He had battled the white-haired old man and devoured the Dao fruit. The heaven-defying bead had activated and seriously injured the flower's caretaker. Most importantly, his cultivation level had increased, and the mosquito beast had gone through a metamorphosis. He had obtained the time restriction and also the 2 swords that were stabbed into the mysterious deer remains. All of this made Wang Lin excited. 100 years had passed by quickly, and the difference this period of time made was like heaven and earth. Things often change, and there are always gains and losses. In the battle against Master Ashenpine, the iron sword that accompanied me for many years collapsed. In the battle against the Blue Dream Dao Master, the crystal sword collapsed, the battle axe collapsed, and even my ancient god furnace collapsed. Most importantly, my still fuzzy 6th star shattered. Wang Lin let out a sigh and muttered, "Fortunately, the star made of law is still there. Although the fuzzy 6th star collapsed, as long as my body goes through the second trial, it can be restored, or if there are some other opportunity. After all, I have already reached that level before, and recovering will be a lot easier than climbing up." Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he carefully measured what he had gained and lost. He clearly knew that compared to what he lost, his gains in the trip to the 7-colored realm were far greater. His right hand waved at the void, and his storage space opened. 2 dying origin souls flew out. These 2 origin souls were the 2 outer realm people with the lightning and fire tattoos. Wang Lin didn't kill their origin souls, but collected them. He pressed his hand down on their origin souls and searched their memories by force. The two origin souls trembled and let out miserable screams. They gradually weakened until they exploded into origin energy, which was absorbed by Wang Lin to help him recover. Inside the seven-colored realm, Wang Lin had already searched the memories of the youth from the slave clan. Now that he had searched their memories as well, his understanding of the outer realm increased. His eyes lit up and he muttered, "The ancient star system, the 5 high ancient masters." While pondering, Wang Lin took out a large amount of healing pills and devoured them while his hands formed a seal before closing his eyes. Although he was healing, his divine sense was spread out. If there was a hint of trouble, he would immediately awaken. As Wang Lin healed, the origin energy of the world gradually gathered and was absorbed by him. Time slowly passed. After 3 days, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His gaze was like a lightning bolt that could pierce through the fog before him. He stood up. Although the injuries to his body had not fully healed, they wouldn't affect him in a fight. They only needed some time to heal. However, the injuries to his origin soul were very serious, and it would be difficult to recover in a short period of time. Wang Lin pondered a bit. He still felt pain in his origin soul. Even thinking about the palm from the Blue Dream Dao Master now, he was still shocked. This is the strength of the 3rd step. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Sooner or later, I'll reach that step as well. Wang Lin looked at the bracelet on his wrist and let out a sigh. He took it off and put it inside his storage space. He waved his right hand, and 3 origin souls flew out from his storage space. The first origin soul was Chun Tianjun, but it was only half of it, and it was in a near-death state. It was blurry and looked like it would dissipate if the wind blew on it. Wang Lin had promised to take him out of the 7-colored realm. Although he was successful, Chun Tianjun's body had collapsed, and his origin soul could be destroyed at any moment. While pondering, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and slowly entered Chun Tianjun's blurry origin soul. "Fellow Cultivator Chun, we have left the 7-colored realm." Wang Lin's message echoed inside Chun Tianjun's origin soul. "Thank you, fellow Cultivator. Please, help me one more time. Send me back to the Battle Beast Sect. My teacher can save me." Chun Tianjun's origin soul was too weak, and after sending out this message, his origin soul became even more blurry. "Okay," Wang Lin agreed. Then he waved his hand and put Chun Tianjun's origin soul back inside his storage space. His gaze fell on the 2nd origin soul. It was the old woman in green. Her eyes were closed at the moment, and although her origin soul was blurry, it showed no sign of collapse. She was far from Chun Tianjun's state. There was also Wang Lin's seal on her origin soul. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and pointed at the old woman's origin soul. After the seal was released, she opened her eyes and looked around. She then silently looked at Wang Lin. Although her origin soul was not seriously injured, her cultivation method had been broken. Her cultivation level had fallen greatly, and she was now only around the early stage of Nirvana Cleanser. Wang Lin also didn't speak as he coldly stared at the old woman's origin soul. The surroundings were completely silent, and this silence formed an invisible pressure that shrouded the old woman's origin soul. She revealed a bitter expression and whispered, "Fellow Cultivator Liu, I'm willing to sacrifice my life and death restriction in exchange for my life. If you don't believe me, you can search my soul, but I ask fellow Cultivator to let me leave alive. After all, there isn't any great grudge between us." She was sincere and in truth had no heart to look for Wang Lin for revenge. At first she thought she had completely seen through Wang Lin's strength, but she didn't expect him to survive the attack of a cultivator far above them. This point made her mind tremble and filled her with fear, so she only hoped to survive. The 7-colored realm was like a nightmare to her. Wang Lin looked at the old woman's origin soul, and after a long time, he placed his right hand on her head. His divine sense swept through her. She trembled as Wang Lin searched her memories and found the life and death restriction. A moment later, Wang Lin raised his right hand and a gust of wind pushed the old woman's origin soul off the wild continent and into the stars. It wasn't until she was tens of thousands of kilometers away that the wind dissipated. The old woman was even more in awe as she bowed toward Wang Lin's direction and left. The last origin soul was Master Cloud Soul. Since Wang Lin had accepted this person as a slave, he wouldn't treat him badly. However, now was not the time to help him heal. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and put Master Cloud Soul's origin soul back inside his storage space. Wang Lin pondered a bit before taking out an imitation heaven-defying bead from his storage space. He took out one of them, and his divine sense went inside. Just as Wang Lin expected, once the bead left the 7-colored realm, it was useless. A pity. Wang Lin frowned and was about to put it away when a thought entered his mind. After thinking carefully for a bit, Wang Lin's divine sense went into the 18 Hell celestial sealing stamp. He found the All-Seer's soul and fused with it. Wang Lin's aura changed. It was as if he had become the All-Seer. His eyes were calm, and there was a hint of seven-colored light in them. Even his body gave off seven-colored light. He held the imitation heaven-defying bead in his hand, and his mind entered it. The bead released a seven-colored glow and showed signs of activating. Wang Lin clearly felt that as long as he willed it, the sealed spell of the Defying One would appear. This discovery was a pleasant surprise for Wang Lin. He took a deep breath and dispersed his fusion with the All-Seer's soul. The light from the bead immediately disappeared and returned to normal. After putting away the jade, Wang Lin was confident. Even though he was seriously injured, these beads would give him a large amount of protection before he fully recovered. The most important thing now is to heal and go to the Wind Celestial Realm to obtain a Mosquito beast herd. Then I will be able to move as I please in the Cloud Sea. As for the Origin Sect's competition at the main sect, it will last for a few more months, so there is no rush to go. Right now I must go to the Wind Celestial Realm as soon as possible. Wang Lin made up his mind and shot off into the stars at a very fast speed. He had obtained a large amount of star maps from Peng Lai 100 years ago, and he had already memorized them. Now he moved like a meteor through the fog. This place was already at the border to the Rank 6 region. Wang Lin quickly flew through the fog and entered the Rank 6 region. He flew toward the depths according to the star map. He flew at full speed toward the Wind Celestial Realm within the Rank 8 region. Although his origin soul was injured, he didn't slow down at all. After he used the speed talismans, his speed was almost on par with First Heaven's Blight old monsters. Along the way, countless cultivators noticed him, and they were all shocked. None of them dared to stop him. What speed? Who is that person? In the Rank 6 region, a group of more than 10 cultivators were flying through and only felt the fog before them rumble violently. An aura suddenly passed them at an incredible speed. It wasn't until this figure was far away that the sonic boom caught up. This person had obviously exceeded the speed of sound. The expressions of these people changed greatly. They looked at each other and all saw the shock in each other's eyes. Even Teacher can't reach that kind of speed. If there is no treasure, then he has to be a peak Nirvana Shatterer or even a rare Heaven's Blight old monster. Chapter 1230, Strong. As Wang Lin flew at top speed, the fog before him split open as if being pierced by a sword. He flew through the fog in a flash. According to Wang Lin's understanding, the Rank 7 region had already been sealed to prevent outsiders from entering. There should be a defensive line around the Rank 7 region with cultivators forming a perimeter. This was completely different from the Rank 6 region. Wang Lin quickly flew through the Rank 6 region, piercing through the fog. As he flew, he passed by many floating continents. He was so fast that he caused large amounts of fog to churn. This caught the attention of all the old monsters in the Rank 6 region, but after seeing Wang Lin's speed, they were all shocked. They immediately backed down and didn't dare to stop Wang Lin. They allowed him to pass through the area. In the cultivation world, cultivation level was everything, and the strong would be respected. At this moment, Wang Lin's speed was sufficient proof of his strength. His speed was too fast for people to lock onto him, making it difficult to see his cultivation level. People would rather have less trouble than more, so they ignored him. If someone else dared to fly through the Rank 6 region like this, without going around all the continents, they would definitely be blocked and would even have to worry about their life. Even with Wang Lin's speed, it would take a long time for him to go from the Rank 5 to Rank 8 region. If he had to go around all the various sects, it would delay him even more. Thus, he decided to be arrogant for once. No sect or continent was going to make him take a detour. There were no cultivators that dared to interrupt him, but some of the old monsters followed him. Although they couldn't compare to Wang Lin's speed, they followed. They wanted to know why such a powerful cultivator had come to the Rank 6 region. After flying through the Rank 6 region for almost 10 days, Wang Lin had passed many continents and sects as he approached the border of the Rank 7 region. There were very few cultivators around here. Wang Lin looked at the Rank 7 region. There was a ghostly light that formed a giant formation that prevented cultivators from entering. Unless one had a token, ignoring whether or not they could even break through the formation, the cultivators of the Rank 7 sect placed here as guards would attack the moment they tried to enter. Wang Lin's expression was neutral. He naturally didn't have a token, but instead of slowing down, he flew even faster toward the formation protecting the Rank 7 region. Dozens of old monsters from the Rank 6 sects were following behind him. Although they couldn't keep up with Wang Lin, they could feel the fluctuations ahead. They felt strange when Wang Lin entered the border of the Rank 6 and 7 region, but soon they understood. This was obviously an old monster who wanted to return to his region. Although it was strange that he didn't use the transfer arrays the upper sects had set up, they didn't think too much about it. However, just as they were about to leave, they suddenly turned around and stared straight ahead. They all sensed that the person that had charged by their sects didn't slow down outside the formation around the rank 7 region and instead started moving even faster. These old monsters were all smart, so they realized that this person didn't have a token and had decided to break through. This discovery immediately made them excited, and such excitement was something they couldn't miss. It looks like I didn't follow him for all these days for nothing. I'll be able to see someone break through the formation. It had been a very long time since someone dared to provoke the might of the rank 7 region, much less break through this formation. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral as he flew faster and faster on his way to the formation. From a distance, you could see a meteor move at an unimaginable speed toward the formation. When the cultivators from the rank 7 sect closed in, they saw this. But at this moment, Wang Lin smashed into the formation. A thunderous rumble echoed across the stars, and the star fog was pushed back. The giant formation flashed violently, and cracking sounds echoed. In an instant, there was a loud bang as countless cracks appeared on the formation and spread like crazy. In the blink of an eye, the formation looked like it was covered in cobwebs until it finally collapsed into countless fragments that scattered due to the force of the impact. Wang Lin's figure didn't pause for even a moment. After he broke through the formation, he charged through. He flew by those cultivators that were guarding the formation, and his momentum caused them to subconsciously retreat. They could only watch helplessly as Wang Lin left, and not one of them dared to even say a word. The old monsters from the rank 6 region were all startled. Although they were prepared, when they actually saw it, they were still shocked. Looking at the faint light of the broken formation, these old monsters began to laugh. They were all powerful cultivators who didn't have much goodwill toward the rank 7 region, and they found this formation an eyesore. Now that someone had smashed it, they naturally laughed. However, at the same time, they became cautious and began guessing this person's identity. This person must be at the Heaven's Blight stage, or else there is no way he could have broken that formation so easily. This has nothing to do with me. Let's see how the rank 7 sects will deal with this. Interesting. That old monster must have an eccentric personality. Rather than using the transfer arrays, he decided to break the formation. He clearly doesn't consider the rank 7 region a threat at all. After entering the rank 7 region, Wang Lin started moving even faster. He just needed to cross the rank 7 region to enter the rank 8 region. The Wind Celestial Realm was there. However, there were far more powerful cultivators in the rank 7 region than the rank 6 region. After Wang Lin flew by a continent, for Nirvana Shatterer Divine Senses rushed out immediately and formed a blockade to stop Wang Lin. Which cultivator trespassed on the land of my sect and just wants to leave like this? A Divine Sense message echoed from the 4 Divine Senses. Although Wang Lin's injuries hadn't fully healed, it would be impossible to stop him with just 4 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. His expression was neutral as he waved his hand while moving forward. A giant palm appeared. This palm was huge and looked like it could cover the entire continent. The moment it appeared, origin energy gathered like crazy, and even the fog began to tremble and twist. A powerful might descended into the world. The palm print appeared and swept toward the 4 Divine Senses before Wang Lin. War Spirit Print. God Sect Cultivator. The 4 Divine Senses revealed looks of disbelief and retreated without hesitation. However, the palm was too fast and directly landed on the 4 Divine Senses. A thunderous rumble echoed and created a giant shockwave. Even the continent the sect was on trembled violently and was moved several thousand feet. This giant palm print rumbled as it flew forward and continued to absorb origin energy. It grew bigger and bigger, and the aura it gave off became more terrifying. Wang Lin followed after the palm print. With the palm opening the path, the fog began to scatter. All of this happened in a flash, fast beyond imagination. There were 4 pavilions on the 4 corners of the continent that was moved several thousand feet, and each had an elder sitting inside. They all coughed out blood, and their eyes filled with shock and fear. They flew out and looked at where Wang Lin disappeared. They could still feel the rumble and gathering of origin energy in the distance. They were shocked by the War Spirit print and terrified by the power of the person who used it. That person is strong enough to sweep through my rank 7 region. Luckily, we didn't provoke him too much or reveal killing intent. We just wanted him to stay to answer a few questions. He was able to injure us with just 1 palm, and he didn't even use his full strength. The 4 of them looked at each other and breathed in a breath of cold air. They felt a burst of lingering fear. With the War Spirit print opening the path, a thunderous rumble echoed. Endless amounts of origin energy was sucked in, making the palm even bigger. If it was 100 years ago, Wang Lin would have lost control, but right now he could still handle more. He flew behind the palm print as he swept through the stars. A shadow appeared before him. It was a wild continent. There was a thunderous rumble as the palm print directly landed on the continent. The continent rumbled and countless cracks appeared on it as the palm print pierced through. The continent was split into two. With this power, who in the rank 7 region would dare to resist? Everyone who saw the palm coming escaped quickly. Some were terrified because they calculated that their sects were in the way. They sent out cultivators to move their continent tens of thousands of kilometers away to make a path. Wang Lin spent almost 10 days with the War Spirit print opening a path, and he gradually closed in on the rank 8 region. Chapter 1231, Fire Centipede. The War Spirit print was very large. It had absorbed so much origin energy that the power inside could even make a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator tremble in fear. 3 days ago, the War Spirit print reached the limit of Wang Lin's control, so he cut off its ability to absorb more origin energy. The fog along the way was all pushed aside as he closed in on the rank 8 region. On this day, the rank 8 region appeared in his vision. Almost 20 days of continuous travel had made Wang Lin very tired, but his eyes were bright. Although he was traveling, he was still adjusting his body and continuing to devour pills to help himself recover. There was no formation between the rank 7 and rank 8 regions, but there were a dense layer of fog. This fog was very dense and vast, and it completely surrounded the rank 8 region. There were many rank 10 beasts inside, and there were even rank 12 beasts in the depths. There were simply too many fierce beasts here, and was considered a very dangerous area in the Cloud Sea. This place was called the Chaos Beast Fog Realm. The reason it was described as a realm was because of how big it was. If an ordinary cultivator went in alone, not even their bones would remain. Only those true old monsters could enter, and even they had to be cautious. However, the God Sect had used some unknown method, so the fierce beasts inside would not leave this realm. They would just absorb origin energy in there. It was as if there was a boundary at the edge of this fog. There were 4 paths in the Chaos Beast Fog Realm, and only these 4 paths were safe. They were paths rank 8 sect disciples had to choose if they wished to leave the rank 8 region and not use a transfer array. Rumor had it that they were opened by the God Sect countless years ago. They had used a special method to ensure the safety of the 4 paths, so that those passing through wouldn't get attacked by fierce beasts. However, aside from the disciples of the rank 8 sects and those who obtained a guide jade, no one knew the paths. They could only charge into the Chaos Beast Fog Realm, and if they didn't die, they would have a chance of entering the rank 8 region. At this moment, in the 3rd path in the Chaos Beast Fog Realm, there were 4 cultivators rushing through. The one in front was an old man wearing a black and white Taoist robe with a head of silver-gray hair. Although he was old, his gaze was like lightning. The fog before him would often retreat under his gaze. This old man gave off a powerful Nirvana Shatterer aura, so he had obviously reached the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage. The law of the world gathered inside him as he moved. There were 3 people behind him, 2 men and 1 woman. They all looked young and were around the Nirvana Cleanser stage. Although the woman was also wearing a Taoist robe, it didn't cover up her voluptuous body, yet she had a very pure appearance. She gave off an extremely charming aura, and often just a move of her eyes would make the eyes of the 2 men beside her fill with desire. As they flew, the woman slowly said in a charming voice, "Teacher, where are you taking us?" The old man didn't speak and continued to fly until they arrived in the depths of the Chaos Beast Fog Realm. Only then did he stop and look back at the 3 of them. "You all are core disciples of my everlasting sect, but you've relied on pills to increase your cultivation levels, and therefore don't have deep comprehension of the heavens, much less the law of the world. The best way to comprehend the heavens is in a life and death crisis. Today, Teacher brought you here, where there are a lot of fierce beasts, so the 3 of you can go slowly comprehend." After the old man spoke, he waved his hand. He didn't even let them talk before throwing them into the fog. The old man silently pondered for a bit as he sat down, and his divine sense spread out to observe his 3 disciples. Unless it was a real life and death moment, he wouldn't help them. In the rank 7 region, outside the Chaos Beast Fog Realm, the War Spirit print rushed across the stars, and Wang Lin followed behind. He was already aware of the Chaos Beast Fog Realm on Penglai and was aware of a route. However, he wasn't sure about the information, and it was likely for him to get lost in the fog if he didn't know the exact direction. More importantly, the route he knew would require him to go around in a large circle, causing the time required to double. It also wasn't guaranteed, So in the end, he gave up on this choice. He decided to take a straight path and break through by force. This would allow him to enter the rank 8 region in the shortest time possible. After making up his mind, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to close in on the Chaos Beast Fog Realm surrounding the rank 8 region, with the rumbling War Spirit print opening a path. He was fast as a meteor as he crashed into the Chaos Beast Fog Realm. When the War Spirit print got close to the dense fog, the fog quickly retreated as if it didn't dare to get close, letting the palm enter. However, this fog was very strange. Although it retreated, it didn't make a path like the fog Wang Lin had seen so far. The fog surrounded the War Spirit print and seemed to be devouring it. The thunderous rumbles of the palm print caused the calm Chaos Beast Fog Realm to become chaotic, like a rock thrown into a calm lake. The ripples caused the beasts inside to roar. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged and his speed didn't slow down at all as he followed the palm print. His divine sense spread out and surrounded the area. He detected a large amount of fierce beasts inside this fog. Just at this moment, a roar that pushed back the fog ahead echoed. It was a red centipede that was thousands of feet long, covered in hair, and looked extremely ferocious. It appeared in the fog and charged at Wang Lin. This centipede was rather ugly, and the 2 giant pincers on the sides of its jaw gave off a cold glint. Its large body moved like a fish as it rushed over. The moment the centipede appeared, the surrounding beasts within Wang Lin's divine sense stopped roaring and scattered. It was as if this centipede was the king of this area, and its appearance would cause the other beasts to retreat. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. Thanks to his cultivation level, he immediately saw that this centipede was rank 11, which was equal to mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer Cultivator. Wang Lin was surprised a beast at this level would dare to appear before the War Spirit print. In an instant, the red centipede charged out from the fog and let out a loud hiss. This hiss was earth-shattering and echoed like rumbling thunder. This hiss caused the surrounding fog to churn even more violently. This centipede stared at the War Spirit print and revealed a look of hatred. It let out roar as it released large amounts of red light that turned into a monstrous sea of fire. Then it charged at Wang Lin while covered in a sea of fire. Wang Lin didn't have time to pay attention to the centipede as the War Spirit print moved forward, but the moment the centipede got close, the fire around it turned into a firestorm. The fire surrounded the War Spirit print in an attempt to stop it from moving forward. However, the War Spirit print had absorbed so much origin energy that it contained unimaginable power. When the fire got close, it was immediately pushed back. A large portion of it was extinguished when the War Spirit print passed by. Wang Lin was behind the palm print, calmly moving forward. He moved extremely fast and didn't pause at all as he passed by the centipede. All of this happened in a flash. It was unimaginably fast. However, the centipede wouldn't give up. It roared and charged after Wang Lin. Fire surrounded its body as it stared at Wang Lin with deep hatred. It was as if it wouldn't give up until it tore Wang Lin apart. At this instant, several roars came from the fog in the distance. It was 6 more identical centipedes, all charging toward this location. Even farther away, a mighty roar that suppressed everything echoed. This roar revealed the might of a rank 12 beast. A hideous, blue centipede 10,000 feet long moved at an extreme speed toward Wang Lin. All the fog was being pushed aside, making the beast even faster. The moment this blue centipede roared, the old man in the Taoist robe in the third path, not far away, opened his eyes. He looked into the distance and revealed a look of shock. Rank 12 fire centipede. Although this beast lives in the fog, it rarely appears. What the hell happened to make it roar so angrily? Not good. My disciples are still inside the fog. If they encounter it, it will be difficult for them to escape death. The old man immediately charged into the fog. After Wang Lin heard the roar from the rank 12 beast, he frowned lightly. He naturally understood that these centipedes seemed to have intense hatred for the War Spirit print, so he was dragged in as well. The fierce beast closest to me didn't care for its life to stall me, and the other beast arrived to delay me as well. All of this so the rank 12 beast could have enough time to arrive. This is interesting. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He didn't care what kind of hatred these centipedes had with the god Sect, but if they provoked him, there was only death. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He knew he had to kill the one behind him, or else it would continue to roar and give away his position. This roar was also very irritating for him. Since you're looking for death, then you can't blame me. Wang Lin suddenly turned around as he raised his right hand and pointed at the fierce beast chasins behind him. Chapter 1232, Shocked Appearance. Fire of the world, listen to my command. Burn. Wang Lin's voice revealed a cold intent. The moment he spoke, the fire around the centipede went through a startling change. Wang Lin's Vermillion bird had gone through its third awakening and had fused with the law of fire, becoming part of the law. Before Wang Lin, unless their fire was outside the law, as long as Wang Lin wanted to, he could extinguish it. The moment Wang Lin's words fell, the sea of fire around the red centipede suddenly trembled before it charged at the centipede. At the same time, popping sounds echoed inside the centipede's body. An even more powerful fire suddenly erupted from within its body. The moment the centipede's eyes became filled with fear, the fire inside its body erupted forth. A burst of mournful cries echoed, but soon it all stopped. A fireball about 1,000 feet large appeared and lit up the surrounding fog. It gradually extinguished, and the centipede inside was burnt to ashes. All of this happened in an instant, and Wang Lin had merely raised his finger. He didn't look at the result. After pointing, he turned around and followed the war spirit print. The moment the fire centipede died, roars of grief echoed in the distance. It was the several other 1,000 feet centipede coming even faster. The hatred in the 10,000 feet blue centipede became even stronger. It let out a roar and moved even faster. If my injuries had healed, it wouldn't be hard to kill this rank 12 beast. Even now, because it is a fire beast, it shouldn't be hard to kill. Wang Lin frowned, and shortly after, there was a flash of killing intent on his face. You're courting death. A red light came from the fog to Wang Lin's right, and a sea of fire shot out. This sea of fire was more than 10,000 feet wide, and it seemed like it was going to burn the fog. It shot straight toward Wang Lin, and there was another fierce 1,000-foot centipede charging at Wang Lin. It was very fast, and closed in an instant. The sea of fire gave off an intense heat, and it was less than 1,000 feet from Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a cold snort and waved his hand, causing a shocking change. The sea of fire suddenly stopped and was pushed back. It crashed toward the centipede like an angry wave. At the same time, the fire around the centipede went crazy and pounced on the centipede. Another huge fireball suddenly appeared. The centipede couldn't even let out a miserable hiss before it was burned by the fire. Also, the fire that burnt it was no longer red, but revealed a hint of blue. The moment this fireball appeared, 2 more centipedes charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He originally didn't want to brother with these beasts, but they seemed unwilling to give up unless they died. There was a flash of coldness in his gaze as Wang Lin decided to kill. The star formed by law appeared between his eyebrows, and blue fire appeared around him before being shot into the fog to the left. A moment later, a shocking sound came from the fog as a monstrous, blue flame echoed. The moment the miserable hiss appeared, it immediately disappeared, and the endless heat spread across the fog. Shortly after, blue fire appeared in another direction. A huge fireball appeared before exploding into countless specks of blue flames. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin walked out from the fog with a cold expression and chased after the war spirit print. Along the way, no more fierce beasts blocked his path. It was obvious that the battle just now had caused the beasts to become extremely afraid. However, the 10,000 feet blue centipede closing in was still angry, but it was simply too far away. Even now, moving at top speed, it would still require a lot of time for it to catch up. As it roared, the blue centipede became crazy and dense. Blue fire appeared around it. Then its body suddenly shrank and popping sounds echoed inside its body. In an instant, a flash of blue light spread across its 10,000 feet long body. It was as if an invisible force had opened a crack from the beginning to the end of its body. The moment this cracked blue light came out from it, a smaller centipede, about 8,000 feet long, flew out. Its speed increased several-fold as it charged ahead covered in blue fire. Shortly after, cracks appeared on the 8,000 feet centipede and a smaller, 6,000 feet centipede flew out. Its speed increased once more. Using this strange method, the centipede continued to shed its skin and shrink, but its speed increased like crazy. Wang Lin quickly moved through the Chaos Beast Fog realm with the War Spirit Pring opening a path, gradually closing in on the Rank 8 region. Along the way, he met many fierce beasts that tried to block him, but his slaughter and the War Spirit print to broke through. He moved extremely quickly through the fog. The longer he was inside the fog, the more Wang Lin felt like this place was strange. The longer he was here, the more fierce beasts would gather, making it extremely difficult to leave unless he fully recovered. Wang Lin used almost 4 days of time to reach the edge of the Chaos Beast Fog realm. Once he made it out, he would reach the Rank 8 region. However, at this moment, Wang Lin turned around and his right hand pointed at the War Spirit print. The War Spirit print suddenly moved and appeared before Wang Lin. At the same time, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to form a seal and point at the War Spirit print. The seal Wang Lin had placed on it to stop absorbing origin energy collapsed, and it began absorbing origin energy like crazy. Just at this moment, there was a flash of blue coming from the fog before Wang Lin. An unimaginable heat filled the surrounding hundreds of thousands of feet. An angry roar came out from the fog. As the fog was pushed aside, a ferocious, 3,000-foot-long centipede charged out, and it was surrounded by a monstrous, blue fire. The moment the centipede appeared, the aura of a rank 12 beast surrounded the area. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he waved his right hand. The War Spirit print charged out and shot toward the centipede while it continued to absorb origin energy. It was very fast, causing the surrounding fog to be pushed to the sides as it rumbled. It immediately smashed into the incoming centipede. The centipede let out a heaven-shaking hiss and stared ferociously at the huge palm. It rushed toward the palm print while being surrounded by a sea of fire, but when it got close, its body twisted and the blue fire collided with the palm print. As the thunderous rumble echoed, its body dodged to the side and charged at Wang Lin. Its ferocious expression and sharp pincer made it look like it wanted to eat Wang Lin alive. This scene combined with the giant palm print behind it presented an unexpected sense of beauty. Wang Lin's expression was cold as the star of law flashed before his eyebrows. It rotated rapidly as a blue fire spread out from his body. Compared to the light blue of the centipede, this blue was shocking. The centipede's body paused for an indescribable moment, and its eyes became serious. However, it didn't retreat, but charged out like crazy. The fire about its body became even more majestic, and blue light shined brightly. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed with his finger. When facing anyone using fire, there was no need for fancy spells to decide the outcome. With the point of his finger, the deep, blue fire around him condensed and shot out. As it shot forward, the blue light flashed and turned into a large, blue vermilion bird. The vermilion bird let out a cry and charged at the centipede. The centipede immediately let out a roar, and its upper body rose up like a snake and stared at the vermilion bird. The blue fire around it condensed like crazy to form a monstrous force outside its body. Then it collided with the vermilion bird that was rapidly closing in. A thunderous rumble echoed across the Chaos Beast fog realm, and the beast sense of several rank 12 beasts shot straight to this place. However, at this moment, a very powerful aura that even shocked Wang Lin came from the depths of the Chaos Beast fog realm and suppressed the other rank 12 beasts. The rumble was heaven-shaking when the two fires collided. The vermilion bird let out an unwilling cry as it rushed back into Wang Lin's body. The moment it returned, Wang Lin flew far away. The sea of fire before the centipede immediately collapsed, and its body exploded as its fire was pushed back. Half its body was a bloody mess, but it didn't die. It let out a miserable hiss and quickly retreated back into the disappearing fog. In the fog, the old man from the everlasting sect had watched all of this, and he was shocked. Who is this person? He unexpectedly controls fire even stronger than the fire centipede, and has a very high cultivation level. If not for his injuries, even I would not be confident in a fight against him. But he is not from the God Sect. I have seen the War Spirit print before, and while his is very similar, it's not the War Spirit print. There were 3 disciples following the old man. They were all shocked and terrified of what they saw. They originally thought they were powerful, but what they saw had shaken their minds. In particular, the beautiful female cultivator's eyes lit up as she watched Wang Lin leave. No one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, the aura that suppressed all the rank 12 beasts' auras swept across the fog filled with anger. The old man's head jerked up as if he remembered something, and his expression changed. He waved his sleeves and took his 3 disciples toward the third path. I can no longer allow the 3 of them to train here. Chapter 1233, Movement of Wind. After charging out from the Chaos Beast fog realm, Wang Lin entered the rank 8 region. Wang Lin revealed a look of joy after he charged out, and he looked back at the fog. Just now, he had felt the aura of a rank 13 beast. It was this aura that made him give up on killing the centipede. After all, the most important thing right now was to reach the Wind Celestial Realm. There is indeed a reason for this Chaos Beast fog realm to be so famous. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin flew off into the distance. After entering the rank 8 region, Wang Lin no longer acted so arrogantly. He knew that there were many old monsters in the rank 8 region. The elder that was observing his battle in the fog was obviously one of them. Although he hadn't fully healed, with his power, along with various spells and treasures, he could be arrogant in the rank 6 and 7 regions. However, in the rank 8 region, he would need to be more cautious. Therefore, Wang Lin withdrew his aura and slowed down. At the same time, he studied the route to the Wind Celestial Realm. He didn't charge in a straight line, but avoided certain areas as he rushed toward the Wind Celestial Realm. Compared to the size of the Rank 8 region, Wang Lin was like a fish in the ocean. He gradually headed toward the Wind Celestial Realm while he purposely kept himself hidden. Wang Lin flew for several days straight. It had been almost 1 month since he had begun his trip in the Rank 5 region. The Wind Celestial Realm was seriously damaged back then, but because it was occupied by the Mosquito beasts, the ruins were left mostly intact. There were still some cultivators that would enter. Every now and then, groups of cultivators would enter in an attempt to capture some lone Mosquito beasts along the outer edge. There was no need for a wind furnace to enter the Wind Celestial Realm. There was a huge spatial rift, and as long as one had the courage to charge through the dense Mosquito beast herd, they could enter. However, very few people could actually do this. Only when there were a lot of people with a powerful cultivator leading the way could they break through, or if there were several powerful old monsters working together. However, most people only moved in the outer region. After all, some fierce beasts would occasionally appear outside the crack. These beasts contained trace amounts of rare celestial spiritual energy, and after a long time, precious crystals filled with celestial spiritual energy would form. Although it wasn't much, it was better than nothing. At this moment, there were more than 10 cultivators outside the crack to the Wind Celestial Realm. They seemed to be waiting for more people to enter. Wang Lin gradually came out from the fog. His white hair was very conspicuous. The moment he appeared, the gazes of all the cultivators gathered. At this moment, on the continent of Mo Lu in the Rank 5 region, Lu Yinfei stood on the mountain where she first spoke to Wang Lin. The wind caused her hair to flow, and she looked like a celestial. There was a hint of melancholy on that beautiful face. The competition of the main sect was nearing. Everyone participating in the competition was prepared and waiting for the main sect to open the transfer array to the main sect. The transfer arrays built in each branch sect could only be opened by the main sect. They had no right to activate it. Lu Yinfei had stood here for 1 hour already. She always looked at the sky, expecting to see the figure again. She had waited 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, but even now, that figure still had not appeared. After a long time, the earth trembled and a bright light came from the Origin sect. Large amounts of Origin energy began to gather in the Origin sect, but none of this caught Lu Yinfei's attention. She bit her lower lip and stared at the sky. There was sadness in her eyes. Why? You promised, you said you would come. Behind Lu Yinfei, Su Yun arrived like a breeze. She looked at her teacher and pondered silently for a moment before she finally said, Teacher, the main sect has already opened the transfer array. Uncle Teacher asked me to bring you over. We're leaving. She let out a sigh. Then Lu Yinfei withdrew her gaze from the sky, and the look of melancholy disappeared from her face, replaced with a determined gaze. She looked at Su Yun and softly said, After this trip, you and I will no longer be teacher and disciple. You have very good talent, and will likely become a core disciple in whichever branch sect you're sent to. Teacher. Tears flowed down from Su Yun's eyes, and she was about to speak. No need to say more. I have decided. Lu Yinfei looked profoundly at Su Yun and walked down from the mountain. As Lu Yinfei's 3 senior brothers stood outside the transfer array, a pressure built up. They looked at their surroundings to get a good last look. When Lu Yinfei arrived, everyone stepped into the formation. The moment the formation activated and they were teleported to the everlasting sect in the Rank 8 region, a crystal teardrop fell from Lu Yinfei's eyes. When you come back, perhaps you will find that the Origin sect is already gone. At the same time, in the Rank 9 region, after the last fierce beast was killed outside the crack, the beast tide seemed to have died down. This allowed the Cloud Sea cultivators to have a moment of rest. Among these cultivators, the blue-haired Qianmei was the focal point of everyone. She wiped the beast blood from her sword, but she was still calm. Looking at the distance, Qianmei silently left the battlefield and walked toward the branch the demon sect had set up here. I'm going to leave for 3 months. In the demon sect, Qianmei looked at the vague figure in the hall. Although her voice was soft, it was filled with determination. The hall was completely silent as a blurry figure slowly raised his head. 2 rays of light appeared from the figure and landed on Qianmei's body. Qianmei's expression was calm. There wasn't any change. Not many people could remain calm before such a breathtaking gaze. Even the owner of the gaze couldn't help but reveal some admiration. No, I'm just informing you. Qianmei turned around and walked away. A bigger beast tide is imminent, and if you leave now, you will be a disgrace to your heaven-breaking sect. The blurry figure seemed to frown as his unstable voice echoed. Qianmei didn't speak and walked out from the hall. If you dare to walk half a step, you will be guilty of defecting. The voice was still unstable, but the world seemed to turn cold. Qianmei stopped and pondered for a moment. She didn't turn around and softly said, "I want to leave for 3 months." After she finished speaking, she raised her foot and walked forward without any hesitation. The hall was silent. Why must you be so resolute? Is there something more important than facing the beast tide and making sure the cloud sea remains untainted? There was a hint of anger in the voice. There is one thing that's more important to me than what you said. Qianmei gradually walked away. It wasn't until Qianmei was gone for a long time that a sigh echoed in the hall. There was no longer any anger or coldness in the voice. Since you're so resolute, then take my jade and leave via the teleport formation. That way, you can save some time. With the voice, a gentle light shot out of the demon's sect and landed in Qianmei's hand. Qianmei took the jade and looked into the distance. She softly said, "After disappearing for 100 years, he should appear to help the Origin sect in the competition. Will he go?" In the cloud sea, there was a wild continent floating in the fog that was extremely cold. It was as if all life would be frozen here. In the east side of the wild continent, there was a cave in a mountain. Bingmei was sitting there. Her eyes would sometimes open and look outside at the strange land. There was loneliness and homesickness in her eyes. Her injuries were very serious. If she wanted to recover, it couldn't be done in a short period of time, so she was waiting. After she arrived, she threw out an ancient jade of the brilliant void realm. It was something only the saintess of each generation could possess. While cultivating, Bingmei would often recall her own life. Her life was very dull, and almost all of it was spent in the brilliant void realm. The happiest moment was when she recalled the experiences. It was as if she was looking at another life. Mei was the most special existence among her avatars, and it was all because of one person. At times, Bingmei wasn't sure if she was Mei or Bingmei. She was like an outsider watching Mei, and she gradually became lost, as if someone from the outside had walked in. Thinking about it, tears flowed down from the corners of the eyes of her origin soul. However, these tears weren't real. They were just her heart being torn apart. After an unknown amount of time, a gentle voice came from outside the cave and entered her mind. She was awakened her from thoughts, but she wasn't surprised, as if she had been expecting it. Is the person inside the brilliant void saintess, elder sister Bingmei? Bingmei softly said, "Please enter." A woman wearing a yellow dress walked in from outside the cave. She looked very delicate, and although she wasn't as beautiful as Bingmei, she wouldn't look any worse if they stood together. The woman looked at Bingmei and apologized. After receiving the jade, teacher was going to come personally, but something occurred, so junior sister here came to pick up big sister. I haven't introduced myself. My name is Wang Shanshan. Named Wang. There was a hint of loneliness in Bingmei's eyes as she nodded and softly said, "I'll be troubling little sister Shanshan." This woman named Wang Shanhan was very feminine. After taking out some pills, she smiled. Big sister Mu is really beautiful. Little sister has never seen a woman so beautiful before. There was a hint of bitterness in Bingmei's smile, and she didn't speak. Big sister Mu, the big competition of the rank 8 sects of my Cloud Sea Star system will be taking place soon. Since it is on the way to the God Sect, we should go there together. Little sister rarely gets to come out, and I don't want to go back so soon. Bingmei looked at the woman before her and nodded. Chapter 1234, Welcome. The competition of the rank 8 sects involved all the rank 8 sects, but not all disciples were interested in coming. Some held disdain toward all of this and didn't participate, and they moved about as they wished. The cultivators outside the Wind Celestial Realm were like this. They were all the juniors of the various sects, but their cultivation levels weren't low. They had gathered together to try to explore the Wind Celestial Realm. Qianmei was one of them. Among these people, he was the leader of this group, as he was at the late stage of Nirvana Cleanser. He had a slender body under his green robe and gave off a majestic aura. His handsome eyes were bright as he stared coldly ahead. They were waiting for other cultivators to gather. Calculating the time, those people would be arriving soon. Just at this moment, the fog ahead churned, and Wang Lin slowly walked out wearing white with a head of flowing, white hair. The moment he appeared, the more than 10 cultivators looked over. When Qianmei saw Wang Lin, his expression changed slightly as his gaze followed Wang Lin's figure. The other cultivators beside Qianmei looked at Wang Lin once and withdrew their gazes. They no longer paid Wang Lin any attention, but Qianmei frowned. He felt like this white-haired youth gave off a strange feeling. Looking at the spatial crack to the Wind Celestial Realm, Wang Lin's eyes lit up an indiscernible amount. He had spent more than a month to come here, just for the Wind Celestial Realm. At this moment, He didn't look at the cultivators outside the Wind Celestial Realm. He charged directly at the spatial crack leading to the Wind Celestial Realm. This spatial crack was like a giant crack that wanted to devour everything. There was also a faint hint of celestial spiritual energy coming from inside. Although it was very weak, Wang Lin clearly felt it. Passing over the cultivators, Wang Lin stood outside the crack and spread out his divine sense. He immediately found that it was as if his divine sense had fallen in a bottomless hole and entered another space. It quickly dissipated. However, the moment it dissipated, Wang Lin got a brief look of the scene inside the Wind Celestial Realm. It was a world covered in a yellow glow. It was as if the entire world was shrouded in howling wind. Whether it was on the ground or in the sky, there was wind blowing everywhere. The divine sense he had spread out was devoured by the crack, and even the remnant was destroyed by the storm. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. Just at this moment, laughter came from behind. It was one of the cultivators who looked mockingly at Wang Lin and casually said to one of his companions, "Where did this wild cultivator come from? How can he do something like trying to observe the Wind Celestial Realm with his divine sense? I guess he's just someone reckless that didn't know about the consequences." The cultivators around him all looked at Wang Lin outside the spatial crack with a hint of disdain. It wasn't that they found Wang Lin displeasing, but what Wang Lin had done was simply too reckless for those who had lived in the rank 8 region. Everyone came here with companions and only carefully spread out their divine sense after entering the crack. Otherwise, their divine sense would be destroyed by the wind in the celestial realm. Probing with your divine sense was simply pointless. Only the old monsters in their various sects would do something like this, and this was only because they had the strength to go into the Wind Celestial Realm by themselves. Li Yuanlei also smiled as he stepped forward toward Wang Lin and clasped his hands. "I fear this is the first time fellow cultivator has come to the Wind Celestial Realm's entrance. Spreading out your divine sense here is very dangerous. If fellow cultivator wants to see the Wind Celestial Realm, you can come with us. Once several more people arrive, we can enter together and be able to safely enter and withdraw." Wang Lin was still looking at the crack, as if he was pondering. After Li Yuanlei spoke, Wang Lin didn't turn around and only calmly said one line, "No need." With that, he raised his feet and walked toward the crack of the Wind Celestial Realm. He wasn't fast, but a strange force surrounded him, and at this moment, he attracted everyone's gazes. It seems he wants to enter the Wind Celestial Realm by himself. Big Brotherly had good intentions, but this person is just arrogant. Not even those old monsters would casually enter the Wind Celestial Realm. Li Yuanlei's eyes narrowed and stared at Wang Lin. He saw Wang Lin's figure speed up and charge toward the crack of the Wind Celestial Realm. Wang Lin closed in and was about to step inside. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's pupils shrank and he suddenly stopped. He immediately retreated hundreds of feet. The surrounding cultivators hadn't even reacted to the sudden movement when a monstrous roar came from the crack along with some intense buzzing sounds. A red mist erupted from the crack to the celestial realm and began to spread. There were roars and buzzing sounds coming from inside, as mosquitoes 1,000 feet large appeared with ferocious expressions. These mosquito beasts were covered in barbed hair, and their large mouths gave off a fishy smell. It was a shocking sight, and a fierce aura from ancient times spread out. After the roar echoed, about 100 mosquito beasts flew out in the blink of an eye. Just at this moment, Li Yuanlei's expression changed greatly, and he retreated without hesitation, shouting, "A small group of giant mosquito beasts is being thrown out. Quickly retreat." As he spoke, the expressions of the cultivators beside Li Yuanlei changed greatly, and they began to retreat. With their cultivation levels, they stood no chance against these 100 or so mosquito beasts. They quickly scattered. Heaven fragrance. Li Yuanlei's voice echoed again. At the same time, his right hand moved and an incense stick as thick as an arm appeared. The incense began to burn, and an extraordinary fragrance quickly spread. It wasn't just him, but all the cultivators took out incense sticks and lit them. In the blink of an eye, the fragrance filled the area around the spatial crack. The mosquito beasts seemed to hate this fragrance a lot and stopped their original charge. They stared at the cultivators and began to roar and reveal fierce gazes. Staring at the 100 or so fierce mosquito beasts, everyone, including Li Yuanlei, recalled all the stories of how fierce the mosquito beasts were. After finding that the mosquito beasts had stopped outside the range of the fragrance, they all relaxed. Just at this moment, a young cultivator beside Li Yuanlei stared ahead. Disbelief filled his eyes, and he exclaimed, "This? How is this possible?" He lost control of his voice. The moment his voice echoed, everyone followed his gaze. The surrounding people were all stunned, and shock and terror filled their eyes. But they were even more confused. At the center of their gazes was a white figure moving among the mosquito beasts. Below him was a pale gold mosquito beast. As he moved forward, the red mosquito beasts, which were originally extremely fierce, became a lot more tame. They didn't dare to block the youth in white at all, and even made a path. There was even a hint of worship in their eyes. The hiss of these mosquito beasts echoed, and they stopped paying any attention to the cultivators. Instead, they surrounded the cultivator in white, or more accurately, the pale gold mosquito beast. They formed a ring around it, and flew toward the red fog coming out from the crack to the wind celestial realm. This strange scene filled the surrounding cultivators with disbelief. It was as if those mosquito beasts hadn't been spat out by the red fog, but had come out on their own to welcome someone. They were welcoming that person in white. It wasn't until the person in white entered the fog and entered the crack that all the fierce red mosquito beasts all charged back into the red fog. The red fog rolled as if there was something wrong with time, and everything began to reverse. With the mosquitoes back inside the fog contracted and was sucked back into the crack. From when the red fog spat out the mosquito beasts to when they returned to the fog and disappeared, less than 15 minutes had passed. All the cultivators felt their scalps tingle, and even after everything returned to normal, they were still in shock. Who is he? Was his appearance a coincidence? Or did the giant mosquito beast come to greet him? Everyone looked at each other and saw the terror in each other's eyes. They couldn't forget what they had just witnessed. For the cultivators of the Cloud Sea, the might of the mosquito beasts that occupied the wind celestial realm wouldn't be questioned. Not even the god Sect was confident in recovering the wind celestial realm. They once dispatched a group of powerful cultivators, but they eventually all failed, and no one made it back alive. Most importantly, the giant mosquito beasts were impossible to domesticate. No matter what method was tried, it never succeeded. After a long time, everyone knew about this characteristic of the mosquito beasts. However, that person in white had just made the impossible possible. The surroundings were completely silent as they all pondered. Not long after, several rays of light arrived. The people they were waiting for had arrived. Chapter 1235, Gathering Red Mosquito Beasts. The crack to the wind celestial realm seemed to have been opened by force by someone, and it would ferociously devour all living creatures. The moment the red fog was spewed out and the red mosquito beasts appeared, Wang Lin summoned his own mosquito beast without any hesitation. As he expected, the pale gold mosquito beast immediately shook those 100 red mosquito beasts using their aura and special sense. This caused the red mosquito beasts to immediately fly around them. The ranks between the mosquito beasts were very strict, with one rank holding absolute power over those below it. It was just like how Li Yuanlei and them saw it. The red mosquitoes indeed acted like they were greeting their king. However, they weren't greeting Wang Lin, but the mosquito king below him. After entering the crack, what appeared before Wang Lin was the same as what he saw with his divine sense. The world was covered in a yellow light, but it didn't cover everything. There was also strange, red mist floating in the air. It was moving at a shocking speed due to the wind. After entering the wind celestial realm, Wang Lin could feel the dense, celestial spiritual energy in the wind. Although it was in ruins, it was well preserved, and the deeper one went, the more this was true. What Wang Lin felt the most here was wind. Endless wind, boundless wind. There was wind everywhere in the wind celestial realm, and there was no dust on the earth, as if it was all blown away by the endless wind. All the clothes on his body made flapping sounds as the wind blew on them, and his white hair danced in the air. The wind would sometimes be light and sometimes heavy. When it was light, it was as if countless small hands were gently brushing by. However, if it was heavy, it was like a hammer or mace. When it smashed down, it could collapse the body and smash one's origin soul. This entire wind celestial realm was worthy of its name as it was filled with wind. It was as if a hole had opened up and the wind that had been gathered for countless years was released. Solitary and lonely were the first things Wang Lin felt when he entered the wind celestial realm and closed his eyes as the wind blew on his face. As he moved forward, the almost 100 mosquitoes surrounded Wang Lin. As their roars echoed, the Mosquito King under Wang Lin revealed an excited expression. It let out an earth-shattering hiss that echoed across the land. As the hiss echoed, a red cloud that was being pushed by wind in the distance suddenly collapsed. About 100 red lights flew out of it and turned into ferocious mosquito beasts. These mosquito beasts' gazes all locked onto the Mosquito King under Wang Lin, and they began to roar. However, these roars were filled with fear and the intent to surrender. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had already found that there was something strange about the mosquito beasts in the Wind Celestial Realm. Although they were ferocious, there was a bit of celestial spiritual energy inside their bodies. This was easy to explain because they had lived in the Wind Celestial Realm for so long, so celestial spiritual energy would naturally gather inside their bodies. But what really caught Wang Lin's attention was the strength of the red mosquito beasts. He had seen these red mosquito beasts before in the demon spirit land, but, likely due to the location, they weren't very strong. However, every single mosquito beast here was equal to a Nirvana Scryer cultivator. Some of the few dark red mosquito beasts were equal to late-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivators. This discovery made Wang Lin excited. Although only a few of these mosquito beasts were equal to late-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivators, Wang Lin knew that this was only the outer region of the Wind Celestial Realm. The red mosquito beasts were the lowest existences among the mosquito beasts. Wang Lin understood that the cultivators outside the crack didn't need to be so nervous about these mosquito beasts if they weren't near the crack, because these mosquito beasts weren't that strong. However, because they were outside the crack, they had to retreat because if just one escaped, then what awaited them inside the celestial realm would be countless mosquito beasts hunting them. Just a hiss from one mosquito beast could attract tens of thousands of mosquito beasts rushing out from the celestial realm. In truth, the mosquito beasts were a very strange species. At some stages, the Mosquito King wasn't the strongest existence. There would often be guardians that were much more powerful than the Mosquito King. However, a Mosquito King had the unique ability, and that was metamorphosis. Almost all mosquito beasts were born with a limit that they couldn't break. If they were born red, then until they died, at most they could only reach dark red. Once they went through metamorphosis, this mosquito would have the right to become a king of their tribe. Although they might not be as strong at the start, in the end, they would become the strongest. More importantly, once a mosquito beast went through metamorphosis, they would naturally give off a pressure that affected the soul. If another mosquito was stronger, as long as the difference wasn't too big, they would have to obey under this pressure. It was also because of this pressure that the moment two mosquito kings met, a drastic change would occur. They would either get along or begin a life and death battle. The winner would devour the loser, and their strength would increase greatly. The rest of the mosquito beasts wouldn't participate in the battle between two kings. The mosquitoes belonging to the loser would come under the control of the winner. Wang Lin had done a lot of preparation and research about the mosquito beasts before coming to the Wind Celestial Realm. The moment the Mosquito King let out a cry, those hundreds of red mosquitoes immediately flew over. There were almost 200 mosquito beasts around Wang Lin, and 10 were dark red ones. Just these were far from enough. Wang Lin's goal was the more powerful mosquito beasts deep inside the Wind Celestial Realm. He recalled the dark purple mosquito beasts coming from that mysterious planet in 2C's memories. Those mosquito beasts could make someone as powerful as 2C flee. Just thinking about it made Wang Lin excited. This was the main reason he had forced the Mosquito King to undergo metamorphosis. Looking at the 10 dark red mosquito beasts, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After pondering a bit, he didn't go deeper but wandered around the edge of the Wind Celestial Realm. After several hours, Wang Lin moved around with the 200 mosquito beasts and saw another cloud of red fog in the distance. Upon seeing the red fog, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the Mosquito King under him shot out and let out a roar at the red fog. Under its roar, the large red fog suddenly stopped and collapsed into nearly 100 red mosquito beasts. They headed for the Mosquito King, and after a moment of struggle, they immediately surrendered. Wang Lin's gaze swept past them. He found 6 dark red mosquito beasts among them and became slightly excited. Wang Lin felt that as the Mosquito King gathered more mosquitoes, his overall strength was increasing rapidly. Now he had almost 300 mosquito beasts equal to Nirvana Scryer cultivators and 16 mosquito beasts equal to late-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivators. With this force, Wang Lin wouldn't need to move at all to instantly kill a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator. 300 is still too little. I need a little more. If I had 1,000 of these red mosquito beasts that equal Nirvana Scryer cultivators, then even Nirvana Shatterer cultivators would have to run from me. If I can get 10,000 red mosquito beasts, then even late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivators would stay far away from me. If I had more 100,000 mosquito beasts, so what if they were at the Heaven's Blight stage? If I have 1 million, 10 million. Wang Lin had waited a very long time for this. At this moment, he took a deep breath as he flew off into the distance with 300 mosquito beasts. The mosquito beasts' wings caused a thunderous rumble that echoed across the land and gave off a powerful pressure. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as moved like lightning around the outer region of the wind celestial realm. It didn't take long for him to see another cloud of red fog being blown by the wind. The Mosquito King's pressure spread out, and the red fog immediately stopped. A moment later, the fog collapsed into a large amount of mosquito beasts, but this time 2 rays of red light shot out. They didn't charge at Wang Lin, but quickly retreated with struggle in their eyes. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and the Mosquito King under him shot out, toward the 2 retreating brownish-red mosquito beasts. It let out a roar, and the powerful pressure of the Mosquito King swept the area. When the pressure descended, the 2 brownish-red mosquito beasts trembled and began to hiss. A moment later, the struggle disappeared as they surrendered, and they flew next to the Mosquito King. Wang Lin's divine sense spread across the 2 brownish-red mosquito beasts, and his face lit up. These 2 dark red mosquito beasts were almost equal to peak Nirvana Scryer cultivators, and their ferocious auras made them even more fierce and terrifying. 400 now. Wang Lin looked at the dense mosquito beast herd around him. His mood became better and better as he looked at the 2 brownish-red mosquito beasts, and the almost 20 dark red mosquito beasts. He wasn't in a rush to enter the depths of the wind celestial realm, so he circled the outer region. Along the way, he encountered many clouds of red fog with large amounts of mosquito beasts inside. When they saw Wang Lin's Mosquito King, they would tremble and surround Wang Lin. After 2 days, Wang Lin had almost 1,000 mosquito beasts around him. The mosquito beasts looked like a red cloud covering the sky. Chapter 1236, Another Mosquito King. With Wang Lin's speed, they made a large circle around the wind celestial realm. While searching for mosquito beasts, Wang Lin also discovered some celestial jades. Maybe it was due to there being too many mosquito beasts, preventing cultivators from entering, but Wang Lin harvested a lot of celestial jades. However, what made him gradually frown was that fewer and fewer mosquito herds were being brought over by the wind. He would often have to fly for several hours before spotting another herd. This was a very abnormal phenomenon. If the wind celestial realm only had this many mosquito beasts, it would be impossible to stop the cultivators of the Cloud Sea and make their expressions change the moment they talked about the wind celestial realm. On this day, Wang Lin floated in the air and looked into the depths of the wind celestial realm. During his 2 days of observation, most of the mosquito beasts in the wind celestial realm gathered in the inner part. As for the clouds of red fog he had seen so far, the wind had blown them here from the inner region, and that's why there weren't many of them. There is a large amount of mosquito beasts in the depths of the wind celestial realm. There will certainly be more powerful mosquito beasts, and even other mosquito kings inside. If it's like this then, I can't just rush in recklessly. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he thought of something. The Mosquito King immediately hissed, and one of the red mosquitoes next to it suddenly let out a sharp roar. This roar had a strange penetrating power. It sounded as if it had encountered a life and death situation and was calling for its companions. This roar formed invisible ripples and spread across the wind celestial realm. Wang Lin took a deep breath and stared into the distance. Shortly after, there was a thunderous rumble as a monstrous, red light rushed over from the horizon. They were far away, but the red light was heaven-shaking. There were also crazed roars coming from the red light that would cause the mind of anyone who heard to tremble. Even the sky shook, and large amounts of spatial cracks appeared. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but his pupils shrank. There were almost 1,000 red mosquito beasts inside. This was only the first wave. Wang Lin could imagine that soon, even more mosquito beasts would appear, and it wouldn't just be red mosquito beasts. Even more powerful mosquito beasts would appear. A moment later, the almost 1,000 mosquito beasts closed in, but the moment they closed in, a mosquito beast flew out. A pale golden light shined, and a pressure immediately spread out. Among the almost 1,000 mosquito beasts, there were nearly 100 dark red mosquito beasts, and more than 10 brownish red mosquito beasts. Under this pressure, they all trembled. Those red mosquito beasts immediately surrendered, and the nearly 100 dark red mosquito beasts struggled for a bit before surrendering. Only those dozen or so brownish red mosquito beasts immediately retreated and were about to escape. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He was about to signal the Mosquito King to chase, but at this moment, another violent roar came from the sky. Far away, there was a large mosquito beast herd with no less than 10,000 mosquito beasts charging over. This scene immediately made Wang Lin's scalp go numb. He knew that it would be extremely difficult for the Mosquito King to gather 10,000 mosquito beasts in its current state. Wang Lin also spotted a large amount of blue and even a small amount of white lights inside this herd. Without hesitation, Wang Lin moved, and the nearly 2,000 mosquito beasts surrounded him. He hid himself and sent out a command. The Mosquito King immediately retreated with the 2,000 mosquito beasts and avoided that large mosquito herd. Fortunately, the large herd of mosquito beasts only looked around for a bit after arriving. When they couldn't find any enemy, they flew away, but this dense mosquito herd was engraved in Wang Lin's memory. In particular, those blue mosquito beasts within the herd had auras no weaker than that of Nirvana Cleanser cultivators. This made Wang Lin's heart beat in excitement. The blue mosquito beasts were far stronger than the red ones, so their numbers shouldn't be high. However, with how large of a population the mosquito beasts had, there should be plenty of them. What made Wang Lin even more excited were the mosquitoes with translucent white bodies within the white light. The aura these mosquito beasts gave off was enough for greed to arise in Wang Lin's mind. It was the aura of Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. Among those 10,000 mosquito beasts, there were nearly 300 white mosquito beasts. If he could control that force, then it would be better than controlling tens of thousands of red mosquito beasts. This Wind Celestial Realm is a place of life and death, but for me it is the biggest treasure trove I have seen in my life. Wang Lin took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. I wonder what level of cultivation the purple mosquito beasts in 2C's memories match, Wang Lin pondered, but there was still one thing that puzzled him. He looked at the Mosquito King beside him. He had found this mosquito on planet Suzaku, but he still didn't know why this mosquito beast had appeared there. There was also another thing that puzzled Wang Lin greatly. His mosquito beast had reached purple and was now even gold in color, but it was far weaker than the ones in the Wind Celestial Realm. If not for the aura of a Mosquito King, Wang Lin would even doubt if his mosquito beast was real. This matter had troubled Wang Lin for a long time, and even thinking about it now, he still found no answer, so he gave up. After the large herd left, he took the 2,000 mosquito beasts and flew into the depths of the Wind Celestial Realm. The scene of tens of thousands of mosquitoes coming stopped Wang Lin from acting on the idea of luring mosquito beasts over. Once an accident happened, the cost would be too great, and once it happened, there would be no way to control it. After contemplating for a bit, Wang Lin decided to slowly enter the depths of the Wind Celestial Realm. On the 5th day after entering the Wind Celestial Realm, as Wang Lin slowly moved toward the inner region, he was still on the outer part of the Celestial Realm. Only now he was a bit closer to the center. There was a Celestial Realm fragment floating here. The moment they got close to it, there was a flash of blue light. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he became excited. He clearly saw a mosquito beast inside the blue light. This mosquito was completely blue and gave off the aura of Nirvana Cleanser Cultivator. It wasn't moving in a group, but by itself. As it flew, the Mosquito King under Wang Lin let out a hiss. The blue mosquito immediately stopped and stared at Wang Lin and the Mosquito King below him. There was confusion and struggle in its eyes. Just at this moment, the Mosquito King under Wang Lin let out a roar and turned into a ray of pale gold light that shot toward the blue mosquito beast. It instantly closed in and used its large mouth to whip the blue mosquito beast. The blue mosquito beast let out a miserable hiss, but it didn't dare to avoid the hit, so it was knocked back several hundred feet before stopping. The struggle in its eyes weakened, but was still there. It suddenly let out a violent roar as it turned around and fled into the distance. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and the Mosquito King below him gave off an even brighter pale gold glow. It let out an even more powerful roar. The moment this roar echoed, the surrounding red mosquito beasts trembled, and their eyes filled with fear and awe. In the distance, the blue mosquito beast's body trembled, as if there were two different ideals colliding inside its body under this pressure. Slowly, the blue mosquito beast no longer escaped, but slowly flew toward the Mosquito King and revealed the appearance of surrender. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he jumped off from the Mosquito King and closed in on the blue mosquito. The blue mosquito became ferocious and revealed a cold gaze. Although it had surrendered to the Mosquito King, it was still ferocious toward Wang Lin. However, as the blue mosquito beast's mouth swept toward Wang Lin, he didn't even stop, letting out a cold snort. He lifted his right hand and pointed with his finger. The blue mosquito suddenly trembled and remained motionless, as if it was frozen in place. Then Wang Lin raised his right hand and placed it on the blue mosquito beast's head. His divine sense rushed into the mosquito's mind. With his understanding of the mosquito beasts and his powerful cultivation, he easily found its memories and began to search through them. After a long time, Wang Lin raised his hand and began to ponder. When the blue mosquito beast recovered, it became ferocious once more and was about to attack. However, at this moment, the Mosquito King let out a roar, and the blue mosquito beast immediately became obedient and flew next to the red mosquitoes. The moment it got close, all the red mosquito beasts scattered. They didn't dare to get close at all. Just a lone light blue mosquito beast is already this difficult to control. If there are more, it will be even more difficult to make them obey. This is related to the fact my mosquito beast wasn't raised here. From the memories of this blue mosquito beast, there is actually a mosquito king not far away. This wind celestial realm is very large, so although there aren't a lot of mosquito kings, there still should be some. According to the habit of the mosquito beasts, if their mosquito king dies and is absorbed by my mosquito beast, then they should accept the control of my mosquito beast. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he thought of an idea. Only, this idea was a bit too bold. While pondering, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked into the distance. After a long time, he mercilessly clenched his teeth and flew down toward the celestial fragment below. Beside him, the 2,000 mosquitoes roared and followed the mosquito king under Wang Lin. Wang Lin was at the center of a red cloud. If a cultivator came, it would be difficult to see anyone inside. Sitting on the ground, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and pointed to between his eyebrows. His body trembled and the star of law appeared. It rotated between his eyebrows before flying out and landing on the mosquito king's body. At the same time, Wang Lin's origin soul flew out and entered the star of law on the mosquito king. The mosquito king trembled, then its eyes lit up and it let out a roar. The pale golden light from its body gradually hid itself before it was completely gone. Then a blue light appeared and surrounded its body. At this moment, it looked like a blue mosquito beast without any flaw. Even the pressure of a mosquito king was completely sealed by Wang Lin's origin soul, and none of it leaked out. A moment later, the mosquito king let out a roar and flew out. It flew half a circle in the air before sending out the order to protect Wang Lin's body. Then it flew off into the distance. Although it had left, the almost 2,000 mosquito beasts obeyed the mosquito king's order. No matter what happened, even if they all died, they would protect Wang Lin's body. The blue mosquito beast became the most powerful among the mosquito beasts. Although it still released a fierce aura toward Wang Lin's body, right now it was the closest to it, and it was closely guarding it. Wang Lin's origin soul entered the star of law and attached itself to the mosquito king's body. It turned into a ray of blue light and flew across the wind celestial realm. The mosquito beast seemed very happy and let out roars as it flew. However, under Wang Lin's seal, it no longer gave off the pressure of a mosquito king. It looked like an ordinary, blue mosquito beast without any abnormalities. After several hours of flying, more than 100 blue mosquito beasts closed in. Each one of them was extremely ferocious, and their mouths gave off a fierce aura. Wang Lin even saw a deep blue mosquito beast among them that gave off an aura equal to that of a mid-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator. They flew by the mosquito king and didn't stop at all. Only the deep blue mosquito beast looked over with a hint of confusion when it passed by. Wang Lin controlled the mosquito beast and didn't stop at all as they charged ahead. Along the way, he saw 3 waves of 100 blue mosquito herds and was extremely shocked. No wonder even Tusei had to escape in embarrassment back then. Although these mosquito beasts aren't strong alone, their numbers are simply too much. And this is only the outer region. Once I'm deeper inside, once a large number of blue and white mosquito beasts appear, I fear not even Heaven's Blight cultivators would have a chance of surviving. As Wang Lin flew with the mosquito beast, he looked around. There was no aura of cultivators around here. Make it clear that very few cultivators could come here and stay for a long period of time. This place was the world of mosquitoes. As the Mosquito King flew ahead, what appeared before Wang Lin was a large mountain range at the edge of the continent. The mountains seemed to pierce the sky and gave off a majestic aura. This is the place. Wang Lin gathered his origin soul within the Star of Law and began to carefully observe. Outside this mountain range, there were thousands of red mosquito beasts, and there were hundreds of blue mosquito beasts as well. The blue mosquito beasts were extremely arrogant. Often, when the red mosquito beasts encountered the blue mosquito beasts, the red mosquito beasts would have to quickly avoid them. Deeper inside, flying above the mountain, Wang Lin saw 2 white mosquito beasts. They weren't flying, but were standing on the side of the mountain. Their large mouths were rubbing the mountain, making sharp sounds. Chapter 1237, Closing In. The Mosquito King that turned blue circled around the mountain range and slowly moved toward the mountain. The moment it closed in, those herds of red mosquitoes immediately looked over with gloomy gazes. The Mosquito King let out a cry, and the red mosquito beasts all moved aside, opening a path. The difference in ranks made it so they wouldn't dare to stop the blue mosquito, letting it fly by. Those hundreds of blue mosquito beasts near the mountain all looked over with ferocious gazes, and hisses echoed. The ferocious aura immediately increased, as they immediately recognized that this mosquito didn't belong to their herd. The hostility was obvious, and a few even charged out at Wang Lin's mosquito. These mosquito beasts moved like blue meteors and instantly closed in. However, when they got close, the Mosquito King released a fierce aura and quickly dodged. Then its mouth swept out and stabbed into the closest blue mosquito beast. The blue mosquito beast let out a roar. But not only did it not retreat, it charged at the Mosquito King. However, the moment it got close, the star of law formed from Wang Lin's origin soul flashed for a moment. At the same time, a pressure enveloped the blue mosquito beast's body. The blue mosquito beast's body trembled and stopped for a moment. Just at this moment, the Mosquito King's sharp mouth stabbed deep into the blue mosquito beast's body. The Mosquito King immediately inhaled, and the blue mosquito beast's body trembled before immediately turning into a skeleton. All of its essence and blood were absorbed by the Mosquito King. The three blue mosquito beasts that had also flown over let out a cry and flew at the Mosquito King. There was still blood on the Mosquito King's mouth as its eyes revealed a fierce gaze. It let out a roar as it rushed out and collided with one of them. They collided with a bang. The blue mosquito beast was obviously no match and was knocked away. Before it could recover, the Mosquito King's mouth penetrated the blue mosquito beast and inhaled all its essence before flying off toward the next blue mosquito at an even faster speed. All of this happened in a flash, fast beyond imagination. In an instant, the four blue mosquito beasts died by one, leaving only the Mosquito King buzzing in the air. It stared coldly at the hundreds of blue mosquito beasts ahead. Song Luohai was hiding himself under a stone below the mountain, keeping his aura hidden. He was an elder of the Silent Soul Sect. Rather than participating in the competition that was occurring in the rank 8 sects, he was hiding here. He had been here for 3 months and was cautiously moving forward. His goal was the king among this mosquito herd. Song Luohai believed he understood the mosquito beasts very well. His goal was to capture a Mosquito King to verify the speculation in his heart. However, just catching a Mosquito King was so difficult that it was almost impossible to do. First, it was extremely difficult to get past all the mosquito beasts to get to where the Mosquito King was. But even if he reached that place, if he couldn't capture it in one try, then any mistake would alert the rest of the mosquito beasts. At that time, he wasn't sure he could escape alive. 3 months ago, Song Luohai had locked onto this mosquito herd and was determined that there was a Mosquito King here. Therefore, he spent 3 months of time to sneak here while not disturbing the red or blue mosquito beasts. However, he was facing a dilemma. It was all because of the 2 white mosquito beasts that had flown here half a month ago. Song Luohai had only seen them once before, and he could clearly feel the aura and pressure of Nirvana Shatterer cultivators coming from them. Song Luohai did a comprehensive preparation for this trip. He analyzed that he had a 30% chance of successfully completing his objective. Once his speculation was verified, his name would be known throughout the entire rank 8 region. Even those old monsters would have to avoid him. Even the rank 9 region would favor him. All those various benefits were what had lured Song Luohai to take this risk. However, the arrival of those 2 white mosquito beasts messed everything up. Song Luohai still had a feeling that those 2 white mosquito beasts had become vaguely aware of his existence, but hadn't found his hiding place, so they hadn't moved. But if he were to move an inch, they would immediately detect him. Song Luohai's heart felt very bitter throughout this half-month. He was very tense and didn't dare to move at all. Although he was an elder of the Silent Soul Sect, he was near the bottom of the elder hierarchy, only at the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer. Just as Song Luohai was getting desperate, he saw a blue mosquito beast fly over. Originally, he didn't care and didn't have the time to care about something not related to his own survival. However, what happened next shocked him greatly. He personally saw that lone, blue mosquito beast instantly suck dry 4 other blue mosquito beasts of the same rank. It was extremely fierce and seemed like it wanted to challenge them. This discovery immediately caused Song Luohai's mind to tremble, and at the same time, he vaguely felt like his chance had come. The Mosquito King's roar echoed across the world. At the same time, one of the 2 white mosquito beasts coldly looked at the Mosquito King. In a flash, a ray of white light charged through the group of blue mosquito beasts. The blue mosquito beasts moved out of the way as the white mosquito charged directly at the Mosquito King. Before it got close, an earth-shattering roar that carried an intense impact collided with the Mosquito King. There was a thunderous bang as the Mosquito King was knocked back a few dozen feet. It let out a roar and charged forward again. After the white mosquito beast knocked away the Mosquito King, It floated in the air and coldly looked at the Mosquito King with a trace of killing intent. It then charged out once more like a bolt of white lightning at the Mosquito King. The moment the two mosquito beasts collided, the star of law formed by Wang Lin began to rotate like crazy, and large amounts of origin energy enveloped the Mosquito King's body. The origin energy crashed into the white mosquito at the moment of impact. The moment the origin energy appeared, the surrounding mosquito beasts roared loudly. The hundreds of blue mosquito beasts immediately surrounded the Mosquito King and stared at it. There was a thunderous bang as the white mosquito beast trembled and was knocked back. Its eyes exposed a cold gaze as it flapped its wings, causing the hook-shaped hair on its body to become straight. This made it look like the white mosquito beast was covered with spears. Then those hairs scattered. At a glance, it looked like the white mosquito beast had swelled up. The white mosquito beast charged at the Mosquito King. The Mosquito King's body charged out without any intent to retreat. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world as the two mosquito beasts began a life-and-death battle. The two mosquito beasts collided dozens of times in a short period of time. The rumbles became more intense as the earth-shattering collisions echoed. The white mosquito beast was knocked back. There were many injuries on its body, which was covered in blood. The Mosquito King was also in a sorry state and looked a bit dispirited, but the ferociousness in its eyes became even stronger. This time it unexpectedly didn't wait for Wang Lin's order before it charged at the retreating white mosquito beast. The white mosquito beast let out a roar. All the hairs on its body stood straight before they all fell off and flew around like flying swords. It was like a powerful spell, and all the hairs shot toward the Mosquito King. As the Mosquito King moved forward, not only did it not slow down, it flew even faster. Wang Lin's Mosquito King was still in its growing phase and hadn't experienced many battles against its own clan, but it was learning. The moment it charged out, all of its hook-shaped hairs grew under a blue glow. In an instant, they grew until they were dozens of feet long. The moment it rushed out, it learned from the white mosquito beast. All of its hair fell off and shot forward. There was a thunderous bang as the two rains of hair collided, and a series of rumbles echoed. The huge impact caused the surrounding mosquito beasts to all retreat. The Mosquito King became even more ferocious as it charged through the collision of hairs and charged at the white mosquito beast. As if it had gone mad, it mercilessly slammed into the white mosquito beast, and its mouth kept trying to find a chance to stab into the white mosquito beast's body. The white mosquito beast retreated anxiously, but just at this moment, an extremely powerful aura came out from the mountain. This aura contained a pressure that all mosquito beasts had to submit to. The moment this aura appeared, the other white mosquito beast flew into the air and let out a roar. A large crack appeared on the top of the mountain, extending to the bottom of the mountain. It was as if someone had just ripped the mountain open. A ray of purple light shot out from the crack in the mountain. At the same time, an ancient aura spread out and purple mist came out from the crack. This mist was dense. After it appeared, it quickly withdrew. From inside the mist, a ferocious-looking mosquito beast about 1,000 feet large flew out. This mosquito beast was covered in purple hairs. Although they were drooping and looked messy, the moment this mosquito beast appeared, all the surrounding mosquito beasts, red or blue, quieted down. Song Luohai's pupils shrank as he stared at the purple mosquito beast with messy hair. There was a flash of greed in his eyes. Mosquito King. This purple Mosquito King's indifferent gaze casually looked at where Song Luohai was hiding before falling on Wang Lin's mosquito beast. After a long time, it let out a low hiss. Chapter 1238, New King. This was a roar that contained the might of a Mosquito King. Under this pressure, all mosquito beasts must obey and become part of this Mosquito King's herd. Wang Lin's mosquito beast's actions had obtained the recognition of the purple Mosquito King, so it personally appeared to accept it as a member of its herd. This was also Wang Lin's goal. As the Mosquito King let out its roar, Wang Lin's mosquito beast also let out a roar, acting as if it was surrendering. Wang Lin controlled the Mosquito King to slowly fly forward, closing in on the purple Mosquito King. The moment the purple Mosquito King appeared, Wang Lin clearly felt the aura of mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer Cultivator from it. So this Mosquito King wasn't very strong. This mountain was the home of its herd. It was clear that it would spend most of its time deep inside the mountain, struggling with metamorphosis, and would not casually come out. Although Wang Lin's mosquito beast was weaker, it had transformed into a golden mosquito beast, so it was difficult for this purple Mosquito King to notice that Wang Lin's mosquito was hiding its aura. Wang Lin's mosquito beast's movement didn't catch the attention of the surrounding mosquito beasts. Even the two white mosquitoes didn't notice and only coldly stared at Wang Lin's Mosquito King. Wang Lin's mosquito beast used 3 breaths of time to close this short distance. At this moment, Wang Lin's mosquito beast was less than 100 feet away from the purple Mosquito King. The purple Mosquito King's eyes revealed a hint of doubt, and it let out another low roar. Wang Lin's mosquito beast also roared in response, but then it suddenly sped up and crossed this 100 feet distance. At this instant, all the surrounding mosquito beasts began to roar fiercely. The two white mosquito beasts released ferocious gazes and were about to charge out. Even the purple Mosquito King's aura immediately became cold. However, just at this moment, the Star of Law with Wang Lin's origin soul inside rotated rapidly and flew out. It released a harsh glow and transformed into Wang Lin's origin soul. His appearance immediately caused an uproar from the surrounding mosquito beasts. They all rushed over, hissing like crazy. However, none of this distracted Wang Lin at all. Although this trip was dangerous, Wang Lin had calculated that he had an almost 80% success rate. Everything could be described by fast. Fast. The moment Wang Lin's origin soul took form, he stepped forward and waved his right hand. Large amounts of origin energy gathered and swept out as a gust of wind. The two white mosquito beasts beside the purple Mosquito King were hit by the wind and pushed away. The moment the two white mosquito beasts were knocked away, Wang Lin didn't stop and arrived before the retreating purple Mosquito King. His eyes lit up as he lifted his left hand and thrust his left palm at the void. Origin energy began to gather like crazy, and at the same time, Wang Lin's right hand quickly pointed to the back of his left hand. Once his finger landed, the heavens and earth trembled, and endless origin energy gathered on the finger like crazy. The mark of the Star of Law flashed on the back of Wang Lin's left hand. It moved to his index finger and began to flash. The purple Mosquito King immediately felt a life and death crisis it had never felt before in its life. This feeling was very strong, making it roar violently as it retreated like crazy. Wang Lin didn't stop. His right hand drew an arc and pointed out once more. When the second finger landed, it was as if countless bolts of thunder had exploded in the sky. It felt like even the earth itself was trembling. Another Star of Law appeared on the back of his left hand. It moved to his middle finger and flashed violently. As he moved forward, Wang Lin's right hand moved again and his finger landed once more. This time the earth seemed to crack and a thunderous rumble echoed across the heavens and earth. A large vortex appeared in the sky and gathered large amounts of origin energy that seemed to enter the back of his left hand with a movement of his right hand. A third Star of Law appeared and stopped on the ring finger of the left hand. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin took 3 steps in the sky, and the purple Mosquito King retreated hundreds of feet. Its body flashed purple, and it was flying downwards. The surrounding mosquito beasts were rushing over like crazy in an attempt to stop this from happening. They seemed to want to tear Wang Lin into pieces. Even farther away, as the mosquitoes roared, the sky seemed to distort as even more mosquitoes rushed over. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he took a 4th step. His right hand reached at the sky, causing the sky to rumble violently. The vortex that appeared seemed to have been grabbed by Wang Lin and then rapidly shrank. With that, Wang Lin gathered the power of the 4th finger, and the power entered the back of his left hand. This 4th Star of Law formed. At this moment, 4 of Wang Lin's fingers contained the power of law. His hand seemed to have become the hand of law. The moment the 4th finger landed, a handprint landed on the purple Mosquito King, creating a thunderous rumble. Although all of this sounds slow, it all happened in 3 breaths. The handprint landed on the purple Mosquito King. At this moment, even the wind in the wind's celestial realm paused for a moment. A thunderous rumble echoed as popping sounds echoed inside the purple Mosquito King's body. Even large amounts of cracks appeared on its huge mouth. A clear handprint appeared between its eyebrows, causing its body to collapse at a rapid pace. A lot of blood gushed out from the handprint, making the purple Mosquito King let out a mournful cry. As its large body quickly retreated, large amounts of purple mist escaped from its body, but it quickly withdrew back into its body. This happened 3 times in a short period of time. Every time the purple mist appeared and withdrew, it would make the handprint between its eyebrows a bit more blurry. It was as if this purple Mosquito King was using this method to rapidly heal. At the same time, as it retreated, all the hair on its body stood up and law seemed to surround its body. A phenomenon that only occurred when Nirvana Shatterer cultivators were about to use spells appeared. At this moment, the 2 white mosquito beasts that had been pushed away by Wang Lin charged in like crazy. The hundreds of blue mosquito beasts that gave off the aura of Nirvana cleanser cultivators desperately charged in. The thousands of red mosquito beasts circled like crazy. All the hairs on their bodies stood up as they stared at Wang Lin, and their hisses were earth-shattering. Even farther away, the ripple in the horizon distorted even more as a boundless, red ocean was rapidly closing in. Just at this instant, the blue light on Wang Lin's mosquito beast flashed and surrounded the area. However, the next instant, this blue light collapsed and was replaced with a golden light. It became the only golden light within this 5,000-kilometer area. The mosquito beast in the golden light was like the real king, and it let out a thunderous roar. This was the cry of the king, the roar of a mosquito king. The moment this golden light appeared, the red mosquito beasts trembled and unexpectedly stopped. Their eyes were filled with awe, but there was even more fear in them as they looked at the golden light. The hundreds of blue mosquito beasts also paused for a moment while charging. There was struggle in their eyes, but they didn't dare to approach. Even the two white mosquito beasts stopped and circled around them. Even their roars had weakened a lot. The retreating purple mosquito beast that was healing was startled, but soon its eyes revealed a monstrous, fierce gaze. It began to roar at the same time as Wang Lin's mosquito beast began to roar. All of this was changed greatly because Wang Lin's mosquito king had released its aura. This was no longer a battle between a cultivator and the purple mosquito king, but a battle between two mosquito kings. No mosquito beast could participate in the battle between two mosquito kings. They didn't dare to participate, and they couldn't participate. This was a vital part of Wang Lin's plan. Wang Lin's mosquito king released the golden light. Then it let out a roar and charged out like a bolt of golden lightning. It charged directly at the seriously injured purple mosquito king. At the same time, Wang Lin's origin soul rapidly dissipated, turning back into the Star of Law, and fell on the mosquito beast's body. However, the moment it fell, Wang Lin executed the last part of this plan, the stop spell. His origin soul's right hand raised and pointed at the purple mosquito king. The moment his finger pointed, the heavens and earth trembled. No origin energy came, but endless celestial spiritual energy rushed over. He was using the celestial spiritual energy of the celestial realm to achieve the peak power of the stop spell. When the finger fell, the purple mosquito king's body trembled, and all its movements were sealed. The moment its body was stopped, Wang Lin's mosquito beast closed in. Its golden mouth stabbed into the purple mosquito king's body. Then it began to inhale like crazy. The purple mosquito king's body trembled and rapidly withered before it completely disappeared. Even its body turned into essence that was all absorbed by Wang Lin's mosquito king. A roar filled with joy came from Wang Lin's mosquito king. Along with this earth-shattering roar was a powerful pressure that surrounded the area. The birth of a new mosquito king. The mind of Song Luohai, who was hiding inside the mountain, trembled. Everything that he saw had broadened his horizons. Song Luohai immediately recognized that the origin soul that appeared wasn't the spell of a mosquito king, but a real origin soul. There is a cultivator's origin soul in that mosquito king. Song Luohai's eyes lit up as he stared at the mosquito king, and his heart skipped a beat. Chapter 1239, Origin Sect. The pale golden light spread out from the mosquito beast's body and enveloped the area. A pressure surrounded the thousands of mosquito beasts, and they also witnessed the birth of a new king. Those red mosquito beasts were the first ones to surrender. Their eyes were filled with awe, and they let out cries of approval. As for the hundreds of blue mosquito beasts, there were hints of struggle in their eyes. But as the pressure of the mosquito king spread out, they also became submissive. The most difficult were the two white mosquito beasts. The two mosquito beasts stared at Wang Lin's mosquito king. No matter how much Wang Lin's mosquito king sent out its pressure, their gazes were still cold. Wang Lin's mosquito beast revealed a vicious gaze and let out a hiss. The gazes of all the mosquito beasts gathered on the two white mosquitoes and turned into ferocious gazes. The two white mosquito beasts let out miserable cries. The one that battled Wang Lin's mosquito trembled, and its eyes revealed a demonic light. A destructive aura came from its body, and at that instant, its body collapsed. Blood mist spread across the sky, and as it collapsed, the other white mosquito beast also chose to die. It exploded into a mist of blood as well. They'd rather die than obey. These two white mosquito beasts were equal to Nirvana Shatterer cultivators, so their explosions immediately caused a powerful shockwave. The pupils of Song Luohai, who was hiding in the rocks, suddenly shrank. Now is the time. His greed had already drowned his common sense, especially after seeing that the newly born mosquito king had the origin soul of a cultivator. In his view, This wasn't the origin soul of someone who had left their body, but a cultivator who had lost their body and unexpectedly fused with a Mosquito King using some unknown method. It was a very special existence. This was his first time encountering something like this. In his mind, this Mosquito King was a cultivator. Controlling a Mosquito King was too difficult, but controlling the origin soul of a cultivator that had fused with the Mosquito King shouldn't be too difficult. With that in mind, he could not give up this opportunity, but those hundreds of blue mosquito beasts, thousands of red mosquito beasts, and 2 white mosquito beasts made it so he wouldn't dare to come out, no matter how greedy he got. However, upon seeing the perfect opportunity created by the collapse of the 2 white mosquito beasts that blasted away most of the blue and red mosquitoes, his heart came alive. This origin soul isn't strong. Only about early-stage Nirvana Shatterer. As long as I can control that origin soul within the Mosquito King, I can control the Mosquito King. Song Luohai clenched his teeth and popping sounds echoed inside his body. He suddenly shot out from the rock and moved like a bolt of lightning. He moved through the shockwave of the 2 collapsed white mosquito beasts and charged at Wang Lin's mosquito beast. His timing was very good. Although his greed had overridden his common sense, he still had thought this through. The moment he flew out, his hands formed a seal, and his mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer power spread out like crazy. The illusion of a sun and moon appeared behind him. He started off with his strongest attack. He was from the Silent Soul Sect, and they specialized in spells against the soul. They would often not harm the body, but directly target the soul. As his spell spread out, Song Luohai let out a roar. This roar contained a spell that targeted origin souls. Under this roar, origin souls would tremble and become dizzy for a moment. All of his actions and calculations were perfect, but the person he encountered was Wang Lin. Wang Lin had already noticed Song Luohai's presence, but didn't pay any attention to him. Now that the 2 white mosquito beasts had collapsed and Song Luohai appeared, the star of Law Wang Lin was in began to flash. The moment the other party charged out, Wang Lin's mosquito beast immediately retreated. Song Luohai's body charged through the shockwave. Just as he was about to catch up, the star of Law began to rotate, and Wang Lin's origin soul took form. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with mockery as he waved his right hand. A gust of wind that turned into a storm suddenly appeared and shot towards Song Luohai. It collided with Song Luohai's spell and caused an earth-shattering rumble. Song Luohai's expression immediately turned pale, and he coughed out blood. His body trembled, and he involuntarily stepped back few dozen feet. His face was filled with terror. That wind wasn't powerful, but it contained powerful Dao intent and law. It had disturbed his mind and almost caused his domain to collapse. However, the next scene caused him to lose his wits. He saw Wang Lin's origin soul point at him. At the same time, the Mosquito King immediately let out a hiss. In an instant, all the surrounding mosquito beasts charged in from all directions and sealed all paths of escape. He was trapped inside the mosquito herd. Thousands of red mosquito beasts and hundreds of blue mosquito beasts. This was also Wang Lin's first time seeing them display their power as a group. Thunderous rumbling came from the mosquito herd along with Song Luohai's frightened roar. I know I've done wrong. Fellow cultivator, have mercy. Fellow cultivator, have mercy. I'm an elder of the Silent Soul Sect. If fellow cultivator lets me go, I'll definitely repay you in the future. His voice was filled with anxiety and plea. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He sent out a command, causing the Mosquito King to let out a cry, and the mosquito herd's attack became even more crazy. At this moment, in the Rank 8 region, where the Everlasting Sect was located, there were 3 cultivation planets. The competition was being held on the 2nd cultivation planet, and it had begun several days ago. The entire Everlasting Sect was extremely lively during this once every 1,000 years competition. There was a large amount of people densely packed together, and they occupied the entire planet. They had even invited some powerful cultivators of the sect to come and watch the competition, making it even more lively. Some rogue cultivators had also come to watch this grand competition. A huge platform that occupied a portion of the cultivation planet was the location of the competition. Around the platform, there were countless steps that went up into the sky. These were seats, and they were filled with cultivators. The Origin sect was in a small area in the northern edge. Compared to the other sects, who had hundreds of people, the Origin sect only had 10 people and looked very bleak. Lu Yinfei silently sat there. Only a few more days remained until the competition between the Rank 4 sects would finish. Then it would be the Rank 5 sect's turn. The rest of the Origin sect members were all crestfallen as they sat there. Their eyes were filled with loss and sorrow, as if the fate of their Origin sect could not be changed. I'm feeling unwell, and will go back first, Lu Yinfei said as she stood up to go back to the house the main sect had provided, even though that place was even more remote and bleak. A frivolous voice came from not far away. Is that the beauty Lu, who is secretly considered the #1 cultivation furnace of the rank 5 region? She is indeed very good. It was worth spending so many origin crystals to make you a member of my celestial music sect after your origin sect is disbanded. Shortly after, a middle-aged man wearing blue walked out with a warm smile. When he appeared, some people recognized him, and their expressions immediately changed and they quickly left. This made the place the origin sect was located even more desolate and eye-catching. Being stared at made the members of the origin sect turn pale and remain silent. Suyun bit her lower lip so hard that it almost bled. This middle-aged man wasn't just by himself, but had 2 white-haired elders following him. Their gazes were like lightning, and anyone who met their gazes would feel their mind tremble. Rank 6 region's celestial music sect. From this person's appearance, he should be the sect's head disciple, Lu Yingjie. The celestial music sect has ranked first several times among the rank 6 sects, and has garnered a lot of attention from the main sect. Rumor has it that one of the 3 people being chosen to be sent out for the competition between the rank 8 sects will be from the celestial music sect. In particular, this Lu Yingjie cultivates an extremely vicious cultivation method and often needs a lot of cultivation furnaces. Even if they are powerful, none seem to be able to escape. There are simply too many rumors about this Lu Yingjie. I heard that he has some blood relation with Elder Lu of the Everlasting Sect. Elder Lu is at the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage, so, with Elder Lu behind him, it is no wonder this Lu Yingjie dares to be so overbearing. Lu Yinfei's body trembled, and her eyes revealed a cold gaze as she turned to look at the man in blue. This man was rather handsome and gave off a manly aura. The origin sect hasn't disbanded and won't disband, Lu Yinfei said calmly before turning around to leave. Lu Yingjie smiled and softly said, "Fellow cultivator Lu, don't blame me. I only heard about the cultivation furnace from others, and am merely teasing. However, I come with good intentions. If the origin sect does disband, Lady Lu will have a good place to go. Forget about the origin sect disbanding. Even if it disbands, my purple Dao sect will accept them all." These cold words came from another direction as a man in purple gradually walked over. He coldly looked at Lu Yingjie before looking at Lu Yinfei and politely clasping his hands. "Greetings, fellow cultivator Lu." Lu Yinfei was startled. Fellow cultivator Lu doesn't need to think about it too much. Although brother Lu and I only met once, that night of Dao debate was something I'll never forget. If he returns, not only will the origin sect not disband, it is even possible it will become the #1 branch sect. Lu Yunsong revealed a look of reminiscence and melancholy. So fellow cultivator Lu also fancies the origin sect and wants to compete with me. I just don't know who this brother Lu you speak of is. Could it be me? Lu Yingjie faintly smiled. It was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. Even his words were as light as the clouds. Lu Yunsong frowned and didn't hold back at all as he roared, "Shut up! Who do you think you are to mention brother Lu? If he was here, he could kill you as easily as squishing an ant." Chapter 1240, Li Qianmei. Lu Yingjie's expression was gloomy as he stared at Lu Yunsong. He still remembered that 1,000 years ago, it was this person who became the first rank 5 sect that dared to challenge the #1 sect of the rank 6 region, the Celestial Music Sect. Although their challenge failed in the end, it was a disgrace to the Celestial Music Sect. This person had stepped on the Celestial Music Sect to make the Purple Dao Sect famous, and allowed the name, Lu Yunsong, to spread across the cloud sea. Lu Yunsong was even more menacing in this grand competition, and had become much more powerful than 1,000 years ago. It was likely that he would challenge the Celestial Music Sect again. If they were challenged by a rank 5 sect twice, the Celestial Music Sect would lose face. If they showed a bit of weakness, even if they won, they would still be secretly ridiculed. Lu Yunsong, everyone can talk. I just don't know how this person named Lu will kill me like an ant. Lu Yingjie's expression gradually calmed down. He was a gloomy person, but he didn't like to show it. It only took a few seconds for him to suppress the anger that had risen up. That there was a flash of coldness in Lu Yunsong's eyes. He could naturally see through Lu Yingjie's personality, but the more he saw, the more he disliked him. If he comes, you will find out. Lu Yunsong's voice was cold. Aside from the competition, the biggest reason he had come to the Everlasting Sect was to see Wang Lin again. Therefore, he paid a lot of attention to the Origin Sect. However, just as Lu Yunsong spoke, a strange voice that seemed to come from between someone's teeth surrounded the area. "I'm also looking forward to this person named Lu you speak of, Lu Yunsong." The moment this voice appeared, Lu Yunsong's expression changed. Not only him, but the expressions of everyone in the Origin sect, including Lu Yanfei, changed. This voice sounded weak, but the moment it appeared, it affected everyone's Origin souls and caused them to fluctuate violently. If one's cultivation level wasn't high enough, their face would turn pale and their Origin soul would be injured in this confusion. Only Lu Yingjie remained normal, but there was a look of surprise in his eyes. He turned around and respectfully clasped his hand. "Greetings, Senior Zhao." The space behind Lu Yingjie twisted and ripples echoed as a person gradually walked out. This person was a middle-aged man, and his most notable features were his hook-like nose, thin lips, and gloomy eyes. These made him look very vicious. Lu Yunsong's expression changed, and after a long time, he said, "Greetings, Rank 7 Mountain-Seeking Sect Senior Zhao." Lu Yunsong's words pointed out this person's identity as a warning to Lu Yanfei and the others. Lu Yanfei's face revealed a moment of bitterness as she and the other Origin sect cultivators respectfully greeted this person. This person's appearance immediately made the surroundings cold. Some of the onlookers immediately backed up, and some even straight up left. This was originally about the Origin sect, but it had quickly changed to be a matter between the Purple Dao sect, the Celestial Music sect, and the Mountain-Seeking sect. The focus of their confrontation seemed to be the mysterious person named Lu that Lu Yunsong had brought up. The middle-aged man named Zhao walked next to Lu Yingjie and nodded slightly. Lu Yingjie became even more respectful. "Since this man has said this person can kill you like squeezing an ant, then you should accept this challenge. I also want to see if this mysterious person named Lu is real or fake," the middle-aged man slowly said, and his voice was as feminine as always. Lu Yingjie revealed a smile and nodded. "Since that is the case, then I really want to see how powerful this mysterious person named Lu is. However, if this person doesn't show up, or isn't as strong as fellow Lu says, then what should we do? Senior Zhao, please give us guidance." The middle-aged man named Zhao looked at Lu Yunsong and gloomily said, "If that is the case, then I'll naturally be the witness. This is no small matter. How can such empty words be said?" Lu Yunsong's expression remained gloomy and he didn't speak for a long time. Although the Mountain-Seeking sect wasn't the strongest among the Rank 7 sects, Senior Zhao was an external elder and had a good relationship with the Silent Soul sect. If he came forward, he could make a lot of noise about this matter. Lu Yanfei bit her lower lip and saw that Lu Yunsong was in an embarrassing situation. A moment later, she softly said, "This matter has nothing to do with fellow cultivator Lu. This is a matter of my Origin sect." Before Lu Yanfei could finish speaking, the middle-aged man named Zhao's eyes turned cold, and he stared at Lu Yanfei. This gaze was like a pair of swords that flew out and landed in Lu Yanfei's eyes. Lu Yanfei only felt her body tremble, and a roar echoed in her Origin soul. She couldn't help but retreat several dozen feet. Her face turned pale and blood came out from her mouth. Her entire body became weak. "A little girl like you isn't qualified to speak here." The surroundings immediately quieted down. The people of the Origin sect were all angry, but none of them dared to say a word. They could only swallow this humiliation and let the bitterness fill their bodies. After pondering for a long time, Lu Yunsong looked at Zhao Long and said, "If Brother Lu doesn't come or can't kill Lu Yingjie like crushing an ant, then I'll naturally give Senior Zhao an explanation." Zhao Long revealed a gloomy smile and let out a harsh laugh as he turned to leave. Beside him, Lu Yingjie directed an apologetic gaze at Lu Yanfei, but didn't even look at Lu Yunsong as he turned to leave with Zhao Long. The place they were in was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the platform the competition was held on. At this moment, a ray of white light closed in on the various platforms the competition was being held at. This white light crossed the sky and created a series of thunderous rumbles. Before it got close, it had already attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. The aura of a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator spread out from the white light. Several shadows flew out from the Everlasting Sect to greet it. After the white light closed in, it slowed down. This allowed all the cultivators who looked over to see that it was a woman inside. They also saw the blue hair that belonged only to one person in the Cloud Sea. Qianmei, Rank 9 Heaven-Breaking Sect. An uproar suddenly occurred as the nearly 100,000 cultivators here all recognized the identity of the blue-haired woman. It turns out to be the Heaven-Breaking Sect's Qianmei. I didn't think the Everlasting Sect's competition would attract her to attend. Rumors say that she was battling the Beast Tide at the Demon Sect. It is unexpected for her to leave and come here. Rumor has it that during the battle against the Beast Tide, no cultivator involved is allowed to leave. How did Qianmei obtain the Demon Sect's permission to leave? The sounds of discussion spread across the platform with the appearance of Qianmei. Not even the battle of the rank 4 sects could attract anyone's attention anymore. Luingjia naturally also saw Qianmei high up in the sky, and his eyes lit up. He knew Qianmei. She once asked him 3 questions. Even Zhao Long beside Luingjia became serious as he looked up. He respected Qianmei, who came from the rank 9 heaven-breaking sect. Whether it was her cultivation level or sect, they were both things he couldn't compare to. The person in charge of the competition today was an old man named Feng. There were 6 other everlasting sect elders with him. After sensing Qianmei, he immediately flew out with the elders along with a few dozen disciples. After them, the 100 people responsible for the event also flew up. This large group of people greeted Qianmei's arrival. It is our everlasting sect's great honor for fellow cultivator Lu to come. My name is Feng. Feng smiled, and he was very enthusiastic as he clasped his hands. The 6 elders behind him also smiled and clasped their hands in respect. The disciples all revealed respectful expressions. They also looked at Qianmei with eyes filled with admiration and awe. Aside from these people, more than 10 rays of light were flying over from the far side of the planet. This was another core group of the everlasting sect, showing how much they valued Qianmei. I believe fellow cultivator Li just came from the beast tide. Please come with me to a place the everlasting sect has prepared for you to rest. I presume the sect master had also learned of your arrival. It is great honor for us that fellow cultivator was willing to come. Feng clasped his hands as his laughter echoed. Although Qianmei had become the focus of everyone, she was still calm. She didn't rashly spread out her divine sense to search herself, but looked at everyone before her gaze fell on Feng. She softly said, "Rest isn't urgent." Fellow cultivator Feng, did the rank 5 origin sect come to this competition? Origin sect? Feng was startled. A disciple immediately flew over and spoke into his ear. This origin sect has indeed come. After Feng heard this, he smiled, but doubts appeared in his heart. Could the small origin sect have some relationship with Qianmei? Qianmei suppressed her emotions before asking, "Where are they?" Feng's doubt became even stronger, but he didn't show any of it. He looked at the disciple behind him that had spoken to him earlier. He was a youth, and he quickly said, "In the northern platform, on the edge." When his words got to this point, Qianmei's divine sense spread out and enveloped entire northern area. She immediately found the people of the origin sect. Compared to the entire platform, that place was truly insignificant. However, the moment Qianmei found the origin sect, she flew over like lightning. Chapter 1241, Did he come? Feng's eyes shrank indiscernibly, and he quickly followed. The 6 elders behind him followed with doubt in their hearts. Their movement caused the everlasting sect members behind him to move as well. The movement of over 100 people immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators all over the platform. All sorts of speculations began, and some impatient people simply flew north. With someone taking the lead, even more people followed. At this moment, the competition began to turn chaotic. The 2 people from the rank 4 sects were originally fighting fiercely, but now they bitterly smiled and looked north. Even further away, the dozen or so rays of light rushing over also closed in. The one in front was a red-haired elder who gave off a nirvana shatterer aura, and the dozen or so elders that followed him all had high cultivation levels. After closing in, the red-haired old man immediately saw the chaos caused by the tens of thousands of cultivators and frowned. He shouted, "No flying." After he spoke those 2 words, they turned into a thunderous rumble that spread out. Some cultivators that had just flown into the air trembled and immediately landed on the ground. His voice spread out as shockwaves, immediately suppressing the chaos and causing everyone to calm down. Frowning, the red-haired old man immediately saw Qianmei's figure and rushed over with more than a dozen elders behind him. Qianmei quickly flew, disregarding how she had alarmed the entire everlasting sect. She flew straight north to where the origin sect was. When she got near, she landed and her gaze swept forward. The joy in Luingjia was even stronger. Before, he only saw Qianmei from far away and didn't dare to spread out his divine sense, so he hadn't heard Qianmei ask about the origin sect. At this moment, he took a deep breath as he put a kind smile on his face. The moment Qianmei got close, he said, "Lady Li, it's been 100 years since we last met. I wonder if you still remember me." Zhao Long, who was beside him, also revealed a look of respect and clasped his hands with a smile. "So fellow cultivator Li knows Luingjia. I'm the rank 7 mountain-seeking sect's Zhao Long." After the 2 of them spoke, the surrounding people were all shocked. It was obvious that no one thought the reason for the Daughter of the Heavens to rush over would be Luingjia. Luingjia is rumored to be very romantic. I didn't think that even Qianmei would be acquainted with him, or would even come to the everlasting sect due to him. If this matter is true, the Celestial Music Sect will become famous before even competing. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this. I wonder what about this Lu Yingjie allowed him to gain Li Qianmei's favor. I just don't understand. Even the everlasting sect people who had followed Li Qianmei here looked at Lu Yingjie, but Feng Hai and company frowned. They had clearly heard Li Qianmei ask about the origin sect, but now with Lu Yingjie appearing, their doubts became even stronger. Lu Yingjie smiled even wider as all the attention was on him. He walked forward a few steps and was about to catch up with Li Qianmei, who had just landed. After Li Qianmei heard Lu Yingjie speak, her gaze locked onto him, and she frowned. As Lu Yingjie walked up, she indifferently walked past him. She had battled against the beast tied in the crack for almost 100 years and had just come from the battleground without any rest. Her body was naturally filled with killing intent, and one gaze caused Lu Yingjie's heart to feel a chill. His face immediately stiffened but soon returned to normal, and he clasped his hands, smiling. It has been 100 years, but Lady Li is still so valiant and formidable. However, before Lu Yingjie could finish speaking, Li Qianmei walked past him without stopping. This caused Lu Yingjie to stiffen and swallow his words. Not only him, but even Zhao Long, who was originally smiling, froze. This sudden scene caused the surrounding cultivators to raise their eyebrows. This surprise completely reversed the situation. There was even a hint of mockery in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators. Li Qianmei didn't even look at Lu Yingjie and headed straight for the origin sect. When she got closer, her gaze swept by everyone and landed on Lu Yinfei. Lu Yinfei wiped the blood off the corner of her mouth as if erasing the bitterness on her body and looked at Li Qianmei. Li Qianmei silently pondered and bit her lower lip. After a long time, she softly said, "Did he come?" These words clearly entered the ears of the surrounding cultivators and immediately caused an uproar. Everyone was guessing who this he was. Even the people of the everlasting sect were wondering the same thing. Feng Hai's eyes lit up and an answer to his doubts gradually formed. At this moment, the red-haired elder with more than 10 other elders arrived and saw this. There was a hint of shock in his eyes as he looked at Feng Hai, and they both had their own thoughts. Lu Yingjie also heard these words. Even with his mental strength, his expression changed. After experiencing what he just had, it was extremely difficult to remain calm. His expression was extremely ugly, but he also had vague feeling that something bad was going to happen. The expression of Zhao Long beside him changed greatly. He was different from Lu Yingjie, and immediately looked at Lu Yunsong. After Lu Yunsong felt his gaze, he sneered and revealed an unhidden trace of disdain. Zhao Long suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He felt that the mysterious Persian Lu Yunsong had spoken of wasn't as simple as he had thought. Lu Yinfei silently pondered, and after a while, she shook her head. Although she hadn't met Li Qianmei, she could clearly understand who the he Li Qianmei was talking about was. He didn't come. Li Qianmei let out a sigh as she raised her head and looked up at the sky with a hint of melancholy. Her blue hair gently blew with the wind, containing a crestfallen feeling. There hasn't been any news of him in 100 years, Lu Yinfei said as she looked at Li Qianmei. She hesitated for a moment, but didn't continue speaking. Li Qianmei bit her lower lip as she shook her head and softly said, "Forget it." With that, there was a flash of coldness as she looked at Lu Yinfei and gently said, "You're injured? The injury is fresh. Who did it?" Lu Yinfei's expression was calm as she indifferently said, "Earlier, this Lu Yingjie said that after the origin sect disbands, I'll become his cultivation furnace, and he threatened to fight Uncle Teacher. Next to him is the ranked 7 mountain-seeking sect's elder, Zhao Long. He thought that this little woman's voice was unpleasant and that I wasn't qualified to talk, so he punished me." After Lu Yingjie heard this, his expression changed. He looked at Lu Yinfei before shouting, "She's full of nonsense." In fact, what he said was true. He didn't say he wanted Lu Yinfei to become his cultivation furnace, but he did intend to make her one. Zhao Long's expression changed, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Li Qianmei's expression calmed down as she turned around to look at Zhao Long and Lu Yingjie. Lu Yingjie was about to speak, but Zhao Long quickly retreated. His hands formed seal, and a spell began to appear. However, just as Zhao Long retreated, Li Qianmei suddenly moved. She was very fast, and created afterimages as she rushed forward. She crossed the crowd in just a moment with her late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivation and appeared behind Zhao Long before gently waving her hand. A monstrous killing aura suddenly appeared. This killing intent was shocking and contained thunderous roars. It gave off a demonic feel, and it immediately enveloped Zhao Long's body. A miserable scream echoed as Zhao Long coughed out blood and was immediately thrown into the air. His left arm collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood. At the same time, His right arm and both legs exploded as well. Following that, his body exploded. The smell of blood spread out as Zhao Long's origin's soul escaped with panic and fear in his eyes. Li Qianmei calmly looked at Everlasting Sect's Feng and the red-haired elder and softly said, "If you two mind, I'll give the Everlasting Sect an explanation." After she finished, she looked at Lu Yingjie and said, "Since you want to fight him, I'll leave you with your life. If he doesn't come, then I'll take yours and that person named Zhao's lives." That sharp blow and simple words created a powerful impact. It made everyone who saw this gasp, and shock filled their eyes. The people of the Everlasting Sect were also silent. Feng looked at the red-haired elder before he coughed, and said, "Fellow Cultivator Li, who is this person you speak of, I wonder?" "The Origin Sect's Lu Yinfei's uncle teacher." Li Qianmei nodded. Then she let out a sigh and looked at the sky. No one knew what she was thinking. Lu Yinfei no longer hesitated and softly said, "Uncle teacher said 100 years ago that he would come." At this moment, the he that everyone was speculating about was moving across the celestial realm with nearly 5,000 red mosquito beasts and hundreds of blue mosquito beasts. It was like a red cloud that covered the sky, and it swept across the outer edge of the wind celestial realm. The wind wailed across the empty wind celestial realm. However, this wind was nothing compared to the buzzing of the mosquito beasts. In the center of the mosquito herd, there was a golden mosquito king that was letting out thunderous roars. Every roar would cause the surrounding mosquitoes to tremble in awe and rapidly fly forward. Wang Lin was sitting on top of the Mosquito King with flowing white hair as he looked at the inner part of the celestial realm. His eyes lit up. His injuries had recovered a bit over the past several days, but, more importantly, the large amount of mosquito beasts he gathered had increased his strength greatly. "I want to enter the inner part of the wind celestial realm. Then I'll get enough mosquito beasts, and then go fulfill my promise with the Origin Sect." The Golden Mosquito King under Wang Lin let out a cry. The red cloud formed by thousands of mosquito beasts immediately changed directions and charged toward where most of the mosquito beasts were gathered in the wind celestial realm. Chapter 1242, After Sundered Night. Hiding inside the aura of the countless mosquito beasts made it almost impossible to find Wang Lin, but the deeper in the wind celestial realm he went, the more cautious he became. The speed of the mosquito herd slowed down a lot as they flew deep into the wind celestial realm. As they moved forward, Wang Lin clearly felt the wind in the wind celestial realm become even more intense. The wind was like the mournful cries of countless souls. It was earth-shattering, and at the same time the wind formed vortexes that traveled across the wind celestial realm. The mosquito beasts seemed to be very fond of the wind, especially the vortexes. Wang Lin had seen many vortexes with hundreds of mosquito beasts inside being pushed into the distance. The thunderous rumbles echoed across the world, and sometimes it was not clear if the wind was moving the mosquitoes or if the mosquitoes were forming the wind. As he moved forward, the collapsed land of the wind celestial realm gradually appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. The pieces of collapsed land were like a broken mirror. The pieces were separated by cracks, and some cracks were so wide that they extended into the void. There were countless ruins and debris on these lands, along with many collapsed buildings. Every time the wind passed, it seemed to take some of it away, and those buildings had gradually disappeared due to the wind over the years. Looking at everything before him, Wang Lin couldn't help but feel desolate. In his near 2,000 years of cultivation, he had gone to the rain celestial realm, the thunder celestial realm, and now he was at the wind celestial realm. His experiences had been very exciting. Not many people could compare to what he had experienced. The rain celestial realm gave Wang Lin the feeling that it was seriously damaged, and it was very difficult to find any trace of the celestial realm of the past. All that remained was the sorrow of being raided time and time again by cultivators. The thunder celestial realm was different compared to the rain celestial realm, as it wasn't as damaged. Although it was also collapsed, he could still feel the power and might of the thunder celestial realm of the past. However, whether it was the rain celestial realm or the thunder celestial realm, they couldn't compare to the wind celestial realm at all. Due to the mosquito beasts, cultivators rarely came here after the collapse, causing the realm to be kept extremely intact. Only the wind echoed all by itself across the wind celestial realm. The entire wind celestial realm gave Wang Lin the feeling of endless desolation and loneliness, as if this place had been forgotten for countless years. Only the wailing wind accompanied this place. Wang Lin saw the largest piece of land in the wind celestial realm floating before him. It gave off an ancient aura as if it had experienced countless years of life. There was a giant stone gate at the center of the large continent. This stone gate was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. Even from far away, You could easily see it at a glance. The Mosquito heard Wang Lin was and stopped. Sitting on the Mosquito King, Wang Lin stared at the giant stone gate in the distance, and his mind trembled as if he had lost himself. He lost all his senses. Even the wailing wind seemed to disappear, and he even forgot that he was sitting on the back of the Mosquito King. The only thing left in his eyes was the indescribable stone gate. A feeling of time gradually filled Wang Lin's mind. At this moment, he was immersed in time. He gradually lost himself as he watched the transformation of the world, watched the ages pass by, watched the constantly changing landscape. It wasn't appropriate to call it a stone gate, because it was only a giant frame. It was like someone had put a short column between these two massive pillars to form a door shape. It simply towered over the land and remained unmoving before the wind. Looking at the stone gate, Wang Lin seemed to return to his body after a long time. He took a deep breath and gradually returned to normal, but his gaze was still locked onto the giant stone gate in the distance. He wasn't unfamiliar with this stone gate. He had seen it several times in his life. This stone gate was the gate formed by the heaven-defying bead when it activated. They looked exactly the same, without any difference. If there really was a difference, it would be that the gate from the heaven-defying bead was an actual gate and not just a frame. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin looked around. This was already the inner part of the Wind Celestial Realm. Going further would mean entering the center of the Wind Celestial Realm. Wang Lin somewhat didn't want to leave as he looked at the giant door. He jumped off the Mosquito King's back, stepped on the wind, and walked on the world as he moved forward step by step. The Mosquito King followed behind, and around it were nearly 5,000 mosquito beasts forming a red cloud that covered the sky. It was as if Wang Lin felt an inexplicable attraction to this giant door. He slowly stepped on the air and closed in on the gate. The majestic aura of the gate became even stronger. If you stood before the gate and looked up, you wouldn't even see the top. A powerful, desolate feeling enveloped the area as if there was an invisible vortex with the giant gate as the center, slowly rotating. Due to this vortex, it made it feel like there was a layer of fog around the gate. It was difficult to detect from afar, but when up close, the fog was easy to feel. Wang Lin stood on the ground and raised his head to look at the giant gate. His mind trembled as he subconsciously spread out his divine sense toward the gate. The moment his divine sense spread over, a thunderous rumble echoed in his mind as if thunder had exploded in his ears. This created a powerful impact that pushed away all the fog and allowed the giant gate to appear clearly before Wang Lin's eyes. What he saw was no longer a gate, but a creature. This creature had a soul. It seemed as if it had existed for too long and gradually gained sentience. When Wang Lin's divine sense spread over, he seemed to fuse with that creature, and at that instant, Wang Lin seemed to forget his own existence. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin stood there motionlessly. He was in a very strange state. This state was very familiar to when he comprehended his first original spell, Sundered Night, on the seaside cliff. There was an old saying, "Cultivators walk through the heavens and adapt the heavens as their own heart." Only then can they hold both heaven and earth and understand what Dao is. Although this sounds complicated, it has its own reason. It was like a painter who had never seen the highest peak, the vast ocean, or the different states of life. How could he draw celestial-like mountains, dragon-like seas, or the relationship of humans? Only after seeing firsthand and experiencing firsthand could one draw mountains and seas with spirit to create masterpieces that would be passed down throughout the ages. Cultivation had the same logic, which was why all the disciples of big sects would go out to comprehend the heavens once their cultivation level reached a certain point. However, painters were still people, and some people would not be moved by the heavens or earth. They never gained any comprehension and could only leave behind footprints that would gradually disappear with time. There were also people who gained comprehension from seeing the heavens and earth, the mountains and seas, and even from the fishermen casting their nets. Although their footprints would also be washed away, the comprehension they gained would remain in their hearts and be taken with them. Cultivation was like this, and some cultivators felt no comprehension. No matter how much they saw, it was all in vain. Some cultivators had merged the heavens with their hearts and became their own comprehension. At this moment, Wang Lin captured the stone gate inside his heart. This was one of the three great realms, the Sure realm. Sure was the source of all creation. Back then, when Wang Lin gained enlightenment on the seaside cliff, he was watching the sky, the earth, and the sea. He captured all those in his heart and took them with him to create his first original spell, Sundered Night. Today, in the Wind Celestial Realm, under this giant gate, Wang Lin had this feeling again. He was immersed in this strange realm, and was about to unconsciously capture this stone gate in his heart and take it away. He didn't want to use it to create a second spell after Sundered Night. Just like how back on the seaside cliff, he didn't think about creating Sundered Night and displaying it to the world. His body stood there, and his aura slowly merged with the gate until he completely disappeared within. At this moment, if a cultivator came and spread out their divine sense, they wouldn't be able to notice Wang Lin at all. Even if they were standing beside Wang Lin, if they just tried to detect someone without looking, they wouldn't be aware of Wang Lin at all. Wang Lin's aura and all his vitality disappeared without a trace. The Mosquito King was still floating in the air, but the moment Wang Lin's aura disappeared, its eyes became filled with confusion. It looked down at Wang Lin and felt even more confused. It could clearly see its master, but his master's aura had completely disappeared. Even their faint connection was severed. The Mosquito King let out a roar and rushed to Wang Lin. It seemed like only by doing this could it remain calm. As it roared, the surrounding mosquito beasts immediately surrounded the area. The moment Wang Lin's aura disappeared, deep within the wind celestial realm, there was a small continent. The sky was dim and buzzing sounds echoed endlessly. The entire world was filled with countless mosquito beasts. These mosquito beasts roared. They were densely packed, but it was impossible to see the end of this herd. On that continent stood a human-shaped stone statue. Suddenly, the petrification around its eyes began to reverse. The stone rapidly melted around the eyes, and the eyes slowly opened. There are 9 laws inside that stone gate, ordered from strong to weak. Which one can he comprehend? Chapter 1243, the 9th Law. The sky was blue with a faint light that scattered across the earth. The world was filled with celestial spiritual energy and beautiful celestial beasts flying across the sky. The entire world was peaceful as countless celestials flew across the sky, chattering amongst each other. They laughed and pointed as if they were talking about something. The entire earth was filled with mountain peaks, with rivers flowing across the land. Celestial spiritual energy spread across the land, and from afar, you could see a celestial fog surround the area, making this place look beautiful. On the ground, countless celestials were sitting there, seeming to form a formation. This formation seemed to spread out for tens of thousands of kilometers, and there were countless celestials, passing the will of the ancient celestial realm to fix the celestial gate and welcoming the true ancient celestials. A commanding voice echoed across the sky and spread across the entire celestial realm. When this voice finished speaking, the celestials within the formation formed seals with their hands and sent celestial spiritual energy into the formation. This caused the earth to rumble. Everything began to twist, and a mighty ripple began to slowly spread. As the ripples spread, dense celestial spiritual energy came from the mountain and rivers. All the celestial spiritual energy entered the ripple and made it spread even further. Take the eastern mountain to form the left side of the celestial door. The voice echoed once more as the countless celestials chanted at the same time. A heaven-piercing mountain to the east suddenly collapsed. The mountain floated into the air and flew over as it crumbled. As it moved forward, it continued to collapse, and then became a square pillar before landing on the earth. The earth trembled and the voice echoed once more. Take the western mountain to form the right side of the celestial door. A towering mountain in the west also moved. It turned into a square pillar and landed on the ground. Take the southern mountain range to form the top of the celestial door. In the southern part of the celestial realm, there was a dragon-like mountain range. The moment the voice echoed, this endless mountain range trembled. It was as if the dragon's head had risen into the air as the mountain range flew over. The mountain range gradually collapsed as it closed in. Then it landed on top of the 2 pillars. The voice suddenly echoed once more. Take the land of the north to make the celestial door. The celestial realm of the north trembled violently, and cracks appeared. As the earth trembled, a rectangular piece of earth was separated. This rectangular piece of earth gradually flew over and continued to shrink before it became a huge door inside the 3 pillars. Sacrifice to the celestials. The moment the door was complete, almost all the celestials let out earth-shattering roars. At the same time, the ripple that had gathered large amounts of celestial spiritual energy rushed toward the door. A thunderous rumble echoed. As the ripple shrank, a large amount of celestial spiritual energy entered the door. It made this door feel like a celestial door. The ancient celestial realm has ordered that when the celestial door opens, the celestial domain will descend. The scene changed once more. It seemed as if a long time had passed. The celestial realm was still the celestial realm, but it no longer had the charm it did before. A taste of blood spread across the celestial realm as bloody screams echoed. The earth trembled and continued to crack. The The sky became muddy as if ink had been poured into water and made it darken. In the distance, about a dozen celestials were flying over, but the three at the rear suddenly trembled. Their bodies exploded into a rain of flesh and blood that fell to the earth. The miserable screams continued to echo. Those dozen celestials struggled to make their way to the door and knelt on the ground. One of them roared at the door, his voice mournful and filled with sadness. The celestial gate has been up for 40,000 years. Why hasn't the true celestial from the ancient celestial realm come? The giant stone door looked the same as it did when it was built, without any change. The door formed by the land was still closed, without a single gap, much less an opening. Just as the roar echoed, some of the celestials kneeling on the ground trembled, their eyes filled with fear. The next moment, their bodies exploded and the blood splattered onto the remaining people. It was a shocking sight. Back then, the ancient celestial realm left a message stating that the wind celestial realm would face a great calamity. In order to resist the calamity, we built this celestial door. Now that the calamity has arrived, why isn't the ancient celestial saving us? Hundreds of celestials appeared over the horizon. Many of them died before they arrived and knelt on the ground. More and more celestials came. They all looked at the door and let out their unwilling cries. If the ancient celestial won't save us, then we will save ourselves. Even if I die, I will die in the celestial realm. A celestial suddenly stood up and rushed into the sky with madness. However, what awaited him was a thunderous explosion. His flesh and blood scattered on the ground, and some even fell on the door. However, compared to the door, the blood splatter was simply too tiny. Even more blood fell on the celestials on the ground. They all raised their heads and revealed madness in their eyes as they charged at the sky. Even if I die, I'll die in the celestial realm. As the celestials continued to fly into the air, the thunderous rumbles echoed. The celestials exploded one by one. They had no chance to resist this mysterious force at all. Even more blood fell on the stone gate. The blood splatter spots gave off a tragic atmosphere. Just at this moment, the darkness in the sky began to move. The darkness above the celestial realm gathered in an instant. A giant, black finger appeared from the sky and struck down at the stone gate with heaven-shaking might. This finger was extremely large, and every single cultivator that touched it died. Soon, the finger gathered all the darkness in the sky, and the tip of the finger collided with the door that was fashioned from a continent. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A thunderous rumble suppressed all sounds in the world. Under the might of the finger, large amounts of cracks appeared on the door, then it suddenly collapsed. It shattered into pieces. At this moment, the earth trembled, and like the door, the land began to crack. At the edge of the celestial realm, more than 10 pieces of land were torn off. Under the constant collapse, the celestial realm collapsed. The earth trembled and was divided into countless fragments. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the celestial realm was in ruins, but the collapse didn't stop, instead becoming even more intense. A destructive aura spread out and crushed all living beings. After a long time, the earth stopped trembling. The collapsing celestial realm was silent. Not a sound came from it. The darkness in the sky gradually disappeared until no trace of it remained. The giant doorway had lost the door, and only the frame remained. It stood there, motionless. The scene changed again. An unknown amount of time had passed, and a huge rift appeared deep within the celestial realm. This rift was about 100,000 feet wide and gave off a ghostly light. Wang Lin awakened due to shock and looked at the giant stone gate. At that moment, he had fused with the stone gate and seen its memories. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he flew into the sky, riding the wind until he arrived at the top of the stone gate and sat down. From this position, he could see the celestial realm from a bird's eye view, and the wind here was even more fierce. The wind stung his body like knives and caused his hair to flow violently. His clothes flapped and popped under the assault of the wind. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin closed his eyes and immersed himself in that strange state while feeling the might of the door. This time he fused with the door, and a vague door gradually appeared in his mind. He was going to capture the door in his heart so he could take it with him. However, the door that appeared in his heart wasn't clear. It was fuzzy and couldn't fully take shape. Wang Lin slowly felt 8 strange forces around the door. It was these 8 forces that made him unable to clearly imprint the door. This stone gate was different from when Wang Lin was comprehending at the seaside cliff. There was only one law back then, so he didn't have to choose. He could just take it with him. However, right now it was different. Wang Lin felt that these 8 strange forces were 8 different laws. If he wanted to take them all, the stone gate would not take form unless he could stay here for countless years. Then, if he didn't die and could reach the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage, he might have a chance. It was obvious Wang Lin wouldn't choose this path. His mind began to observe the 8 laws when he noticed something, and his body trembled lightly. Aside from these 8 laws, there is another one. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened and stared at the giant stone door below him. There was a passage of time on this stone gate. This was a natural aura that would surface when someone had been around long enough. There was nothing special about it. This aura would be even stronger on some ancient cultivation planets. However, for some unknown reason, the mark of time on this stone gate had gone through a change. It was like the evolution of a cultivator's domain. It had evolved from time to eternity. Time and eternity had the same origin, but were on 2 completely different levels. Chapter 1244, Flowing Time. Time slowly passed, and 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin sat on the giant stone gate in that mysterious state similar to Dao seeking as he pursued the 9th law. The mosquito beasts scattered and surrounded the area but didn't disperse. They were wary of the surroundings. The Mosquito King was simply lying down beside Wang Lin on the stone gate, and its cold gaze slowly swept the area. Whenever its gaze fell on a mosquito, that mosquito would reveal an extremely respectful demeanor. Only when the Mosquito King's gaze fell on Wang Lin would it change. The indifference would change to a kind of attachment, like how a child felt about their parents. In truth, in the Mosquito King's heart, Wang Lin was its parent. There were 4 mosquito beasts that were deep blue. They flew beside the Mosquito King as if they were guards. An aura matching that of peak Nirvana cleanser cultivators spread out from them. With the Mosquito King leading a group of 5,000 mosquito beasts, a powerful force was forming. The mosquito beasts had gradually accepted Wang Lin's existence, but this was only an acceptance. The moment the Mosquito King was gone, it would immediately collapse. As the roars echoed, Wang Lin still sat there and felt the laws on the stone gate. There were 8 laws on the stone gate, but the marks left by time had turned into the 9th law. Compared to the first 8, the 9th was the strongest. Wang Lin didn't have time to comprehend them all, and could only give up the first 8 to choose the 9th. The loneliness within this ancient stone gate, combined with the strange wind, resonated with Wang Lin's heart. As he sat on top of the stone gate, he seemed to become the stone gate. He watched the world age, watched ages pass, watched the sky transform over tens of thousands of years, and watched the mountains rise and fall. His heart also seemed to become ancient. His almost 2,000 years of cultivation were really insignificant compared to this stone gate. However, as his mind merged with the stone gate, he slowly found the feeling of the passage of time in his heart. Just like how when painters see mountains, seas, and life, a vague framework would first appear in their heart. This was like the fuzzy existence in Wang Lin's heart. Wang Lin was sitting on top of the stone gate, but he didn't look down at it. Instead, he opened his eyes and looked straight ahead. This gaze was as calm as the surface of a well. Although his gaze was calm, there was a trace of reminiscence within it that unconsciously turned into a ripple that brought back Wang Lin's buried memories. At that instant, he saw a cultivation planet. On there, a father was walking with his child through the mountains and rivers. They were talking and laughing as they pointed at various mountains and rivers. The father took the child, and they continued to conquer mountain after mountain and cross rivers and lakes. He also took the child and roared next to the ocean, making it look like their roar was causing the giant waves in the ocean. All these memories containing the passage of time flowed before Wang Lin's eyes. These were memories filled with pain and happiness. They were part of his life. These were indispensable memories. At this moment, as Wang Lin sat on the stone gate, he watched the world while recalling these memories. He slowly put everything inside his heart. Seeking Dao. In truth, it is bringing the Dao into your heart. This is Dao seeking. The so-called comprehension and domain are the same. You keep a comprehension in your heart and slowly experience it until it merges with your Dao. Eventually, it will become a domain, an ideal. Wang Lin seemed to be talking to himself, and his eyes closed as he continued to murmur. Although his eyes were closed, he could still see the world, and the magnificent door was standing in this heart. The only difference was that he wasn't the only person sitting on the stone gate. Beside him was a figure of a child that could never grow up. Perhaps, in Wang Lin's heart, Wang Ping would always be just a child. Wang Ping wasn't real, but an illusion formed by Wang Lin's memories. He sat beside Wang Lin and silently accompanied his father just like he did during his childhood. He watched the sun rise and set with his father and watched the world change with his father. He accompanied his father's loneliness. If all of this could become eternal, perhaps there wouldn't be so many regrets and choices in life. In Wang Lin's heart, he and Wang Ping were still sitting on that giant stone gate. Originally, it was a vague void below them, but now it gradually changed as the sound of waves echoed. A boundless sea appeared under the stone gate. From afar, it looked like the stone gate had broken out from the sea and pierced into the sky. No matter how much the sea raged, it remained towering. The sound of the waves became the only sound in the world. Even further away, the sun began to rise, emitting an orange glow that shined on the father and son, causing their shadows to elongate. The sundered night born from the sea, time flows like memories. It isn't that there is no eternity, but that a moment of eternity will intoxicate you. It will make your heart shatter. It will make you unwilling to awaken so you can continue pursuing it with a smile forever, until you disappear into eternity in a dream. Ping Air, your father's second spell will be called Flowing Time. Is that good? Flowing Time. Time flowed like memories. Because it was still flowing, time was eternal. However, if a force could cause that eternity to collapse, it would be a terrifying force. Wang Lin's comprehension continued. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days went by. He had been sitting on the stone gate for a full 10 days. The mosquito beasts still surrounded the area. From afar, it looked like a red cloud that was slowly churning. The wind blew by, but it couldn't take away the ancient aura from the stone gate or the red cloud formed by the mosquito beasts. During these 10 days of time, the Mosquito King lied there, awaiting Wang Lin's awakening. At the twilight of the 10th day, more than 10 rays of light flew across the horizon. The people in the rays of light were all elites of the rank 8 sects that weren't participating in the competition. Li Yuanlei was one of them. When they were waiting outside the Wind Celestial Realm for friends, they unexpectedly encountered Wang Lin. They also saw the scene of the mosquito beasts welcoming Wang Lin and were deeply shocked by it. Then their friends arrived, and after debating for a bit, they waited for a few days before entering the Wind Celestial Realm. However, along the way, although they were careful, strangely, they didn't encounter any mosquito beasts. While shocked, this made them even more cautious. As they continued forward, they still saw no mosquito beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that they knew they were in the Wind Celestial Realm, they would begin to doubt if mosquito beasts were ever even here. There were many ruins that they originally couldn't enter due to the presence of the mosquitoes, and they could only move around the outer region. This was the first time in countless years they had come this deep into the Wind Celestial Realm. The deeper they went, the slower they moved, becoming even more nervous as they carefully observed their surroundings. However, their harvest was very good, far more than before. On this day, they were flying when Li Yuanlei's body trembled. At the same time, the pupils of everyone around him shrank and they all stopped. They didn't dare to spread out their divine senses here, but there was no need to spread out their divine senses. The red cloud that seemed to cover the sky and the buzzing sounds were enough to make their scalps go numb. The mosquito beasts that seemed to have gone missing in the 10 days they were here appeared before their eyes. However, what was strange was that in the past, if a mosquito beast appeared, they would immediately roar and give chase. However, these mosquito beasts didn't even look at them and instead continued to hover around the stone gate. This strange scene caused them to stop retreating. They were all vigilant and were prepared to escape if anything went wrong. Those mosquitoes are surrounding. One of them gasped as they saw a flash of the stone door being surrounded by the red cloud. A youth in black softly said, "The elders of our sect that have come this far here must have seen this stone gate." Looking at its appearance, this stone gate must have been an important altar to the celestial realm before its collapse. There is someone on the stone gate. Li Yuanlei had the highest cultivation level, and he vaguely saw a figure sitting on the stone gate through the thousands of mosquitoes. After he spoke, it caused everyone's minds to tremble, and they all looked over with looks of disbelief. They all focused, and one by one they faintly saw Wang Lin sitting on the stone gate. There really is someone sitting there. Who is that person who can calmly cultivate while being surrounded by mosquito beasts? What's even more bizarre is that the mosquito beasts are not attacking this person. They seem to be guarding this person instead. This is impossible. It is impossible to domesticate mosquito beasts. Every time they meet us cultivators, we get into a life and death battle. How could they guard someone? At this moment, both their hearts and minds were in shock. Their eyes revealed horror and disbelief at what they saw. Li Yuanlei suppressed the shock in his heart and whispered, "Don't forget about the cultivator in white we saw outside the Wind Celestial Realm. If you look closely, although you can't clearly see the person there, you can see that his clothes are white. There is someone who can control a mosquito beast. This matter." The surrounding cultivators all became silent. Those that came late didn't see Wang Lin and only heard about him from the others. They originally didn't believe it, but at this moment, they had no choice but to believe. The shock in their hearts was several times stronger than that of the others. Chapter 1245, 100 Years in an Instant. The sudden decrease in mosquito beasts must be related to him. He is obviously cultivating right now, so it is best we don't disturb him and quickly leave. As Li Yuanlei spoke, he slowly retreated. However, just at this moment, a change occurred. The golden mosquito king suddenly raised its head and stared at the cultivators ahead. In truth, it had already seen them, but was too lazy to pay any attention. However, at this moment, it suddenly let out a roar. As it roared, all the mosquito beasts scattered, creating a heaven-shaking rumble. The red cloud suddenly charged at these cultivators while roaring. Not good. Quickly retreat. Li Yuanlei shouted and retreated like lightning. The expressions of everyone around him changed, and they all rapidly retreated. Although they were faster than the red mosquitoes, they were inferior to the blue mosquitoes. As the thousands of mosquito beasts charged, the hundreds of blue mosquitoes rushed out from the red mosquito herd like meteors toward them. Blue mosquitoes. Everyone's scalps went numb, and they ran even faster. They had only seen the red cloud, and not the blue mosquito beasts hidden within. The moment they saw them, they almost lost their wits. The rumor was that these blue mosquito beasts were extremely terrifying and had skills comparable to Nirvana Cleanser cultivators. However, the blue mosquitoes were too fast, and their numbers made for a powerful visual impact. The moment when they were all shocked, a thunderous rumble echoed, and the blue mosquitoes instantly caught up. The blue mosquitoes surrounded them and released a powerful bloodlust. Their hideous appearance, large mouths, and powerful, blue light were like nightmares for these cultivators. However, right now they had no chance to resist. As soon as they were surrounded by the blue mosquito beasts, the red clouds immediately surrounded them. Being made the center of the mosquito herd made it so they couldn't even see past them. The only thing they could see were the ferocious mosquitoes. This terrifying feeling made them feel despair. They had been very careful this whole time. When they entered this place in the past, they only encountered small groups of about 100 mosquito beasts. With their cultivation levels and distance to the exit, it was easy to escape. This was the first time they had been surrounded by thousands of mosquito beasts. Forget them. Even the elders in their sects had most likely never encountered something like this. In despair, the cultivators were about to begin a crazed counterattack, but they were stunned to find that the surrounding mosquito beasts didn't attack them. Instead, the mosquito beasts simply surrounded them and then opened a path toward the stone gate. This strange scene made them feel like they had found a sliver of hope in their despair, and they looked at each other. Li Yuanlei's face was pale, but he clenched his teeth and gradually flew toward the stone gate within the mosquito herd. When he closed in, he clearly saw Wang Lin sitting on the stone gate and the cold gaze from the pale gold mosquito king. After being glared at by the mosquito king, Li Yuanlei trembled and cold sweat soaked his body. He had a feeling that if this golden mosquito beast roared, all the surrounding mosquito beasts would tear them apart. Mosquito King. If Li Yuanlei and his companions still couldn't see through the identity of the golden mosquito beast, they wouldn't be fit to be called the elite of their sects. Li Yuanlei took a deep breath. He didn't have the mind to be at awe of the mighty gate, but looked at Wang Lin. He respectfully clasped his hands. Junior Li Yuanlei greets Senior. We unintentionally disturbed Senior and hope Senior won't mind. The more than 10 cultivators behind him also clasped their hands. However, even after they spoke, Wang Lin didn't respond, but just sat there with his eyes closed. Because Wang Lin didn't reply, Li Yuanlei and company remained trapped by the mosquito beasts. They were in a dilemma and could only wait in terror. If it was just waiting, it wouldn't matter, but being surrounded by thousands of mosquito beasts was simply suffering. In truth, it wasn't that Wang Lin was ignoring them, but Wang Lin's mind was immersed in a strange state, so he wasn't aware of what was happening around him. It was the Mosquito King who had taken the initiative and trapped the cultivators here. If Li Yuanlei and the others had killing intent or used their origin energy, Wang Lin would have immediately awakened. However, the lives of Li Yuanlei and the others were all in Wang Lin's hands, so they didn't dare to emit any killing intent or use origin energy. They were worried about angering the mosquito beasts around them. As a result, they could only wait. This second spell will be called Flowing Time. In Wang Lin's mind, he was sitting on the stone gate and seemed to be speaking to Wang Ping, but no one could hear his words. In his mind, the only sound was the sound of waves crashing. After a long time, Wang Lin gradually raised his right hand and gently waved. The waves suddenly moved and began raging. The sea churned violently and began to spread. When Wang Lin waved his hand in his mind, Li Yuanlei and company immediately felt a monstrous impact spread out. They didn't have the power to resist and were immediately enveloped in a strange world. Everyone, including Li Yuanfei, only felt their vision blur, and when they regained their vision, Everything but the giant door was gone. This door towered into the sky, and they couldn't see the top at all. An ancient aura spread out from the stone gate and turned into an unimaginable force that submerged them. Compared to this aura, Li Yuanlei and company were like lonely boats within raging waves. They were extremely fragile. Flowing time. An ancient voice echoed in the world. This voice seemed to contain a trace of time, as if it came from primordial times. When it entered their ears, it was as if the voice had experienced countless years of change. The moment they heard this voice, Li Yuanlei and company all trembled and confusion filled their eyes. Different memories echoed in their minds and slowly replaced everything. Time passed breath by breath. Every breath was like 100 years for Li Yuanlei and company. Their memories quickly flowed by in their minds. 100 years passed in a breath. Gradually, time passed. 200 years, 300 years, 500 years, until 1,000 years. 1,000 years passed in 10 breaths of time. Their memories flashed through their minds until they stopped at 1,000 years ago. They also seemed to return to 1,000 years ago, just like their memories. 1,000 years ago, their cultivation levels weren't as high as they were now. As their memories flowed, the peak Nirvana cleanser cultivation from Li Yuanlei's body seemed to regress, and he seemed to become a mid-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator. Not only him, but everyone around him had their cultivation levels change when the 10 breaths passed, returning to what their cultivation levels were 1,000 years ago. One of the cultivators was seriously injured and had to enter closed-door cultivation for 100 years to recover. At this moment, as his memories reversed, his body trembled and his origin soul weakened. His injuries were exactly the same as they were 1,000 years ago. However, they weren't aware of it at all. Their eyes were still confused, and they didn't even realize their own change. It was as if they had really returned to 1,000 years ago. Time was still passing, one breath, one breath. Li Yuanlei and company's memories gradually reversed again. 100 years, 500 years. Another 1,000 years. A full 2,000 years of memories were mercilessly turned back. Like a reader who had already read to the 6th page of a book, but a gust of wind gently blew the pages back to the 3rd page. Li Yuanlei's body trembled as confusion filled his eyes. He couldn't break free from it, as his cultivation level had regressed to the peak of the Nirvana Scryer stage. One of the cultivators beside him was a young woman who cultivated for the least amount of time among the group, less than 3,000 years. Her change was the most drastic as she was reverted back from the 2nd step to an ascendant cultivator. If time reversed once more and another 1,000 years went by, the young woman would disappear from the world, as if she had never existed at all. Time was still reversing. Everything was hovering between truth and false, but it seemed like it would only require a thought from Wang Lin for all of this to become eternal. Fortunately, he didn't continue. On the 12th breath, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to contain the world and held an inexplicable but tangible grasp of law. Nonsense. The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, he immediately saw the people that had been brought into his mind for unknown reasons and their original bodies in the Wind Celestial Realm. He frowned slightly as he waved his sleeves, and the world trembled. Li Yuanlei and the others trembled as the more than 2,000 years that had dissipated returned in an instant. They awakened and were filled with terror and disbelief. They felt like they had seen a dream, but that dream was so real that they were soaked in cold sweat. The Mosquito King let out a cry as it had realized that it had made a mistake, and it moved its mouth over Wang Lin. In its mind, since its master was cultivating, then Wang Lin would want someone to test on, so it had forced Li Yuanlei and company to stay. The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, which caused Li Yuanlei and company to awaken and returned more than 2,000 years of time to them, the eyes of the petrified old man deep within the Wind Celestial Realm suddenly shined. This child is not simple. Chapter 1246, Defying Mosquito Beast. Wang Lin stood up from the stone gate and looked at the world before his gaze landed on Li Yuanlei and company. They had just recovered from that terrifying state, and Wang Lin's gaze shocked them and produced a sense of awe in their hearts. The surrounding mosquito beasts didn't seem very scary compared to this man in white. If they had a choice, they'd rather fight to the death against the mosquito beasts instead of experiencing that strange scene. After a very long time, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and stepped into the air. Following him was the Mosquito King that had done something wrong. The thousands of mosquito beasts surrounded Li Yuanlei and gradually followed. You all can't be here. Leave now. It wasn't until Wang Lin had left that his words slowly echoed across the sky. Li Yuanlei and company looked at each other. After pondering for a bit, the feeling of just surviving a calamity filled their minds. They recalled what had just happened and had no plans to stay. Their respect for Wang Lin became even stronger. They all bowed toward where Wang Lin went and quickly left. Even though they had come here for the spoils, but they didn't take away the stone gate or the comprehension of the Wind Celestial Realm. Instead, what they took away was Wang Lin's figure, and that all they felt toward him. There were also the two words, flowing time. Flowing time, Wang Lin muttered to himself as he sat on the Mosquito King. In his heart, there was the sea that had brought the Sundered Night, and after the Sundered Night was flowing time. However, Wang Lin hadn't fully comprehended this second spell. He had to continue his comprehension and confirmation before it could take form. Time is too short. If I had kept going, I might have had chance to grasp the ninth law, but right now the promise with the Origin Sect is imminent. Wang Lin looked back at the world. He had used 10 days for his comprehension, and the competition between the rank 8 sects had long begun. Forget it. I'll leave in 3 days. I'll deal with the promise with the Origin Sect, and then come back here. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he sent out a message. The Mosquito King let out a roar and flew into the depths of the Wind Celestial Realm. I want to see how many mosquito beasts are inside the depths of the Wind Celestial Realm. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he rushed into the depths of the Wind Celestial Realm, with thousands of mosquito beasts forming a red cloud. Wang Lin didn't stop the Mosquito King's speed, but his hands kept forming seals and pointing to his body. He placed countless restrictions on himself and completely sealed his aura. During these last few hours, Wang Lin's hands didn't stop, and more restrictions appeared. In the end, he was completely covered in restrictions. This was why he could relax as he charged into the depths of the Celestial Realm with the Mosquito King. When the mosquito beasts roared, it sounded like the howling wind. Wang Lin gradually rushed into the inner part of the Wind Celestial Realm. After a day, the fragments of the Celestial Realm appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. They were of varying sizes, but they revealed endless desolation. Almost no cultivators had ever come here. As he moved forward, the wind became even more fierce, and Wang Lin saw groups of mosquito beasts flying by. Most of them were red, but there were still nearly 1,000 blue mosquito beasts in a group that also had white ones. Wang Lin gave up on calling them with the Mosquito King. After all, with white mosquito beasts, it would be very difficult to succeed. Also, the mosquito beasts here were densely packed, so it was likely that before he could succeed in subduing one group, another would arrive. Focusing himself, Wang Lin vaguely felt the Mosquito King's trembling and cold glare. Wang Lin's right hand gently patted the Mosquito King's head. The Mosquito King let out a roar and flew off with the mosquito herd. Wang Lin gradually saw more and more mosquito beasts. These groups were no longer in thousands, but tens of thousands. There were more blue mosquito beasts, and even white mosquito beasts were in the hundreds. Seeing all of this, Wang Lin took a deep breath, and his scalp went numb. Luckily, these mosquito beasts didn't stop. They moved with the wind as if they were playing. However, the roars coming from them would shock anyone's mind. This wasn't the deepest part of the Wind Celestial Realm. It was merely the edge of the inner region. However, there were already more than 100,000 mosquito beasts here. If I can control these mosquito beasts, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he rapidly flew into the depths on the Mosquito King's back. Just at this instant, the Mosquito King's body trembled and it slowed down. It revealed a fierce gaze and stared dead ahead. Over the horizon, 2 purple mosquito beasts were flying over. They were very strange, as they were very close to each other. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't be able to tell it was 2 mosquito beasts. The aura of peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivators that was infinitely close to the first Heaven's Blight came out from those 2 purple mosquito beasts. All the mosquito beasts in their path retreated. There were 10,000 mosquito beasts moving with the wind, but as the 2 purple mosquito beasts passed, there was a hiss, and the herd immediately scattered to make a path for those 2 mosquito beasts. There was 1 red mosquito beast that was too slow to move out of the way, and the 2 purple mosquito beasts that seemed to be stuck together smashed into it. There was a thunderous bang as the red mosquito beast exploded into a pile of flesh and blood. The 2 purple mosquito beasts didn't stop after hitting the red mosquito beast. They swept by the edge of Wang Lin's mosquito herd. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he turned around to look at the 2 purple mosquito beasts that were flying far away. After a long time, he turned around and commanded the Mosquito King to fly deeper into the Wind Celestial Realm. As they moved forward, they were getting closer to the depths of the Wind Celestial Realm. He silently calculated that there were at least hundreds of thousands of mosquito beasts. Then he saw the 3 continents in the depths of the Wind Celestial Realm. Outside those 3 continents were 9 more continents floating around them, as if they were guarding the 3 inner continents. Those 9 continents were extremely bizarre, as they had different colors, starting from the outer region being red, then becoming blue, then white, then purple, and finally, it was unexpectedly gold at the center. These were merely the 9 outer continents. As for the inner 3 continents, they were surrounded by a mysterious force. Wang Lin's gaze was immediately distorted, so he couldn't see what was inside. However, just as he looked over, a roar echoed across the sky. One of the 9 continents closest to Wang Lin began to tremble, and an indescribable aura exploded. At the same time, the continent trembled. This continent was too big, far larger than Mo Luo. As it trembled, the edges of the continent suddenly collapsed and countless red mosquito beasts appeared and scattered. Shortly after, countless blue mosquito beasts scattered. Then white and purple mosquito beasts appeared, and a few dozen golden mosquito beasts appeared in the end. This scene caused Wang Lin's scalp to go completely numb, and he even stopped breathing. What continent was this? This was clearly a boundless continent formed by 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, or even 500,000 mosquito beasts. The continent wasn't collapsing or trembling, but the mosquito beasts inside were moving. They scattered and covered the sky. If you didn't see the hundreds of thousands of mosquito beasts appear, it would be impossible to understand the shock. These mosquito beasts were already not small, and now there were hundreds of thousands of them covering the entire sky. Wang Lin had the feeling that not even the entire Wind Celestial Realm could accommodate this many mosquito beasts. He couldn't see the edge. All he could see were mosquito beasts. At this moment, even the Mosquito King trembled slightly. The world was surrounded by endless mosquito beasts. Wang Lin couldn't calculate how many there were at all. The previous hundreds of thousands were merely his estimate. Maybe there were even more, or maybe there weren't that many. However, no matter who or what saw these mosquito beasts, their mind would tremble and their scalp would go numb. Even a third-step cultivator. Just at this moment, a part of the mosquito herd that covered the sky moved, revealing the 3 inner continents. The mysterious power guarding the 3 inner continents seemed to have weakened a bit, making it more clear. Wang Lin saw something he could never forget. This caused his face to become pale, and he ordered the Mosquito King to retreat with the mosquito herd without any hesitation. There was a huge crack above the 3 continents. It looked as if the sky had been torn open and an indescribable spatial crack had appeared. A heaven-shaking pressure came from the crack as a huge mosquito beast more than 100,000 feet large slowly poked half of its body out, as if it was struggling to come out. The terrifying mouth revealed by this huge mosquito beast seemed like it could stab into a cultivation planet and suck it dry. As it struggled, a roar that echoed across the entire Wind Celestial Realm spread out. At this moment, the entire Wind Celestial Realm trembled as if it was going to collapse again. All the mosquito beasts trembled as if they were worshipping. Even Wang Lin's Mosquito King began to struggle as it retreated, but it had been with Wang Lin for many years. Wang Lin was a heaven-defying cultivator, so even though it was a Mosquito King, it was a heaven-defying mosquito beast. At this moment, under this pressure and the heaven-shocking roar, Wang Lin's mosquito beast shined brightly. It suddenly turned toward the huge mosquito beast in the crack and let out a roar. This roar contained a hint of madness, a hint of reluctance, and also the dignity of a Mosquito King. Although Wang Lin's Mosquito King's roar was weak, it was still heaven-shaking. Chapter 1247, The Mosquito King's Mutation. This was a roar between 2 Mosquito Kings and the challenge between 2 Mosquito Kings. Wang Lin's Mosquito King stared at the giant Mosquito King struggling to get out of the crack. Its eyes were filled with violent desire and red light. It could clearly feel that the giant Mosquito King inside the crack contained very pure blood of the Mosquito Beast bloodline. This blood had a deadly attraction for Wang Lin's Mosquito Beast. It wanted to take a sip, even if it was just 1 drop. This desire passed into Wang Lin's mind and made Wang Lin ponder for a moment. There were simply too many mosquitoes in the surrounding area. The auras given off by the blue, white, and purple mosquito beasts were heaven-shaking, enough to even shock any cultivator. Forget about advancing. They would even feel that there was no place to retreat to. As Wang Lin's Mosquito King roared, the endless mosquito herd looked over and stared at Wang Lin's Mosquito King that was hiding inside the mosquito herd. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he clenched his teeth. With a thought, the Mosquito King under him roared once more. As the pale gold light shined from its body, it charged out. The moment it charged out, the endless mosquito herd roared in response. The red and blue mosquito beasts didn't move forward. Even the white mosquito beasts only hovered in the perimeter. This was a battle between Mosquito Kings, and they weren't qualified to participate. However, among the countless mosquitoes, the purple mosquitoes revealed cold glares. Thousands of purple mosquitoes charged out toward Wang Lin's Mosquito King. Wang Lin originally didn't intend to go out with his Mosquito King. He wanted to hide his aura inside the mosquito herd. However, seeing those purple mosquitoes charge in, his eyes lit up and he stepped out without any hesitation. As he moved, thunder rumbled. Wang Lin stepped away from the mosquito herd and appeared before the endless mosquito beasts. The moment he appeared, the surrounding mosquito beasts let out heaven-shaking roars, causing an unimaginably fierce aura to rise into the air. As those mosquito beasts roared and released that fierce aura, Wang Lin took a second step and arrived on the back of his Mosquito King. His right hand reached at the void and black lightning appeared, forming a giant trident in his hand. At the same time, Wang Lin's Mosquito King roared once more and revealed a ferocious expression. As it roared, it released the pressure of a Mosquito King. Its aura spread out like the violent waves of the sea and seemed to want to submerge this mosquito herd. The red, blue, and white mosquitoes stopped. A battle between Mosquito Kings was not something they could participate in. This was engraved into their souls. Only purple mosquitoes or higher were eligible to participate. Although they stopped, those almost 1,000 purple mosquitoes charged in like crazy, and a fishy smell rushed forward. They were too fast. Each of them had an aura similar to that of a peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, so they closed in an instant. Wang Lin's white hair flowed as the trident in his right hand swept forward. Popping sounds echoed inside him as the ancient god power filled his body. The star of law appeared between his eyebrows, and as he swept the trident, the heavens trembled. Thunder roared, and a sea of blue fire appeared. Wang Lin shouted, "Charge!" The Mosquito King under him let out a roar as if responding to its master. Its body released a golden glow and it charged out. The pale golden light made it look like a sun. The light scattered like sharp swords as the Mosquito King charged forward. The closest purple mosquito beast roared and closed in. Its large mouth could compare to any treasure in the world. Once it stabbed into Wang Lin, it would only need to suck once to suck Wang Lin dry. The moment the purple mosquito beast closed in, Wang Lin waved the trident in his right hand. The thunder all began to descend, with that purple mosquito beast as the center. Wang Lin didn't stop there. He swung the trident backward toward a purple mosquito beast that was charging toward him from behind. As he stabbed forward, blue fire appeared and formed a mouth at the tip of the trident, devouring the mosquito beast. After all, mosquito beasts were still only beasts and not humans. They couldn't use magic treasures, and although they were as powerful as Nirvana Shatterer cultivators, they were still inferior to them in battle. The Mosquito King under Wang Lin was extremely nimble as it flashed past several purple mosquito beasts. However, one more purple mosquito beast immediately appeared before it, blocking its path, and charged forward. Wang Lin's mosquito beast revealed a ferocious gaze and no longer dodged. Its body gave off a golden glow as it charged forward with the pressure of a Mosquito King. There was a thunderous rumble. Wang Lin only felt a tremble under him. The purple mosquito was only knocked back and wasn't injured at all. It became even more ferocious as celestial spiritual energy began to gather before it like a cultivator that was going to cast a spell. There were many injuries on Wang Lin's Mosquito King, especially the crack on its mouth. The pain made it even more crazy as its golden hairs stood straight, and it charged out once more. All of this happened in a flash. It was fast beyond imagination. Since Wang Lin had decided to help his Mosquito King get a drop of that giant Mosquito King's blood, he wouldn't back down. Although this battle was dangerous, it wasn't impossible. For this sliver of a chance and his Mosquito King's desire, Wang Lin's eyes shined, and he let out a roar. He jumped off the Mosquito King, and popping sounds echoed inside his body. His body swelled up, and in the blink of an eye, he became a giant several thousand feet tall. The trident in his hand also grew with his body and also became thousands of feet long. His ancient god body appeared, and at this moment, an aura unique to the ancient gods appeared. As the aura caused the world to churn, Wang Lin condensed all his power into the trident and threw it. A thunderous rumble echoed across the world. The giant trident was like a dragon as it rushed forward toward the spatial crack covered by a large amount of mosquito beasts. The trident held Wang Lin's ancient god power and the Star of Law. The moment it was thrown, the thunder of the world gathered and formed a ball of thunder that rumbled endlessly. A sea of blue fire spread out. It was so hot that even the purple mosquito beasts dodged it. What was even more amazing was that the origin energy Wang Lin had injected into it turned into by Feng's celestial spells. At this moment, it looked like the apocalypse. The surrounding mosquito beasts paused for a moment. At this moment, Wang Lin grabbed his Mosquito King and threw it. The trident charged past the purple mosquito beasts and entered the range of the spatial crack toward where the golden mosquitoes were. At this moment, an invisible ripple spread out before the trident, and it suddenly collided with a mysterious force. As a thunderous rumble echoed, countless ancient runes appeared. The impact of the trident was stopped by this ripple. Although it was stopped, Wang Lin's Mosquito King charged out and looked eagerly at the giant Mosquito King behind the hundreds of golden mosquitoes. Those hundreds of golden mosquito beasts were about to intercept when the Mosquito King, who was damaged all over, shined brightly and let out a heaven-shaking roar. The moment this roar echoed, a cracking sound came from inside the Mosquito King as if its body was collapsing. Only, the blood that flowed out was no longer red, but gold. This golden blood spread out and stuck to the wounds on its body, but there was a terrifying aura coming from this golden blood. Also, at this moment, a giant shadow appeared outside the Mosquito King's body. This was the shadow of a mosquito beast that was also hundreds of thousands of feet large. This shadow gave off a dark golden glow. The moment this shadow appeared, whether it was the red, blue, white, purple, or even the golden mosquitoes, they all trembled. Even the giant Mosquito King struggling to come out from the spatial crack also trembled. For the first time, it looked toward Wang Lin's Mosquito King. Wang Lin was stunned at the scene before him. The moment the golden light shined around his Mosquito King and the giant shadow appeared, he clearly felt that there was golden light around his body too. The large amount of mosquitoes attacking him all avoided him and unexpectedly revealed awe. Wang Lin suddenly understood. At this moment, he thought back to planet Suzaku when he first saw the mosquito beast. He had a vague guess as to why the mosquito beast had appeared on planet Suzaku, and why there was just one mosquito beast. The moment the shadow appeared, the golden mosquito beast revealed awe and quickly moved out of the way as if they didn't dare to stop Wang Lin's Mosquito King. Wang Lin's Mosquito King charged toward the crack like a golden meteor. The huge Mosquito King inside the spatial crack revealed a serious expression and let out a roar. It began to struggle even more violently. Chapter 1248, Accept. However, there was an incomprehensible force around the spatial crack. Even this 100,000 feet Mosquito King had to struggle for a long time before it could come out. At this moment, half of its body was inside the crack and the other half outside, but it was stuck. It began to struggle violently, and as it struggled, even the spatial crack began to tremble. It showed signs of being torn even wider. Wang Lin's Mosquito King charged in like a golden meteor. It didn't give the giant Mosquito King a chance as its large mouth swept forward and was about to stab into its body. The giant Mosquito King let out a roar and struggled violently as its roar echoed. As its body struggled, the world began to distort and large amounts of ripples appeared. Just at this instant, the giant, golden shadow formed around Wang Lin's Mosquito King let out a roar and its large mouth swept forward. It broke past the ripples and stabbed into the giant Mosquito King. The giant Mosquito King stuck inside the spatial crack trembled. Just at this instant, Wang Lin's Mosquito King charged in and seemed to merge with the giant shadow around it. Its mouth moved with the shadow and stabbed into the body of the giant Mosquito King. Compared to the giant Mosquito King, Wang Lin's Mosquito King was really insignificant. However, its mouth stabbed into the giant Mosquito King, and its eyes were filled with longing and greed as it sucked mercilessly. As it sucked, the giant Mosquito King began to roar and struggle violently. The spatial crack that was trapping it was ripped open even wider. With one suck, all the injuries on Wang Lin's Mosquito King suddenly disappeared, and the golden light around it became even stronger. The longing in its eyes became even stronger, and it sucked again. This time the giant Mosquito King roared, and a violent force erupted as it struggled. This turned into a powerful shockwave that knocked Wang Lin's Mosquito King away. At this moment, as the giant Mosquito King struggled, the crack trapping it was ripped open and more than half of its body rushed out. A powerful fierce aura comparable to Source Origins spread across the world. Wang Lin's Mosquito King let out a roar and quickly retreated. The shadow around its body quickly dissipated and merged into its body. As it retreated, all the surrounding mosquito beasts retreated as if they wouldn't dare to stop it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his right hand reached out, and the trident flew back into his hand. His body rapidly shrank and returned to the size of a normal person in the blink of an eye. He landed on the back of his Mosquito King and rapidly retreated. Just at this moment, the remaining 8 continents that were guarding the 3 inner continents collapsed with the roar of the giant Mosquito King. Countless mosquito beasts flew out. These 9 continents were all made of mosquito beasts. The number of mosquito beasts was terrifying. Wang Lin couldn't calculate them at all, but based on his gut feeling, he guessed there were millions. The Mosquito King had sucked 2 mouthfuls of blood, and now its body was releasing a golden glow. A pressure several times more powerful than before descended on the area. In an instant, almost 10,000 red mosquito beasts trembled. They were the closest to Wang Lin's mosquito beast, and after a moment of trembling, there was awe in their eyes. They surrounded Wang Lin's mosquito beast and formed a red cloud that took them far away. There were almost 1,000 blue mosquito beasts that made their choice and charged into the red cloud. They let out roars as if answering the Mosquito King. Not far away, almost 100 white mosquito beasts trembled, and their gazes struggled between the spatial crack and Wang Lin's mosquito beast. Finally, they let out roars and chose to follow Wang Lin's Mosquito King. If that was it, it would have been fine, but among the few purple mosquito beasts, 2 of them were hesitant. One of them was the one that had collided with Wang Lin's mosquito beast. When it roared, its hesitation disappeared, and it revealed a determined gaze. It charged toward Wang Lin's mosquito beast like a purple meteor. When Wang Lin saw the purple mosquito beast, he revealed a look of joy. A purple mosquito beast had an aura equal to a peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. Wang Lin's joy didn't end as another one filled his heart. As the first purple mosquito flew over, another pale purple mosquito also decided to follow. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he suppressed the excitement in his heart. This trip was worth it. Just at this moment, a scene that made his pupils shrink and caused him to reveal a look of disbelief occurred. One of the golden mosquito beasts charged out toward Wang Lin's Mosquito King. Wang Lin laughed loudly and quickly flew off into the distance with the Mosquito King while being surrounded by a herd of mosquitoes. In the red cloud that covered the sky, the blue, white, purple, and gold mosquito beasts were extremely eye-catching. These mosquito beasts flew at full speed and quickly flew away with the help of the wind. The surrounding mosquito beasts only looked and didn't dare to stop them at all. After a long time, a heaven-shaking roar filled with anger echoed across the realm. The Mosquito King, hundreds of thousands of feet large, charged out from the crack. The moment it charged out, the surrounding mosquito beasts let out a unified heaven-shaking roar. The giant Mosquito King revealed a fierce gaze toward where the mosquito herd had disappeared. It let out a roar and chased at an unimaginable speed. Its movement caused the millions of mosquito beasts to follow. They covered the sky as they gave chase. At this moment, the entire wind celestial realm surged as the earth shook and countless cracks appeared in the sky. Roars echoed across the realm as the boundless mosquito herd formed a majestic scene as they slowly spread out. The Mosquito King under Wang Lin quickly flew across the world with over 10,000 mosquito beasts. They were moving at top speed as they rapidly escaped. They charged out from the inner part of the wind celestial realm toward the exit to the rank 8 region. After several hours, the mosquito herd was rushing across the sky. Wang Lin stood on the back of the Mosquito King and suddenly turned around. Far behind him, he could see a red cloud spreading. There was also the rumble of the sky collapsing. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he revealed a cold glare, and raised his hand to place down a large amount of restrictions. As the mosquito herd flew across the sky, Wang Lin continued to lay countless restrictions down. It was the collapse of these restrictions that allowed Wang Lin's mosquito herd to stay ahead. However, the pursuing mosquito beasts were getting closer and closer, and a blast of fishy-smelling wind flew toward them. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his mind went into the celestial ceiling stamp and merged with the All-Seer's soul. In an instant, Wang Lin's aura suddenly changed, revealing a calm gaze, as if everything in the world was in his control. His right hand reached at the void and a stone bead flew out from his storage space. At the same time, a 7-colored light shined in Wang Lin's right hand, and it reached a limit. Its glaring light scattered everything, and Wang Lin threw it. The stone bead seemed to absorb all the 7-colored light and suddenly exploded. Just as it exploded, Wang Lin's calm voice echoed across the world. Summon the Defying Ones. The moment his voice echoed, the sky of the wind celestial realm darkened as if it was becoming night. However, right after it dimmed, an endless amount of 7-colored light appeared. It shrouded the world and a powerful pressure descended from the sky. A giant compass suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The compass was 10,000 feet wide and gave off a blinding, 7-colored glow. It spun rapidly and became a barrier between Wang Lin and the pursuing mosquito herd. As it rotated, a powerful force spread out. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his mind split from the All-Seers. His face turned pale. After all, he was too seriously injured and hadn't recovered yet. At this moment, he didn't look at the result of the Defying One spell and instead opened his arms. Black gas appeared, and turned into black dragons that surrounded the mosquito herd. They quickly carried them into the distance. Shortly after, a muffled rumble came from behind Wang Lin. Even the world seemed to tremble as a powerful shockwave spread. Wang Lin didn't turn around and charged forward like crazy with the mosquito herd. He eventually arrived at the outer edge of the Wind Celestial Realm, and the exit was not far away. It would only take a few hours to leave, and he had used spell after spell to block the pursuing mosquito beasts. But in the end, it was not enough, as the endless mosquito herd was less than 50 kilometers behind him. If one looked from a distance, they would see that the huge mosquito herd occupied the entire celestial realm. It was like flood that was slowly closing in on Wang Lin. The 100,000 feet Mosquito King stared straight ahead within the mosquito herd, and its roars were heaven-shaking. Wang Lin frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He stood on the mosquito beast's back, and his right hand reached at the void. Chapter 1249, Bingmei. After reaching the Nirvana Cleanser stage, one wouldn't need a bag of holding, as they could use their own power to open a storage space. This storage space was a lot safer, and was loved by many powerful cultivators. Wang Lin had opened one, and this time he was going to open a second one, just for accommodating mosquito beasts. This storage space had to have sufficient celestial spiritual energy and origin energy. Wang Lin was not lacking in these, as he still had a lot of celestial jades and origin crystals left. At this moment, his right hand reached out, and the sound of space tearing echoed. A giant crack hundreds of feet wide opened, and cold wind blew out of it. The Star of Law turned, and thunder flew out. The thunder flashed around the crack, stabilizing it. At the same time, blue fire charged into the crack and swept through. This caused the cold air to dissipate, and the space expanded greatly. Shortly after, Wang Lin took out celestial jades and origin crystals and threw them into the storage space. They exploded and filled the space with enough celestial and origin energy. All of this was completed in an instant without wasting anything. When the storage space was completed, he sent out a message, and the Mosquito King below him immediately let out a roar. When it roared, the 10,000 mosquito beasts charged into the crack. As he moved forward, the number of mosquito beasts around him gradually dropped. In the end, all of them entered the crack, including the 2 purple and 1 gold mosquito beasts. The Mosquito King was the last one to enter. It looked at Wang Lin before entering. After all the mosquito beasts had entered, Wang Lin waved his hand, and the crack disappeared. Now he was the only person left in the Wind Celestial Realm. Behind him was an endless mosquito herd chasing like crazy and getting closer. Wang Lin took a deep breath and took out a speed charm. He put it on his body without hesitation, and his origin soul begun to activate, ignoring his injuries. The aura of a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator spread out and fused with his ancient god power. He turned around and stared at the mosquito herd behind him, and especially at the giant Mosquito King. There was doubt in his mind. This Mosquito King was very powerful, but it hadn't used any spells, and its speed wasn't that amazing either. However, right now was not the time to ponder about this. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he suddenly charged forward. Large amounts of ripples appeared around him, and he took a step. In an instant, his body became blurry, and he disappeared without a trace. Spatial bending. This was the first time Wang Lin had used spatial bending in the Cloud Sea. The Cloud Sea was covered in fog and shrouded in a mysterious force, making spatial bending have almost no effect. It was due to this reason that even though spatial bending was already considered rare among powerful cultivators in other star systems, it was even more rare in the Cloud Sea. The environment determined the vision, state of mind, and also the direction of spell. If the remaining 3 major star systems were also filled with star fog, then spatial bending would never exist. After all, it was useless to the people of the Cloud Sea. Even if they gained enlightenment, it was useless, and they didn't have a place to use it. Even in the Wind Celestial Realm, this spell was seriously hindered. However, spatial bending was the only way to survive in the Wind Celestial Realm. You couldn't move far or merge with the world freely. If you didn't have an accurate target in mind, you were likely to appear in unfamiliar places. If you appeared within a herd of mosquito beasts, you would be in extreme danger. After all, the most secure way to use spatial bending was to think of a place you had been to before and then merge with the world. In truth, Wang Lin's thought was very accurate. It wasn't that people hadn't reached the depths of the Wind Celestial Realm, but all of them had used spatial bending and had to be very careful. The simple explanation was that too few people in the Cloud Sea knew spatial bending, and even fewer had come here. At this moment, Wang Lin was thinking about the crack to leave the Wind Celestial Realm. Origin energy began to gather, and the earth-shattering roar of the mosquito herd gradually disappeared from his ears. It was as if he had entered a strange realm, and his body turned into nothing, without any feel of existence. It was as if he had become part of the world. The spatial crack to leave the celestial realm became even more clear in his mind until it replaced everything. When Wang Lin felt that feeling of non-existence go away, he took a step. At this moment, origin energy gathered and his body quickly reformed as he took that step. The spatial crack going to the rank 8 region appeared before him. Looking back, there were still ripples echoing, and even further away, there was a roar that seemed to travel through time. Wang Lin was calm as he charged into the crack and left the Wind Celestial Realm. The moment he left the Wind Celestial Realm, the eyes of the petrified old man on one of the 3 continents in the depths of the Wind Celestial Realm shined brightly. This time I'll help you. Next time I'll need you to help me. Wang Lin walked out from the crack and entered the rank 8 region. He looked at the familiar fog and felt some discomfort. After all, in the Wind Celestial Realm, there was no fog, so he could see far and wide. In the Cloud Sea, the star fog made it difficult to see far. Everlasting Sect, Wang Lin rushed forward. I obtained a large amount of mosquito beasts on this trip to the Wind Celestial Realm, though that's still not enough. However, if my injuries heal, adding the cooperation of the mosquito beasts, I'm not powerless to escape from Tua's Sun. I just need more time to allow the Mosquito King to evolve, and then I can obtain more mosquito beasts. In the rank 8 Everlasting Sect, the rank 5 region competition was being held on the platform that took up a portion of a planet. The Purple Dao Sect swept the competition, and almost no one could match them. Rumbles echoed across the platform and caught the attention of the surrounding 100,000 cultivators. The Everlasting Sect's Feng and others were sitting in the most inner part of the stands. Beside him was the red-haired old man, along with some of the Everlasting Sect's powerful cultivators. At the top of the stand, an old man wearing white was pointing at the Purple Dao disciple fighting against a disciple of one of the rank 5 sects and laughing. The rise of the Purple Dao sect is all credited to Lu Yunsong. Fellow cultivator Wang, the God sect can't take him away. The old man in white looked graceful and was filled with vitality. His eyes shined when they opened and closed. His cultivation level was high. He revealed the aura of a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator without hesitation. There were 2 women sitting beside the old man. Both of these 2 women had stunning appearances. The woman in purple could cause the heart of everyone who saw her to pound. There was a trace of coldness on her face, as if nothing in the world would move her heart and make her show weakness. Her beauty was like something that shouldn't exist in the world, like a real fairy. Just by sitting there, she attracted the attention of all the surrounding cultivators. However, she was simply too cold, seeming as if she was cut off from her surroundings, giving off a feeling of loneliness. Just like a lily that bloomed by its lonesome or a gust that arrived at a foreign country. Everything was unfamiliar, and there was not a single familiar face. Beside her was another woman. Although she wasn't as pretty, her beautiful and gentle face would cause anyone to fall in love. Her smile was like a blooming, white flower that would intoxicate people. This woman was smiling, and her eyes were bright. Her voice was like a bird song as she laughed. Sect Master is too serious. This little girl merely mentioned that teacher has praised his Lu Yunsong before. As for whether he will be accepted into the God sect or not is not something I can decide. The old man in white smiled and no longer mentioned this, but they continued to chat. He would occasionally look at the indifferent woman but couldn't guess her identity. At this moment, on the platform, Lu Yunsong walked out from the Purple Dao sect's area. He was the sect master and also had to participate. His purple robe made him look very ethereal and majestic. He was like a mountain. On the other side was another sect master of a rank 5 sect. It was an old man wearing black, and his expression was extremely ugly. Wang Shanshan looked at Lu Yunsong on the platform and softly said to the woman next to her, "This Lu Yunsong is indeed good and worthy of teacher's praise. Although his cultivation level isn't high, he seems to merge with the world, so his understanding of Dao must be very deep. What does Big Sister Mu think?" Bingmei had no interest in the competition in the Cloud Sea. She had only come because of Wang Shanshan's proposal. She looked at Lu Yunsong and calmly said, "He can be considered an elite." She didn't know why, but when she saw Lu Yunsong, the figure of another person appeared in her mind. Oh, there must be a lot of cultivators like Lu Yunsong where Big Sister Mu is from. Wang Shanshan winked and smiled. "It's okay." Bingmei seemed unwilling to keep talking. "I'm a bit interested. Lu Yunsong has cultivated for about 3,000 years and didn't rely on any pills. He reached the Ascendant stage in 1,000 years, 1,000 more years to reach the Nirvana Scryer stage, and 1,000 more years to reach Nirvana Cleanser. His understanding of Dao is very profound. Even the heaven-breaking sects Li Qianmei seeked him to discuss Dao. Are there people like him where fellow cultivator Mu is from, I wonder? The person who spoke was not the old man in white, but a middle-aged man next to him. Mu Bingmei pondered, and after a long time, she softly said as if she was reminiscing, I know a person that reached the core formation stage in 200 years, soul transformation in 500 years, ascendant in 800 years, and the yin and yang stage in 1,000 years. Before I left, he had cultivated for less than 2,000 years and had already reached the early stage of nirvana cleanser. His domain was life and death, and that evolved into karma. There are very few people in the world that can compare to him. Perhaps this Lu Yunsong has a higher cultivation level, but when comparing Dao, he is no match. Even in a life and death battle, he would still be no match. Chapter 1250, Rebuking the Everlasting Sect, 1. Mu Bingmei's words were soft as if she was recalling the past. A hint of melancholy and an inexplicable mood slowly entered the ears of everyone in the Everlasting Sect. The woman named Wang Shanshan blinked and smiled. Little sister really wants to meet someone who big sister Mu would praise so much. Mu Bingmei shook her head and softly said, I'm afraid there is no chance. After he left, I have no idea where he went. After we parted, everything has changed. The chances of him coming to the Cloud Sea aren't big. The middle-aged man from the Everlasting Sect was obviously someone with very high status, or else he wouldn't be sitting here with the sect master. After hearing this, he calmly said, After hearing from fellow cultivator Mu, I'm also very curious. Is this person really as talented as fellow cultivator Mu says? I wonder what his name is. I hope fellow cultivator Mu can tell me so if I meet him one day. I won't be disrespectful. This remark was a bit rude. Mu Bingmei frowned as she coldly looked at the middle-aged man and calmly said, There is no need to tell you his name. It might not necessarily be lucky for you to encounter him. The middle-aged man laughed as he didn't mind and shook his head. A mere nirvana cleanser cultivator. I hope to know his name so that if I meet him, I can give him a grand opportunity. However, since fellow cultivator Mu doesn't want to say it, forget it. The Everlasting Sect's sect master, the middle-aged man, looked calm, but he was not happy in his heart. He looked at the middle-aged man, but in the end he didn't say anything. Wang Shanshan was clever. She smiled and dodged the topic. Sect master, I heard Big Sister Li also came. I wonder where she is. With that, Wang Shanshan explained to Mu Bingmei. Big Sister Li is one of the geniuses of our Cloud Sea. In just 1,000 years of cultivation, she has already reached the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage. Even Mu Bingmei's expression changed a bit when she heard this, and she nodded. Fellow cultivator Li has some relation with my Everlasting Sect's branch sect, the Origin Sect, so she is not here and is with them instead, the old man explained. He was also very confused about this. Origin Sect? What rank is this branch sect? Wang Shanshan was shocked. She had never heard of this sect before. Elder Feng, you saw this personally, so explain it to everyone. The elder in white looked at Feng Hai. Feng Hai's expression was a bit strange as he got up to clasp his hands at Wang Shanshan and Mu Bingmei. He looked around and found many old monsters looking at him. It looked like many people didn't know the details and had only heard about it. In truth, it was no wonder they were puzzled. Li Qianmei was famous, and was unexpected for her to be close to a rank 5 sect. And it wasn't just mere acquaintances as she was willing to kill a rank 7 sect cultivator for them. After letting out a dry cough, Feng Hai let out a wry smile. Sect master, this old man also doesn't know the specifics. The moment fellow cultivator Li arrived, she asked about the rank 5 origin sect. At that time, Luing Jie from the Celestial Music Sect and Zhao Long had some private affairs with the Origin Sect. Then fellow cultivator Li attacked, destroying fellow cultivator Zhao's body and almost killing Luing Jie. All of this seems to be related to someone named Lu in the Origin Sect. After he finished, everyone in the Everlasting Sect became curious. Wang Shanshan smiled. Big Sister Li is a quiet person who rarely gets angry. If she attacked, there must be a reason. Elder Feng, who is this person named Lu? Feng Hai nodded and said, This person named Lu is indeed mysterious. This old man secretly investigated and found that this person is of the senior generation in the Origin Sect and is a relative of Lu Yanfei. Then I checked the records and indeed found that the Origin Sect has someone named Lu Zihao. He was crazy about alchemy and left many years ago, seeking herbs. He has been unaccounted for since then. I wonder how he met fellow cultivator Li and got along so well. Lu Yinsong also seems to be close to this person. He stepped forward for the Origin Sect and was willing to offend the Celestial Music Sect, and Zhao Long listening to his words. It seems this Lu Zihao's understanding of Dao is higher than his, and Lu Yinsong admires him greatly. There are even hints that he has enlightened Lu Yinsong before. Lu Yunsong said that if Lu Zihao comes to the competition, then forget being first among the rank 5 sects. He can even be number 1 among the rank 6 sects with just himself. He also stated that Lu Zihao could kill Lu Yingjia like squashing an ant. The reason fellow cultivator Li didn't hurt Lu Yingjia was because he didn't believe those words and wanted to fight Lu Zihao. Thus fellow cultivator Li gave him the chance. After he finished speaking, everyone immediately became silent. The people sitting here were all people with very high status in the sect. They fancied Lu Yunsong and wanted to nurture him. However, when they heard from Feng how much Lu Yunsong admired Lu Zihao, their attention shifted to this Lu Zihao. Meanwhile, at the competition, Lu Yunsong only took 6 steps forward and caused the sect master of the other rank 5 sect to retreat with a pale face. Every step he took seemed to land on that person's heart and caused that person's mind to become chaotic. This scene immediately caused everyone who was watching to become serious and begin to talk. It was obvious that Lu Yunsong's footsteps were integrated with his domain and seemed to merge with the world. The sect master that was against Lu Yunsong wryly smiled and clasped his hands. This old man admits defeat. You are indeed worthy of being an elite of our everlasting sect. This old man admires you. With that, he bowed at the grandstand and quickly left. The rank 5 competition was about to end, and because of Li Qianmei's presence, the Origin sect still hadn't gone up yet. Now the Origin sect was the only one that hadn't gone up. The elder in charge of the rank 5 competition appeared in the air. He looked at where the Origin sect was and calmly said, "Origin sect, enter the stage." The Origin sect was still in the northern corner, and a repressive aura filled their area. Li Qianmei also sat there, looking at the sky with confusion and reminiscence, as if she was thinking about something. Lu Yanfei's face was pale as she bit her lower lip, and after a long time, she stood up. She was the person with the highest cultivation level in the Origin sect, so she had to enter this competition. After she stood up, she looked at the people of the Origin sect. This included her 3 senior brothers and her disciple. After letting out a sigh, she moved like a butterfly as she floated toward the platform. Teacher. Su Yun's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Lu Yanfei go. She didn't know what the fate of the Origin sect would be after this. Maybe they would really be disbanded. At this moment, the people around the arena became silent and looked at the arena. They all had heard of what had happened and were all looking to see if that mysterious person from the Origin sect would appear. Tens of thousands of gazes gathered, and Lu Yanfei's face became even more pale. However, her eyes became even more determined as she moved faster and faster before she arrived before Lu Yunsong. Lu Yunsong looked at Lu Yanfei with a complicated gaze. The Origin sect doesn't need anyone else to compete. Just me is fine. Lu Yanfei stood on the arena as the countless gazes gathered on her. Her figure was weak, but at this moment, there was a mysterious power supporting her. It allowed her to remain calm. He promised me he could come. I'm sure he will come. Lu Yanfei bit her lower lip and looked up at the sky. She faintly saw a figure giving her an encouraging smile. The surroundings were completely silent. This competition of the rank 5 Origin sect originally wouldn't have been given any attention. However, due to that mysterious person, it caught the attention of every cultivator. Even the rank 6 and 7 sects had their gazes gathered on this fight. Fellow cultivator, please advise me. On the arena, Lu Yanfei had a firm gaze as she bowed slightly toward Lu Yunsong. Lu Yunsong pondered for a moment before he turned toward the everlasting sect's master and elders. He clasped his hands, and his voice was clear, but it revealed his nirvana cleanser cultivation as his voice rumbled. Seniors of the main sect, disciple is not willing to compete with the Origin sect. This matter is unfair. On the platform Bingmei was sitting on, the old man in white frowned. Feng, who was in charge of the competition, had a heavy expression as he shouted, "What is unfair? Lu Yunsong, what is the meaning of your words?" His voice was mighty and completely suppressed Lu Yunsong's words. It was earth-shattering. Lu Yunsong's face turned slightly pale. With his cultivation level, he was simply insignificant before old monsters like Feng. However, he took a deep breath and clasped his hands. Disciple knows someone from the Origin sect. This person has a high cultivation level and a profound understanding of Dao. If he were to come, Disciple would be inferior. If Disciple competes with the Origin sect before he gets here, it will be unfair to the Origin sect. Disciple Lu Yunsong came to battle him. I want to confirm the effort of my Dao. If I win, I want a true victory, or to lose without regret. After he spoke, the surrounding cultivators were all in an uproar. The mysterious person had already become the focus of everyone, but with Lu Yunsong's words, the fame of the mysterious person rose once more. It had reached a peak. At this moment, Everyone was guessing what that mysterious person was like. What kind of ability did he have to make Lu Yunsong like this? To make Li Qianmei like this? This Lu Yunsong is indeed someone worthy of teacher's praise. He is truly a manly man. Wang Shanshan looked at Lu Yunsong's upright and extraordinary figure with interest in her eyes. Lu Yunsong and Lu Yanfei, the two of you, come forward. The person who spoke wasn't Feng Hai or any of the Everlasting Sect's elders, but the old man in white, the Everlasting Sect's sect master. He now had great interest toward this mysterious Lu Zihao. Chapter 1251, Rebuking the Everlasting Sect, 2. Lu Yunsong took a deep breath and nodded at Lu Yanfei before heading toward the grandstand without a word. Lu Yanfei pondered as she flew like a butterfly toward the stand. Of the two, the male was graceful and magnificent. The female was weak, but determined and beautiful. At this moment, when they moved together, it had a certain visual power. Even Bingmei couldn't help but sigh. Whether it was Lu Yunsong's cultivation or words, he could be considered an elite in the Cloud Sea. Beside her, Wang Shanshan's beautiful eyes scanned Lu Yunsong. Lu Yunsong quickly arrived on the stand. After pausing for a moment, he said, "Disciple Lu Yunsong greets sect master and elders." As he spoke, his gaze swept over and saw Bingmei next to Wang Shanshan. He fell into a trance for a moment, as if everyone else had disappearing, leaving behind only this cold but gorgeous woman. Lu Yanfei was beside Lu Yunsong as she bowed respectfully and softly said, "Disciple Lu Yanfei greets sect master and elders." Most of the people on the stands didn't look at Lu Yanfei, but at Lu Yunsong with looks of admiration. The middle-aged man named Zhou looked at Lu Yunsong with kindness in his eyes. "Lu Yunsong, is the person you spoke of Origin Sect's Lu Zihao?" The old man in white's voice was calm and gave off an invisible pressure. His peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivation spread out, but from the looks of it, it was very casual and wasn't his real cultivation level. Lu Yunsong pondered a bit and then slowly said, "Disciple doesn't know this person's name, but my guess is he should be Lu Zihao." The old man in white calmly looked at Lu Yunsong and asked, "What is this person's cultivation level?" "Early stage Nirvana Cleanser." But Lu Yunsong high stated a bit before saying, "Disciple only felt as if his cultivation was at the early stage of Nirvana Cleanser, but couldn't see through him, as if he was hiding his real cultivation level." After he spoke, the people of the Everlasting Sect looked at each other. The old man in white pondered a bit and said, "How did you meet this person? Tell us in detail." Lu Yunsong nodded as his eyes filled with reminiscence, and he said, "He killed that damn son of mine." Just as he began to speak, not only were the people on the grandstand startled, everyone who was listening was also startled for a moment. That damn son of mine was a villain, so it was fine that he died. However, as a father, I still had to see the person who killed him, so I went to the Origin Sect. On the way, I met fellow cultivator Li, and we went together. Lu Yunsong began to recall everything that happened when he met Wang Lin. He also included Li Qianmei's 3 questions and how Wang Lin had answered them. The answer of how heaven was like a circle moved everyone. The elders of the Everlasting Sect were all shocked. The old man in white carefully pondered for a while before his eyes shined brightly. What a good idea about seeing heaven as a circle. What you are seeking is still in this world, while what he seeks is already beyond the heavens and earth. This man's understanding of Dao has far surpassed yours. Wang Shanshan's beautiful eyes moved as she listened to Lu Yunsong and softly said, "I didn't expect our Cloud Sea to have such a talent, but I have never heard of him before." After I had discussed Dao with Brother Lu, my comprehension deepened a lot, and I admire him greatly. I came here in hopes of meeting him again, but unfortunately, Lu Yunsong let out a sigh. When everyone heard this, they understood why Li Qianmei had come and helped the Origin Sect. I didn't expect such a person to appear within the Origin Sect. Feng Hai felt melancholy as he looked at the silent Lu Yanfei. "Lu Yanfei, is this person really your Origin Sect's ancestor?" The person who asked was the white-robed old man who was the sect master of the Everlasting Sect. This was the first time Lu Yanfei was questioned, but she didn't hesitate and softly said, "Yes, Uncle Teacher wandered the world and came back to save the Origin Sect." He settled down, but after meeting fellow cultivator Lu, he set off once more. His whereabouts are unknown. Such a cultivator must wander the world to comprehend Dao. His personality must make him want to avoid common matters, and only by doing so could he have such comprehension in Dao. The person who spoke was the middle-aged man named Zhou. He felt rather regrettable. "Will your Uncle Teacher come here?" the old man in white asked. After he heard what Lu Yunsong said, he became even more interested. Even though this person belonged to the Origin Sect was a branch of the Everlasting Sect. In the end, this person was still a disciple of the Everlasting Sect. When Uncle Teacher left, he said he would come. Although Lu Yinfei's voice was soft, her words were filled with determination. Good, then let's wait for him. This old man wants to see what kind of person this Lu Zihao is. You return, and the competition between your origin sect and Purple Dao sect will be held off. Elder Feng, tell the rank 6 sects to start. The old man in white smiled. He was very happy. The competition of the rank 6 sects officially began, and thunderous rumbles echoed. However, they couldn't attract too much attention, as everyone's attention was still on the grandstands of the Everlasting Sect. Fellow Cultivator Mu, you also heard all of this. How does this Lu Zihao compare to that person you spoke of? The middle-aged man named Zhou looked over and smiled. While Mu Bingmei was listening to Lu Yunsong's words, she was silently pondering. She had a very strange feeling. It seemed like the Lu Zihao Lu Yunsong had spoken of was very familiar. At this moment, she didn't respond to the middle-aged man's words, but looked toward Lu Yunsong and said indifferently, "Can you tell me what this Lu Zihao looks like?" Lu Yunsong looked at Mu Bingmei, his heart pounding. The moment he heard her words, he unabashedly revealed admiration in his eyes and nodded. This person has white hair and likes to wear white. After saying those words, Lu Yunsong revealed a smile as he waved his hand, and a crack to his storage space opened. A jade flew into his hand, and he quickly imprinted Wang Lin's image. Then he injected origin energy into it, and the jade exploded. As the pieces scattered, a figure appeared from within. This figure wore white, and had hair white like snow. His indifferent expression revealed a hint of loneliness, but there was an unspeakable temperament that surrounded him. The moment this image appeared, the elders of the Everlasting Sect stared at the image. Two of them stood up, looked at the image, and exclaimed, "It's him." Mu Bingmei's body trembled as she looked at the figure, and she immediately became excited. But she quickly suppressed it, then it was replaced by an inexplicable sadness. Just like how a lonely person met a loved one in a foreign land. She bit her lower lip and was stunned. Lu Yinfei was also filled with confusion as she looked at the figure. She felt bitterness in her heart. Lu Yunsong was startled. Before he could speak, a ray of light suddenly flew over from the northern platform. This ray of light caused a thunderous rumble and carried with it 100 years of killing intent. It was earth-shattering as it swept across the sky, and Qianmei appeared before the grandstand where the Everlasting Sect elders were sitting. Her gaze locked onto the two Everlasting Sect elders who had stood up. "The two of you have seen him?" Qianmei's voice was calm, but there was a bit of trembling in her voice that she didn't even notice. Looking at the figure before her, there was an obsession in her heart. For this obsession, she didn't hesitate risking the punishment of the demon sect to come here to the Everlasting Sect just to see that figure again. 100 years wasn't long, but also not short. Even Qianmei didn't know what that inexplicable feeling was. Only that during the 100 years of fighting, every time she left the battlefield tired and injured, his figure would appear. Qianmei's appearance caused Wang Shanshan to stand up. She was about to speak when she noticed that Qianmei's state wasn't right, and a thought appeared in her mind. This was the first time Mu Bingmei had laid eyes on Qianmei. Qianmei's beauty and calmness caused a hint of bitterness to arise in her heart. She bit her lower lip and remained silent. The sect master of the Everlasting Sect frowned and looked at the two elders that had stood up. One of the elders was still shocked. He took a deep breath and said, "I didn't know he was Lu Zihao." Although, what Lu Yunsong said was still somewhat wrong. How can this person be a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator? I took my disciples to the Chaos Beast Fog Realm to train and saw this person easily killing rank 11 fire centipedes and also seriously injuring a rank 12 beast. If not for the fact that he was injured, I'm afraid not even I would be a match for him. After he spoke, all the elders of the Everlasting Sect were shocked. If someone else said it, they might not have believed it, but Elder Wu Tian, who was always calm and steady, had much more credibility. So Elder Wu has seen this person. This old man hasn't seen his face, but I have seen his figure. Earlier, this old man received reports from the rank 6 and rank 7 region. Someone charged from the rank 5 region through the rank 6 region. His speed was shocking and was at the level of a peak Nirvana Shatterer or First Heaven's Blight cultivator. He passed by countless continents, but no one dared to stop him at all. He charged through the rank 6 region and broke the formation into the rank 7 region. One of the branch sects had 3 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators who tried to stop him. This person used the War Spirit print. The War Spirit print destroyed several wild continents, and many were forced to move their continents so he could pass. He charged all the way into the rank 8 region. After he spoke, everyone was even more shocked. Chapter 1252, Rebuking the Everlasting Sect, 3. Hearing all of this, Bingmei's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but smile wryly in her heart. No matter where he went, he would always do some shocking things. Qianmei also listened to this carefully. She bit her lower lip, but her eyes were bright. She smiled and looked at the sky. She felt very happy. Lu Yanfei's mind went blank, and after a long time, the joy in her heart suppressed the shock. She understood that Wang Lin hadn't forgotten his promise from 100 years ago. He had charged his way through the ranks 6, 7, and 8 regions to come here. Even Wang Shanshan revealed a strange gaze as various scenes she thought up appeared in her mind. A person in white rushing through space. She was just very confused about why he would know the war spirit print. Lu Yunsong revealed a wry smile. He didn't think that Brother Lu would have set off such a big wave before even arriving. This had nothing to do with him. It was due to what the 2 elders of the Everlasting Sect had said. The entire grandstand was silent, and the old man in white let out a deep breath. He had to believe it. At this moment, he no longer looked at this mysterious person like a junior, but someone of the same generation. Lu Yanfei, you don't need to go back. Wait here. I presume that by the time the rank 6 sect competition is over, your uncle teacher will be here. The Everlasting Sect master let out a dry cough. He looked at Lu Yanfei with a look of admiration toward a junior. Qianmei didn't leave, but sat down due to Wang Shanshan's invitation. The moment she sat down, Bingmei's lightning-like gaze swept over. The 2 women met for a moment with Wang Shanshan in between. Wang Shanshan was in the middle and introduced them when she suddenly shivered. She leaned slightly backward, so there was now no obstacle between their gazes. Bingmei looked at Qianmei for a long time before she withdrew her gaze and said in a soft but cold voice, Lady Li is indeed a genius. Your cultivation is extraordinary. Qianmei was a bit confused as to why this strange, beautiful woman was looking at her. When she with her gaze, Qianmei softly said, In terms of beauty, I really can't match fellow cultivator Mu. The people of the Everlasting Sect became even more excited for the competition. However, what they were waiting for was the person the 2 elders had talked about. The competition between the 2 rank 6 sects was no longer interesting, but one person stood up just like Lu Yunsong in the past. This person was Yuan Fei, the head disciple of the Giant Spirit Sect. He was always in closed-door cultivation and had left the sect many years ago, returning only 200 years ago. He had missed 2 competitions as a result. He was middle-aged and was at the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer. He was extremely vicious. People that fought with him would often be seriously injured. This person was number 1 among the juniors of his rank 6 sect. If not for the fact that he was always away, the Celestial Music Sect wouldn't have gotten its top spot, and Lu Yingjia wouldn't have become famous. He represented the juniors of his sect. Even Lu Yingjia was weary and silently sneered, but he didn't appear. This allowed Yuan Fei's fame to soar. At this moment, he stood on the platform and looked at the grandstand. His gaze fell on Bingmei and company. He didn't hide the desire in his eyes at all. I wonder how I compare to the cultivator that fellow cultivator Li spoke of. His voice echoed like thunder. Qianmei's expression was calm as she looked at Yuan Fei on the arena and only said one word. Inferior. Yuan Fei silently pondered for a bit before smiling as if he didn't care. His gaze landed on Lu Yunsong and he coldly said, Lu Yunsong, I wasn't here for the last competition. Do you still want to challenge me? Lu Yunsong's eyes revealed a cold gaze, and after a long time he said, If Brother Lu of the Origins Sect doesn't come, I shall fight you. Time slowly passed. The rank 6 sects competition was nearing its end, but the Lu Zihao everyone was waiting for still hadn't come. The rank 7 sects competition was about to begin. In the past, the rank 4, 5, and 6 competitions were only the preview, while the rank 7 sects competition was the main event. However, right now the rank 5 sects competition wasn't over yet. If it continued like this, it would be a bit inappropriate. There were still many people watching, including many people from outside the sect, which made it even more inappropriate for the rank 5 sect's matter to be dragged out. Feng Hai hesitated and looked at the sect master. The old man pondered a bit, and then looked at Lu Yanfei and Lu Yunsong. As the sect master, he had to consider all sides. The competition was a great event, and it would be inappropriate for the rank 5 sects competition to keep dragging on. We waited. If Lu Zihao comes late, he can't say anything. The old man's eyes lit up, and he said, Lu Yunsong, Lu Yanfei, the 2 of you, enter the arena and finish the rank 5 sects competition. The moment he spoke, he caught the attention of all the surrounding cultivators. Lu Yunsong pondered for a moment before looking at the old man. He clasped his hands at Lu Yanfei and flew toward the arena. Lu Yanfei bit her lower lip. She knew that Wang Lin was most likely on the way, but right now she had to fight. Letting out a sigh, Lu Yinfei flew like a butterfly toward the arena. She landed on the arena, and her gaze became even more determined. Even if he doesn't come, I must continue on with this battle. This was a private matter of the Everlasting Sect, so Li Qianmei didn't have a reason to interfere. She silently watched Lu Yinfei's figure. However, if the Origin Sect was to be disbanded, she made up her mind to take everyone in the Origin Sect back to the Heaven-Breaking Sect. The moment Lu Yunsong and Lu Yinfei arrived on the arena, everyone became quiet and looked over. Due to one person from the Origin Sect, they had caught everyone's attention. For the first time, such a small sect was remembered by the countless cultivators here. All of this was because of the person who hadn't arrived yet. Not everyone's gazes contained good intent. Like Lu Yingjie from the Celestial Music Sect, he stared at Lu Yunsong and Lu Yinfei with a venomous gaze. That ridiculous person, weren't you all certain he could come? I want to see if that person is as truly as amazing as you all say. Lu Yingjie clenched his fist. Even further away, in the place where the mountain-seeking sect was, it was covered in a gloomy atmosphere. Zhao Long had lost his body and only had his origin soul. He floated next to the sect master and head elder, but his venomous gaze was far stronger than Lu Yingjie's. Brother Zhao can rest assured. I'll not let this matter go. If he doesn't come, he is lucky, but if he does, I'll kill him on the spot. Even if Li Qianmei tries to stop me, she is only herself. She doesn't represent the heaven-breaking sect. We won't offend her, but that mysterious person named Lu must die. What happened on the grandstand was too far away, so no one aside from the people of the Everlasting Sect knew. They had only seen a vague image but didn't get a clear look. There was also Yuan Fei from the Rank 6 sect. He stared at the two people in the arena and sneered. He hoped that the mysterious person would come. He wanted to see for himself what was so special about that person. Lu Yinfei stood there calmly as a lonely feeling appeared in her heart. She didn't care about the countless gazes on her, but the person she had waited 100 years for still hadn't appeared. She raised her head and looked at the sky. There were tears in her eyes, but they didn't fall. She turned toward Lu Yunsong and softly said, "Fellow cultivator Lu, please advise me." Lu Yunsong also withdrew his gaze from the sky, as if he was waiting. He looked at Lu Yinfei and said, "I won't hold back in this battle. You should be careful." Lu Yinfei let out a tragic smile, but gave a determined gaze, which made her strangely beautiful. She gently nodded and took a few steps back. Her hands formed a seal, and her origin energy began to move. This origin energy formed a vortex in the air and caused a thunderous rumble. However, at this moment, this vortex became crazy, as if a strange force had appeared from the void and stirred up the vortex. At this moment, the sky changed colors. For some reason, the vortex continued to grow. It broke out from Lu Yinfei's control and flew into the sky. Lu Yinfei was completely startled, but her body immediately began to tremble, and she looked up. Not only her. At this moment, Lu Yunsong also felt his body shake and his origin soul tremble. It was as if an indescribable pressure was coming from the distance. This pressure was earth-shattering, and once it shrouded the area, it made it impossible for him to resist. He was familiar with this aura, very familiar. He suddenly raised his head and stared into the sky. At this moment, aside from those two people, the nearly 100,000 cultivators felt this pressure. The thunder in the sky rumbled endlessly. This earth-shattering sound set off an echo that replaced everything. Silver snakes covered the sky. There were simply too many of them. It was as if all the thunder had gathered at this place and replaced the sky. The thunder rumbled as the wind blew and the sky changed colors. The thunder formed a net in the sky and then descended. A white figure slowly appeared in the endless, rumbling thunder. His white hair flowed in the rumbling thunder and made the entire world into a thunder hell. The thunder suddenly let out a roar that seemed to come from ancient times. This roar could shock the minds of cultivators and make them terrified. The thunder and clouds surged to welcome only one person. He came. Chapter 1253, Rebuking the Everlasting Sect 4. He came. Lu Yunsong stared at the sky, at the endless thunder, and at the white figure behind the endless thunder. His mind trembled. Li Qianmei suddenly stood up and stared at the sky. She immediately saw the figure behind the thunder and stared at the figure that separated from her 100 years ago. Now she looked at the same figure 100 years later walking on thunder. She bit her lower lip and became even more calm, as if it should always have been like this. He had walked on heavenly thunder right into her heart. Bingmei's expression was complicated, with a hint of an inexplicable mood as she silently looked at the familiar figure in the thunder. A lot of memories flashed before her eyes. Unexplainable bitterness, unspeakable sorrow, but there was also a hint of warmth. For a moment, she lowered her head. The flow of tears in Lu Yanfei's eyes became even stronger, and 2 streams of tears flowed out as the figure closed in. All of her grievances surged out as her tears. Wang Lin had crossed the cloud sea and arrived wearing thunder. At this moment, not only the people familiar with Wang Lin were like this. All the surrounding cultivators, including the people of the everlasting sect, were shocked. Feng Hai suddenly stood up, and his pupils shrank as he stared at the white figure in the air. He could clearly feel that the origin energy in the air was not something an ordinary Nirvana Shatterer cultivator could have. This kind of origin energy could only be obtained after one had deep understanding in their own law, something only peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivators could have. Not only him, but the old man with red hair also took a deep breath, and his mind shook. His law and domain were also related to thunder. At this moment, he could clearly feel himself losing control of his origin soul. His origin soul that had half turned into thunder felt the need to worship. It was as if he wasn't looking at a cultivator, but at heavenly thunder that had existed since the beginning of time. The middle-aged man named Zhou stared at Wang Lin inside the thunder, and his eyes were like lightning. His mind trembled, and he was terrified. What terrified him was that he hadn't noticed Wang Lin arriving at all. It wasn't until the thunder echoed across the sky that he noticed this person arrive. This kind of spell that could hide one's aura shocked the middle-aged man named Zhou. He wasn't thinking about spells, but the fact that this person's cultivation level was just far above his own. The old man that took his disciples to the Chaos Beast Fog Realm was the most calm right now, as he was the only person that had seen Wang Lin before. He let out a sigh. When I met Brother Lu back then, I didn't think we were in the same sect. My name is Mu Jianping. Greetings, fellow cultivator. The old man who saw Wang Lin's figure had a serious expression. Before, he didn't believe what he had heard, but now he was convinced. This person had the power to sweep through the rank 6 and 7 regions. The sect master of the everlasting sect's eyes lit up. He was the person with the highest cultivation level here. Although he wasn't the strongest in the everlasting sect, he was at the first heaven's blight. It was because he had reached this rare state that he could see something no one else could see. He stared at the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows, and although there was nothing there, he could clearly feel the power of law there. What terrified him was that this law didn't seem to belong to the heavens. It seemed to exist out of the heavens' control, a new law. Under this law, even he felt a sense of awe, especially when he felt the domain of the person before him. This domain seemed to be very ethereal, and he found it difficult to see what it was in a short period of time. This was what terrified him the most. He wasn't confident in winning a life and death battle against this kind of cultivator. This person is indeed injured, but his injuries don't seem too serious. It seems he had his own concerns for coming late. Lu Yingjie stared dumbfoundedly at the white figure inside the thunder. A terrifying feeling suddenly appeared inside him and completely submerged him. His body trembled. This was due to terror and fear, especially when he thought about how he had offended the Origin sect, teased Lu Yanfei, and said that he was going to battle this person. His scalp went numb and his vision blurred. Even his fellow Celestial Music sect members were all terrified. He unexpectedly is so powerful. When Lu Yunsong said he could kill me like an ant, he was telling the truth. Lu Yingjie was a mess. His face pale, and his mind were a mess. Not only him, the mountain-seeking sect also quieted down. Zhao Long stared at the figure in the sky, and his expression changed drastically. His pupils shrank, and at this moment, his mind was blank. The sect master and head elder of the mountain-seeking sect were completely pale. The moment they saw Wang Lin, they immediately recognized him as the person that had forced them to move their continent and respectfully send him off. It's him. The two of them looked at each other and saw the terror in each other's eyes. The surrounding almost 100,000 cultivators were all people from the rank 6 and 7 regions. They had all heard a little about the heaven-shattering scene that occurred in the rank 6 and 7 region. Even if they hadn't seen it themselves, they knew it well from the people around them. There were also some old monsters that had personally seen Wang Lin's figure. Now that they got a closer look, an uproar spread everywhere. It's him. He charged through the rank 6 region. No one dared to even attempt to stop him. I heard from the ancestor of my sect that this person used one spell to break the barrier to the rank 7 region. Even ancestor was shocked by this. This old man personally saw this person use the war spirit print, forcing many sects to move their continents to make way for him. Rumor has it that 3 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators tried to stop him, but they were all forced to retreat with serious injuries. It wasn't 3. My senior brother saw 7 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators attack at the same time. But this person used one spell to kill 4 and injured 3. Even a wild continent collapsed under his spell. An uproar started, but but a thunderous rumble across the sky suddenly caused everyone to quiet down. The rumbling thunder in the sky all gathered inside Wang Lin's body until not a trace of it remained. A person wearing white with white hair flowing in the air descended from the sky. He landed next to Lu Yanfei on the arena. Wang Lin looked at the fragile Lu Yanfei with an apologetic look and softly said, "I'm late." Lu Yanfei could no longer hold the tears in her eyes as she looked at Wang Lin and shook her head. She revealed a happy smile and softly said, "You're not late. As long as you can come, it's never late. You go back. With me here, no one can move the Origin Sect. In this competition, whether it is the rank 5, 6, or 7 sects, I'll make the Origin Sect number 1. Wang Lin waved his sleeves, and a gentle wind flew Lu Yanfei back toward where the Origin Sect members were. Wang Lin looked over at the Everlasting Sect and clasped his hands at the old man who spoke. However, he was startled when he saw Li Qianmei and Bingmei. He withdrew his gaze after a moment of shock and looked at Lu Yunsong, who had a complicated expression and a bitter smile. Brother Lu's cultivation is very different from 100 years ago. My Purple Dao Sect lost this rank 5 sect competition. Lu Yunsong clasped his hands with a bitter smile. If Wang Lin's cultivation was only a bit stronger than his, he'd have the heart to battle. However, his mind was already a mess just from standing here, and what was even more terrifying was that he felt like his Dao heart was going to collapse. It was as if the person before him was a vortex that was sucking in all Dao intent. If he was just a bit unfocused, he felt like all his Dao would be sucked away. Wang Lin faintly smiled, but his expression became cold, and he softly said, "Brother Lu, I have one thing I'd like to ask. Lu Yanfei is injured. Who did it?" Lu Yunsong didn't hesitate to point at the Celestial Music Sect and say, "The Celestial Music Sect's Lu Yingjia." Then he pointed toward the Mountain-Seeking Sect. The Mountain-Seeking Sect's Zhao Long. They had lustful thoughts about Lady Lu. Wang Lin nodded and looked toward the Celestial Music Sect. There was a flash of coldness as he stepped into the air and charged toward the Celestial Music Sect. In the Celestial Music Sect's area, Lu Yingjia's expression changed greatly, and he retreated. His teacher and the elders of the sect all had serious expressions. His teacher grabbed him, and they unexpectedly charged toward the area where the Everlasting Sect was. The Celestial Music Sect's sect master stepped forth and blocked Wang Lin. He had a respectful expression on his face and was about to explain. However, Wang Lin wasn't even going to listen. Seeing the person blocking his path, he waved his hand, and a gust of wind roared. The wind contained thunder, and it collided with the Celestial Music Sect's sect master. There was an earth-shaking rumble that shocked the world as the Celestial Music Sect's sect master coughed out blood, and his body collapsed. His Origin's soul flew out, and his eyes were filled with terror. Wang Lin didn't even pause. He walked toward the old man, pulling Lu Yingjia. He wasn't fast, but every step would made the Origin soul of those walking tremble. All the cultivators on the surrounding platforms became silent. Main sect, help! Lu Yingjia's teacher's forehead was covered in sweat, and his eyes were filled with terror as he screamed at the people of the Everlasting Sect. Feng hesitated for a bit and clasped his hands to speak. "Fellow cultivator Lu, please." However, Wang Lin waved his hand and interrupted him. "He humiliated my Origin Sect, so he must die. Anyone that tries to save him will suffer the same fate." Wang Lin slowly said, and then raised his right hand. He had come to the Everlasting Sect to become a deterrent for the Origin Sect and push them up. At this moment, with one finger, the world trembled and the heavenly fate finger appeared. Ripples echoed across the sky as a giant finger appeared and gave off a monstrous pressure. Everyone gasped as they stared in a daze at the giant finger that occupied the world. The finger howled as it descended, instantly landing on Lu Yingjia and his teacher with a bang. The earth trembled, and it felt like even the cultivation planet shook. Blood splattered everywhere. Lu Yingjia and his teacher's bodies shattered, and their Origin souls collapsed. Wind blew by and spread the smell of blood. "Kill Lu Yingjia as easy as crushing an ant." The words that Lu Yunsong said a few days ago were like the cold winter's wind. Wang Lin turned around and looked toward where the Mountain-Seeking Sect was. He took a step toward them. Chapter 1254, Rebuking the Everlasting Sect, 5. The Heavenly Finger didn't use celestial spiritual energy, as this spell wasn't a celestial spell. It was something Wang Lin could use when he fused with the All-Seer's soul for a moment. What it consumed was the All-Seer's soul, and even more so Wang Lin's Origin energy. If not for that fact his cultivation level had increased, he wouldn't have been able to use it so easily. However, the might of this heavenly fate finger was far weaker than when the All-Seer used it. After all, there was a huge gap in their cultivation levels, and the method of using the spell was very different. Wang Lin had used the Heavenly Finger right away because he wanted to shock everyone. He was still injured, so he had to show that his spells were powerful and unpredictable. Only then could he achieve his goals at the Everlasting Sect. Unless it was the last resort, he wouldn't casually call out the mosquito beasts. They were his hidden ace. The earth still trembled, and the shockwave echoed. The sound of wind still echoed in everyone's ears. The smell of blood was still reminding the almost 100,000 cultivators of that shocking scene. Wang Lin destroyed the body of the Everlasting Sect's branch sect master and killed the branch sect's great elder and head disciple. All of this happened in the Everlasting Sect, and when the Everlasting Sect's elder Feng tried to speak, Wang Lin unceremoniously said one line. Anyone who tried to save them will suffer the same penalty. There were people who had the power and status to do this, but very few had the guts to do it. Wang Lin's clean attack had completely shocked everyone here. Lu Yanfei lowered her head and looked calm, but there was a feeling of warmth around her heart. Bingmei had a complicated expression, and the bitterness in her heart increased. She thought about the Alliance star system, about the brilliant Void Realm being destroyed, and about Dao Essence strength. Her situation was similar to Lu Yanfei's. However, Lu Yanfei had him standing behind her, while herself, in her helplessness, she could only silently be strong and endure it all. Qianmei's expression was calm as she silently looked at Wang Lin. There was a smile on her face, just like 100 years ago. Wang Shanshan frowned as she thought of the finger and seemed to be thinking of something. The old monsters of the Everlasting Sect had high cultivation levels and were all very cunning. At this moment, it was impossible to tell their mood, but their gazes toward Wang Lin seemed a bit cold. Only the Everlasting Sect's sect master was different because he was the only person who could see through Wang Lin's cultivation. He revealed no expression at Wang Lin killing the people of the Celestial Music Sect, as if he didn't even see it. Wang Lin turned around. His expression was calm, but his killing intent spread out. He looked at the mountain-seeking sect in the distance and slowly walked over. The surroundings were completely silent. Nearly 100,000 gazes were gathered on Wang Lin. All of those gazes didn't make Wang Lin feel unwell at all. He wasn't fast, but every step he took caused the hearts of the people of the mountain-seeking sect to skip a beat. They felt like they were facing a fierce beast from ancient times that had opened its mouth and was going to devour them. The sect master of the mountain-seeking sect was completely pale. Although he was a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, but he didn't have the courage to face Wang Lin. When he thought about how this person was the same person that forced his sect to move their continent, his scalp went numb, and he didn't dare to have any thought of resisting at all. In the Rank 7 region, the mountain-seeking sect is only a small sect. It is not wise for a mere elder to go against such a person. His eyes lit up, and he looked at the head elder. The head elder had profound cultivation. He was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer. Even the head elder almost lost his wits when he realized that Wang Lin was the terrifying person who had charged through the Rank 7 region. He personally saw Wang Lin use the War Spirit print and knew he was no match. He noticed the sect master's gaze, and they immediately understood but hesitated. However, this hesitation collapsed as Wang Lin stepped forward. The tragedy that was the Celestial Music Sect was before them. The sect master clenched his teeth and dodged to the side. At the same time, the head elder also moved to the side. The moment the two of them dodged, the people of the mountain-seeking sect all scattered to the sides. The people before them also opened a path. At this moment, there was no one around Zhao Long. His origin soul trembled as he stared at Wang Lin. "You come out." Wang Lin stopped and pointed at Zhao Long's origin soul. "This old man is going all out." Zhao Long's eyes were red and his mind trembled, as if his whole body was becoming cold. Although he had a lot of people around him, he felt like he had been abandoned by the world. In this vast world, he was the only one left. As he roared, Zhao Long charged out like crazy, staring at Wang Lin. An invisible fire began to burn. Being forced into a corner, he decided to burn his origin soul in exchange for power. Zhao Long charged like crazy, and an aura of sadness surrounded the area. As he charged, his cultivation level increased like crazy from early-stage Nirvana Shatterer to mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer. From afar, his body was like a burning meteor that was flying toward Wang Lin. As he moved forward, the feeling of madness became even stronger. In the end, even the light from the sky became dim, until Zhao Long's burning origin soul became a bright light that attracted the attention of all the surrounding cultivators. "If you want me to die, you have to pay the price." At the last moment of his life, Zhao Long let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. Even the minds of the surrounding cultivators trembled. Even the people of the Everlasting Sect were moved. It was not common for someone to be able to force a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator to burn their origin soul and choose self-destruction. However, this was happening before everyone. The burning origin soul that was going to explode would release a crazy amount of destructive power. Even cultivators with higher cultivation levels would subconsciously choose to avoid it, but Wang Lin didn't dodge, and instead, his eyes lit up. Feng Hai's expression was gloomy. He was an elder of the Everlasting Sect and was responsible for the competition. Wang Lin had just killed the people of the Celestial Music Sect while disregarding his words. If that was it, it would have been fine, but now this person was going to kill people of the Rank 7 region. The sects in the Rank 7 region were very precious to their members. Other people would not care about if Zhao Long lived or died. They didn't have to care if Zhao Long's reputation plummeted, but he, Feng Hai, cared because he was from the mountain-seeking sect before becoming an elder of the Everlasting Sect. If Li Qianmei killed someone, it would be fine because Li Qianmei had the heaven-breaking sect behind her, and he couldn't say anything about it. However, right now it was different. Fellow cultivator, please give this old man some face, and do not attack anyone from the mountain-seeking sect. Feng Hai's words were gloomy as he revealed a cold aura and charged at Wang Lin. Just at this instant, Zhao Long's burning origin soul closed in on Wang Lin like a meteor. Wang Lin's expression was calm as a monstrous killing intent exploded from his body. This killing intent was very strong. The moment it appeared, it caused the sky to change color. It was as if countless ghosts were crying in the sky, causing the surrounding area to be enveloped in endless coldness. This killing intent appeared suddenly and exploded. Under this impact, Feng Hai's expression changed greatly, and he stopped. He had a feeling that if he were to take another step, he would enter the range of Wang Lin's spell, and what awaited him would be merciless slaughter. Just at this moment, Wang Lin moved. Facing that crazy, burning origin soul, Wang Lin stepped forward. His body turned, and his right foot lashed out. His right foot immediately collided with the burning origin soul. His white hair flowed, and white robe fluttered. There was no spell, and he didn't dodge, nor did he use any fancy technique. He used the most basic, most direct, and most memorable attack. A heaven-shaking rumble echoed like crazy. Wang Lin's right foot didn't stop and landed on Zhao Long's origin soul. Even though Zhao Long had burned his origin soul, he couldn't resist absolute power. Even though he was burning his origin soul, he still had to die. The rumble continued as the meteor collapsed into specks of light. Wang Lin withdrew his leg and looked extremely calm. His cold gaze swept past the surrounding cultivators before landing on Feng Hai. Fellow cultivator, your words were too late. Feng Hai's expression was gloomy as he stared at Wang Lin. He didn't speak for a long time and walked back toward the Everlasting Sect stand. The surroundings were dead quiet, but after the brief moment of silence, an uproar spread across the platforms. From the few short moments since Wang Lin appeared, he had killed people from the Celestial Music Sect and the mountain-seeking sect Zhao Long. All of this made the shock even more intense. His spell was shocking, but his body was even more amazing. The eyes of the old man in white shined brightly. The Celestial Music Sect and mountain-seeking sect were simply insignificant compared to a powerful cultivator like this. Wang Lin turned around and looked at the surrounding cultivators. His voice was bland, but everyone could hear it clearly. I represent the Origin Sect to challenge all rank 6 and 7 sections. Who dares to come first? Wang Lin's voice was like a cold wind that caused everyone to become silent once more. Lu Yunsong took a deep breath as he suppressed the shock in his heart. He looked at Yuan Fei among the cultivators and revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. Yuan Fei's face was deathly pale as he stared at Wang Lin in the arena. He pondered for a moment and still didn't dare to step forward. A calm voice slowly echoed across the sky. I'm the rank 7 Green Cloud Sect Yinshan. I wish to spar with fellow cultivator Lu. Chapter 1255, Rebuking the Everlasting Sect, 6. The rank 7 Green Cloud Sect was ranked 3rd among the rank 7 sects last time. This sect's spells focused on change and were unpredictable. Their sect was very large, with more than 7,000 people, and over the countless years, they had produced many powerful cultivators. These powerful cultivators were often chosen by the Everlasting Sect to be groomed. That calm voice came from a middle-aged man wearing a robe. He looked calm and his skin was slightly yellow, as if he was seriously ill. After he spoke, he jumped off the platform. It looked as if there were invisible clouds under his feet as he gradually approached the arena. This man, Yinshan, was very famous in the rank 7 region. Normally, he would stay in closed-door cultivation and not wander around the outside. He had only come out because it was the main sect's competition. His cultivation level was high. He released a late-stage Nirvana Shatter aura. Rumor had it that he was one of the three that were going to represent the Everlasting Sect in the competition between the rank 8 sections. The Everlasting Sect had paid him a lot of attention in the last 1,000 years. Large amounts of pills, magic treasures, and even spells were sent over to help him. Even one of the 7 Grand Elders of the Everlasting Sect had gone to teach him for 1,000 years. It could be said that he was someone who the Everlasting Sect had put a lot of effort into raising in order to win the competition between the rank 8 sects. As he stepped forward, the surrounding people began to talk. Although Yunshan didn't look old, he had cultivated for thousands of years. He was calm as he arrived before Wang Lin and clasped his hands. "Fellow cultivator Liu, please advise me." After he finished speaking, his eyes shined brightly, and his late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivation erupted. A vortex formed with him as the center and swept outwards. From afar, you could vaguely see a giant vortex that was slowly rotating. The shadows of 9 red tigers suddenly appeared in the vortex, and their roars were heaven-shaking. Tiger's Soul 9 Transformation. There were those who were knowledgeable, and their eyes became serious. On the grandstand where the Everlasting Sect was, Feng Hai had a gloomy expression as he looked at Wang Lin. He was very cunning, and unless forced into a corner, he wouldn't fight someone he wasn't confident in winning against. He was going to take this chance to see what was the limit of the person that had killed Zhao Long. The rest of the Everlasting Sect elders, although of Yunshan as their peer, they knew that if not for the fact that he was assigned to be one of the 3 people competing against the other rank 8 sects, he would have already become an elder of the Everlasting Sect. The sect master of the Everlasting Sect narrowed his eyes and revealed a look of admiration. He knew that Yunshan wasn't the strongest of the 3 people chosen, but just his late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivation was enough to display the Everlasting Sect's strength. In the previous several great competitions among the rank 8 sects, the Everlasting Sect had been near the bottom. This time, the old man believed that even if they couldn't win, they wouldn't be at a bottom. Yunshan's eyes revealed battle intent as his hands formed a seal and pointed forward. At this moment, the 9 red tiger souls formed by the vortex immediately roared and charged out. In the sky, they grew to more than 1,000 feet tall and charged at Wang Lin from 9 different directions. It seemed as if the world had become red along with the appearance of these 9 tigers. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, and he wasn't bothered at all. The key to achieving his goal at the Everlasting Sect was to be fast. Only then could he shock everyone and make the Origin Sect famous. If he dragged it out for too long and his suppressed injuries became worse, it would not be worth it. The moment the 9 tigers arrived, Wang Lin took a step, and his domain changed. The space around him began to distort as if it was impossible to distinguish true from false. At the same time, Wang Lin waved his hand, and a blue fire appeared, forming a vortex. "Activate!" Wang Lin roared, and the fire vortex around him began to rotate in reverse and spread out. It immediately collided with the 9 incoming tigers. A thunderous rumble echoed and violent ripples spread out. The 9 tigers were surrounded by the blue fire, and 3 of them immediately collapsing, creating a heaven-shaking shockwave. Wang Lin charged out from the fire toward Yuanshan. At the same time, he pointed at the sky and shouted, "Fire of the heavens and earth." After he spoke, all the cultivators that cultivated fire were shocked. They all clearly felt that the fire element inside their bodies had become crazy and were about to go out of control. It was as if the fire wanted to charge out of their bodies, as if someone was summoning them. The cultivators that cultivated fire felt like their bodies were burning. Monstrous fire appeared and gathered toward Wang Lin's right hand. Among the people of the Everlasting Sect, one of the elders' expression changed greatly. He cultivated fire, and at this moment, his hands quickly formed seals before pointing several times at his own chest. Only then did he stabilize the fire origin in his body. It was as if at this moment, Wang Lin had incarnated into the first fire that appeared in the world and became the ruler of fire. All fire in the world had to listen to his command. Rays of fire flew out from the crowd and gathered toward Wang Lin. All of this happened in almost an instant. As Wang Lin charged forward, fire gathered from all directions to form a fireball. The fireball immediately merged with Wang Lin's right hand. Yunshan's expression changed, and he immediately retreated. His hand reached at the void to open his storage space, and he was about to take out treasures to resist. However, how could Wang Lin let him take out treasures? Nirvana Shatterer cultivators all had a few very powerful treasures. If these treasures were taken out, this battle wouldn't end in a short period of time. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his left hand pointed at Yunshan, and he muttered, "Stop." With one word, Yunshan's body stopped for a moment. The moment he stopped, Wang Lin turned into a sea of fire and closed in. His right hand, which had the fireball fused within, pointed 3 times at Yunshan's chest as Wang Lin passed by. Each time he pointed, there was a thunderous rumble. Yunshan's body trembled, and he was surrounded by a sea of fire. He then coughed out blood, and a powerful force threw his body backwards. If that was it, it wouldn't show Wang Lin's spell. Although he had stopped, his right hand mercilessly reached out. With this, endless fire appeared from the void and filled the sky. It made it feel like this had become a world of fire. The moment the endless fire appeared, it charged toward Yunshan's body, and thunderous rumbles echoed. In the end, blood mist exploded from Yunshan's body, but his body didn't collapse. A milky white light came from inside his body and offset the fire. Yunshan's face was pale when landed on the platform 10,000 feet away. The moment he landed, crackling sounds echoed and countless cracks appeared on the platform before it shattered. His body retreated once more. He didn't stop until he had retreated 1,000 more feet. He coughed out another mouthful of blood that landed on the ground. It was a shocking sight. "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for holding back." Yunshan pondered for a bit before clasping his hands at Wang Lin and leaving. The surroundings were completely silent. Wang Lin's expression was calm, as if that battle meant nothing to him. He indeed had held back, or else that last attack would have destroyed his opponent's body. However, the cost of this attack was enormous. Wang Lin had forced himself to use his full power, so his injuries had become worse. However, outsiders couldn't see this at all. The surrounding cultivators all stood up and stared at Wang Lin when Yunshan lost. Their eyes were filled with respect. The elders of the everlasting sect were all terrified. Although they had heard of Wang Lin's strength, it was only talk. Even if they believed it, it wasn't as shocking as seeing it in person. When Wang Lin killed the people of the Celestial Music Sect and Zhao Long, he was bullying the weak. Although his spell was shocking, the elders of the everlasting sect knew that they could do it as well, so they didn't care too much. However, this was completely different. Yunshan's cultivation level wasn't much different than theirs. They felt bitter when they realized that if they traded places with Yunshan, they would still lose. More importantly, Lu Zihao looked extremely calm, as if it was nothing. This caused their hearts to shake for a moment. Feng Hai silently pondered as he looked at Wang Lin, and his eyes lit up. The elder that cultivated fire looked at Wang Lin with a hint of fear in his eyes. He had the most profound feeling, and at that last moment, he felt that if Wang Lin wanted it, his fire would have left his body for Wang Lin to use. He had battled many people, but this was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he looked the sky and slowly said, "Today, I want to battle. Who will accompany me?" Rank 7 Purple Pine Valley's Du Lin will battle fellow cultivator Lu. I'm the rank 7 Heaven Een Sect's Yu. Please advise me. A man and a woman's voice came out at the same time. One came from the south, and one came from the east toward the arena. However, when they saw each other, they couldn't help but pause for a moment. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the sky and calmly said, "Both of you, come together." His right hand rose into the air and pressed down on the platform. The platform that occupied a small portion of the planet trembled, and even the entire cultivation planet seemed to tremble. An ancient aura seemed to be pulled out from the planet by Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body became a blur inside his aura. The power to extract the soul of a planet. A cultivator immediately exclaimed, his voice filled with terror. Chapter 1256, Rebuking the Everlasting Sect, 7. Not everyone among the cultivators around knew what Wang Lin's action meant. They only felt Wang Lin's hand grasp at the ground and cause it to tremble. They only felt this tremble, but in truth, the earth didn't move. What moved was their hearts. It was as if at this moment, everyone's minds were pulled out by Wang Lin and dragged into the earth. Then they were once more pulled out from the earth. Their visions blurred as if the world was filled with an ancient aura. This aura was so dense, it would be enough to suffocate you. All of this seemed like a hallucination, but real enough to be terrifying. It was as if Wang Lin's hand was a vortex that could instantly suck in the origin energy of the world, the soul of the planet, and the minds of all the surrounding cultivators. Whether they resisted or not, whether they agreed to or not, they were all sucked away by force. Many people didn't know about the spell to extract the planet's soul, but all of them had an inexplicable feeling that they had fused with the planet, and that their souls were pulled out by Wang Lin. The movement shook the heavens and earth, and the calmness sealed the star and extract the soul. It's planet soul extraction. Only a few people in the rank 7 region knew of this spell. The cultivator that exclaimed was one of them, and he suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Not only him, all the old monsters and cultivators that knew about this spell were shocked. They didn't dare to believe what they were seeing was real. Rumor says that cultivation planets have souls. If one's cultivation reaches a certain level and their comprehension of the heavens is high, they can extract the soul of a cultivation planet to use as a spell. There were rumors of this before the Wind Celestial Realm collapsed, but there was no way to prove the existence of this spell. This Lu Zihao, he really can use it. This kind of origin energy and ancient aura match the ancient records. There is no mistake, this is planet soul extraction. Wang Lin's expression was calm. As two people flew over, Wang Lin's right hand seemed to have grabbed hold of the entire cultivation planet and suddenly lifted it. In an instant, the earth released a silent rumble. The reason it was silent was because it couldn't be heard, but could clearly be felt. The earth, this cultivation planet, was trembling. The ancient aura became dense like crazy, as if the cultivation planet was awakening from its countless years of slumber for the first time. This was not a gentle awakening, but a forceful awakening. It was as if the ancient aura that had condensed for countless years was going to be pulled out with the soul. Everything in the world had a soul, even trees and grass, so a cultivation planet naturally had a soul as well. However, the soul of a cultivation planet would take countless years to form and was very powerful. It contained the ancientness of the world and also a hint of the heaven's law. Although planet soul extraction sounds simple, very few people can actually achieve it. At this moment, this cultivation planet was no longer a planet, but a spirit. What he was extracting was the soul of this spirit. As Wang Lin lifted his right hand, a milky white gas came out from all over the cultivation planet. The white mist charged like crazy toward the platform, toward Wang Lin, toward his right hand. At this instant, all the cultivators saw an illusion that all the grass on the planet was withering, becoming yellow, and eventually disappearing into ashes. All the mountains on this cultivation planet became gray, and no more spiritual energy was left, as it was all sucked away. Even the water in the rivers became cloudy until they dried up, revealing the bottom of the rivers. Even the sea that occupied 20% of the cultivation planet seemed to boil and set off monstrous waves. The rumbling of the waves seemed to have transmitted all the way here for everyone to hear. What was even more shocking was that the ancient aura seemed to represent time. As it gathered, the soul of the planet was stirred violently into this white mist that suddenly erupted from the earth. The white gas charged out from the platform below him and gathered in his right hand. The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded when they felt the soul of this cultivation planet get pulled out by this youth in white. It was as if as long as he willed it, he could completely pull out the soul. At that moment, there would be no spiritual energy left, and this planet would become a ruin. It was even likely that this planet would collapse. This made their minds tremble and go blank. Even the people of the everlasting sect all stood up, and their eyes were filled with terror. Even Feng Hai subconsciously gasped, and for the first time, he looked at Wang Lin with fear. However, soon he sneered. Wang Lin had publicly killed Zhao Long and made the mountain-seeking sect lose face, so he had to pay a price. Feng Hai wasn't the only person who had left the mountain-seeking sect. There was one more before him. That person was very powerful, but had an eccentric character. He no longer bothered with worldly matters and didn't secretly help the mountain-seeking sect either. However, he was the first-generation sect master of the mountain-seeking sect, and he was now a high elder of the everlasting sect. If Wang Lin hadn't killed Zhao Long in the everlasting sect, it would have been fine, but he had killed Zhao Long here and forced the mountain-seeking sect to back down. This would likely provoke the anger of this high elder. The expression of the everlasting sect's sect master changed. As he stared at Wang Lin, his eyes shined brightly. If they were like this, then there was no need to talk about Du Lin and Yin Yu, who had come to battle Wang Lin. The man and woman both stopped, shock filled their eyes, and their expressions changed greatly. Wang Lin's expression was calm as his right hand rose up like lightning. The white mist was pulled like threads, then they surrounded his right hand to form a fist-sized ball of white light. The ancient aura within this ball of light seemed like it could cause the world to decay and make all cultivators insignificant before it. However, now this terrifying ball was floating in Wang Lin's right hand. The way he casually held it made the surrounding cultivators gasp. This wasn't the first time Wang Lin had extracted a planet's soul, but to be more accurate, it was the second time. The first time was when the scattered devil had taken over his body and battled in all heaven. The second time was when Wang Lin had extracted the planet's soul to help transform planet Suzaku. But at that time, he didn't master it. He had only gained some shallow understanding. However, right now, this third time could be considered the second time. Because Wang Lin's domain had grown, his cultivation level had increased, and his star of law had formed, they allowed him to almost perfectly extract the planet's soul to use in battle. It was a bit of a pity to use the spell made by the planet soul to just battle one person. This was why Wang Lin had told Du Lin and Yin Yu to attack together. His right hand held the soul of the cultivation planet, as if he was holding the planet itself. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he waved his right hand. The ball of light shot toward Du Lin and Yin Yu. The ball of light wasn't big, only the size of a fist. It also wasn't fast. With Du Lin and Yin Yu's cultivation levels, they could have dodged it countless times. However, right now they felt as if they had no place to dodge. This feeling was absolute. Although this ball of light was small, it was made of the soul of a planet, and it represented the entire planet. They had the illusion that the cultivation planet below them had come to life and was attacking them. Although it sounds like this took long, it was very fast. When the ball of light closed in, it exploded when it was few hundred feet away from Du Lin and Yin Yu. This time, the earth trembled for real, and a powerful force shot at the two. It was at this moment that the sea in the west side began to boil and quickly turned into water vapor. The water vapor dissipated like crazy, as if it was being sucked away. Large amounts of dark clouds appeared in the sky and rain began to fall. It wasn't just one part, but the entire cultivation planet was enveloped in rain. Thunder and lightning whistled. It was heaven shaking. Du Lin's body was knocked back, and he coughed out blood. After withstanding the attack of the entire planet, his body almost collapsed. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin had no killing intent, he would have without a doubt died. Yin Yu's body also trembled, and she coughed out blood that turned into a blood mist that was quickly washed away by the rain. Her body was hit by a powerful impact and knocked back. Her face was pale, and her hair scattered. The rain completely soaked her. The surroundings were strangely silent, with only the sound of rain falling and the occasional thunder. At this instant, everyone's gazes gathered on the white figure in the rain. The raindrops would immediately be pushed 5 feet away from his body when they approached him, and not a single drop fell on him. This is the planet soul extraction spell. Every old monster that knew of the spell was shaking. The scene just now was engraved for an eternity in their minds. Due to pills and fierce beasts, there were far more powerful cultivators in the Cloud Sea star system than the other 3-star systems. However, because of the pills and the wind celestial realm being blocked, they couldn't get access to the spells left by the Celestials. The cultivators of the Cloud Sea were far behind the other 3-star systems in terms of spell comprehension. The Planet Soul Extraction spell was a powerful spell, but in the Cloud Sea, it was only a legend. It wasn't that no one had mastered it, but far too few had. After reaching the second step, one's spells would be related to their domain and understanding of the heavens. The cultivators of the Cloud Sea relied on pills, so compared to the cultivators of the other 3-star systems, who had to comprehend their domains by struggling against the world, they were far too weak. Chapter 1257, Rebuking the Everlasting Sect, 8. Thank you, fellow cultivator Liu, for showing mercy. Du Lin's face was pale as he clasped his hands. Blood flowed down the corner of his mouth, and he quickly left in the rain. His back looked very bleak. As the head elder of the rank 7 Purple Pine Valley, and one of the focuses of the main sect, a large amount of pills had been delivered to him. Even powerful cultivators had gone to teach him Dao, and he thought he already was standing at the top. But today, his opponent hadn't even gone all out. Just one spell that extracted the planet's soul had made him lose. In truth, when he saw Wang Lin pull out the planet's soul, he knew he would lose. However, he thought he could resist for a moment or two. But the truth was cruel, and it was his complete loss. This kind of mental blow made him feel very bitter. He returned to the Purple Pine Valley section in the rain and silently sat there. Yin Yu was also pale as she bit her lower lip and clasped her hands at Wang Lin before turning away. She was also bleak in the rain. Bingmei stared at all of this, stunned. She originally thought she understood Wang Lin's cultivation the most, but now she found that her understanding of him was truly insignificant. 100 years. I didn't think he would become this strong. Bingmei's gaze fell on Wang Lin, and at this moment, she felt him become unfamiliar. That white hair and white robe made the bitterness in her heart even stronger. No one here knew Wang Lin's past like her. She even knew half of Wang Lin's life. The small cultivator that had his family killed and was forced to escape from the country of Zhao. The cultivator that had caused rivers of blood to flow in the country of Zhao. This was the man that had gradually become famous on planet Suzaku, until he almost became the next ruler of the planet. Now he was strong enough to make the stars tremble with a stomp of his feet. Qianmei also didn't think that Wang Lin would shock her after 100 years. Killing the 2 people from the Celestial Music Sect, killing Zhao Long, easily beating Yunshan, and finally using the Planet Soul Extraction spell to beat Du Lin and Yin Yu. As for Wang Shanshan, she also sucked in a breath of cold air. She had a clear understanding of planet soul extraction and had seen her teacher use it. Her teacher said that there were no more than 3 people in the Cloud Sea that could do this. Above the planet soul was the Void Soul. This void meant the soul of the star system. The spell to pull out the soul of a star system was a spell of the 3rd step. Her teacher had said that among the 2nd step cultivators, there was a legend from ancient times. This legend spoke of the 4 great spells a 2nd step cultivator could learn from comprehending the heavens. 2 of the 4 were planet soul extraction and spatial bending. These spells didn't need to be learned, but could be comprehended based on one's luck. However, there were far too few people who could comprehend them. The silence continued after Du Lin and Inu left. It was as if no one was willing to break this eternal silence. The elders of the everlasting sect all looked at Wang Lin with respect. They couldn't see through Wang Lin's cultivation or his spells. Whether it was the heavenly fate finger, the heavenly fire, or the most shocking planet soul extraction, they were all shocking. The elders couldn't help but be in awe of Wang Lin. They didn't know that what spells Wang Lin had, but they had a feeling that the spells he had shown weren't his limit. There were still too many secrets and shocking surprises hiding within him. Does anyone else from the rank 7 region dare to spar with me? Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the ancient aura slowly dissipated. It was as if the soul was being given back to the cultivation planet. The earth trembled slightly and gradually returned to normal. It was as if everything that had happened was only an illusion and never happened. However, the rain and flashing thunder clearly reminded everyone of how real and terrifying it was. Wang Lin's words didn't break the silence. It was as if his voice was the root of the silence. As his words echoed in the rain, this silence became even more intense. Absolute silence would often cause an invisible pressure. At this moment, the source of the pressure was Wang Lin. He stood there upright, and his white robe made this pressure even stronger. No one dared to stand out, and they all stared at the platform, at the man in the rain that felt like the heavens. At this moment, Wang Lin's appearance and demeanor were all engraved deeply in their hearts. It was something they could never forget. In this silence, the eyes of the everlasting sect master lit up as he stared at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Fellow cultivator Liu injured the 3 disciples that were meant to participate in the competition between the rank 8 sections. You will have to give his old man an explanation." His gaze seemed to become 2 rays of sword energy and shot at Wang Lin. His gaze seemed to cause the thunder in the sky to not dare to approach the platform, and even the rain seemed to stop in the air. It was as if the world had stopped moving. All of this was because of the old man's gaze. Just his gaze could produce such a heaven-shaking effect. This was not something a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator could do. Only someone who had experienced the heaven's blight could. Wang Lin had the strongest feeling. He was being locked on by the gaze, and he felt as if everything in the world belonged to the other person. The gaze was like the arrival of the heaven's might. Thunder naturally had to dodge, and rain had to stop in the face of the heaven's might. Even Wang Lin's mind rumbled. The injuries that were being suppressed in his body showed signs of erupting, but Wang Lin's expression remained neutral. His eyes lit up, and his gaze collided with the old man's. Just at this instant, a thunderous rumble echoed across the world. A powerful pressure spread out like crazy when their gazes meet. The cultivators around the platform all felt the howling wind. They felt like lonely boats in the raging sea. They all activated the origin energy in their bodies as it felt like they would drown if they didn't do this. Qianmei's eyes became cold, and killing intent erupted from her body. She was going to enter this pressure to help Wang Lin. However, the moment her aura appeared, the old man raised his hand and waved. And powerful pressure pushed the killing intent back and suppressed it to within 7 inches of her body. Bingmei's eyes became cold, and the origin energy in her body moved, revealing her Nirvana Shatterer cultivation. Her hands formed a seal, and she was about to attack, but she immediately felt an irresistible force suppressing her, making it impossible to use her cultivation. The everlasting sect master's powerful cultivation was revealed to the world. To be able to become the sect master of a rank 8 sect meant that his cultivation wasn't normal. Bingmei's face became pale. She could feel the killing intent inside the sect master's pressure. Although this was likely fake, being concerned made her mind a mess. She didn't have time to think, so her hand formed a strange seal. It was a spell that was passed down from generations of brilliant void saintesses. The moment this seal appeared, an illusionary glass bottle appeared around her body and knocked away the force suppressing her. Her body rushed out, but her face became even more pale. If she wasn't injured, she could have used this inherited spell perfectly. However, her body was destroyed and her origin soul was damaged, and using this spell had made her injuries worse. This scene shocked the old man in white. At this moment, Qianmei also released a shocking aura. A monstrous killing intent was released. It was as if a demon had appeared and torn the suppression force away. Qianmei broke free of the old man's pressure and charged out. There was a jade before her. This was the jade that the mysterious person in the demon sect had given her. All of this happened in a flash. The moment Qianmei and Bingmei rushed out, Wang Lin lifted his right foot and took a step forward. At this moment, he merged with the world and seemed to become one with the cultivation planet. An ancient aura filled his body. There is no need for you all to act. As he walked forward, he waved his hand, and a powerful yet gentle energy surrounded Qianmei and Bingmei, causing the two to stop. Heaven's Blight Cultivator. I have already battled one before. At this moment, a golden light erupted from Wang Lin's body. It was like a sun, gentle, but it also had the power to tear the night apart. The moment it scattered, the thunder that was avoiding this area gathered once more, and the rain that had stopped fell once again. It was as if the world had begun to move again at this moment. A sound of shock came from the old man in white. The moment he stood up, the rain collapsed into white gas that shot into the air. I can participate in the competition between the rank 8 sects, but you also have to give me an explanation for the origin sect. Wang Lin immediately saw through the old man's intent. The killing intent was just fake. The eyes of the old man in white shined, and he smiled. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed and he looked into the distance. A thunderous rumble echoed as a ray of light came from the distance. This ray of light contained an aura without emotion as a low voice came from the sky. Do you dare to take one of my spells? High Elder. Everyone in the everlasting sect stood up and clasped their hands. Their expressions were very respectful. Wang Lin raised his head. The golden light from his body was like the sun rising from the sea. It was dazzling. As he looked at the approaching light, even his eyes were golden. Chapter 1258, Rebuking the Everlasting Sect, Sundered Night. Why would I not dare? Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. Their light suddenly replaced all light in the world. This caused the entire world to be enveloped in a golden light. Even the rain in the sky seemed to become golden. It was as if Wang Lin's figure had become the rising sun. The golden light he released shot out like swords that were filled with the law of origin. As the emotionless voice echoed, a white-haired old man arrived in the ray of light. His old face was filled with wrinkles, and his gaze made it seem like he understood the heavens. As he closed in, the heavens and earth changed colors, the winds split the clouds, and it felt like the entire world was under his control. A red halo faintly appeared around the old man's skin. As he moved forward, everyone who saw this was shocked. Only those who perfectly passed the first Heaven's Blight would have a halo of law protecting them. This halo also represented someone with shocking power. His figure was very fast, so much so that it was almost impossible to keep track of him. The ray of light flew across the sky, and in the next breath, he was 1,000 feet above Wang Lin. He was like a deity as he coldly looked down at Wang Lin. You do have guts. The old man's words were calm as he raised his right hand and mercilessly slammed down. This slam caused the heavens to shake. All the raindrops collapsed into water vapor. As they dissipated, red light came out and formed a giant net. This net covered the world and contained endless power of law that could shock the origin soul. This was a net made of law. This old man was no longer a deity. He had turned into a fisherman that was scattering the net. There was a boundary in this world, and that net seemed to be the boundary. The old man was in the sky and became the fisherman. Wang Lin on the ground became the fish, and the earth became the sea. The giant net became a cage made of law that wanted to capture the fish. This scene shocked Wang Lin's mind. It was very similar to his own Dao comprehension back then. In a way, it confirmed the fruit of his Dao from back then. The moment the net of law closed in, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he charged into the air. In the other person's eyes, Wang Lin was the fish, and he couldn't escape the net. He would eventually be picked up by the net and be trapped in the cage of law. However, Wang Lin was a heaven-defying cultivator. What he defied was the heavens. So how could he do nothing? When he comprehended this back then, he saw the fish continue to struggle to escape the net. Today, Wang Lin became the fish under the spell of the white-haired old man. He was also going to struggle against the net of law, the white-haired old man, and the heavens. The net of law quickly descended and surrounded everything. It gave one the feeling that there was no place to hide, as if the entire world was under this net. The golden light from Wang Lin's body became brighter and brighter. The earth seemed to become the ocean, and he was the gradually rising sun. The first spell Wang Lin created, Sundered Night. Sundered Night contained the law of origin. He had comprehended this while watching the sun rise when he was still at the Nirvana Scryer stage. However, Sundered Night was too powerful, and the origin energy required to use it was beyond Wang Lin's limit. He could only use it a specific time without using any origin energy. However, now Wang Lin's domain had changed to true and false. He had devoured the Dao fruit. He had created the Star of Law, and most importantly, the comprehension of his second spell allowed him to use Sundered Night without waiting for that specific moment. Although its power wouldn't be at its highest, and it couldn't last for too long, it was much better than only being able to use it at a specific moment. More importantly, the reason Wang Lin was willing to use it and waste all his origin energy to cast Sundered Night was because he didn't have to worry about his life. He had a mosquito herd. This was his ace and his life-saving spell. It was because of this that he didn't hesitate to help the origin sect rise up in the everlasting sect. At this moment, the net of law closed in, and Wang Lin laughed. His hands moved, and the earth rumbled. The illusionary sea appeared. Although it wasn't real, there were still waves surging. The world was shrouded by darkness with only the red net of law slowly descending. This strange scene caused the old man's expression to change and his eyes to narrow. He withdrew any feeling of contempt and became very serious. When he attacked, he didn't intend to kill. It was meant as a test and a threat. He had naturally seen how strong Wang Lin was, and this kind of person had to become part of the everlasting sect and couldn't be arrogant. He was attacking to teach Wang Lin a lesson, teach him that the world was large and that the everlasting sect shouldn't be provoked. However, when he saw Wang Lin use Sundered Night, he took a deep breath. He had already thrown out the intent to teach Wang Lin a lesson and had revealed a hint of battle intent. What strange law? This child's spell is indeed amazing. The cultivators in the stands were shrouded in darkness. They were all confused as a force they didn't understand enveloped them, making their minds tremble. Even the elders of the everlasting sect were like this as well. They didn't know that back in the demon spirit land, Wang Lin had used Sundered Night to kill Master Void and forced the gray-robed All-Seer to retreat. 2 of the All-Seer's late-stage Nirvana Shatterer avatars had died. They also didn't know that Sundered Night was recognized as an extremely powerful spell after the battle in the demon spirit land. The waves surged under the darkness of the night. Everything was dark. Even the net of law seemed to merge with the darkness, fusing together into one. The net landed on the sea, and the waves raged as if the sea was struggling. The net of law penetrated the sea and quickly descended toward Wang Lin. However, just as the net of law neared Wang Lin, the waves of the illusionary sea surged. A golden light emerged from the sea and slowly pushed back the darkness of the night. As the golden light grew stronger and stronger, even more golden light pierced through the sea. Soon, a rising sun appeared on the surface of the sea. The moment the sun appeared, the world was shrouded in golden light. The darkness of the night seemed to be torn apart by the law of origin. A rumble echoed as the darkness was forced back like crazy. When more than half of the sun had risen above the sea and appeared in the sky, a low voice echoed. Sundered Night. The moment these 2 words sounded, a blurry figure appeared inside the sun. This figure was Wang Lin. The cultivators whose minds had merged with the darkness felt pain in their origin souls. It was as if their bodies were being torn apart like the darkness. The expression of the old man in white that also merged with the darkness changed greatly, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, his hands formed seals, and the red halo around him flashed like crazy as it resisted the power of Sundered Night. A thunderous rumble echoed as the old man retreated. The golden light released a powerful glow in an instant. All the darkness in the world collapsed and rapidly dissipated. Just at this instant, the net of law descended on the sun Wang Lin was in. It seemed like it wanted to stop the sun from rising. The moment it was going to trap Wang Lin, he mercilessly pushed his hands out. The golden light around him surged and shot out like swords that contained the law of origin. The Sundered Night born from the sea contained the law of origin. There was no force that could stop the sun from rising, not even the net of law. As Wang Lin pushed forward, he erupted with the full force of Sundered Night. The golden light rushed out. It could tear apart all the barriers of the heavens and earth, including this fisherman's net made of law. A thunderous rumble echoed as the net of law trembled. Cracking sounds echoed, and then it collapsed. It dissipated into the void along with the darkness. The fisherman had cast the net to catch the fish, but the fish had struggled and broken free from the net. However, Wang Lin was a fish, but also not a fish. If he was a fish, he would have returned to the ocean after breaking free from the net. However, he was a heaven-defying cultivator, so he was not willing to leave. Instead, he wanted to retaliate. The golden light surrounded him, and he stepped out when the net of law was broken. He coldly stared at the retreating white-haired old man that was resisting the power of Sundered Night. "Do you dare to receive my spell?" Wang Lin's voice was mighty, and it descended like the heaven's might. These words were shockingly similar to what the old man had said, but now the situation was reversed because it was Wang Lin who said it. If it was before, people might have thought that Wang Lin was being arrogant. However, now, after he used Sundered Night, everyone was still trapped in the darkness. Even the elders of the everlasting sect felt like they were being torn apart along with the night. At this moment, these same words contained a shocking aura. Everyone's breaths seemed to stop. Chapter 1259, Rebuking the Everlasting Sect, Flowing Time. The white-haired old man continued to retreat, but his eyes were filled with monstrous battle intent. His hands formed a seal, and he pointed forward. Every time he pointed, there would be a thunderous rumble from his body, and he began resisting the power of Sundered Night. This old man's power was extremely shocking, and Wang Lin's Sundered Night wasn't perfect. The rumbles echoed, and after the old man retreated 10,000 feet, the power of the Sundered Night was cancelled out. The red halo was like blood around him. An illusionary red halo appeared behind him and became giant. The red light this red halo gave off surrounded the area. "Since you took one of my spells, then I'll take one of yours." The white-haired old man's expression was extremely serious. He no longer gave off an old aura but instead released his shocking cultivation. The red halo was redder than blood as he charged forward. He crossed 10,000 feet in an instant as he rushed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He didn't have much origin energy left after using Sundered Night, but his eyes also released monstrous battle intent. The star of law between his eyebrows flashed like crazy and rotated rapidly. As it rotated, the origin energy of the world began to condense toward Wang Lin like crazy. It was extremely difficult for him to kill someone at the first Heaven's Blight. Only if his injuries recovered and he released the seal on his cultivation to reach the Nirvana Shatterer stage would there be a chance. However, it was obvious none of this was possible. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The moment the white-haired old man closed in, he raised his hand and waved. As he waved, a mighty force surged out from the sea under him. At the same time, an image appeared in Wang Lin's mind. In that image there was a huge, stone door on an endless ocean. It was towering and gave off an ancient aura. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. This image was the door in the wind celestial realm. As the image appeared in his mind, it replaced all his thoughts. With a wave of his right hand, he displayed his image to the world through a strange method. As his right hand waved, the waves on the sea raged, and a giant whirlpool appeared. The earth trembled and a thunderous rumble echoed as a giant stone door slowly rose up from the sea. At this moment, this scene was identical to the one in his mind. The moment the giant stone door appeared, an unspeakable pressure enveloped the world. This shocked awake all the cultivators that were still in a trance from Sundered Night. However, after a moment of being awake, they were shocked once more. Looking at the stone gate above the ocean, the sense of time filled their hearts. The white-haired old man charging over suddenly stopped and gasped. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The moment he saw Sundered Night, he thought that was the limit of Wang Lin's spells. However, looking at the stone door, he was shaken. With his cultivation level, he could feel the power of time even more clearly, and he had a bad feeling. How could this person have so many spells? Ever since he got here, he hasn't taken out any treasures. He has just used spells. To have such strength with just spells, isn't he a bit too powerful? The old man took a deep breath, and the battle intent in his eyes became even stronger. Given his position in the everlasting sect, he wasn't allowed to retreat. His cultivation level also didn't allow him to retreat without battling, even though he had a vague feeling that there was a slight change to the world after the stone door appeared. The moment stone door broke through the sea, Wang Lin didn't move, but the stone door rapidly rose him into the sky. It looked like he was watching over all life. Wang Lin's eyes were completely calm, without any emotion, but he gave off an aura of desolation. This aura was like the wind celestial realm, so dense that it wouldn't dissipate at all. At the same time the stone door appeared, a gust of wind flew across the sea, went past the door, and circled the world. Wang Lin's figure on the stone door felt even more desolate. He stood there as if he was at the peak of the world, but aside from his position, the sky was still the sky, only it seemed extremely lonely. The feeling of desolation became even stronger with this loneliness, as if it had accompanied him for countless years. The white-haired old man's figure closed in, and the red light around him shined brightly. The red halo behind him pressed toward Wang Lin with a destructive aura. As the old man moved forward, the sea roared and the waves surged. The platform began to fragment and collapse. This platform that took up a small portion of the planet collapsed and turned into gravel. Even the sky was filled with cracks as if it was going to be torn apart while the old man charged. What was even more shocking was that at this instant, a bright red dot appeared between the eyebrows of almost everyone watching. These dots were blood red, as if they contained the essence of the blood in their bodies. Only a few cultivators activated their origin energy by force to resist the red dot from appearing. This blood dot was the law of the white-haired old man. At this moment, his cultivation erupted like crazy. While it stirred up the world, it also affected the surrounding cultivators. The old man let out a roar and charged out toward Wang Lin. However, when he got close, Wang Lin's eyes opened as if he had awakened from years of slumber. His gaze fell on the white-haired old man. The moment Wang Lin's gaze landed, the white-haired man's mind trembled. He felt it even more clearly now. The small change to the world was unexpectedly flowing time. Wang Lin's voice was very calm and low. However, at this moment, his words entered the old man's mind and affected his memories. This caused the old man to immediately stop. His eyes were filled with confusion and struggle. The flowing time spell didn't attack the body or the origin soul, but one's memories. During his trip to the everlasting sect, Wang Lin found that flowing time had a similar effect to the Dao Scatter spell used by the old man in the seven-colored realm. One breath was 100 years. The world seemed to become eternal. The flow of time seemed to become silent, and it quietly passed. One breath, in the blink of an eye, 10 breaths passed. The wrinkles on the white-haired old man dissipated a lot, and the struggle in his eyes became even more intense. At this moment, he was immersed in his memories as 1,000 years passed by like pages of a book being flipped. What moved wasn't only the old man's cultivation, but almost all the surrounding 100,000 cultivators' memories. 1,000 years of memories went by in just 10 breaths of time. The eternal time appeared in the world like a giant hand and released the sealed confusion. One breath of time passed by at a time. In the blink of an eye, another 10 breaths passed. 2,000 years of memories were unconsciously flipped through. The white-haired old man struggled as he recalled 2,000 years of memories in a short 20 breaths of time. His cultivation was gradually suppressed and became less lively as it slowly dissipated. The old man saw his favorite disciple die in the spatial crack 3,000 years ago. He was battling the beast tide at the demon sect. No remains were found, and only a broken sword was sent back. He saw that broken sword, and the sadness from back then entered his heart once more. He recalled 4,000 years ago and 5,000 years ago, before he reached the peak of the first heaven's blight. He struggled in closed-door cultivation as he resisted the decay the first heaven's blight was causing to his body. As his memories were moved, he seemed to return to his past, and the pain filled his whole body, drowning him. His cultivation level also returned to what it was 5,000 years ago and rapidly dissipated. He saw himself roaring in the pain and letting out an unwilling roar. The roar echoed in his mind, which made the struggle in his eyes even more violent. I have cultivated 19,000 years. I refuse to yield to the first heaven's blight. I have killed countless people and comprehended the law of blood. I won't allow myself to die like this. As the white-haired old man roared, a crackling sound could be heard around him. The old man coughed out blood and quickly retreated. He had broken free from the flowing time spell. As he retreated, all the red dots on all the surrounding cultivators flashed and flew out toward the old man. However, the old man's face was also pale as he retreated and looked at Wang Lin with shock and fear. What kind of spell is this? He had never seen such a bizarre spell in his life. This spell was beyond his imagination. If it wasn't for the fact that he had broken free at the critical moment and prevented time from reversing 10,000 years, he was scared to think of the consequences. For the first time, he felt like Wang Lin was extremely profound. He no longer had any intent to teach Wang Lin a lesson. He only felt endless terror. Wang Lin's eyes were calm, but he let out a sigh. He had just comprehended flowing time and still hadn't perfected it. He also didn't have much origin energy left, and the other party was simply too strong. Reversing 5,000 years was his limit, so he couldn't trap the white-haired old man. However, Wang Lin was confident that this spell had scared the old man. Chapter 1260, Glimpse of a Life and Death Trial. Not only was the High Elder of the Everlasting Sect scared almost out of his wits, almost all 100,000 surrounding cultivators were scared out of their wits. The power of Sundered Night had already shocked all of these cultivators, so there was no need to mention the effect of time reversing. Thanks to flowing time, In addition to the white-haired old man, all the surrounding cultivators were sucked in and felt varying degrees of time reversal. The endless memories and the shock made it so everyone looked at Wang Lin with awe. He became famous in one battle. At this instant, everyone knew about the Origin Sect and the Origin Sect's Lu Zihao. The resentment in Feng Hai's heart had collapsed. It was forcibly dispersed by the awe in his heart, and he no longer dared to have the types of thoughts that were going through his mind before. He had personally seen Sundered Night and Flowing Time, and they caused his scalp to tingle. He knew that if either of those were targeted at him, he would without a doubt die. There were elders of the Everlasting Sect with similar thoughts to him. They were now all silent and looked in awe at Wang Lin's upright figure above the collapsed platform. Profound and mysterious. Only these words could describe the shock Wang Lin had brought everyone. No one knew what other spells Wang Lin still hadn't used. It was because of this that their impression of Wang Lin became even stronger. In addition, rumors of him had spread before he appeared. Then, after he appeared, it was confirmed that he was the one that had charged through the rank 5, 6, and 7 regions and used the God Sect's War Spirit print. All of this made Wang Lin become even more profound and mysterious in everyone's eyes. Almost everyone believed that Wang Lin hadn't shown off all his spells, and that he still had some ace hidden. Wang Lin represented the Origin Sect. After this, one thing circulated across the Cloud Sea. People would rather go through the Beast Fog world than provoke the Origin Sect. The Everlasting Sect's Sect Master let out a sigh. Although he had tried to overestimate Wang Lin's strength, in the end, he was still too far off. Whether it was that finger, planet soul extraction, Sundered Night, or the time spell used at the end, they were enough to show Wang Lin's strength. This person must be a Heaven's Blight cultivator, but due to his injuries, his cultivation level fell. However, his spells allow him to fight against the High Elders. This person also has no malice. Otherwise, he would have taken out a lot of treasures to make this battle drag on. My Everlasting Sect must keep a cultivator like this. However, with him, my Everlasting Sect will rise in the competition with the other rank 8 sects. Lu Yinfei looked at Wang Lin's figure and was shocked. Even she didn't expect Wang Lin to be so strong. Thinking about her teacher's words before he died, Lu Yinfei's eyes lit up. Lu Yinsong's face was filled with bitterness as he shook his head. He thought his cultivation had grown, and although he wasn't as strong, he thought that the difference between them wasn't that big. However, now he knew that he was wrong, and he was wrong 100 years ago as well. If he had attacked 100 years ago, he would have long been destroyed. Li Qianmei's mind also shook as she looked at the figure before her. She couldn't separate this figure from the one from 100 years ago. She didn't understand how his power had changed so much, but that wasn't important. What was important was that she was with him here. What was important was that she had left the demon sect to see one person, and she saw that person. That was all. Bingmei bit her lower lip. Every time she saw Wang Lin, he would be completely different. However, she didn't think he would be so different in this accidental encounter. However, Bingmei understood that none of this had anything to do with her. She knew that when they said their goodbyes at the brilliant Void Realm, they became strangers. Even if they met, they would just pass by each other. It seemed it was destined that they would be not familiar, yet not unfamiliar. This sense of apathy between them would exist forever. No one realized that Wang Shanshan from the God Sect had a strange light in her eyes as she stared at Wang Lin. She gently took out a jade and recorded everything she had witnessed. Then she squeezed the jade, and it disappeared within her hand. Using this strange method, Wang Shanshan passed everything she had seen to her teacher at the God Sect. She did this unintentionally. She only wanted to send this information to her teacher because she wanted to show her teacher a genius of the Cloud Sea. She even thought that her teacher would certainly take this person to the God Sect after seeing this. However, she couldn't have expected the huge wave that would be set off when her teacher saw what was recorded in that small jade. Although a butterfly's wings look like they're flapping gently, no one knows where a storm could be raging. This old man admits defeat. I have never seen spells like fellow cultivator lose in my life. I believe fellow cultivator has a profound understanding of Dao. This old man admires you. The white-haired old man took a few steps back, and then his expression returned to normal. He now looked at Wang Lin like a peer. Wang Lin's face was extremely pale, but he was calm as he clasped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivator is too kind." At this moment, a laugh came from the grandstand. It was the sect master of the Everlasting Sect, who smiled and got up. He closed in on Wang Lin and smiled. Why is fellow cultivator Lu being so modest? Everyone saw what happened today. Even this old man admires fellow cultivator Lu's spells. Wang Lin smiled and clasped his hands, but didn't speak. The white-haired old man looked at the Everlasting Sect's sect master and softly said, With fellow cultivator Lu at the origin sect, it would be inappropriate for them to still be at the rank 5 region. As a high elder of the everlasting sect, he had devoted himself to cultivation and never asked about worldly affairs. For him to ask for a sect to be promoted showed his intent to befriend Wang Lin and make up for trying to test and teach Wang Lin a lesson. The everlasting sect's sect master smiled and nodded. Elder Lu is right. Fellow cultivator Lu came from the origin sect, so it would be inappropriate for them to remain in the rank 5 region. Fellow cultivator Lu, how about moving the origin sect to the ranked 7 region? Wang Lin's expression remained neutral as he clasped his hands and smiled. If you do that, I'll thank you too. The everlasting sect's sect master waved his sleeves and smiled warmly. No problem. This is something this old man should do. About the matter we talked about before. I can enter the rank 8 competition, but I'm seriously injured and need something to help me recover. If you can give it to me, then I'll naturally go all out in the competition. Wang Lin silently smiled, looking at the everlasting sect's sect master. After hearing Wang Lin's words, even the high elder was curious and asked, "Oh, what does fellow cultivator Lu want?" Fellow cultivator can ask, there is no harm. As long as it's within my power, then forget the rank 8 competition. Even if there was no competition, I'd give it to fellow cultivator Lu to help you recover. The everlasting sect's sect master smiled. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his lips moved, and he sent out a divine sense message to the two. After the two of them heard, their expressions changed. They looked at each other and began to ponder. Fellow cultivator Lu, this is not a place to talk. Now that the competition is over, how about we go to the back mountain and talk? The sect master seemed to be worried about something and clasped his hands. Wang Lin clasped his hands and smiled. Since sect master asks, I'll naturally listen. The everlasting sect's sect master smiled and looked back at the people on the grandstand. His expression became serious and he said, Elder Feng, the competition is over, so take care of the rest. However, the competition between the rank 8 sects is near, so the cultivators here, please stay for a few more days. In the end, the sect master's voice became cold and contained killing intent. For the sake of the competition between the rank 8 sects and to prevent any information about Wang Lin being leaked, even if it would to offend some people, he was going to prevent any information from leaking. Feng Hai's eyes lit up and he nodded as he understood the sect master's intent. The everlasting sect's sect master looked at Li Qianmei, Wang Shanshan, and Mu Bingmei with a bit of hesitation. He didn't call them, but smiled at Wang Lin and flew away. Wang Lin immediately followed, but before he left, he looked back and let out a sigh, but remained quiet. The high elder flew away with Wang Lin and explained the everlasting sect to Wang Lin. They talked and laughed. It was a joyous mood, as if the unpleasant matter hadn't happened. The everlasting sect wasn't on this cultivation planet, but somewhere else. All three were powerful cultivators, so their speed was amazing. With the sect master leading the way, they flew off the planet toward another one, and the sect gradually appeared before them. As a rank 8 sect, the everlasting sect's sect was the entire cultivation planet. There were many spectacular buildings standing all over the planet, and countless squares filled the land. When they got close, Wang Lin felt the power of restrictions from all over the planet. They also felt hundreds of spatial cracks on the planet. There must have been other worlds hidden in them. There are a total of 372 pocket spaces. 111 of them are boundless void and the rest are all storage or were closed-door cultivation spots for powerful cultivators in the past, the High Elder explained to Wang Lin. As they moved forward, they passed over many buildings, and the moment people encountered them, they all revealed looks of respect. They quickly clasped their hands, and only after the three left did they dare to move. The three of them were all extremely fast, so not long after, a mountain that pierced the clouds appeared before Wang Lin. This mountain was shrouded in fog, and gave off a faint feeling of being a celestial mountain. There was also a feeling of domain that filled Wang Lin's mind the moment he saw the mountain. This domain was the comprehension of the sword. It was as if this mountain had turned into a sword that would slice the world open. The moment he saw this mountain, Wang Lin's body stopped, and his eyes lit up. He vaguely felt like he had found something, and his mind trembled. Chapter 1261, The Calamity from the God Sect. The everlasting sect's sect master noticed Wang Lin's expression and smiled. This mountain is named Lu Su. It is rumored that a long time ago, a sword from the outside fell and stabbed into the ground to form this mountain. Good name. I wonder who named it. Wang Lin's shock wasn't revealed on his face, but waves were being set off in his heart. What he was shocked by wasn't the sword intent the mountain gave off. Instead, he found this very familiar to 2C's memory of refining the trident and casually throwing it to condense a treasure soul. As he closed in on the mountain, he vaguely felt the ancient god stars hidden between his eyebrows rapidly rotating. This name was given by my everlasting sect's first-generation sect master. He spent his last years on the mountain and comprehended the dream Dao. In his dream, he saw a giant sword fall and turn into a mountain. He also heard a mighty voice echoing the two words Lu Su. The one who explained was the High Elder, and when he said this, his eyes were filled with respect. Lu Su, Lu Su, Lusu. The strange light from Wang Lin's eyes gradually calmed down, but the shock in his mind was 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times more intense. It was very easy for Lusu to be heard as Lu Su, but in the language of the ancient gods, it meant something else. Going with the straightforward definition, it should mean a sword that was refined from a star. Wang Lin suppressed the shock in his mind. The closer he got to the mountain, the more clearly he felt the ancient god aura. If he wasn't a royal ancient god, it would have been almost impossible to detect it. This was also the aura of a royal ancient god. This aura had already existed for an unimaginable amount of time. It was even older than 2C. What shocked Wang Lin was that this aura had weakened over the years. If he wasn't as close as he was now, it would be impossible to notice it. This was the truth. Tua's son had also come to the Cloud Sea, but he didn't notice it. When Wang Lin's feet landed on the mountain, he had a feeling that the mountain was trembling. It was as if a soul was slowly awakening due to his arrival. This soul gave off a sense of desolation, as if it had been buried here for far too long, too long. Wang Lin took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his mind. He went to a tall pavilion at the top of the mountain with the sect master and High Elder. Inside the pavilion, the feeling of the awakened soul became even stronger. However, aside from Wang Lin, no one could detect it. They could only feel the origin energy and celestial spiritual energy in the area become a little denser. After being rushed by the aura given off by the soul, the ancient god stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows rotated even faster. The 6th star he had shattered in the 7-colored realm showed unexpected signs of completion. This discovery made Wang Lin lower his head to hide the shock he felt. Fortunately, the sect master and the elder didn't care too much. After all, Wang Lin had gained their recognition, so they treated him like a peer. After they sat down, disciples of the everlasting sect brought tea and then respectfully left. The everlasting sect's sect master pondered a bit and said, "My everlasting sect does indeed have some of the extreme souls fellow cultivator Lu talked about. However, most of them are scattered and being grown by the branch sections. But they don't even belong to my everlasting sect. They were given to us by the god sect. They only gave them to us to cultivate it on their behalf." Wang Lin picked up the tea and took a sip as he concealed the shock in his mind. He felt like the longer he stayed here, the better it was for him. But he also felt like if he stayed here for too long, someone would inevitably notice something. He clearly felt the aura that was slowly awakening become even more intense, like boiling water. He feared that it wouldn't take long for others to notice it as well. In particular, someone at the Heaven's Blight stage would have even keener perception of the world. If the aura in the mountain was asleep, they might not notice, but if it were violently churning, they would naturally be suspicious. What kind of sword is hidden under this mountain? And what stage ancient god was willing to expend one of their own stars to refine this sword? Wang Lin put down the teacup and was silent. The extreme soul's fellow cultivator Lu wants are indeed useful for healing. But, seeing Wang Lin silent, the sect master and High Elder looked at each other. The elder hesitated for a bit and said, "Since fellow cultivator Lu needs it to heal, then this old man thinks it's okay to accommodate." It wasn't that the two of them didn't doubt Wang Lin's purpose for them, but both extreme yin and yang souls were good for recovering. They could also clearly see Wang Lin's injuries. As a result, even if they were suspicious, this suspicion wasn't too strong. They had also seen Wang Lin's spells and found him very mysterious. Maybe pills couldn't help someone like this recover fully. The sect master pondered a bit and then slowly said, "Forget it." After the god sect gave out the extreme yin souls, they never collected them, and quite a lot have gathered. It should be fine to gift fellow cultivator Lu some. The purpose of his words was to let Wang Lin know that Wang Lin's demand was not simple. He was basically giving the tribute to the god sect to Wang Lin. Although it wasn't as serious as what the sect master had said, it was the truth. Wang Lin revealed a grateful expression as he looked at the two and clasped his hands. "In order to help me recover, you two are willing to take out the tribute for the god sect. I thank you for this, and will certainly go all out in the competition between the rank 8 sects." As he spoke, the ancient god aura entered his body like his crazy through his feet toward this brow. This caused the collapsed 6th star to rapidly reform. The Everlasting Sect's Sect Master nodded with a smile at Wang Lin. His hand reached at the void and took out a jade. He engraved a message inside. Then the jade began to burn, and he threw it. It immediately flew far away. Fellow cultivator Lu, wait here for a moment. I've already ordered someone to bring some extreme souls. Wang Lin nodded and picked up the teacup to drink more. He had been waiting for the Sect Master to say that. Even if the Sect Master wanted him to leave, he would have tried to find a way to stay here a bit longer. In just this short period of time, the sixth star between his eyebrows began to show signs of forming a vortex. As the ancient god energy entered him like crazy, Wang Lin clearly felt an aura that terrified even him coming from the sword refined by the ancient god star. It allowed my star to show signs of recovery in just an instant. Could the star used to form the sword be from a 9-star royal star ancient god? Wang Lin put down the teacup and suppressed the shock in his mind. On the other cultivation planet, under the order of Feng and other elders, the nearly 100,000 cultivators dispersed. Each sect returned to their place of residence. As for the origin sect, Feng personally moved them from their remote residence to the place for the rank 7 sects. At the same time, a powerful formation activated around the planet. No one could leave without a token, but entering was no problem. Qianmei moved in with the people of the origin sect. She stood in the courtyard as the sky darkened. She looked at the sky and waited for Wang Lin's return. Bingmei stood silently by herself 10,000 feet from where the origin sect was saying. The moonlight shined on the lonely figure, making her look bleak. She bit her lower lip as she waited like Qianmei for Wang Lin. She had something she wanted to say to Wang Lin, something she had to say. Similarly, far away from the rank 8 region, deep within the rank 9 region, covered in dense fog, there was a huge cultivation planet. There was a palace on it that gave off an awe-inspiring aura, and inside sat a boy. This boy had a rosy complexion, but his hair was white. His eyes opened and closed as they shined. There were 7 jades floating before him, and each of them had a name engraved on it. On the third jade, the name engraved on it was Lu Zihao. The body raised his right hand and pointed at each jade before finally landing on the one with Lu Zihao. Since I detected Master's aura, I used the power of the God Sect to search the Cloud Sea, looking for suspicious people. I found 7 people. After ruling them out one by one, only this Lu Zihao remains. There was a flash of killing intent in the white-haired boy's eyes. Just at this moment, he frowned as his hand reached out and a fire began to burn. A jade appeared in the flames. It had been sent by Wang Shanshan using a special method. The boy's left hand reached out, and the fire strangely entered his hand. The scene of what Wang Lin did at the Everlasting Sect clearly appeared. The boy was originally sitting, but after seeing he suddenly stood up. When he stood up, 7 of the jades with names carved on them collapsed, except for the one with Lu Zihao. Source energy, similar to all heaven's master Lu Fu's, spread out from the boy and even caused the fog around the cultivation planet to shake fiercely. It's him. Even if we kill 1,000 wrongly, we can't allow one suspicious person go. Chapter 1262 came back. Inside this gloomy palace, a storm set off with the boy's voice. This storm caused the star fog around the planet to churn and give off a thunderous rumbles. Master, I, Taoist water, have battled thee against the world with you and have nearly died many times, so I have repaid you for saving me. The karma between us is over. After you died, although I took over the God Sect naturally needed a leader, so I wasn't wrong in doing so. However, did you die or not? The boy's expression suddenly became ugly as he looked up at the void outside, and his expression became ugly. You should have died. Under mine, the sovereign, and Taoist Miao Yin's combined attack, along with those mysterious cultivators from the ancient celestial realm. Even if your cultivation was heaven-shaking, you should have died. However, why did I feel a sliver of your aura a few months ago? Could it be that you didn't die, but reincarnated and cultivated again? The expression of the white-haired boy became even more ferocious, and his eyes revealed monstrous killing intent. If you reincarnated, then those ancient celestial realm cultivators that searched your soul should have known. But a few months ago I felt your aura. There is no mistake. Thinking about the aura from several months ago, the white-haired boy's mind trembled. It was because of this aura that he panicked and even used the entire God Sect to investigate like crazy. Even after he received the jade from the brilliant Void Saintess, despite his greed for the brilliant Void Realm's inheritance, he sent out his disciple instead. He had cultivated for countless years, and this was the first time he had felt fear like this since his master had died. This fear made him recall the scenes before his master's death. This fear existed until his master died. However, a few months ago, When he felt his master's aura, that fear returned once more. After pondering for a bit, the white-haired boy clenched his teeth, and his killing intent was crazy. He coldly muttered, "If you have really reincarnated, I'll kill you again." Also, those ancient celestial realm cultivators were after the heaven-defying bead. You can hide inside the heaven-defying bead, and although I wouldn't dare to touch it, I can still force out your hidden soul. The white-haired boy's eyes shined, and he slowly kneeled down. After pondered a bit, he closed his eyes. Lu Zihao, none of your spells revealed anything to this old man except one thing. The stop spell. In this world, only Master Qinglin and I know it. Qinglin didn't think it was that great of a spell because he hadn't followed Master for as long as me. He didn't know that this spell had heaven-shaking power, and it was a spell that Master had brought from the ancient celestial realm. Stop the body, stop the soul, stop the celestial spiritual energy, stop the origin energy, stop the heavens and earth, stop the flow of the river of stars, and stop space and time. After Master died, no one knew this spell more than me. You're at the everlasting sect right now, so I'll let you live for a bit longer. After I finish refining this 9 ancient reincarnation mirror, whether you've reincarnated or are hiding inside the heaven-defying bead, you won't escape. The white-haired boy opened his eyes, and there was a flash of coldness in them. He was extremely cautious about this trip. What made him cautious was not Wang Lin, but his master. He wouldn't recklessly head in and make all the preparations he needed. Inside the everlasting sect, on top of Lu Su Mountain, Wang Lin was sitting in the pavilion, and he put down his teacup. The ancient god aura entered through his feet like crazy and gathered between his eyebrows. The everlasting sect's sect master and high elders were talking with Wang Lin, trying to find where he had learned such spells. Normally, Wang Lin would just ignore them and act polite. However, the other party had agreed to give him the extreme Yin souls, but more importantly, Wang Lin was absorbing the ancient god aura like crazy. The more he absorbed, the more intense the change to the surrounding origin energy would be. In order to distract them, he smiled and chatted with them. What they talked about were mostly high concepts, but there were some truths within. The heavens Dao relies on the heart. As long as the heart contains Dao, it can naturally transform into everything. Once it's integrated with your domain, it will naturally turn into your own spell. Just as Wang Lin was speaking, 2 rays of light flew toward the pavilion and turned into 2 middle-aged men. The 2 respectfully stood outside, and one of them clasped his hands. Disciple has brought the extreme Yin. Sectmaster, please check them. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he didn't even look outside the pavilion as he kept talking. It wasn't until he finished talking that he looked outside the pavilion. The everlasting sect's sect master was focused on Wang Lin's words before revealing a bitter smile. What Wang Lin said was like nothing at all, but it also felt like he had said something. In short, it was very strange. At this moment, he saw Wang Lin's gaze outside the pavilion, and he coughed, and said, "Hand it over to fellow cultivator Lu to check." The 2 people outside the pavilion respectfully nodded and walked inside, stopping before Wang Lin. They respectfully took out 6 small flags and handed them to Wang Lin. Wang Lin checked them with his divine sense, and immediately found that each of the flags had a very pure extreme Yin soul inside. While smiling, Wang Lin stood up and looked toward the sect master and higher elder. He clasped his hands and said, "Thank you both. I'm very grateful to you too." The sect master stood up and smiled. Fellow cultivator Lu is being polite. The rank 8 sect competition will be in 5 days. I hope fellow cultivator Lu will give it his all to help the everlasting sect win. The high elder stood up and clasped his hands, smiling. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he nodded. "Rest assured, I will do my best. I have left the origin sect for 100 years, so I won't disturb you 2 anymore, and will go catch up with the juniors." The sect master smiled even wider and said, "Brother Lu is also one to care about your juniors, so this old man won't make you stay. Sunday, lead fellow cultivator Lu back to where the origin sect is." One of the disciples that had brought the extreme Yin soul quickly responded, "I'll take my leave." Wang Lin clasped his hands at the sect master and high elder before turning into a ray of light, flying into the air. He let out a big sigh of relief. He had felt the ancient god aura under the mountain become even more intense, and it was about to stir up the surrounding origin energy. If he had been there for a few moments longer, the change would have been clearly detected by other people. That's why he had to leave quickly. In just the short period of time he had spent on this mountain, the collapsed 6th star had reformed and became a faint vortex. Although it was not fully restored, compared to before, it was like heaven and earth. It's a pity. However, as long as no one notices, there will be many opportunities to absorb more ancient god energy from this place. Even that sword formed by a star will land in my hands. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he calmed himself and followed the everlasting Sect disciple. After he left, the ancient god aura weakened again until it went back to sleep. From start to end, Wang Lin had been absorbing extremely carefully to not attract too much attention. At best, someone would feel like there was something different about the origin energy here, but they would not be able to see through any flaws. In the pavilion on Lu Su Mountain, the Sect Master's smile disappeared, and he said, "This person is not normal." As soon as he arrived, he caused some change to the origin energy here. The High Elder beside him nodded and gently said, "That is indeed the case. Since he is from the Origin Sect, and also a member of my Everlasting Sect, it is best not to pressure someone like that too much. For him to be willing to participate in the Rank 8 Sect competition is great news for our Everlasting Sect." The Sect Master pondered for a bit before waving his sleeves, and his divine sense message echoed across Lu Su Mountain. "Gather all High Elders, we need to talk about it." Wang Lin flew through the atmosphere, following Everlasting Sect disciple as he left this planet and returned to the planet where the formation had been activated. Along the way, the disciple was extremely respectful. Although he was leading the way, in truth he was half a step behind Wang Lin and didn't dare to get ahead of Wang Lin at all. Upon entering the sealed cultivation planet, the disciple immediately took out a jade. After finding out where the Origin Sect was, he immediately led the way. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the Origin Sect's courtyard. The disciple respectfully said to Wang Lin, "Senior, this is where the Origin Sect is staying. If you have no other orders, Junior will take his leave." Wang Lin nodded. Then the disciple respectfully retreated and flew off into the distance. At this moment, Wang Lin was the only one in the sky. He naturally saw Bingmei in the distance, and also Qianmei in the courtyard. Qianmei stood in the courtyard. The moonlight on her body made it look as if she was wearing a layer of silver silk. Her beautiful face was exceptionally calm under the moonlight. Qianmei raised her delicate hand as she looked at Wang Lin floating in the air and revealed a heartwarming smile. "You came back." Wang Lin landed in the courtyard several dozen feet from Qianmei. After pondering a bit, he softly said, "I came back." The moonlight also landed on Wang Lin and stretched the shadow. There seemed to be some overlap on the edge of his shadow with Qianmei's shadow, but they soon separated. The surroundings were completely silent, with only the gentle wind swaying the flower and plants, causing a soft rustle. However, both Wang Lin and Qianmei became silent under the moonlight.